Hey guys, how are you? If you enjoying, then like this video now for more parts. Chapter 1. Sky Blue Star, Daxia, District 7. Tengcheng Tianwu Academy. Chen Changkong, you haven't awakened your powers yet. Time flies, 2 years have passed, and you still haven't noticed any traces of your powers in Tianwu Academy. If you continue to be obsessed with it, you will only waste your time. A woman who was over 40 years old but showed no signs of time said in a deep voice to the young man in front of her. The young man nodded silently after hearing this, and then fell into silence, standing there like a statue. This young man has handsome facial features, delicate and picturesque. His black hair was slightly longer, covering his eyebrows, and his pupils were a rare deep blue, like stars on an autumn night, shining with mysterious light. A few minutes passed, and the woman finally couldn't help but speak softly, "Chen Changkong, don't waste everyone's time anymore. The teacher reminds you one last time, you should drop out of school." After that, she turned and left, leaving Chen Changkong behind. Changkong faced this bitter outcome alone. Chen Changkong, a time traveler from another world, was recruited as a special case to Tengcheng Tianwu Academy as the top scholar in liberal arts when he was 17 years old. However, when people expected him to awaken his powerful powers at the age of 18, he failed to awaken as expected. 2 years have passed and he still has no signs of any supernatural powers. 270 years ago, a space rift called the Primary Point suddenly appeared on the Azure Star, changing the face of the world. The emergence of the origin point caused the monsters to wreak havoc on human buildings, and the spiritual energy flowing from the origin point prompted the creatures on the Azure Star to begin to evolve and become monsters. Just when human civilization was facing destruction, a group of extraordinary people stepped forward. They may control the elements, transform into giant beasts, or be extremely powerful. They have infinite magical power, they can move mountains and fill seas, and they can fly into the sky and embrace the moon. They burned themselves, hunted giant beasts, and built new cities. They were respectfully called superpowers. The vast majority of human beings will awaken their supernatural powers at the age of 17 and 18. If they have not awakened by the age of 19, it can basically be considered that this person has no chance of supernatural powers in this life. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong couldn't help but sigh, and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, with endless emotion in his heart. "Sun, you are such an unreachable existence, majestic, powerful, and eternal, which is what people have been pursuing all their lives. A powerful symbol. There are countless stars worshipping you around you, and the brilliance of billions of stars is less than 1/10,000th of yours. Therefore, I long to be as powerful as you." However, when he thought that he was 19 years old and still hadn't awakened his powers, Chen Changkong's enthusiasm suddenly disappeared. Alas! Chen Changkong sighed again, then turned and walked into the small villa assigned to him by Tianwu Academy. The moment he stepped lightly into the villa, a rapid knock on the door pierced his ears. Bang bang bang! Hearing the panicked knock on the door, Chen Changkong remembered that today was the day when Tianwu Academy delivered the spiritual crystal to him. Suddenly awakening, he quickly opened the door and was greeted by an old man with a sparse head and a kind face. The old man was about 60 years old, slightly fat, and holding a metal box tightly in his hand. This is his class teacher Xia Weihai. When Chen Changkong saw this, he quickly invited him into the house. Xia Weihai nodded with a smile and walked into the house. Chen Changkong gently closed the door, sat opposite Xia Weihai, and said respectfully, "Teacher, what kind of tea would you like to drink?" "Oh, no need. Another student came to me today and wanted me to persuade you to drop out of school on the condition that you directly become a regular employee of Tianhong Group. However, I rejected her. I believe you can awaken your powers." Of Xia Weihai refused Chen Changkong's invitation and then said to him. After he finished speaking, he put the metal box on the table, stood up and left. Looking at Xia Weihai's leaving figure, Chen Changkong was a little at a loss. He could only sit on the sofa and clenched his fists. He was admitted to Tianwu Academy as the top scholar in liberal arts, so unlike ordinary Tianwu Academy students, he was a specially recruited student. Distinguished students of Tianwu Academy enjoy many privileges. For example, this small villa also comes with a monthly allowance of 5,000 star yuan, as well as a monthly cultivation resource of 5 spiritual stones. You can also get a spiritual crystal every 6 months. Such many privileges make many families jealous and want to become special students of Tianwu Academy. However, due to the school regulations of Tianwu Academy, there can only be one special employed student in each class, so if you want to recruit another special educated student, you must wait for the previous special employed student to graduate. However, since Chen Changkong has not yet awakened his powers, he may always retain his status as a special employee. Because of this, some people want Chen Changkong to drop out of school so that their juniors can become special students of Tianwu Academy. Of course, these people also know that Tianwu Academy protects specially employed students very thoroughly, so they dare not use force to suppress them. As for why Chen Changkong was not expelled, the reason is that each of the past specially employed students awakened super powerful powers and became top-notch power users. The only exception is Chen Changkong. Take the student who just negotiated conditions with Xia Weihai. The conditions she gave Chen Changkong were very tempting. After he dropped out of school, he could directly join Tianhong Group and become a regular employee. You must know that Tianhong Group is the largest group in Tengcheng, a super large group spanning the country and even half of the world. If you want to become a regular employee without powerful abilities, it is just wishful thinking. But the person who wanted to provide him with this condition should also be a senior member of the Tianhong Group. Thinking of the generous offer being rejected, Chen Changkong could only sigh. He opened the metal box and saw a purple gold spar. The effect of one spiritual crystal is enough to be worth 50 spiritual stones. And a piece of spiritual stone is worth 1,000 stars. Most ordinary people only need 2 or 3 spiritual stones to awaken their supernatural powers. But what about Chen Changkong? Calculating the time, he used a total of 60 spiritual stones and 3 spiritual crystals. But in the end, the superpower still didn't awaken. Picking up the spiritual crystal, Chen Changkong began to activate the spiritual breathing method. As he breathed, countless tiny psychic particles began to appear in the surrounding air, spinning around him like leaping sparks. Gradually, these particles began to enter his body one by one. As time passed by, suddenly the psychic particles became extremely active and poured into Chen Changkong's body crazily, as if they had been triggered. He felt a sharp pain spread throughout his body. He frowned tightly and felt the pain with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. Chen Changkong immediately thought that the changes described in the book were probably the changes before the power was awakened, and then he gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress the wail in his throat. A trace of blood boiled from his body, and his light blue pupils turned into golden yellow as if contact lenses were suddenly opened. A strong burning sensation erupted from his chest, and the space around him seemed to be distorted by the high temperature. His shirt was instantly burned to dust by the high temperature, and the meridians all over his body appeared as lines on his skin as if they were penetrated by flames. His black hair turned dark red and stood up messily. The severe pain and the burning sensation that seemed to be roasting it made him howl in pain. His muscles exploded and his teeth bit his tongue tightly. Even the bleeding from the tongue did not stop, as if the pain was trying to offset the pain. Time passed quickly like running water, and 20 minutes flew by. The pain and burning gradually receded, replaced by a new sensation. Chen Changkong could no longer hold on and fell softly to the ground, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his tone showed unconcealable excitement and ecstasy. He whispered, "I've awakened my powers. I've finally awakened my powers. Ha 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 ha. My powers, spirit bonding. It sounds pretty good. Spirit bonding, spirit bonding. At this moment, his heart was filled with joy and excitement. He felt as if he had mastered a powerful force that could change his destiny and realize his dream. The name of his special power, Contract Spirit, sounds full of mystery and charm. He whispered the name repeatedly, and waves of warmth surged into his heart, making him feel as if he had become the most powerful person in the world. Chapter 2. Chen Changkong was overjoyed. He had awakened an extremely powerful power, the spirit bond. This ability can force a conceptual contract with a being. And he was lucky enough to sign a contract with the sun hanging high in the starry sky. Ha ha ha! Chen Changkong laughed loudly, his joy beyond words. At this moment, he seemed to feel that the world was shaking beneath his feet. After laughing, he closed his eyes. In a moment, a light blue system panel appeared in front of him, which displayed Qingling Sun, 1%. Chen Changkong felt an indescribable excitement and joy in his heart. Only 1% of the power of the sun is already so powerful. How shocking it would be if it had 10%, 20%, or even 100% of the power. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, his heart filled with expectations and longing for the future. However, Chen Changkong soon realized that his level was far from enough. He needs more powerful strength and more subtle techniques. He quickly walked to the bedroom, turned on the computer, entered the school library, and began to search for suitable exercises. As a specially hired student, he has the right to read higher level martial arts and martial arts, although he can only redeem one copy per year. After more than half an hour of searching, he finally found 3 techniques that were suitable for his current stage of practice. Each exercise made his heart surge with excitement, and his expectations for the future became even stronger. Golden Crow Qi Shen Gong, Great Sun Golden Body Technique, Purple Ri East Qi Technique. Chen Changkong was hesitant among the 3 books on martial arts. In the end, he chose the Golden Body Technique of the Great Sun and another book about the Sun's martial arts, 8 Styles of the Sun-Burning Nuclear Power Universe. Then, with great expectation, he came to the living room to wait for the courier delivery of the exercises and martial arts. Bang bang bang! There was a knock on the door, and Chen Changkong immediately opened the door excitedly. At the door, he saw a box of express boxes. He knew that this was the method and martial arts he chose. He returned to the bedroom with the express box and opened it excitedly. Inside the box, lie 2 small chips, only about the size of a little finger. One chip is engraved with the image of the sun, and the other is engraved with a golden body. Chen Changkong picked up the chip and put it on his forehead, then crushed it gently. In an instant, a powerful stream of knowledge poured into his mind. It was a set of extremely powerful martial arts, the 8 Styles of the Sun-Burning Nuclear Power Universe. 8 Styles of the Sun-Burning Nuclear Energy Universe. By absorbing solar energy and then storing it in the body gradually generates power comparable to the sun, and then the solar energy stored in the body can be knocked out with a single blow, which is powerful and domineering method. There are 8 moves in total: Sun Piercer, Nuclear Storm Kick, Radiant Flame Palm, Corona Laser Knife, Fusion Frenzy Fist, Photon Nuclear Explosion Kick, Solar Hurricane Palm, and Nuclear Fission Vientian Fist. There is also another move that only exists in theory, the Japanese Nuclear Explosive Power. After absorbing the knowledge that suddenly appeared in his mind, Chen Changkong seemed a little impatient. He picked up the chip that stored the Golden Body Technique of the Great Sun and deftly placed it between his eyebrows and crushed it. Great Sun Golden Body Technique. This technique originated from a strong man's unique understanding of solar energy. He discovered that solar energy is not only an energy that gives life to all things, but also an energy that can temper the body and refine it. The supreme power of the spirit. The cultivation process of Great Sun Golden Body Technique is extremely arduous. Every practitioner needs to go through the scorching heat of the sun, just like the phoenix nirvana, experiencing the struggle between life and death. However, Only by experiencing this painful baptism can one truly get started and start to perceive and control solar energy. Practitioners of Xiaocheng's Great Sun Golden Body art are already invulnerable and not afraid of water or fire. Their bodies seem to have turned into the hardest metal in the world, indestructible. The practitioners of Dachen can easily withstand the attack of nuclear bombs and stand in the world like gods. The hierarchical system of Dai Sun Golden Body art is strict, and each level has its own specific name and power. From low to high they are: Bronze Body, Steel Body, Gold Body, Purple Yang Body, and Celestial Yang Body. Each level requires cultivators to make great efforts and persistence, but the rewards are also extremely huge. Cultivators with a bronze body level can manipulate solar energy to form an indestructible energy shield to protect themselves and others. Cultivators with a steel body level can absorb and convert solar energy in a short period of time to form a powerful attack force. Cultivators at the golden body level can fully control solar energy. Practitioners of the purple yang body have transcended the realm of mortals and have reached the realm of legendary natural disasters. As for the celestial body, it only exists in the imagination of the creator. He. Chen Changkong smiled and thought that practicing this technique requires the support of the sun, but he has contracted with the sun. No one is more suitable than him to practice these techniques, not even the creator of the techniques can compare with him. Chen Changkong immediately walked to the balcony, sat cross-legged, and began to perform the Golden Sun technique. His body beats as regularly as his breathing, merging with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, condensing golden particles. The sun in the sky seemed to become even hotter because of this, and the solar energy began to blend with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, turning into particles of golden energy. As Chen Changkong breathed, these golden particles poured into his body like a tide, and a burning sensation spread like fire in his body, causing his skin to gradually turn red. His breathing was as heavy as a tiger's, his lungs seemed to be filled with hot steam, his muscles began to swell, his bones seemed to be constantly shattering, and his meridians hurt as if they were being torn apart. This severe pain made his teeth clenched, and his skin began to peel off unconsciously, and blood gushed out, staining the floor red. After about 20 minutes, Chen Changkong's whole body was soaked in blood and turned into a little red man. His muscles began to contract violently, his body temperature gradually dropped, his bones began to reorganize, and his meridians began to connect. Chen Changkong took a deep breath, then fainted and fell to the ground. When he opened his eyes again, the sun had begun to set, and the sky seemed to be burned by fire. Seeing this scene, Chen Changkong took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, he was unconscious for a long time, but this practice seemed to be successful. He stood up immediately, only to find that his whole body was sticky and the blood on the ground had begun to disappear. He frowned and shook the blood off his body in disgust. Finding that he could not wipe off the blood on his body, Chen Changkong frowned and rubbed his hair in annoyance, then walked out of the balcony and went to the bathroom to start the process of cleaning his body. After rubbing his body in the bathroom for an hour, Chen Changkong walked out of the bathroom with a relaxed look on his face. Coming to the living room, Chen Changkong sat on the sofa and clenched his fists. Feeling the strength in his body now, Chen Changkong was filled with joy. He was finally no longer a criticized special student. However, he also has to go to the training hall to test his strength so that he can know what level he is at now. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong was about to get up and go to the training hall, but thinking that he had just taken a shower, he decided to take a rest before going. Immediately, Chen Changkong lay on his side on the sofa, narrowed his eyes, and began his dream journey. Time passed in a hurry, and a 10-hour night passed in the blink of an eye. Chen Changkong shook his head comfortably, then stood up and stretched, turned to look at the window, and found that the sun was shining brightly. Wow, is it already morning? Let's have breakfast and then go to the training gym. Seeing the clear sky, Chen Changkong was a little speechless. He squinted his eyes until morning, really like a pig. After complaining about himself, Chen Changkong also hurriedly prepared breakfast. After a few casual conversations, Chen Changkong got dressed and prepared to go to the training hall to test his current strength. When he went out, he looked up at the electronic clock on the wall. Holy shit, it's been 3 days. When did it happen? Could it be that I was unconscious for 2.5 days when I was unconscious? Chen Changkong was shocked when he saw that 3 days had passed on the electronic clock. He was not unconscious for half a day, but for 2.5 full days. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong slapped his forehead again and couldn't help complaining in his heart, it's really not good. I originally wanted to practice in seclusion for 7 days and shock the audience in the next competition. I didn't expect that it has already been 3 days. It's really yes. Sighing, he opened the door, walked out of the villa, and prepared to go to the training gym. About 20 minutes later, Chen Changkong arrived at the training hall located in the center of Tianwu Academy. This building looks very solemn. The entire exterior wall is made of white marble, and the white marble is engraved with light blue runes, giving people a mysterious and noble feeling. Entering the training hall, Chen Changkong saw many superpowers who had awakened their superpowers, exchanging various thoughts and experiences here, and the scene was extremely lively. He ignored the noisy surroundings and walked straight to the front. Standing at the front desk was a female staff member with her hair tied back. After seeing Chen Changkong, the staff asked respectfully, "Excuse me, is there anything I can do to help you? Please bring me a training room. The time limit is 5 days." Chen Changkong said to the staff. While speaking, he did not forget to take out the special student card key from his pocket and hand it to the staff. The staff were also surprised when they saw the special student card key handed over by Chen Changkong, and then quickly opened a training room. "Your training room is room 7, you can go directly there now." Hearing that it was room number 7, Chen Changkong nodded, then turned and left, heading to training room number 7. Looking at Chen Changkong leaving, the staff whispered, "Is this the useless special recruit that everyone in the school is talking about? I heard that he only came to the training room once because he was afraid." At this time, a male staff member also came over and said, "He's just a waste. He took up the quota of special recruits in vain. You know, special recruits have 5 days of training room opportunities every month. This guy has been in the training room for 2 years. Coming to the training room once is simply a waste of this spot." Chapter 3. Chen Changkong took the elevator to the 3rd floor and stood there, staring down at the card key in his hand. After confirming that he had arrived at the training room, he walked toward room 7, each step firm and powerful. After walking about 30 steps, he finally came to the door of room 7. Carefully insert the card key into the machine. At the moment of insertion, a mechanical sound sounded. The test was successful and confirmed to be Chen Changkong, a specially recruited student. The mechanical sound fell, and the door in front of him suddenly opened, and Chen Changkong stepped in calmly. He was a little surprised by the scene indoors. There was no strange fitness equipment or training equipment here, but only a vast and empty environment, which was comparable to a huge room the size of 3 football fields in his previous life. After Chen Changkong entered the training room, he looked around and said in a deep voice to the air, "Please give me a strength test." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge instrument suddenly appeared in the center of the empty space. The instrument reorganized itself at nanoscale speed, and finally appeared as a huge white instrument, standing in front of him in shock. The surface of the instrument was as smooth as a mirror, as if it were made of countless tiny crystals, each crystal shimmering constantly. Chen Changkong strolled to the dynamometer, his eyes firm and focused, like a cheetah staring at its prey. He repeatedly tensed and clenched his hands, as if mobilizing all his strength in preparation for the next punch. Suddenly, he violently swung his right fist, and power burst out from his waist, like lightning piercing the silence. His shoulders and arms exerted force, converging the power into his fist. This punch was like thunder, hitting the dynamometer hard. Boom! Buzzing! In the silent air, the echoes of boxing and the vibrations of the dynamometer intertwined to form a vivid picture. Chen Changkong's slightly bent knees and adjusted center of gravity showed his ease. He whispered softly, "It should be, not bad, right?" His tone was full of anticipation and nervousness. At this moment, time and space seemed to have stopped, and only the sound of fists, vibrations, and the echo of the machine echoed in the air. Drop. Fighting power explosive test result, 2,250 kilograms. Evaluation level, 3 stars in awakening realm are perfect. Evaluation levels, ordinary, elite, excellent, perfect, super perfect. Yes, the strength is acceptable. Chen Changkong frowned, but still nodded slightly to express his approval. But is it only perfect? It should be normal. After all, I have just awakened my powers and haven't completely started practicing. After hearing the evaluation results of the white instrument, Chen Changkong expressed his deep approval. The next words are: next comes the speed test. In the center of the training room, a 100-meter-long track suddenly appeared on the ground, as if it had been transformed. Next to the runway, there are racks of high-end and sophisticated machines. Chen Changkong came to the runway vigorously and stretched his body. His eyes were firmly fixed on the track in front of him, and then he took a deep breath involuntarily and bent his knees slightly. Power emerges from his waist, then transmits and activates his legs, and finally transforms into powerful explosive power. Ha! As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changkong rushed out like an arrow from a string with lightning speed. His speed was as fast as the wind, and he reached the finish line in just an instant. Speed explosive power test result, 9.32. Evaluation level, 3 stars in awakening realm are perfect. Hearing this result, Chen Changkong shook his head with dissatisfaction, and then continued, "Continue the defense test for me." However, just when Chen Changkong was about to start the defense test, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Distinguished student Chen Changkong was detected. Since you are not a 5-star or higher level in the awakening realm, you cannot start the defense test. Hearing the reminder from this mechanical voice, Chen Changkong frowned and seemed a little unhappy. He is a person who has practiced the Great Sun Golden Body technique. How can his strength be compared to those of ordinary 3-star awakening realms? However, after thinking about it carefully, Chen Changkong no longer insisted on testing the defense. Instead, he turned to the artificial intelligence and said, "Now please adjust the training mode for me." The environmental scene is changed to the sun, and the energy supply is changed to once every 3 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, the room changed instantly. The walls, which were originally as hard as steel, peeled off like old tree bark, and pieces of glass were embedded in the walls, shining like water drops in a waterfall. The dark room suddenly became brighter, as if countless stars were shining. The sun's rays shine through the glass windows, warm and bright, giving people the feeling of being in a future science fiction world. Feeling the changes in the environment, Chen Changkong adjusted the indoor temperature to 70 degrees and then raised the floor temperature to 100 degrees as he wished. Immediately afterwards, he decided to adjust the gravity in the room to 1.5 times. After this series of instructions were given, the originally cool room instantly became unbearably hot, as if he was in a tropical rainforest. Chen Changkong couldn't help but sweat, and even his shoes began to smoke. Seeing that his shoes were overheated, Chen Changkong decided to take them off and stepped barefoot on the iron plate that had turned red. The hot touch made him grit his teeth, but he still managed to reach the center. He began to pump his fists, exerting all his strength with each punch, as if he was challenging his own limits. As his movements became more and more intense, sweat gradually soaked his body. However, the sweat evaporated the moment it hit the ground, making a crackling sound, as if applauding his efforts. Time passed quietly. About 2 hours later, he felt as if he had just come out of the water, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. Boom! Chen Changkong finally condensed the real Sun Piercer fist in his 700th punch. The strong fist force produced a huge roar in front of Chen Changkong, which shook people's hearts like thunder. His hands are wrapped with a faint yellow flame, as if the blazing sun is jumping in his palms. The moment the fist hits the enemy, the terrifying flame will not only tear the opponent's chest with its supreme and violent fist power, but also cause it to be terrifying. The flames burned the opponent's body. Call! Chen Changkong gasped for breath. The first of the 8 forms of the sun-burning nuclear energy Qingling, Sun Piercer Fist, it really lived up to its reputation. Each punch is like the scorching sun penetrating the thick clouds, tearing the enemy's chest with supreme and violent punches, making him extremely painful. Not only that, every punch he throws will come back to him, making his body stronger. After resting for an hour, he picked up the energy drink on the side and took a sip. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been given a shot of chicken blood, and he was instantly resurrected on the spot with full health. He felt relaxed all over, as if he had endless strength. This feeling of comfort after exhaustion made him sigh with emotion. It is indeed an A-level energy potion. Just one bottle seems to have absorbed all the fatigue in my body. At this moment, my whole body is relaxed, as if I have inexhaustible strength. The only disadvantage is that it is a bit expensive. Even with the privilege of being a special employee, it is worth 5,000 stars. Without the privilege of being a special employee, a bottle costs 30,000 stars. You must know that 3,000 stars is enough for an ordinary family to live for a month. Rich life. After sitting on the ground for about 20 minutes, Chen Changkong stood up again and continued his long and somewhat boring training. He continued to punch, gradually forgetting the surrounding environment, only aware of the small changes in his body with each punch. His muscles were trembling, his cells were excited, but his spirit was at peace. At this moment, Chen Changkong was like a boxing master who had been practicing boxing for decades, and every punch contained supreme boxing principles. As time passed, Chen Changkong's limbs gradually burned with golden flames. The golden flames were as sacred and hot as the flames of hope. Finally, the golden flames on his limbs began to gradually spread, extending to other parts of his body, from his trunk to his meridians to his blood, heart, and even the most mysterious brain of mankind. The golden flame was like a body-tempering flame, washing away his filthy body. The flame purified his body, allowing his body to complete sublimation, and his blood and brain to be completely sublimated. As time passed, the golden flame began to gradually extinguish, and Chen Changkong's skin began to gradually reveal colorful liquids. That was the filth he had accumulated over the past 19 years, and the golden flame began to burn these filths, turning them into dust in the world. After all the colorful filth completely disappeared, the golden flames on Chen Changkong's body also completely disappeared. It's just that his body has undergone earth-shaking changes. He was originally about 1.77 meters tall, but now he is probably 1.9 meters tall. The body that could only be described as having some muscles at first has become muscular, with a broad and thick back and clear grooves. At this time, the arms are as strong as polished diamonds, and the muscles are as perfect as ancient Greek statues. The pupils also changed from light blue to golden yellow, just like golden pupils. Chen Changkong took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and felt the almost endless power in his body. At this moment, he felt as if he could blow up the whole world with one punch. But he knew that this was just because he had just obtained this power and was not yet fully familiar with it. However, looking at his arms that were thicker than his original thighs and his body that was stronger, he couldn't help frowning, and he was a little confused. Practice the 8 postures of the burning sun nuclear energy Qingling to make people look like such a muscular man. Chapter 4. Time flies by like running water, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days have passed. Chen Changkong is like a Buddha, sitting in lotus position in the dust of the world. His muscles were as strong as sculptures, and his whole body was covered with golden runes, shining with mysterious light. The flame burning on his forehead was like a mysterious torch, making him look like a god, as if he could control the flame and fly to the sky at any time. Chen Changkong slowly opened his eyes as deep as the sea. In an instant, his eyes emitted a bright light, as if they were inlaid with two shining titanium alloy gems, dazzling. His tight muscles were as tense as strings, and he stood up slowly, then breathed a sigh of relief. A strong aura surged in front of him, like a strong wind rushing past, forming a small tornado in an instant. Chen Changkong moved his somewhat stiff muscles, and his whole body suddenly made a pop sound. After a little activity, Chen Changkong spread his fingers, made a fist, and said with a little surprise in his tone, "Did I break through the 5-star awakening realm like this? In just 4 days, I surpassed others who took months or even a year. The most important thing is that this great sun golden body technique seems to have undergone some wonderful changes. Now my body is more than 10 times stronger than before, and I can also release some flames. Let's name this change Sun Spirit Body." After feeling the changes in himself, Chen Changkong couldn't wait to test his current strength. Immediately, he said to the training room, "Start the strength test now." As soon as he finished speaking, the huge white machine appeared in front of Chen Changkong again. Chen Changkong came to the huge machine with ease. He waved his hand, and then slammed his fist into the machine like a spear. Boom! The powerful force made the machine tremble. After about a while, the machine stopped shaking and reported Chen Changkong's current strength data. Fighting power explosive test results, 8,500 kilograms. Evaluation level, awakening realm 5-star super perfect. The moment he heard the results announced, Chen Changkong nodded with satisfaction. He immediately regained his position, preparing to test his latest punching power with the sun-piercing heart fist from the 8 forms of the burning sun nuclear energy Qingling. He stepped down steadily, placed his right hand on his waist, and slowly clenched his fingers into a fist. A pale golden flame emerged from his right fist, and finally completely enveloped the entire right hand. After confirming that he was ready, Chen Changkong slightly bent his body and gradually concentrated all his strength into his right fist. In an instant, his right fist struck the machine in front of him as fast as a bullet. Boom! The strong reaction force made Chen Changkong's right hand feel numb. He quickly shook his right hand, trying to dispel the numbness. Compared to Chen Changkong's right hand, the machine in front of him was not so lucky. There was a fist mark about 5 centimeters deep in the center of the machine, and there was also some leakage in the machine. After a while, the machine sounded a report. Fighting power explosive test result, 45,000 kilograms. Evaluation level, awakening realm 8-star super perfect. Chen Changkong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the report indicating that he had reached the 8-star super perfection of the awakening realm. You know, the further the realm goes, the greater the rise. Although he is currently only a 5-star in the awakening realm, once he uses the Sun Piercer Fist, his power will be able to catch up with the 9-star awakening realm. What's more, he also has a move in his hand that is more powerful than the Sun Piercer Fist. After completing the strength test, Chen Changkong did not continue with the speed test, but chose the defense test. After all, the speed that can be improved in the awakening realm is very small, so it is better to directly conduct a defense test. Just as Chen Changkong was thinking about what the next defense test would be like, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Start the defense test now. You can choose a comprehensive defense test or a special defense test. Hearing the sudden mechanical sound, Chen Changkong frowned and asked doubtfully, what is the difference between these two defense tests? The all-round defense test will comprehensively test your endurance, cold resistance, frost resistance, toxicity resistance, heat resistance, skin defense, visceral defense, muscle and bone defense, etc. The special defense test is a defense test based on your characteristics. For example, some people have strong heat resistance but extremely weak cold resistance. Some people have extremely strong skin defenses that can be said to be invulnerable, but their internal organs are very fragile. Therefore, the school specifically divides the defense test into two parts. After hearing the explanations of the two defense tests, Chen Changkong thought for a while and finally decided that the all-around defense test was better. After all, the all-round defense test can show how strong his defense is now. After understanding Chen Changkong's decision, the white machine in the training ground quietly disappeared and was replaced by a closed room. Chen Changkong walked into the room calmly. The moment he stepped into the room, the surrounding environment heated up rapidly, from 40 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, 100 degrees, all the way to 300 degrees, 400 degrees, and finally it stopped at an astonishing 700 degrees. At first, Chen Changkong seemed relaxed and at ease. However, an hour later, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. When the temperature rose to 700 degrees, when Chen Changkong was about to move his body, the temperature soared again, reaching 1200 degrees. After another 2 hours, Chen Changkong's body began to develop a self-protection mechanism. He began to sweat profusely and gasped for air. Just when he was about to adjust his body, the temperature rose again, from 1400 degrees, 1600 degrees, 2000 degrees, all the way to 2400 degrees. At the moment when the temperature reached 2400 degrees, Chen Changkong began to feel as if his skin was about to evaporate, the moisture was lost rapidly, and his vision began to become blurry. The burning sensation gradually subsided and was replaced by a general feeling of exhaustion. Just when he was about to close his eyes and fall down, the small flame on his forehead began to burn vigorously, and the burning sensation all over his body disappeared instantly, and a feeling of comfort flowed throughout his body. His muscles began to expand again, as if they were absorbing all the high temperature around them and turning them into their own strength. About 20 minutes later, Chen Changkong's muscles began to shrink again and return to their original appearance, and the small flame burning on his forehead also disappeared. Chen Changkong gasped for air and listened to the performance report coming from the training room. Heat resistance test results, limit 2600 degrees. Immediately afterwards, the temperature in the room began to change again. First came the extreme cold, then the intense hail of bullets, then the bites of wild beasts, and finally the simulation of gravity. After a series of tests, Chen Changkong no longer had any strength to stand. He lay on the ground with his limbs spread out, unable to move like a dying body. There was severe pain all over his body, as if telling him of his suffering. His limbs were as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and his lungs were as if they were filled with cement, making even breathing extremely difficult. He was lying on the ground, feeling like he was only one step away from returning home. After a long time, a mechanical report came from the training room. Evaluation grade, Awakening Realm 10 stars perfect. Chen Changkong was also shocked when he heard this evaluation level. This was 2 levels higher than what he had originally expected. He originally thought it would be 8-star perfection in the Awakening Realm, but he didn't expect it to reach 10-star perfection. At this moment, he clearly felt the strength of his defense. Within the current scope of the Awakening Realm, except for those who have the abnormal defense powers of the 10 stars of the Awakening Realm, his defense power is probably unmatched by anyone. Coupled with his powerful attack power, now he has the courage to compete with even the 8 stars of the Awakening Realm. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared on Chen Changkong's originally shocked handsome face. Just when Chen Changkong wanted to stand up because of excitement, a sharp pain suddenly sounded. Oh oh oh! Severe pain instantly filled his brain, causing him to scream in pain at that moment. Chapter 5. After the wave of pain receded slightly, Chen Changkong stood up and left the training room. He walked on the road, immersed in self-thinking, and what he had gained these days made him feel like he was waking up from a dream. His realm has reached the 5-star Awakening Realm, and his combat power is comparable to the 8-star or even 9-star awakening realm. Moreover, he has also learned 2.5 moves of the 8 forms of the Burning Sun nuclear energy universe, and has also practiced the Great Sun Golden Body technique to the realm of Bronze Body. Suddenly, a harsh voice broke his thoughts. He looked up and saw a short, wretched man with a rat-like face staring at him. That man was none other than his former classmate Li Shu, an extremely vulgar guy who had awakened a B and level power. In this world, abilities are divided into S level, A level, B level, C level, D level and E level. Awakening supernatural powers not only gives people magical abilities, but also speeds up their cultivation. For those who have awakened D-level powers, their cultivation speed is more than 4 times that of those without powers, let alone those with higher levels of powers. Chen Changkong said to Li Shu contemptuously, "I won't let a mouse become my classmate, right? A stinky mouse." Hearing this, Li Shu's expression suddenly turned ferocious. He hates it when others use his appearance to laugh at him. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Changkong, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. Li Shu was furious and said word by word, "Chen Changkong, what qualifications do you have to criticize me, a loser? Otherwise we have a life and death duel, and the loser will withdraw from Tianwu Academy." Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth and nodded to agree to the duel. He was just looking for someone to try his hand at it, but he didn't expect that a sandbag would come to his door. Seeing Chen Changkong accept the duel, Li Shu was stunned for a moment, worried that there was fraud. Suddenly, he noticed that Chen Changkong had become taller and more powerful. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva, worried that Chen Changkong had awakened some powerful power. But when he thought about how Chen Changkong could be his opponent since he hadn't awakened his powers for 2 years, he accepted the duel. Chen Changkong sneered and said, "Then how about setting this duel in 3 days? Big ugly rat." Hearing the time, Li Shu gritted his teeth and nodded, his eyes full of viciousness. "Chen Changkong, just wait for me, you will be disabled or dead in 3 days." After saying that, Li Shu turned around and left. Looking at Li Shu leaving, Chen Changkong sneered. "In 3 days, I don't know whether you will die or I will die. I'm actually looking forward to your expression in 3 days, a stinky rat." Chen Changkong did not stay there for too long and quickly left the scene. After the two left, everyone in the training hall began to talk about it. Alas, is this Chen Changkong seeking his own death and actually challenging Li Shu? Not necessarily. Maybe Chen Changkong has given up on himself and wants others to beat him to death in order to find relief. Ha ha ha, it's really exciting. In 3 days, Chen Changkong will probably kneel down and beg for mercy. You people are really going too far. Chen Changkong is so handsome, how can you slander him like this? It's really pitiful. It's been 2 years since I entered school, but I haven't awakened my powers yet. Ridicule, ridicule, justification, sympathy, all kinds of voices are intertwined. Suddenly, a voice broke through the din. Didn't you notice? Chen Changkong suddenly grew 20 centimeters recently. This may mean that he has awakened his superpower. After the words fell, everyone fell into silence. In fact, they all knew that Chen Changkong had awakened his powers, but they just couldn't accept that a special employee who was once considered a waste had now awakened his powers. At the same time, this news also appeared on the forum of Tianwu Academy, and it was announced that Chen Changkong and Li Shu would have a duel in 3 days, and the loser would withdraw from the academy. In a classroom full of science fiction, a boy who looked to be 16 or 17 years old was staring at Chen Changkong's photo on the forum. He has exquisite facial features, wears a pair of square-framed glasses, and exudes the elegance of a scholarly family. He gently adjusted his glasses, his eyes shining with a unique brilliance. It has changed a lot. He has changed so much in just a few days. It seems that he has awakened his superpower, and it is most likely a powerful superpower. He thought deeply. In other places, someone has already formed a support group for Chen Changkong. After all, Chen Changkong was already handsome before, but now after transformation, he has perfectly matched the absolute beauty in the eyes of females. Back home, Chen Changkong didn't know what changes had taken place in the outside world. Chen Changkong stretched, then walked straight to the bathroom and took his first bath in the past few days. While Chen Changkong was taking a shower, there was a rapid knock on the door. Chen Changkong returned home and knew nothing about the external changes. He stretched his body and enjoyed the tranquility. Then, he went straight to the bathroom, ready to wash away the fatigue of the past few days. While Chen Changkong was taking a bath, a rapid knock on the door broke his tranquility. Bang bang bang! The knock on the door was so urgent, but Chen Changkong was enjoying the warmth of the bathroom and didn't hear it. 15 minutes later, the knock on the door rang again, and this time, Chen Changkong heard it. While wiping his wet hair, he walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he found Xia Weihai. Xia Weihai gasped, his cheeks flushed with anxiety. "Teacher Xia, why did you come to me?" Looking at the person in front of him, Chen Changkong asked doubtfully. "You have the nerve to say it. Do you know how anxious I am after seeing what happened on the forum? How can you be so impulsive? You have to know that Li Shu is an awakened B-end level superpower. This is about him. You'd better read the information within these 3 days." Xia Weihai looked at Chen Changkong, who was still confused and ignorant, frowned, and then scolded him seriously, while handing him the information in his hand. "But teacher, I have awakened my superpower, and it is a very powerful superpower, and my realm has reached the 5-star awakening level." Chen Changkong waved his hand and said to Xia Weihai in front of him, while taking the information. When he heard that Chen Changkong had awakened his superpower and had reached the 5-star level of awakening, Xia Weihai's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils shrank, and he forgot to close his mouth again. After he stood like a statue for 3 minutes, the shock in his heart subsided a little, and then he closed his eyes. He looked at Chen Changkong happily. "You brat, if you didn't tell me earlier, you would have made me worry in vain." After saying that, Xia Weihai turned around and left. However, after turning around, Xia Weihai looked back at Chen Changkong, and finally left the place holding back the joy in his heart. Looking at Xia Weihai leaving, Chen Changkong opened his lips slightly and made a sound quieter than an ant. "Thank you, my mentor." Then he returned to the bedroom with the information. Looking at the information in his hand, he couldn't help but smile. Teacher Xia was really attentive and actually helped him organize a piece of information. Although dealing with a big smelly rat doesn't require much research, after all, this is Teacher Xia's wish. He planned to open the information himself later and study the big smelly rat carefully. After he put the information on the table, he went to dry his hair and get ready to go to bed. Just as he was about to lie down on the bed, the knock on the door rang again. Bang bang bang! Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Changkong was a little confused. Who could it be? Could it be Teacher Xia again? He quickly dressed and ran down. When he came to the door, he took a deep breath and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, he immediately opened his hands and shouted. "Teacher Xia, why are you here again?" The air suddenly became quiet for a few seconds, and standing at the door was a petite girl with fair skin, a bob haircut, big round eyes, a small nose and plump cheeks. She exudes the innocent temperament of a good girl. Seeing the person coming, Chen Changkong put his hands down pretending to be calm, and then said with a serious face, "Who are you? Why did you come to me? I don't remember seeing you." After hearing what Chen Changkong said, the girl replied with a simple face, "My name is Liu Jingjing. My brother said that you have awakened a very powerful power, which may even be at the same level as me, so he asked me to come over and take a look. If possible, let you be his brother-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changkong's face was full of shock, Be his brother-in-law? Do you know what the word brother-in-law means? Hearing Chen Changkong suddenly say brother-in-law, Lu Jingjing tilted her head and wondered, isn't brother-in-law a title for someone who is also powerful? Puff. Chen Changkong made a sound, a little shocked. What kind of brother would tell his sister that brother-in-law is the title of a powerful person? Immediately, he asked her curiously, can I ask who your brother is? My brother's surname is Lu and his name is Qingling. Lu Jingjing said her brother's name very politely. Hearing the name Lu Qingling, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment. Isn't this one of the 6 geniuses of Tianwu Academy? Why would he pay attention to him? Chapter 6. Lu Jingjing continued, brother also emphasized that if you win this duel, he will come in person to pay you the highest respect. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jingjing turned around and left without hesitation. Chen Changkong looked at her leaving figure, his brows furrowed and his heart full of doubts. He had never heard that Lu Qingling had a sister, but he could feel the sister's great strength and slight threat. He sighed softly, shrugged, and thought to himself, after all, we are not a family, and we don't belong to the same family. My brother is a super genius, so how can my sister not be a super genius? Chen Changkong didn't take her words to heart. In the past, he might have been flattered by this. But now, he just closed the door gently and went back to the bedroom to lie down. The next day, as the morning light filled the windows, Chen Changkong woke up from his warm bed, walked into the bathroom softly, and started the morning ritual of a new day. He brushed his teeth and freshened his breath, then prepared breakfast and enjoyed his quiet moment alone. Sitting at the dining table, Chen Changkong thought of the information that teacher Xia gave him yesterday. He walked to the table and picked up the information. Name, Li Shu. S*X, male. Family, my father is the manager of Tiana Heavy Industry in Nanhai City, and my mother is one of the top executives of Yanshan Yuxi Group. Superpower, B end level, change system, red golden rat. Realm, awakening realm 5 stars. Exercise, red golden rat king technique. This exercise mainly strengthens the body, using the power of the red golden rat as the main body to strengthen the body and strength. Martial skill, red gold rat claw. Practice this method to make your hands as strong as red gold rat claws, able to cut objects, even the trunks of big trees. Stealth and raid, Li Shu is good at sneaking and raiding. The red golden rat's superpower allows him to be everywhere, and his strength and speed allow him to attack at any time. The combination of supernatural powers and human intelligence, as well as the strength, speed and defense of the red golden rat make him invincible, and his stealth and surprise skills always give him the upper hand. Chen Changkong lowered his head to study the information in his hands, his expression becoming serious and serious. He whispered, the power of change, the red golden rat? And it's in the same realm as me. In this world, abilities can be roughly divided into 4 types: superhuman abilities, control abilities, transformation abilities, and the most special mysterious abilities. Chen Changkong felt that he might have this most special mysterious power. After all, the spirit of bond was close to a concept. He remembered the description of the red golden rat in the book, extremely powerful, invulnerable, with red hair, and looks very similar to the rat in the sewer. Its claws can easily cut through steel. The hardest part of its body is its teeth. A piece of diamond can be easily chewed into pieces. Of course, Li Shu is just a weak person in the 5-star awakening realm. No matter how hard his teeth are, he cannot easily bite a piece of diamond into pieces. Chen Changkong felt that at most he could crush some lower purity steel. After thinking of the description of the red golden rat, Chen Changkong stretched, stroked his hair, and then began to enjoy his breakfast. Although there is a saying that a lion fights a rabbit with all his strength, the premise is that the rabbit must have enough speed. How could he be serious when facing a mouse? Breaking the defense is considered a huge stroke of luck. Time flies by like a flash, and 3 days have passed. In a circular venue that resembled the ancient Roman Colosseum, Li Shu was standing on the duel field, waiting for Chen Changkong's arrival. The audience stage was full of seats, crowded and lively. "You said that Chen Changkong hasn't come yet. Are you too scared to come?" "Ha ha ha. I think he's just too scared to come. He's just a loser." "Stop talking nonsense, Chen Changkong must be making preparations." "Humph, isn't he just a bit more handsome?" "He's still a loser after all, but he still has a fan base." In the audience stage, due to Chen Changkong's late arrival, two forces were divided. On one side are the spectators who think Chen Changkong is too timid to come, and on the other side are Chen Changkong's fan groups who firmly believe that Chen Changkong is preparing for the game at this moment. While the two sides were arguing, Chen Changkong walked out of the cave leisurely and walked steadily towards the competition stage. Seeing Chen Changkong coming, Li Shu gritted his teeth and threatened, "Even if I don't let you die, I will make you a real waste." Hearing these words, Chen Changkong's face suddenly turned cold, and his eyes were like ice picks piercing Li Shu. "I don't know whether it will be you or me who is going to become a waste." Just as the two were exchanging words, a voice suddenly sounded. "Bold. Are you ready to fight before I even arrive?" Hearing this voice, Chen Changkong immediately looked up and saw an old man with long grey beard and slicked back hair standing there. He seemed to be in his late 50s. Chen Changkong frowned. The person who came was actually Zhang Yiming, the deputy dean of the court department. He never imagined that Li Shu could hire such a heavyweight. "You know, Zhang Yiming is the deputy dean of one department of the university. It is difficult for even Chen Changkong's parents to recruit a person of this level. It seems that there must be more powerful forces behind Li Shu." Zhang Yiming glared at Chen Changkong fiercely, and then announced loudly, "I will be the referee for today's duel. The winner will win all the resources of the loser, and the loser will automatically withdraw from Tianwu Academy. I now declare the duel. Start." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Shu rushed towards Chen Changkong like a fierce tiger. He formed his left hand into the shape of a claw and used the eagle claw stone breaking hand. This move could have left deep claw marks on the stone, but in Chen Changkong's eyes, this move was slower than a snail, as if it was still. Chen Changkong was calm and composed, stretched out his right hand lightly, and easily caught Li Shu's move. Then he flicked his right hand and threw the rat, which weighed about 200 kilograms, into the air like a stone. Everyone present was shocked. Chen Changkong, whom they regarded as a waste, actually showed such a brave performance. "You call this a piece of trash who hasn't awakened his superpower yet?" "No, this guy just awakened his superpower." Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Li Shu thought he would eliminate Chen Changkong directly, but he didn't expect that he would be thrown into the air by him instead. So he quickly used his brain to think about how to avoid being hit by Chen Changkong in mid-air. However, Chen Changkong did not attack him who was unable to bear the force in mid-air as he thought, but quietly looked at him who was about to land. Li Shu was suddenly filled with rage, feeling endless humiliation emerging at this moment. He gritted his teeth and got down on all fours, his fur sprouting like bamboo shoots on the ground, and his muscles bulging like balloons and bursting through his clothes, leaving only a pair of underwear on his body. Just like a large mouse wearing underwear, very abstract. Seeing Li Shu turning into a real mouse, Chen Changkong whistled and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Is this the power of the change system? But why does the power of the change system burst his clothes? Those animations, in the novel, when you transform into an animal, shouldn't you keep your clothes?" Li Shu looked at Chen Changkong who whistled and thought it was a provocation to him. He opened his mouth wide and rushed towards Chen Changkong like a mouse on all fours. Looking at the mouse charging towards him, Chen Changkong immediately raised his right fist and swung it out violently. "Bounce!" sounded, and Li Shu was knocked 8 meters away by Chen Changkong, while Chen Changkong only took a small step back. Chen Changkong frowned and looked at his feet. He actually took a small step back and was forced to take a small step back by a rat, a smelly rat. He gritted his teeth, looked at the huge rat in front of him with a cold face, and murmured to himself, "Big stinky rat, if you can hear it, then prepare to become a useless person." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changkong stepped forward fiercely. In just 3 steps, he got in front of Li Shu, then raised his right fist high and hit Li Shu hard on the chest. In an instant, a trace of blood flowed out of Li Shu's chest. However, this blow also caused him to receive a strong reaction force and he was knocked back several steps. Chen Changkong clenched his fist, felt his right hand which was still a little sore and numb, and shook it. Then he opened his fist and began to accumulate strength. The veins on his arms popped out, and the muscles were as hard as stone. Then he clenched his fist fiercely and used the sun-piercing cloud fist move, hitting Li Shu's bleeding chest hard. "Pft" sounded, and blood spurted out from Li Shu's chest like spring water. Li Shu also fell to the ground unable to move because of the severe pain in his chest. Chen Changkong shook off the blood on his right hand and prepared to turn around and leave. After all, how could a man who was already nearly useless get up to fight him again? He. Li Shu endured the severe pain in his chest and struggled to stand up. He took off the metal necklace hanging around his neck and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing this scene, Chen Changkong frowned. Red golden rats have a special ability that allows them to temporarily increase their strength by swallowing metal objects. After swallowing the metal necklace, the rat's muscles expanded again, its hair became harder, the wound on its chest began to heal, and its teeth became sharper. The sudden change doubled Li Shu's confidence. He laughed and said, "Chen Changkong, you will not only become a useless person. I can't control my power, so don't die." Looking at Li Shu who turned into a bigger mouse, Chen Changkong frowned, then raised his hands above his head and clenched his fingers. Seeing Chen Changkong's actions, Li Shu took a few steps back with some fear. Chen Changkong raised his hands high, clenched his fists, grinned, revealing his big white teeth, and said to Li Shu, "Do you know what real power is? Next, you will see what the incarnation of the sun is." Chapter 7. Powerful power spurted out from Chen Changkong's body, and his muscles expanded vigorously, tearing his clothes apart, as if they were given life. On his chest, a tattoo was as bright as the sun, and on his back, a demon mask that looked like a ghost emerged. Seeing the sudden abyss-like momentum, Li Shu's biological instincts sounded in his mind, telling him, "I will die, I will die, I will definitely die." His heart was full of panic and powerlessness. Zhang Yiming was also shocked and pulled out a few grey beards. How powerful this power was! Although it did not directly make him feel a sense of crisis, he could still feel the blazing power, as hot as the sun. It was the stock can easily kill Li Shu's power. Li Shu clenched his teeth and firmly restrained the sense of crisis generated by the biological cells. He exerted force on his limbs, then pounced, raised his right paw again, and used the red golden rat claw. The huge power allowed him to the air made bursts of sound. Dang! This attack was enough to leave claw marks on the steel plate, but it did not even break through Chen Changkong's defense. Instead, it injured his right hand. Li Shu looked at his right hand that had begun to fall apart, his eyes widened, and he looked at Chen Changkong in fear. He wanted to retreat, but because he thought of what the adult said before, he had to grit his teeth and prepare to pounce on Chen Changkong again. Li Shu lay on the ground again, and used his right hand again regardless of the previous injury. The powerful force scratched a claw mark on the ground. His limbs began to exert force, and he pounced with all his strength, jumping about 10 meters into the air. Then, using the power of the fall, he opened his bloody mouth and bit Chen Changkong. Seeing that he was about to bite himself with the rat's dirty teeth, Chen Changkong showed a disgusted expression, then suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Li Shu's mouth tightly. Feeling the sudden pressure that shattered all his teeth, Li Shu's eyes finally shed some tears. However, Chen Changkong did not let him go because of this. Chen Changkong waved his hand and threw him into the air, and then started to gather his strength. Looking at Chen Changkong, who was accumulating strength, Li Shu wanted to control his body movements, but found that he was now in too much pain to move. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be watching the flowers on a horse, and he saw the experiences of his life. Just when he saw his stupid speech 3 days ago, a huge fist wrapped in flames hit his head hard. Click! The skull began to shatter, making crackling sounds, and the head was violently hammered to the back. The strong force turned Li Shu's body into a rickets patient. Even today's medically advanced world cannot change the fact that Li Shu has become a useless person. Call! Chen Changkong put away his fists, blew on the smoke coming from them, and then began to relax his whole body. The godlike muscles also began to atrophy and return to their original appearance. After loosening his muscles and bones, Chen Changkong left here with his upper body naked without looking back. The audience was still shocked that Chen Changkong instantly killed Li Shu, so they did not notice Chen Changkong, who had left. Oh, you actually say this is trash? If this is trash, then wouldn't I be worse than trash? It's so shocking. Chen Changkong actually awakened such a powerful power. He easily defeated Li Shu. This is explosive news. Damn it, that Li Shu is such a loser. He can even defeat a person who has just awakened his powers. At this time, Zhang Yiming also came to his senses. He announced the result of the competition loudly. The winner is Chen Changkong. After announcing the results of the competition, Zhang Yiming glanced at Li Shu in the audience thoughtfully, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Are you awake? Looks like we don't have to go through too much trouble anymore. After returning home, the first thing Chen Changkong did was to go to the bathroom and take a shower. After all, if you are dueling with a mouse, you will inevitably get some stench on your body. After taking a shower, Chen Changkong walked into the living room while wiping his wet hair with a towel, and fell into thinking about his current power. He couldn't help but think in his mind. It seems that my status as a special student should be over soon. However, I heard that after the special student ends, I will be upgraded to a seed-level student. Those kind of sub-level students are only 12 among the tens of thousands of students in Tianwu Academy. And among these 12 seed-level students, 5 were promoted from specially recruited students. You know, Tianwu Academy has more than 20,000 students and thousands of teachers. It is these 12 seed-level students who are at the top of the school. They are like seeds that can grow into towering trees and are destined to become strong men. Chen Changkong's curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to know what the benefits of seed-level students were. He hadn't thought for the moment that he might not be able to become a seed-level student. After all, if he couldn't do it, then who could? Just when Chen Changkong was deep in thought, a rigorous knock on the door sounded. Bang bang bang! Hearing the knock on the door, Chen Changkong touched his chin in confusion. Who could it be? I seemed to already know who was coming for me. With doubts, Chen Changkong walked to the door, reached out and opened the door. The first thing that caught his eye was a handsome man with exquisite features, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his hair was light blue in a ponytail, exuding a mysterious temperament that makes people immersed in it. Looking at the man in front of him, Chen Changkong frowned and asked doubtfully, "Who is your excellency?" The handsome man was about to speak, but was interrupted by a clear voice. "This is my brother Lu Qingyu." Hearing this familiar voice, Chen Changkong looked behind the handsome man and saw Lu Jingjing walking out from behind Lu Qingyu with a pure look on her face. Looking at his sister who interrupted him, Lu Qingyu twitched the corner of his mouth, but he did not blame her, but said again, "I am Lu Qingyu, brother Chen, I wonder if you can allow me to come into the house with you. There are some things I want to discuss with you." Discuss. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changkong quickly stretched out his hand to greet the two of them to enter, and then closed the door. The three of them came to the living room. Chen Changkong and Lu Qingyu sat on the same sofa, while Lu Jingjing sat alone on the sofa nearby. I wonder why you two came to see me today? Chen Changkong was the first to ask. Brother Chen, Lu came here today mainly to make friends with Brother Chen. Lu Qingyu squinted his eyes and answered slightly with the corners of his mouth raised. Oh, if you just want to make friends, you don't need to come and visit in person. Chen Changkong said oh, and immediately saw through Lu Qingyu's trick. How could he come to visit him just to make friends? Why not find him at other times, but now at this time? Brother Chen is indeed smart. Lu is not here to be friends with Brother Chen. Lu wants to help Brother Chen ascend the throne and become king. Lu Qingyu looked like he had known this for a long time and continued to speak. When he heard that he was assisting him to become the king, Chen Changkong was stunned and frowned. What kind of logic is this? And is there anyone in this world who needs to be king? Brother Chen must be confused, but there is no need to be confused. Lu will explain it in detail to Brother Chen. Lu Qingyu stared at the astonished Chen Changkong, with a smile still on his lips. Brother Chen, the power awakened by Lu is a rare S-level power, superhuman type, time. Time has two abilities. The first is an active ability, which allows me to summon the passage of time within a specific area. The second is a passive ability that allows me to travel through time in dreams and preview the future that has not yet happened. Before Chen Changkong could interrupt, Lu Qingyu began to interpret himself. Brother Chen, you must be very surprised after learning about my powers. There are actually powers involving time and space. No wonder I am called a genius. What's even more amazing is that I can traveling through time in a dream. You can glimpse the possibilities of the future. However, you may be wondering, how did I foresee these futures? Lu Qingyu saw Chen Changkong's doubts, and he continued in a deep voice, yes, Brother Chen, there are countless variables in the future. But in many timelines, I saw that you did not awaken your powers, and ended up depressed. However, I discovered a different timeline. You became a radiant king. I'm curious how you broke through the shackles of other timelines and finally achieved such glory. So I started to pay attention to you. Starting from your duel with Li Shu, I noticed some changes. In fact, it should be said that it was earlier, when you exchanged the martial arts and martial arts, a change had already occurred. After hearing Lu Qingyu's words, Chen Changkong was shocked. It seems that those Chen Changkong who did not awaken his powers in other timelines should be him who did not travel through time, that is, the original Chen Changkong. After all, he is in excellent physical condition, which is beyond the reach of ordinary liberal arts champions, otherwise he would not have become a specially recruited student of Tianwu Academy. Lu Qingyu in front of him revealed his secret, but Chen Changkong did not feel uneasy. After all, he couldn't kill him just because of this place, right? Judging from his abilities, it is obvious that Chen Changkong cannot kill a person with time powers. In addition, the timeline Lu Qingyu saw did not represent the current future. Time is full of mysteries. Who can be sure that there is only one future? Chapter 8. So Brother Lu, do you want to surrender to me and help me ascend the throne as king? Chen Changkong grinned and said to Lu Qingyu jokingly. No, I don't have the thought of being someone else's subject. After hearing Chen Changkong's joke, Lu Qingyu shook his head and replied calmly. Then why did you come to me? Do you want to show off your abilities and say you have seen my future, or do you want to deceive me? Chen Changkong still kept his smile and asked. Brother Chen, don't praise Lu so much. Lu doesn't have such thoughts. The reason why Lu came to Brother Chen is for two things. First, Lu wants to know how Brother Chen became king. Secondly, and the most important reason why I came to see Brother Chen this time, Lu wants to cooperate with Brother Chen. According to Lu's observation, the Lu family will be in 3, 7, 9, or 14 years destroyed by disasters that occurred in several time periods. From 3 years at the earliest to 14 years now, the destruction of the Lu family seems to have become an established fact and cannot be changed. However, Brother Chen is not necessarily the only variable observed by Lu. If he gets help from Brother Chen, perhaps the destruction of the Lu family can be avoided. Lu Qingyu shook his head, denying Chen Changkong's rhetorical question, and then told the 2 reasons why he came to him. If Brother Chen really can't believe it, then Lu will give Brother Chen 1 night to think about it. Lu will come to see Brother Chen tomorrow. If Brother Chen agrees, Lu will definitely help with all his strength. If Brother Chen refuses, Lu will not. If I blame Brother Chen, I will definitely help Brother Chen keep this secret. Lu Qingyu suddenly stood up, raised his fists with his hands and bowed above his head. After speaking, he took Lu Jingjing and left Chen Changkong's home without looking back. Watching the 2 people leaving, Chen Changkong fell into thinking. Should he agree or reject? This was a very complicated question, because he could not guarantee whether what Lu Qingyu said was true. After a while, Chen Changkong suddenly realized, how can the sun be afraid of the moon and stars around him? The moon and stars are just a foil to the light of the sun. My body is the body of the eternal sun. What I am thinking in my heart, it is the eternal sun's flame, and the temperament emanating from the whole body is the light of the sun. How can it be afraid of the moon? Thinking of this, Chen Changkong grinned, and all the doubts and hesitations in his heart disappeared. He had to follow his own heart and the arrogance in his body. After clearing up the doubts in his heart, Chen Changkong returned to the bedroom with a satisfied look on his face, lay down on the bed and began to sleep. The next morning, Chen Changkong got up as usual, brushed his teeth, and had breakfast. After breakfast, Chen Changkong came to the living room and sat on the sofa, waiting for Lu Qingyu's arrival. Bang bang bang! There was a knock on the door, and Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then stood up and walked to the door and opened it. Brother Chen, how have you been thinking this night? As soon as he opened the door, Lu Qingyu spoke. After thinking about it, I agree to cooperate with you. Then you are welcome to become my military advisor. Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and said confidently. After hearing Chen Changkong's words, Lu Qingyu also relaxed his tense body, and then said, Brother Chen, don't mind letting us 2 brothers and sisters go in to discuss with Brother Chen. I don't mind, I don't mind. How could I mind? Military advisor, please come in. Chen Changkong said quickly, and then welcomed the 2 of them in. Walking into the living room, Lu Qingyu said jokingly, Brother Chen, you know that most of the evaluations of you from the outside are positive, and there are not many negative evaluations anymore. Oh, really? Then it seems that many people are happy that I have awakened my powers. Hearing Lu Qingyu's teasing, Chen Changkong smiled and said jokingly. Of course, after all, Brother Chen has occupied the position of special employee for 2 years. Now that you have withdrawn, it means that the next special employee will appear soon. Now there is a discussion outside about who the next special employee will be. Lu Qingyu said, with curiosity about the next special recruit in his tone. At this moment, a light voice sounded. Why not get a few more special recruits? That way, there won't be constant competition. Lu Jingjing raised her hand and expressed her question with a simple expression. Little sister, you don't know this. The position of specially appointed students is not an ordinary position. You must know that the privileges obtained by specially appointed students are second only to the principal, dean, deputy dean, director. As a deputy director and a seed-level student, the resources he receives every month are a large amount of money, so how can the school afford to support a second specially appointed student? Lu Qingyu shook his head and explained to Lu Jingjing helplessly that his little sister had always been favored by the family because of her powerful abilities, and because of her simple nature, she knew very little about these things. Then why not abolish the last special student and directly recruit a more powerful special student? Lu Jingjing continued to ask as if she wanted to raise a point. Well, in fact, other universities will abolish specially appointed students, but Tianwu Academy will not abolish specially appointed students. This is mainly because of the founding experience of Tianwu Academy. Lu Qingyu continued to explain. What was the experience of establishing the martial arts academy that day? Why not abolish the specially appointed students? Lu Jingjing continued to argue. You need to go to the library to check the founding history of Tianwu Academy. Lu Qingyu twitched the corner of his mouth. Although he wanted to complain in his heart, wasn't this explained in the school rules, but he still gave the explanation. At this time, Chen Changkong also raised his hand and said, Actually, I don't know the history of the founding of Tianwu Academy. Could you please tell me about it here, just as a way to popularize knowledge for the two of us? After hearing Chen Changkong's speech, Lu Jingjing's eyes gleamed, and she looked at Chen Changkong with a look of approval, and then looked at Lu Qingyu with a look of curiosity. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lu Qingyu squeezed out the word well on his forehead, and wanted to yell, Younger sister, you are a special student of Tianwu Academy, but you don't understand the history of special students. Lu Qingyu took a deep breath, relieved the helplessness in his heart, and explained to the two of them, Actually, there was no such thing as 7 universities in Daxia 190 years ago. At that time, there were only 6 universities in Daxia, namely, Yanhuang Academy, Jinwu Academy, Suanwu Academy, Xingwu Academy, Heaven and Earth Academy, Jiuyao Academy. The founder of Tianwu Academy was originally a special student of Jiuyao Academy, but because he did not awaken his superpower for 2 years, he was forced to drop out of school by Jiuyao Academy. However, no one expected that the founder of Tianwu Academy would actually drop out after dropping out. Within half a year, powerful abilities were awakened. Then the founder of Tianwu Academy rose rapidly. In just a few decades, he became one of the strongest people in the world, and created a powerful university that can rival the 6 universities, Tianwu Academy. The founder of Tianwu Academy is also known as Tianwu Martial God. Tianwu Martial God believes that specially appointed students cannot be judged by the length of time, so the time limit he gives to specially appointed students of Tianwu Academy is permanent, as long as they have not awakened their powers and have not participated in the assessment. Then he will always be a special employee. It is worth mentioning that although Jiuyao Academy is still ranked among the 7 universities, its strength has always been at the bottom. Originally, Jiuyao Academy was also among the top 3 among the 6 universities. However, due to the compulsory expulsion of Tianwu Martial God, although Tianwu Shen did not pursue Jiuyao Academy later, but most people had begun to question Jiuyao Academy, and over time Jiuyao Academy also began to decline. After listening to Lu Qingyu's explanation, Chen Changkong and Lu Jingjing nodded like primary school students. Looking at the 2 primary school students in front of him who seemed to have not grown up yet, Lu Qingyu didn't know what to say, so he had no choice but to hold his forehead. Then Brother Lu, how should I cancel my current status as a special employee? Chen Changkong raised his hand and spoke once again. After all, the privileges of specially hired students are already so good. What about those above them? No need to think about it, the privileges and benefits will definitely become better. Chapter 9. After the special employment students are cancelled, they will face 2 choices. One is to fail the assessment and become an ordinary student, and the second is to pass the assessment and become a seed-level student. Tianwu Academy now has a total of 12 seed-level players, and I will be counted as one of them. The seed-level players have the same status as the dean. They are second only to the principal and vice principal of Tianwu Academy, and their status is transcendent. There are also many privileges, such as unlimited use of the training room, spiritual point observation every month, 3 spiritual crystals per month, 20 spiritual stones, 500,000 stars. And these are only the benefits that the lowest seed level students have. The top students among the seed level students are the 6 geniuses. Among these 6 geniuses, there are 3 talents above and 3 talents below. And Lu is the time demon among the top 3 talents. However, it is not recommended that Brother Chen take the assessment now. After all, if you want to become a seed level student, you must at least have extraordinary cultivation. As for becoming one of the 6 geniuses among seed level students, you must at least have only those who have the strength of 5 stars in the extraordinary realm, and the top 3 talents must have the strength of 7 stars or above in the extraordinary realm. Can they be qualified to barely challenge? Qingling opened his mouth to explain the difference between specially appointed students and seed-level students in the school, as well as the most important minimum requirements for seed-level students. Then Brother Lu seems to be in existence above 8 stars in the extraordinary realm. Chen Changkong teased in a joking tone. Although Lu currently only has the strength of 8 stars in the extraordinary realm, Lu's powers are somewhat special. As he spoke, Qingling adjusted his glasses again. Brother Chen, no matter how powerful your powers are, no matter how strong you are in the extraordinary realm, you are destined to be unable to defeat me now. After all, Lu has known as the immortal time demon. Oh, but why should I be your enemy now? We are now in a cooperative relationship, and you have to help me become king. Moreover, there is a big difference between you and me. I dare to ask who in the world can cross the same boundary. How about defeating people in the Great Realm? Chen Changkong waved his hand, indicating that Qingling didn't need to say anything anymore. After all, Qingling's benefits outweighed the disadvantages to him, and what idiot would cross a huge realm to duel with others? Seeing that Chen Changkong had already signaled that there was no need to say anything, Qingling stopped speaking in a sensible manner, smiling politely and politely. Looking at Qingling, who looked like a polite scumbag, Chen Changkong somehow wanted to stand up and KO him, maybe because he was too in need of a beating. Feeling a chill, Qingling shook his body, glanced at Chen Changkong, and began to think about how to change the topic. Suddenly, he thought of a perfect topic. Brother Chen, I wonder how my little sister is doing. Qingling squinted his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth. Puff. Hearing these words, Chen Changkong made a sound and looked at Qingling in shock. It was written on his face that he didn't expect you to be such a person. Looking at Chen Changkong, who had the idea that you are this kind of person written all over his face, Qingling frowned, knowing that Chen Changkong in front of him had obviously misunderstood what he meant. Listen to me first. My little sister Qingling is a monster in the true sense. She has been the darling of the Lu family since she was a child. She reached the 3-star awakening level when she was 7 years old, and she awakened to the Ascend level mysterious system at the age of 16. He is known as the most terrifying genius in the history of the Lu family. His awakened power is called time and fading. It is a power that can control the flow of time. It can reverse life and death and transcend life and death. It is the ultimate life and the ultimate destruction. Now only 17 years old, he already possesses the cultivation level of 9 stars in the awakening realm. If his nature was not simple and he did not pursue power, he would have already broken through to the transcendent realm. Qingling opened his mouth to explain, his face full of pride. After all, his little sister was very close to her, and not only would she not use her status in the family to exploit him, unlike they who only knew how to let him do things that were not appropriate for his age. After hearing this, Chen Changkong's face was full of shock, and then he quickly looked at Lu Qingling, who was eating an apple carefully with an innocent look. She was really happy. Then he looked at Qingling with a look of resentment. Damn it! How come he has such a good sister? As if he saw Chen Changkong's little thoughts, Qingling raised the corners of his mouth slightly and glanced at Chen Changkong with a proud expression. So, what do you want? Seeing Liu Qingyu's proud smile, Chen Changkong suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart, and wanted to rush up and tear his proud smile to pieces, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart and stopped the impulse, and then his face was full of displeasure. Asked. Although my little sister is powerful and has terrifying talents, she is very confused about the ways of the world, so I would like to ask Brother Chen to help me take care of my little sister. I think there should be a few rooms in Brother Chen's villa, so let we, brother and sister, live in Brother Chen's villa. Liu Qingyu continued to speak, but the words he said severely stung Chen Changkong's heart. FK, get the FK out of here. Chen Changkong gritted his teeth and roared, damn it, it would be absolutely fine if your little sister lived in it, but you, a grown man, actually want to live in my house, just dream. Hearing Chen Changkong's roaring voice, Liu Qingyu smiled softly, waved casually, and then took Liu Jingjing out of Chen Changkong's home. Watching the two people leaving, Chen Changkong stretched his somewhat stiff body, and then went to the bedroom to buy a set of weapons and make some strategic preparations to hunt more monsters in the wild tomorrow. When he came to the bedroom, Chen Changkong turned on his computer and logged into the official website of Superpowers. This is an official website dedicated to serving superpowers. It contains a large number of exercises, martial arts, weapons, armors, special potions, etc. To log into the official website, you must be a person with special abilities. Chen Changkong was not sure whether he had been registered as a person with special abilities, but he still logged in with his information based on luck. Ding! There was a ding sound, and Chen Changkong's information appeared on the page, and below the information was displayed the superpower, which showed that Chen Changkong's superpower identity had been entered. Seeing this, Chen Changkong put down his worries and smiled. Suddenly a barrage popped up. Congratulations to Chen Changkong for becoming a superpower. He will now be awarded 200 points. As well as the basic training method Tuna and Nagong, and the basic martial arts basic boxing method. Points exchange rate, 10 stars, 1 point. Looking at the sudden barrage, Chen Changkong clicked on receive, and then started browsing the website. He first clicked to enter the place dedicated to purchasing weapons, and what came into view were powerful and expensive weapons one after another. Red Gold Purgatory Knife, a magical weapon from a special alien world. Legend has it that it was born bathed in dragon blood. Its power can be said to destroy the world, and the buyer can also awaken the dragon blood contained in the knife. Grade, S and grade. Purchase conditions, 10 big stars. Value, 15 billion points. Blue Dragon Sky-Breaking Spear, it comes from an extremely powerful alien world. According to legend, it is the spear transformed by the true Lord Azure Dragon when he came to the world. It contains the soul of Azure Dragon. The person holding this gun will also be called the Azure Dragon Lord. S+ level. Purchase conditions, 10 big stars. Value, 15 billion points. Purgatory Demon Star Gun, coming from a science fiction world that has become apocalyptic, this double gun was originally the ultimate weapon in that world, but unexpectedly it was parasitized by the Doomsday virus and became the Purgatory Demon Star Gun. It can be absorbed by blood to enhance the power of bullets. Grade, S and grade. Purchase conditions, 8 big stars. Value, 13 billion points. Thunder Exploding Knife, coming from a mysterious alien world where one can practice, the forger once forged weapons in the thunder, and finally made the thunder exploding knife. Grade, S grade. Purchase conditions, 6 big stars. Value, 100 million points. Invisible Hat, there is a magic world in this city. Rumor has it that it was created by the god of deceit. Wearing this hat, you can hide your whereabouts, smell, destiny, etc. Grade, A value, 100 million points. Warhammer of Heaven and Earth, a giant weapon mixed with otherworldly gems. The weight can be manually increased, up to 10 million tons. Grade A worth 100 million points. Tiger's Roaring Power, it combines 4 weapons: Tiger's Roaring Knife, Tiger's Roaring Armor, Tiger's Roaring Ground Claw and Tiger's Roaring Bow. Grade B level. Worth 1 million points. Chen Changkong frowned more and more as he looked at the weapons that were more expensive than the last. Let alone being able to buy these weapons, he might not be able to afford them even if he sold them all. I'd better buy some low-level weapons. I'm not qualified to buy high-level weapons yet. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong immediately searched for low-level weapons and screened out all those high-level weapons. Chapter 10. After 20 minutes, Chen Changkong finally found 2 weapons and an armor that he liked. Y alloy steel knife, a broadsword forged from a special Y alloy, a broadsword based on a ring-head straight knife. Grade D grade. Value 2,300 points. Solar crystal bracelet, it can store solar energy, condense it into a light cannon and fire it out. Grade D. Value 1,400 points. E-level field suit, it is very similar to a windbreaker and can withstand normal impacts. Grade E+. Value 760 points. Looking at the 2 things he bought, Chen Changkong suddenly felt his heart bleed. Basically all the funds he had saved for so long were used up. Damn it, when you become a king in the future, you must wear an S-end level protective gear, and you must have a few S-end level weapons in your hands. Thinking about how much money he no longer had, Chen Changkong suddenly felt troubled. It seemed that he had to hurry up to become a seed-level student. At this rate of spending money, a pure special employed student would not be enough for him. Thinking that the first condition for becoming a seed-level student is to break through to the extraordinary realm, Chen Changkong scratched his head in trouble and secretly made a decision in his heart. He would have to stay in the wild for 7 or 8 days before leaving the city tomorrow to make some money first and then make other plans. However, considering that he was leaving the city tomorrow, Chen Changkong wanted to make some more plans. Then he immediately started searching for other things, planning to buy some more food or clothes. Time passed quickly, and a day passed in a blink of an eye. The next morning, a knock on the door woke Chen Changkong up. Chen Changkong opened the door in a daze, and what greeted him was the express delivery that was thrown directly in. "FK, why are you in such a hurry? Even though I delayed you for an hour, you can't do this." Chen Changkong opened his mouth to curse, but soon he realized what was wrong with him and quickly closed his mouth. Then he carefully closed the door and took the 3 couriers into the living room. When he opened the first express delivery, Chen Changkong saw a yellow wristband with an orange crystal engraved on it. Chen Changkong put the solar crystal wristband on the wrist joint of his right hand. After putting it on, Chen Changkong shook his hand and found that the wristband did not cause any unnecessary trouble to his hand. Then he tried to punch again, but he didn't feel any discomfort. The corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised, and he couldn't help but feel in his heart, "This money is well spent, and I feel that my punches are more powerful. The most important thing is what's interesting is that as long as I tap the crystal hard, the crystal will emit a light bomb." After trying the solar crystal wristband, Chen Changkong opened another express delivery with great expectation. What he saw in front of him was a broadsword that was very similar to a straight-headed sword, except that the broadsword in front of him was larger, longer and wider. Chen Changkong raised his sword and waved it. During the swing of the sword, it seemed to make a sound of breaking through the air. After feeling the sharpness and ferocity of the knife, Chen Changkong was also very satisfied. Although he had never practiced any sword skills, Hu asked him to practice the Liang fighting method. The Liang fighting method is not just about boxing. The second type of the Fierce Sun War technique, the Fierce Sun War ceremony, requires the whole body to be turned into a weapon, from the inside to the outside and then to the weapons. It can be said to be all-encompassing, turning the whole body and all kinds of weapons into a dance, with each move. All is perfection, all is power. Thinking that the second one in the Fierce Sun War technique was the Fierce Sun War ceremony, Chen Changkong immediately puffed up his chest and sighed that he still had some vision and chose a martial art that could be said to be 200% suitable for him. Afterwards, Chen Changkong opened the last express delivery, which was a large grey windbreaker. Chen Changkong grabbed the windbreaker and put it on his body, then arranged it casually and prepared to go out and hunt monsters outside the city. About an hour later, Chen Changkong finally arrived at the city gate. Next to the city gate are rows of military camps and some team tents. The responsibilities of the team are very similar to those of mercenaries in previous lives, except that they are not illegal like mercenaries, they are legal. The team is mainly composed of various superpowers and accepts various tasks, such as tasks for some groups or military camps. Over the years, almost all monsters or warcraft around the city have been eradicated. As for the remaining low-level monsters, they are used by the senior management as a kind of training for weak superpowers, and there are also some profit-making conditions for the teams. After all, not all teams are very powerful. Hello, please show me your superpower certificate. A soldier wearing a laser weapon saluted and said. Is this a laser weapon? Chen Changkong first glanced at the laser weapon, and then showed the proof of superpowers. Although mankind has entered the era of superpowers, it has not completely given up on technology. Instead, superpowers and technology were combined, turning technology that was very similar to the previous life into today's science fiction. Okay, you can go out. After the soldier finished speaking, he couldn't help but look Chen Changkong up and down. After all, Chen Changkong is too young. Generally, those who come to the wild alone for training are mostly in their 20s, and there are even many young and middle-aged people in their 30s and 40s. Although Chen Changkong is 19 years old, it is still very rare. If he goes out with a teacher or a companion, it is very common, but if he goes out alone, it is indeed rare. Seeing the soldier nodding, Chen Changkong breathed a sigh of relief. You must know that he almost didn't get the superpower certificate. If he hadn't told Liu Qingyu in advance, he wouldn't have known that going out of the city alone required a superpower certificate. Finally outside the city. After leaving Tengcheng, Chen Changkong took a deep breath. This is the first time he has truly been outside the city in the 19 years since he traveled through time. Although I have seen the outside environment through 3D simulation technology before, it is a new experience to actually come outside the city. There seems to be a trace of blood in the air. This is different from the atmosphere in the city, because today's city's most air quality indexes are higher than the optimal level in the previous life. After all, this is a world that has become science fiction, and an air filter is normal. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chen Changkong hid behind a tall tree and looked at the mouse that was eating an animal carcass. It was a huge rat as big as a buffalo, and it was making a very piercing scream. Looking at the huge rat in front of him, Chen Changkong frowned. Why was it another big rat? The big rat I met before was now another big rat. I couldn't get along with the sight of the rat. The ear-piercing scream of the rat made Chen Changkong feel upset. He resisted the turmoil in his heart and pulled out the Y-alloy steel knife hanging from his waist. Zhang! The sound of the knife being drawn instantly caught the mouse's attention. The mouse quickly stopped nibbling the food in its mouth, turned around and made a squeaking sound towards the big tree Chen Changkong was leaning against. Seeing that the mouse had discovered him, Chen Changkong shook his head, and then walked out from behind the tree leisurely. Why did the monster I faced when I first came outside the city was a mouse? It was really after I awakened my powers. It gave the mouse his first move, and also gave him the monster that came to hunt for the first time outside the city. Rat, rat, why are you so troublesome? But I am a kind-hearted person and will not torture you for too long. How about I finish you off with 10 moves in 10 moves? Although the mouse couldn't understand what Chen Changkong said, it clearly felt that Chen Changkong was laughing at him, so it opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Chen Changkong. Looking at the mouse that rushed towards him, Chen Changkong just shook his head lightly, then raised the steel knife in his hand and slashed at the mouse's neck. Chi! This knife caused a large amount of blood to spurt out from the mouse's neck. The large amount of blood loss caused the mouse to stop attacking. The huge amount of blood loss caused the mouse's whole body to tremble, and it began to retreat timidly. Looking at the mouse trying to escape, Chen Changkong raised the corner of his mouth, then used the steel knife, rushed forward, and struck the mouse's tail accurately with one knife. Feeling the disappearance of its tail, the mouse howled in pain. It roared to the sky and rushed towards Chen Changkong like crazy, as if it already knew that it would not survive and would bite off a piece of Chen Changkong's flesh even if it meant death. Oh! Looking at the angry mouse, Chen Changkong yelled, jumped back suddenly, and then reinserted the steel knife into the scabbard. Seeing that you have been tortured so badly, I will show mercy and help you once. You end this pain. Fierce Sun War Technique, Fierce Sun War Ritual, Su and Yan. Looking at the mouse so close, Chen Changkong smiled, then he pulled out the steel knife fiercely and used a sword-drawing move. Golden fire flashed, and the mouse's body spread from the head to the back, and was finally cut in half. Looking at the completely dead mouse, Chen Changkong shook off the blood on his knife, put it back into its sheath, and left without looking back. Only the rat meat that had been turned into two halves was left. After Chen Changkong left, some small rats emerged from the holes and began to eat the corpses of the dead rats. Chapter 11. The sun gradually sets in the west and the light begins to fade. Chen Changkong jumped between the woods. He looked at the monsters under the woods, but he felt bored. Those monsters were too weak, so weak that they didn't even have the power to interest him. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Chen Changkong finally encountered a monster that could interest him. The dire wolf is an extremely fast monster. Among all the low-level monsters, its bloodthirsty is ranked the highest. As long as it is a face-to-face encounter, it must be a matter of life and death. The most important thing is, the dire wolf is a swarming creature. When you see a dire wolf, it means that there are at least more than 20 dire wolves around you. Looking at the dire wolf drinking water by the stream, Chen Changkong smiled. It seemed that he had met a barely qualified monster. Ouch! The dire wolf sniffed its nose, then stopped drinking water, turned its head and looked directly at the big tree where Chen Changkong was standing. Realizing that the dire wolf had smelled his breath, Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth, and then jumped straight down. When he was about to touch the ground, he jumped suddenly without causing any movement. Seeing the sudden appearance of humans, the dire wolf quickly took a few steps back and then let out a howl. Chen Changkong knew that this howl meant that there must be more than 20 dire wolves around the dire wolf, and there was a high possibility that there was a wolf king. The dire wolf in front of him was probably just a scout. The howl sounded, and the sound of thousands of troops seemed to be heard from the surrounding jungle. One after another, terrifying wolves that were as big as buffaloes emerged from the grass, and among this group of terrifying wolves that were as big as buffaloes among the wolves, there is a giant wolf that is one head taller than the other dire wolves. There is a scar about 10 centimeters long on the waist of the giant wolf. Looking at the dire wolf that was bigger than all the dire wolves, Chen Changkong grinned. It seemed that it was the Wolf King. He was reluctantly excited, hoping that they could allow me to stretch my muscles. Chen Changkong put his hand on the handle of the knife and waited quietly for the attack of the dire wolf. The dire wolf was also a little wary and did not attack directly, wanting Chen Changkong to attack first. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the Wolf King couldn't help but howl. Hearing the Wolf King's howl, the other dire wolves did not dare to disobey the Wolf King's order. Ouch! The dire wolf roared first, and then crashed towards Chen Changkong like cars traveling at high speed. Chen Changkong's pupils narrowed slightly, and then he turned slightly sideways. The speed is acceptable, but it almost hurt my windbreaker. Realizing that his impact did not cause any substantial damage to Chen Changkong, the dire wolves were stunned for a moment, and then quickly lined up and attacked at the same time like a racing car. The rapid speed seemed to tear the air apart. Interesting, barely makes me qualified to draw a sword. Chen Changkong smiled faintly, and the hand on the handle of the knife also exerted force. When he pulled it out, he also slashed at the neck of a dire wolf. Chi! With just one charge, one of the dire wolf pack was already missing, and the beheaded dire wolf ended up with its head and body separated. Looking at their dead companions, the terror wolf pack took a few steps back in fear, but the Wolf King still screamed and ordered them to use all their strength to tear the humans in front of them into pieces. Bayo bayo. The sound of bayo bayo sounded, and the pack of fearful wolves began to gradually approach Chen Changkong. They opened their bloody mouths, as if they wanted to completely tear the human in front of them into pieces. Looking at the sudden burst of fighting spirit among the wolves, Chen Changkong raised the corner of his mouth. Is this the wildness of wolves? Let me take it a little seriously. It is worthy of your wildness. Immediately, Chen Changkong placed the knife horizontally in front of his eyes and began to use all the muscles in his body. A faint flame spread on the blade. Fierce Sun War Technique, Fierce Sun War Ritual, Flame Feather Bird. After the flames completely covered the blade, Chen Changkong swung the blade suddenly, and the flames of the blade instantly turned into a ring. The ring immediately attacked the wolves, and in just a moment, all the wolves were cut off in half, leaving only the Wolf King with his eyes wide open and a look of shock on his face. The human in front of it actually killed all its men in an instant, which was even more powerful than the human it encountered before. However, it did not run away out of fear. Ever since it was scarred by a human when it was a child, it has been full of hatred for humans. Being able to kill a human who also used a knife today can be regarded as settling the previous grudges. Seeing the vengeful look in the Wolf King's eyes, Chen Changkong frowned, a little confused. It was obviously the first time he had seen the Wolf King, and he had repaid his men. It should have been an angry look. Why? It will be a look of revenge. However, Chen Changkong smiled, turned the steel knife, and then inserted it into the scabbard. With his bare hands, he looked at the Wolf King with revenge in his eyes. Since you are a member of the Wolf King, I don't have to kill other wolves. Come to kill you. I'm going to beat you to death with my fists. This will better reflect your uniqueness as the Wolf King, right? Looking at Chen Changkong, who reinserted the knife into the scabbard, the Wolf King was stunned for a moment, and then gritted his teeth. This action made him feel ashamed. In nature, hunters essentially have to use all their strength to hunt for food. No matter what kind of opponent it faces, it will use all its strength to hunt its prey, but the human in front of it is different. He actually takes the initiative to take away the weapon. Thinking of this, the Wolf King felt extremely humiliated. His forelimbs clawed out dents on the ground, revealing those 2 rows of white teeth, which made people shudder. Looking at the Wolf King with teeth bared in front of him, Chen Changkong felt amused and then raised his fingers. Ouch! The Wolf King obviously saw Chen Changkong's provocative behavior, growled low, and then rammed towards Chen Changkong like a car traveling at high speed. Seeing the Wolf King rushing over, Chen Changkong just smiled contemptuously. Chen Changkong clenched his right fist into a fist, and then swung his right hand out violently. Chen Changkong's right fist hit the Wolf King hard on the head. The collision of this punch instantly caused several of the Wolf King's teeth as strong as steel to break. Woo! The Wolf King whimpered in pain, but did not show weakness, but became more ferocious and violent. Ouch! Boom! At this time, the Wolf King's speed was a little faster than before, and every step was enough to cause a roar in the air. Looking at the ferocious and violent Wolf King in front of him, Chen Changkong finally looked more serious. He waved his right hand a few times, then suddenly swung his right hand out and hit the charging Wolf King's skull hard. Crack! A click sound was heard, and a large amount of blood spurted out from the Wolf King's mouth, eyes, nose, and other places. Holding on to its nearly dead body, the Wolf King quickly stepped back. It shook its head, trying to regain its sight that had turned blood red. Looking at the Wolf King in front of him who was still holding on to fight, Chen Changkong's expression became serious. He respected the strong and this kind of person. Although it was not a human being, he still respected it. So in order to give the Wolf King the best death, Chen Changkong decided to use martial arts to kill him completely. After thinking about the way to die for the Wolf King, Chen Changkong clenched his right fist, and then began to focus the solar energy stored in his body on his right fist. Liang's fighting method, Liang Zhengchuan, burning flame. A strong white light shone into the Wolf King's eyes, temporarily blinding him. When his eyes regained sight again, his body had begun to disappear. In the end, it turned into a pile of ashes. Looking at the Wolf King that turned into ashes, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his move was so powerful. He originally wanted to leave a body for the Wolf King, but now he didn't even think about the grave. All free. However, considering that the Wolf King was still a king, Chen Changkong dug a small hole with a steel knife and buried the Wolf King's ashes in it. Then he wiped the steel knife in his hand and inserted it into the scabbard. Chen Changkong looked at the small pit in front of him and felt that something was missing. Oh, a tombstone was missing. Afterwards, Chen Changkong pulled out the steel knife again and came to a big tree. Looking at the tree with a waist the size of several adult waists, he slashed the steel knife in his hand towards the tree as if cutting down a tree. Tree! Boom boom boom! The big tree that had survived for decades fell down with a rumble. In order to rush on his way as quickly as possible, Chen Changkong casually cut a section of the tree in the middle, and then carved 5 words on it, the Unknown Wolf King Monument. After inserting the tombstone into the small hole, Chen Changkong clapped his hands and reinserted the steel knife into the scabbard. Looking at the decent tombstone in front of him, Chen Changkong couldn't help but puff up his chest. It seems that the tombstone I made is still very beautiful. Sure enough, the strong are proficient in all things. After doing all this, Chen Changkong went to get a pot of water from the creek nearby, poured it in front of the tombstone like pouring wine, and whispered in his mouth, "I hope you can continue to be a king in your next life." After paying homage to the Wolf King, Chen Changkong left and continued his hunting trip outside the city. Chapter 12. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye it was the 3rd day after Chen Changkong arrived outside the city. In the lush jungle, trees as tall as mountains stand here. Because of their psychic powers, almost all of these trees are thicker than the 1,000-year-old trees in the previous life. Chen Changkong was lying on a branch. The branch was very huge, with a width of about 5 meters. It was more than enough for one person to lie down on. Chen Changkong opened his eyes, hung the scabbard on his waist again, put on his windbreaker, and also picked up a black bag containing his trophies these days. Chen Changkong only took a few steps to jump to the ground. He shook the leaves on his body, and then continued his hunting trip outside the city. Walking through the forest, Chen Changkong sighed inwardly, this place is like a maze, with towering trees everywhere, strange creatures, and treasures more precious than gold. Is this the miracle of the combination of spiritual energy and nature? Just when Chen Changkong was sighing at nature, a cry for help came. Help, is there anyone? Hearing the cry for help, Chen Changkong turned his head and looked. It was a long-haired woman who was about 27 years old. The long-haired woman had light red hair. Although her facial features were not exquisite, they were very regular and could be regarded as. If a small and pretty woman only needed some skills in her previous life, it would be more than enough to become an internet celebrity. When the woman saw Chen Changkong, a slight smile appeared on her lips, but it quickly disappeared. She only showed a frightened face and said to Chen Changkong, "Handsome man, please save me." Hearing the woman's words, Chen Changkong frowned and looked at the monster behind her, which was a woodpecker. The woodpecker is an extremely special monster. Its food is mainly insect monsters in trees. Unlike the woodpecker, the woodpecker does not harm the tree itself. It stands to reason that the woodpecker is a very gentle monster and generally does not harm the tree itself. Attacking others, and the girl in front of him obviously made woodpecker angry. However, in order to know what the woman's conspiracy was, Chen Changkong also decided to save the woman, but he did not intend to kill the woodpecker. Seeing that the woman was almost reaching him, Chen Changkong suddenly pulled out the scabbard hanging on his waist and hit the woodpecker's head directly like a stick. Boom! A severe dizziness instantly poured into the woodpecker's head. Although it still wanted to persist, the strong dizziness still caused it to fall to the ground. "Thank you, handsome man, you saved me, I will repay handsome man with my body." Seeing Chen Changkong easily defeating the woodpecker, the woman's eyes flashed with shock, but she quickly pretended to look at Chen Changkong with admiration. Chen Changkong could still see this change in the woman, but he did not expose her, but refused directly with a disgusting slip of the tongue, "No, I don't like being a trash can. If you really want to repay her, as for me, just go find a trash can and stay there." Hearing Chen Changkong's irritating answer, the woman's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but she still endured the anger in her heart, puffed up her face, and spoke in a coquettish tone. "Handsome guy, don't be so cruel. The little girl's name is Lingling. She is a 5-star awakening level superpower. She is still useful, and she is not rubbish." Hearing Lingling say that she was a 5-star awakening realm superpower, Chen Changkong frowned. The woman in front of him was clearly a 6-star awakening realm power user, but she actually said that she was a 5-star awakening realm superpower. Combined with the woman's previous judging from her performance, this woman should be anything but simple. "Lingling, you can leave now, don't disturb me." Chen Changkong glanced at her indifferently and expelled her. After saying that, Chen Changkong came and sat down next to the woodpecker, waiting for the woodpecker to wake up. Looking at Chen Changkong, who was waiting for the woodpecker to wake up, Lingling looked a little panicked. She walked up to Chen Changkong and said, "Hurry up and kill the monster in front of me, handsome guy. He will almost kill me. Then it can only be said that you are too weak. You can't even defeat a weak woodpecker. If it's not trash, it's nothing." Chen Changkong stared at Lingling and replied in a cold tone. Hearing these words, Lingling felt cold all over, but then she became excited. If she took the handsome boy in front of her as her own, her status in the team would be greatly improved, and she would even become the new captain. Thinking of this, Lingling sat down next to Chen Changkong with an attentive look on her face, and said in a gentle tone, "Handsome guy, I don't know your name yet, can you tell me your name, so that I can better understand to repay you for saving my life?" "Chen Kun." Chen Changkong said 2 words casually, then closed his eyes and stopped answering. When she heard the word Chen Kun, Lingling's eyes lit up. She knew the name, and she had completed the first step of the strategy. As long as she was a little gentler, she would be able to make Chen Kun fascinated, and finally make him surrender. "Under your own pomegranate skirt." Looking at Lingling, whose eyes were shining, Chen Changkong sneered inwardly, this woman must be thinking about evil things in her heart. If you want to deal with such a woman, you must be ruthless, otherwise she will become a licker. Seeing that Chen Changkong stopped talking, Lingling couldn't say anything else, so she had to follow Chen Changkong and wait for the woodpecker to wake up. Suddenly, Lingling saw a huge black bag next to Chen Changkong's feet, and asked with some confusion, "Mr. Chen Kun, what is this bag?" "That's just some of what I've gained here these days." Chen Changkong replied with an indifferent expression. Hearing that it was Chen Changkong's harvest in the past few days, Lingling's eyes flashed with greed, but she quickly suppressed it. Lingling couldn't help but feel excited. The handsome guy in front of her was not only powerful, but also handsome. The most important thing was that his hunting ability was very good. There should be a lot of valuable things in that bag. All of them would be mine. Looking at Lingling drooling, Chen Changkong couldn't help but darken his face. What daydreaming was this woman doing? She was drooling. She was weak and stupid. After a while, Lin Jingying finally realized that she was drooling, so she quickly wiped the saliva with her sleeve, and after wiping it, she explained, "Ha, the main thing is to stay and stay. I thought of what my mother gave me when I was a child. I want to eat the delicious food I made, ha ha ha." However, Lin Jingying soon realized that this sentence was very embarrassing. It was better not to say anything, but she couldn't change it. Hearing these words, Chen Changkong's already dark face turned even darker. It's better not to explain. Who the hell would drool when thinking about the delicious food made by his mother in the wild? And your expression just now didn't look like that. It's like thinking about my mother, but it's like thinking about something disgusting. After being embarrassed, Lin Jingying stopped talking and could only look down at the ground and count the ants on the ground. Chen Changkong also gained a brief moment of peace because Lin Jingying didn't speak, so he closed his eyes and began to rest mentally. After 20 minutes, the woodpecker's body moved slightly. This gentle movement was instantly noticed by Chen Changkong. He opened his eyes, looked at the woodpecker still lying on the ground, and frowned. It seemed that the woodpecker had woken up not long ago. Lin Jingying didn't know about the woodpecker's movements, so she mistakenly thought that Chen Changkong opened his eyes because he couldn't help it anymore and wanted to talk to her. But it was obvious that Lin Jingying had mistakenly thought about it. After seeing that the woodpecker did not wake up, Chen Changkong closed his eyes again. Seeing Chen Changkong closing his eyes again, Lin Jingying puffed up her cheeks with a look of dissatisfaction. However, seeing that Chen Changkong didn't speak, she didn't say anything and had to hide the anger in her heart. Time passed like this, about a morning passed. Goo goo. Lin Jingying's stomach made a growling sound, which made her cheeks blush slightly. She covered her stomach shyly, trying to hide the sound from her stomach, but this was just a cover-up. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely give the food to the pretty beauty in front of him, but that was not the case for Chen Changkong. He still closed his eyes tightly and did not move at all. Seeing that Chen Changkong was still so rigid and ignored giving her the food, Lin Jingying couldn't help but get angry. She was about to scold him for being a man, but she blocked him in time. Lin Jingying could only look at Chen Changkong with an angry face, and the growling sound from her stomach was getting louder and louder. However, Lin Jingying did not go hunting for food by herself, and just sat there, as if she wanted Chen Changkong to take the initiative. Comfort her. In the end, Lin Jingying's cooing was too noisy, so Chen Changkong casually threw a few cans of meat to her. Lin Jingying's eyes shone when she saw the canned meat that was thrown carelessly in front of her, and her face was full of joy. Sure enough, Chen Kun was telling the truth, and he even took the initiative to give the canned meat to me. As for why he threw it to me, he probably just didn't want me to know his thoughts, but I know, just be obedient and let me capture it, Chen Kun. Chen Changkong had no idea that Lin Jingying would be so confident. If he knew that she was so confident, let alone giving her canned meat, it would be a kindness to keep her alive. Chapter 13. After eating the canned meat, Lin Jingying stretched, then stood up and wanted to move around to prevent her figure from becoming ugly. At this moment, the woodpecker lying on the ground began to stagger and stand up. After shaking its head, the woodpecker completely woke up. Hearing the movement of the woodpecker, Chen Changkong opened his eyes suddenly, quickly pulled out the steel knife, pointed it at the woodpecker, and signaled it not to move, otherwise don't blame him for being ruthless with the knife. The woodpecker seemed to understand Chen Changkong's meaning and squatted down quietly. Seeing the woodpecker waking up, Lin Jingying looked horrified and stopped exercising at the same time, just when she was looking for a chance to escape. The woodpecker turned to look at her. The moment it saw Lin Jingying, the woodpecker's eyes turned red and it roared to the sky, wanting to stand up again and crush the hateful woman in front of him. Just when the woodpecker was about to stand up, Chen Changkong pressed his scabbard against its head, then lowered his head and whispered in its ear, "Be quiet, I'm still curious about what conspiracy that woman has." The woodpecker immediately calmed down, closed his eyes, and then sat down on his knees again. Looking at the very eye-catching woodpecker, Chen Changkong nodded, affirming the woodpecker's spirituality. Seeing Chen Changkong who easily subdued the woodpecker, Lin Jingying was shocked again. He actually subdued a woodpecker. You must know that although the woodpecker is a gentle monster, it is also a very difficult to subdue monster. Chen Changkong in front of him seemed to be omnipotent, and he subdued a woodpecker in just a moment. Thinking of how difficult the woodpecker was, Lin Jingying's inner desire for Chen Changkong intensified. After subduing the woodpecker, Chen Changkong looked up at Lin Jingying again, and saw that Lin Jingying seemed to have experienced a desperate situation of life and death, with her face changing from pale to rosy. "Mr. Chen Kun, you are really amazing. You actually subdued a woodpecker so easily." Lin Jingying looked at Chen Changkong with admiration. "It's just average. It's more than enough to tame an animal." Chen Changkong shook his head and waved his hands. "How can it only be said to be average, Mr. Chen Kun?" Lin Jingying shook her head, trying to deny Chen Changkong's words. However, Chen Changkong ignored her words, closed his eyes quietly, and concentrated on spiritual cultivation. Time gradually passed in this silent environment. 5 hours later, Chen Changkong finally felt a hint of hunger in his stomach. He took out a bottle of sea-level energy potion from his arms, opened the bottle cap, and drank it in one gulp. Seeing Chen Changkong take out a bottle of sea-level energy potion from his arms, Lin Jingying was surprised. He could actually take out a bottle of sea-level energy potion. You know, most people's food outside the city usually consists of meat. Few people can afford to drink energy potions from cans and the like. The most important thing is that he clearly has sea-level energy potions, but he only gave me a few cans of meat just now." Thinking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed in Lin Jingying's eyes. "I didn't expect you to be such a selfish man. In that case, then, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chen Changkong saw Lin Jingying's well-hidden viciousness and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the fish was about to take the bait. He didn't know whether the fish he caught was a small fish or a big fish. Just then, the woodpecker roared. Roar! Hearing the sound, Chen Changkong immediately looked at the woodpecker, wondering why the woodpecker roared at this time. Lin Jingying did not feel happy when she heard this sound, but felt worried because her team had destroyed the woodpecker's lair before, and not only that, they also used the woodpecker's 2 children as bait. This woodpecker is too much of a nuisance. It seems that we need to find a time to kill this woodpecker and Chen Kun as soon as possible. This way we can not only get the adult woodpecker's horn but also Chen Changkong's trophies. Chen Changkong lowered his head and whispered in the woodpecker's ear, "Can you tell me why you roar?" Moo. After a while, Chen Changkong finally understood why the woodpecker roared. It felt that its child was not dead but still alive. Well, just be a bodhisattva for once. Chen Changkong thought for a while and decided to help woodpecker find the child. After getting Chen Changkong's consent, the woodpecker lowered its head and rubbed Chen Changkong's face. "Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't be so disgusting," Chen Changkong said with a look of disgust, but did not push the woodpecker's head away with his hand. Seeing the woodpecker suddenly rubbing against Chen Changkong's face, Lin Jingying felt a little confused. Why did the woodpecker suddenly become so affectionate with Chen Kun, even though Chen Kun had knocked it unconscious before? Chen Changkong stood up, wiped the dust off his butt, reinserted the scabbard into his waist, and then prepared to let the woodpecker lead the way to where his child was. Looking at Chen Changkong who stood up and wanted to leave, Lin Jingying said in a shocked tone, "Mr. Chen Kun, where are you going? Why are you following a woodpecker? Saving people, oh no, saving animals." Chen Changkong replied with a cold expression. Why do you want to save the woodpecker? You are a human being. Lin Jingying frowned and questioned loudly. Maybe it's because I am a bodhisattva. Chen Changkong turned around and smiled evilly. In the woods, Chen Changkong and Lin Jingying followed the pace of the woodpecker in an orderly manner. 20 minutes later, Chen Changkong keenly heard a howl coming from the woods. Moo! Upon hearing the sound, Chen Changkong immediately waved his windbreaker and ran towards the source of the sound at a running speed. After a while, Chen Changkong finally came to the source of the sound. He opened the leaves in front of the bushes and saw 2 small woodpeckers covered in bruises. The only difference between the small woodpeckers and the big woodpeckers was that it's just that the body is smaller and the unique 3 horns don't grow on the head. Hearing the noise, the 2 little woodpeckers stood up with their bruised bodies and roared at Chen Changkong. Moo! At this moment, the woodpecker quickly went to the bushes and shouted. Hearing the sound of moo, the 2 little woodpeckers immediately ran out, ignoring Chen Changkong, and circled around the woodpeckers, not caring about the wounds on their bodies. Seeing the 2 little woodpeckers with bruises all over their bodies, the woodpeckers' eyes flashed with distress, and then they lowered their heads, and green liquid began to appear on the 3 horns that belonged to the woodpeckers alone. The green liquid dripped on the 2 little woodpeckers, but after a while, the injuries on the 2 little woodpeckers were almost healed. Looking at the green liquid that easily cured the little woodpecker, Chen Changkong thought about it carefully, and finally remembered that this was the liquid produced by the woodpecker mentioned in the book. The woodpecker's horn is very special and can absorb excess spiritual energy from trees, and then condense this spiritual energy into a special liquid. This green liquid has strong vitality and can heal most injuries. Therefore, the horn of the woodpecker is also very expensive. It is not only the key to refining these special medicines, but also a good material for forging weapons. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong finally understood why Lin Jingying provoked the woodpecker. After all, the woodpecker's horn can be said to be worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of stars, making it an extremely expensive treasure. Seeing the green liquid produced by the woodpecker, Lin Jingying's eyes flashed with greed. She swallowed her saliva and wanted to step forward and touch the horns on the woodpecker's head and drink the green liquid. At this time, the woodpecker shook his head, walked up to Chen Changkong, and kept looking at him. Chen Changkong frowned, wondering what the woodpecker in front of him wanted to do, but what the woodpecker did next made him stunned. The woodpecker lowered its head and rubbed Chen Changkong's face with the green liquid on its 3 horns. After just a moment, Chen Changkong's face was covered with green liquid. Feeling the sticky feeling on his face, Chen Changkong licked the green liquid with his tongue. The sweet taste was quite good, and then let the woodpecker rub his face. After Chen Changkong's face was completely covered with green liquid, the woodpecker stopped his movements with satisfaction, came back to squat down next to his 2 children, and let the 2 little woodpeckers lie on her belly to sleep. Looking at the 2 little woodpeckers sleeping on her belly, a trace of kindness flashed in the woodpecker's eyes, and then she closed her eyes and started to rest. After all, she had used so much green liquid, and her body was a little stretched. Not live, needs some time to recover. Looking at a beautiful and enjoyable painting, Chen Changkong couldn't help but smile. He wiped the green liquid on his face and applied it to other parts of his body. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. These green liquids are very energetic and should be able to make me feel better. Breakthrough to the 7 stars of awakening in a short period of time. Thinking of the horror of these green energies, Chen Changkong immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and began to absorb these energies. Of course, he was not completely relieved and still kept his attention on Lin Jingying. Seeing Chen Changkong, who was cross-legged on the ground, absorbing energy, and the resting woodpecker, Lin Jingying felt that the time had come, so she tried to call out, "Mr. Chen Kun, I'll go there to relieve myself." Seeing that Chen Changkong didn't respond, Lin Jingying breathed a sigh of relief and left silently. After about 100 meters away from Chen Changkong, she started to speed up her pace. Chen Changkong knew about Lin Jingying's departure, but he felt that he did not have to stop her. It was better to let them come together, so that they could all be caught in one fell swoop. There was no need for him to waste time looking for her companions, and it was a way to repay the kindness of the woodpecker. Of course, the most important thing was that he was about to break through and wanted to find some people to practice his skills with. Chapter 14. About 3,000 meters north of Chen Changkong, a group of people who were ready to go were resting here. They are Lingling, the team they belong to, Team Husa. Although the name sounds domineering, they never use fair and above-board moves. They first use a beauty trap to bewitch other people with powers, and then exploit them. This is also their habit. One of the skills. The captain of the Hosa team is named Wang Wengxiang, a strong man with a quiet appearance. The vice-captain is named Tianhot, a strong man with a fierce appearance. Many people think that Tianhot is the captain of the Hosa team. In fact, this is not the case. Only those who have met the Hosa team know about the Hosa team. The most vicious among them has always been Wang Wengxiang. Tianhot came to Wang Wengxiang's side and said to him, "Captain, why don't you just go forward and kill that brat, so that the brothers don't have to wait for so long? You idiot, when you don't know whether the enemy has any trump cards, blindly advancing will only increase our casualties. If possible, I want to introduce that kid into our team." Wang Wengxiang frowned and scolded Tianhot for his stupidity, but Tianhot just nodded like a chicken and did not dare to resist. Then, Wang Wengxiang said in a very spicy tone, "Of course, if the plan fails, then kill that kid, and be very decisive. Our plan must not be exposed, otherwise, not only will the credibility of our team be affected, but also this woodpecker is not an ordinary woodpecker. If others discover it, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat this woodpecker." After hearing Wang Wengxiang's words, Tianhot nodded with admiration and said with reverence, "As expected of the captain is extremely intelligent and as wise as a demon." Hearing Tianhot's flattery, Wang Wengxiang nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Lingling suddenly appeared, shocking everyone and quickly raising their weapons. "Put your weapons down, it's me." Looking at the people raising their weapons, Lingling scolded with dissatisfaction. "You must know that her status is second only to the captain, deputy captain, and Ruanzhao." Seeing the person coming, everyone relaxed and put down their weapons. Tianhot came to Lingling and said to her doubtfully, "Sister Lin, why are you here? Have you been discovered by that brat?" Hearing Tianhot's question, Lingling shook her head and said confidently, "How can I fail? It's just that the brat is a bit stubborn and hasn't succeeded yet." Hearing Lingling's answer, Tianhot nodded, "Indeed, if Sister Lin takes action, there is no man in the world who can't handle it. Qingling, how's it going? Can the boy do it? If so, how long will it take?" At this time, Wang Wengxiang came over and asked his question. "Brother Wengxiang, it's not settled yet. If you want to handle that kid, it will take at least a few months." Lingling shook her head and gave the answer in her heart. "Is this so? What a pity." Hearing the answer given by Lingling, Wang Wengxiang said with a look of regret, and then he said in a very hot tone, "Since we can't deal with that brat at the moment, but in order to prevent the woodpecker's information from being leaked, then kill him. Since that brat is stupid, then kill him without leaving any further trouble." "Yes. Yes, brothers, start preparing." After receiving Wang Wengxiang's order, everyone present became excited and began to pack their luggage and equip their weapons. "Brothers, today, we will capture the mysterious woodpecker. As long as we get that woodpecker, our Hosa team will become a B-level or even A-level team, and even become the legendary S-class team. Not only that, all the brothers present will become rich, achieve extraordinary things, and marry beautiful women. So brothers, release your ambitions, catch that woodpecker, and kill that stupid boy. Brothers, for victory, for glory and wealth, for excellence, and especially for beauty." Wang Wengxiang came in front of everyone and shouted in an excited tone. He shouted out the desires and ambitions of everyone present. Finally, he raised his right hand and clenched his fist to express his determination to everyone present. Okay, Captain. Oh, get money, get women, get strength, rush. Rush. Wang Wengxiang's words instantly ignited the hearts of everyone present. They roared like wild beasts, venting their desires. Looking at the people who were overwhelmed by desire after just a few words, Wang Wengxiang raised the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. They are really a bunch of stupid people. They just drew a few big cakes and aroused their desires. They could easily control them. Seeing Wang Wengxiang with a sinister smile on his face, both Tianhou and Lin Jingying trembled in their hearts. As expected of their captain, he was stronger than them in both strength and wisdom. Even the very proud Lin Jingying had to admit that she was far inferior to Wang Wengxiang. On the battlefield, there was only one person who was not affected by these words. That was a knight with a straw hat on his head, a sword at his waist, and an upright appearance. The knight is none other than Ruan Zhaohua. If you simply look at his dress and appearance, he will definitely be considered a knight in ancient times. However, those who know him well know very well that this is an out-and-out villain, even a villain. He is a villain who can make even a villain like Wang Wengxiang feel disgusted. Ruan Zhaohua picked up the straw hat and smiled slightly. What a bunch of stupid and ignorant fools. They didn't even know they were being betrayed. However, it was this group of fools that made my trip a little more relaxed. However, the fight seemed to be about to start. I wonder if the boy could bring me a surprise. Ruan Zhaohua wiped the handle of the knife with his fingers and put the straw hat back on his head. At this time, Chen Changkong didn't know that a crisis was about to unfold, but even if he knew, he wouldn't take it to heart. Suddenly, Chen Changkong opened his eyes suddenly, and the corners of his mouth raised. There was movement, and it was not small. 1, 4, 6, 17, 23, 34. 34 people, that's quite a lot. It seems that letting Lin Jingying go is the right decision, but I don't know if she can bring me some opponents who can stretch my muscles a little. The woodpecker seemed to have sensed the crisis. He opened his eyes, quickly woke up his two children, stood up and trotted to Chen Changkong's side. Seeing the woodpecker coming to his side, Chen Changkong smiled faintly and said, "Take those two children and find a place to hide. It may become very bloody here, which may not be good for the growth of the children." The woodpecker nodded as if it were a psychic, and ran deep into the jungle with his two children. Looking at the woodpecker that seemed to be able to understand what he was saying, Chen Changkong pouted. What a magical creature! It could actually understand my words. This is different from what was said in the book. Is there anything special about this woodpecker? Where? Thinking of this, Chen Changkong quickly denied his idea. This woodpecker beast was so weak that it couldn't even withstand one of his sticks. How could it be anything special? Chen Changkong stood up, came to the entrance of the jungle, and then sat down again, waiting for the enemy to arrive. As for ambush the enemy, he never thought about how a strong man could ambush a group of weak people. After a few minutes, a ta-ta sound sounded, and the birds in the surrounding birds' nests began to take off one after another. The leaves were also startled by the sound and fell. In just an instant, 34 people appeared in front of Chen Changkong, some standing on the ground and some standing on trees. Each of these people is holding a weapon, and some even hold 2 or even 3 weapons, including cold weapons and hot weapons. The 4 people standing on the tree and posing are Wang Wengxiang, Tianhou, Lin Jingying, and Ruan Zhaohua. All 4 of them are doing unique poses. Wang Wengxiang put his hands in his pockets, like a king surveying the country, standing high above. Tianhou put his right hand on his head and his left hand in his trouser pocket, looking like he was invincible. Lin Jingying, on the other hand, had her hands folded across her chest and her eyes high, like the empress in the sky. Ruanzaowa was the most low-key, just lowering the straw hat and placing his right hand on the handle of the knife. Looking at the four people posing on the tree, Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth and said in a mocking tone, "Who do you four really think you are?" The one with his hands in his pockets really thought he was something, like a Chuyunibitu patient. There is also the one who puts his head on top of his head. Are you worried that the head will fall to the ground and pollute the environment, or there is something wrong with the head and you want to massage it to make you look like you are invincible in the world? And Lin Jingying, you are a weakling who can be chased and beaten by a woodpecker. Are you trying to hide your incompetence by posing like this? And this night, you are the best, okay? You really think that if you put on a suit, a straw hat, and a knife on your waist, you are the so-called knight in ancient times? No, you are simply he is just an incompetent elementary school student who wants to prove himself. After hearing Chen Changkong's taunt, the four of them showed angry expressions. Even Ruanzaowa, who was in the best mood among the four, looked at Chen Changkong with murderous eyes. "Chen Kun, who the hell do you think you are? You really think I'm afraid of that woodpecker?" Lin Jingying's face was full of anger, and she cursed without caring about maintaining her ladylike temperament. "Lin Jingying, you're like an ant, be careful if you get wrinkles, you won't be able to get married, ha ha ha." Seeing Lin Jingying yelling at her, Chen Changkong laughed loudly, just to make Lin Jingying better. Chapter 15. Wait, Lin Jingying realized that the Chen Kun in front of her was completely different from the Chen Kun he had met before. The Chen Kun before had an indifferent face, but now Chen Kun had a bad mouth. She suddenly exclaimed, "Have you already met me? I've been discovered." "You're not stupid either." Seeing that Lin Jingying had already reacted, Chen Changkong praised her. After hearing Chen Changkong's confirmed answer, Lin Jingying gritted her teeth angrily, thinking that she, a liar who mainly deceived others, would fall into a trap set by a man. Lin Jingying's eyes were bloodshot, and she angrily ordered to her men, "Hurry up and kill Chen Kun." Upon hearing the order, a tall man with a thin build and a chain in his hand stood up. "Boo-hoo!" The thin man waved the chain in his hand and rushed towards Chen Changkong. "Remember it, the person who kills you, scream. Chiang." Just when the iron chain was about to touch Chen Changkong quickly pulled out his knife and cut off the iron chain and the thin man together. "My strength is not that good, but I talk a lot of nonsense." After waving the steel knife in his hand and sprinkling the blood on it, Chen Changkong said a little speechlessly, "Brothers, come on. Go up and avenge your dead brother." The death of the lean man not only did not bring fear to everyone, but instead made everyone more excited. Seeing the crowd rushing towards him like a tide, Chen Changkong shook his head helplessly. "There is a way to heaven but you won't take it, and there is no door to hell and you just have to go through it. If you don't die, who will die?" Looking at the many weapons close at hand, including swords, guns, knives, whips, etc., facing these attacks, Chen Changkong just waved the knife in his hand gently. Puff! Chen Changkong bursts into the crowd like a god of death, as if he were in an uninhabited land. Each knife accurately cuts through the vital points, and can harvest every life with just one knife. Looking at the land that had begun to be soaked with blood, the survivors began to retreat with fear on their faces, for fear of offending Chen Changkong, the god of death. When Lin Jingying saw Chen Changkong, who was gradually going crazy, her eyes began to look panicked, and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Chen Kun, I will give you one last chance. Put down the knife in your hand and join us. Maybe we can spare your life." Seeing Chen Changkong's brave performance, Wang Wengxiang couldn't help but feel pity for his talent. "Do you really think you are the same thing? If I join you, I have water in my head or my head is swollen." Wang Wengxiang shook his head with pity on his face, and then said indifferently, "In that case, then go and die. It can be regarded as revenge for those dead brothers." As soon as the words fell, Wang Wengxiang and Tianhou immediately jumped down, took off their weapons, and then ran towards Chen Changkong quickly. Wang Wengxiang used 2 short tridents, while Tianhou held a heavy axe. Seeing Wang Wengxiang jump suddenly, Chen Changkong's face darkened. Is such a flexible moral bottom line really true? Chiang. The steel knife, trident, and axe were fighting against each other at the same time. Chen Changkong held the knife with one hand and received the 2 attacks. Chen Kun, aren't you a genius? Then 2 against 1 should be no problem. You shouldn't be angry. Wang Wengxiang said provocatively. Why should you be afraid of weak people hugging each other for warmth? But it's you. 2 of you can't beat me one at a time. Instead, you're stuck with me. Have you practiced so many years in vain? Upon hearing Wang Wengxiang's provocation, Chen Changkong smiled contemptuously and replied in a mocking tone. Then, Chen Changkong held the knife with both hands and used force, knocking Wang Wengxiang and Tianhou away at the same time. Boom! The 2 of them hit the tree like cannonballs, making a big hole. Hey, 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 why did you 2 fly away? What's the use of 2 fighting each other but one can't beat you? Chen Changkong put the knife on his shoulder and said with contempt to the place where the 2 flew to. Ruanzhao, what do you want to do? If you don't come down quickly to help us, do you want to fight one-on-one? Wang Wengxiang roared at Ruanzhao who was standing on the tree with an angry face. It's really troublesome. 2 people can't beat 1 guy. Sure enough, a group of people without strength are without strength. Ruanzhao picked off the straw hat and touched his head. His tone was quite helpless, but he quickly said with murderous intent, however, this kid's mouth is not very good, so just chop him into pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Ruanzhao threw away the straw hat, jumped down, quickly pulled out the knife from his waist, and slashed at Chen Changkong. Chiang! The collision of the 2 knives produced a violent sound, and the strong wind of the knife blew away all the surrounding leaves. That's pretty good, kid. It seems you are qualified to make me happy. Ruanzhao raised the corners of his mouth and said with a hint of happiness in his tone. Oh, really, but I think you can bring me some fun. After hearing this, Chen Changkong just smiled slightly and then spoke. Why are you such a stinky brat? How dare you speak so boldly? Let me see if I don't tear your stinky mouth apart today. Upon hearing this, Ruanzhao's eyes were bloodshot, his murderous intent boiling, and his tone was filled with an angry roar. Ruanzhao held the knife in both hands and pushed Chen Changkong back more than 10 steps with great force. Taking advantage of this moment, Ruanzhao quickly jumped up and slashed with the knife in a casual way, as if what he saw was not what he saw. A human being is just a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Clang, clang, clang. Chen Changkong easily blocked all the attacks from Ruanzhao. When Ruanzhao showed a flaw, Chen Changkong immediately seized the flaw and slashed Ruanzhao's chest. Chi! Ruanzhao covered the wound in his chest, quickly stepped back, panting slightly, Captain, I may not be the opponent of this brat, why don't we fight 1 of 20? After Wang Wengxiang heard Ruanzhao's suggestion, he nodded, and then ordered the 24 surviving people to quickly use their powers, raise their weapons, and rush towards Chen Changkong in front of them. Looking at the more than 20 people sprinting over, they rushed towards Chen Changkong with the determination to die. Some of them transformed into the form of orcs, full of wildness and strength, some of them turned into indestructible steel, exuding a cold light, some people's limbs suddenly swelled, as if they were filled with explosive power. Call! Chen Changkong breathed out softly, closed his eyes, raised the steel knife, exerted force on his legs, and in just a moment, he appeared among the 24 people as if teleporting. When he opened his eyes, he waved the steel knife in his right hand forcefully while nimbly dodging attacks from others. His steps were agile, dodging incoming attacks as smoothly as flowing water. In just an instant, Chen Changkong seemed to have swung thousands of knives, each one precise and swift. After about a while, Chen Changkong left the middle of the 24 people and inserted the steel knife back into the sheath on his waist. Chi! 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 Listening to the harsh sound, everyone's limbs, heads, and waists suddenly began to separate, and instantly a cry of pain rang out in the forest. Ah! Seeing the hell-like scene in front of her, Lin Jingying's stomach rolled like an earth dragon and she couldn't help but vomit. Even Ruan Zaohua, who was the largest among these people, began to tremble slightly. As for Wang Wengxiang, his whole body began to tremble, and Tian Hot was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. The main reason is that the scene in front of me is too horrifying. The land is soaked in blood and has become blood and soil in the true sense. Pieces of broken meat were floating in the sea of blood, and internal organs were scattered on the ground like randomly discarded garbage. In this land of blood, cries of mourning rise and fall one after another, as if they are the judgment of the wicked, longing for the relief of death. Right now, this place is like a land of blood, and it seems to be the legendary scene where hell descends to the mortal world. Ruan Zaohua had cold sweat streaming down his forehead and muttered to himself, "Hey, hey, hey, this is not fun at all." Tian Hot shed tears sadly, his voice choked with sobs, "Brothers, it's me, Tian, who is sorry for you. Even if I can't die with him and drag him to hell, I will avenge you and take off his skin." Wang Wengxiang fell into fear and uneasiness in his heart. Unlike Tian Hot, he did not immediately want to avenge his deceased brothers. Instead, he fears for his life and hopes to escape this place and return to safety alive. After all, only by returning to a safe place alive can we continue to prepare the plan to avenge our brothers. If we die here, everything will be over, and no one can avenge our brothers. However, at this tense moment, Lin Jingying suddenly fell to the ground and fainted, making the situation even more tense. Looking at Lin Jingying who suddenly collapsed, Wang Wengxiang's eyes shrank, and he couldn't help complaining in his heart, "You are also a superpower after all, but you fainted like this, you are even more useless than some low-level superpowers, you are really a stupid woman." However, although Wang Wengxiang complained about Lin Jingying in his heart, he was not ready to give up on Lin Jingying here. After all, he still had some love relationship with him. It seemed that now he could only take one step at a time. Chapter 16. Call. Chen Changkong felt that his physical strength was extremely exhausted. The violent slashes made him sweat profusely, and even swinging the steel knife became very difficult. But he was not worried, because this battle made the green liquid in his body begin to boil, and as expected, he would be able to break through soon. Looking at the three people who were standing far away and not daring to come forward, Chen Changkong couldn't help but smile and said sarcastically, "Hey, three of you, you are not so good either. A group of people hit me but I was killed instead. Is that okay?" Seeing the mocking Chen Changkong, among the three of them, Tian Hot wanted to rush forward and fight him to the death, but was stopped by Wang Wengxiang. Tian, don't be impulsive." Tian Hot felt indignant after hearing this. He had lost his brothers, and Chen Changkong in front of him was the murderer. He is eager to avenge his brothers, and even if they can't die together, he still wants to make Chen Changkong pay the price. "But Captain, the brothers are all dead. They were killed by this kid in front of me. I want to avenge them. Even if I can't die with him, I will take off his skin." Tian Hot first begged Wang Wengxiang in a pleading tone, and then roared in a roaring voice, venting the anger in his heart at this time. Wang Wengxiang deeply understood Tian Hot's emotions, but he tried to calm Tian Hot's impulse. As his only teammate now, he needs to ensure that Tian Hot can survive smoothly. As for Ruan Zaohua, that can't be regarded as his teammate, it can only be said to be a temporary worker who joined temporarily. Ruan Zaohua saw that Chen Changkong was just a camel that was about to die of emaciation, just holding on to his body. But even if he was a camel that was about to die of emaciation, he was still a camel and still had powerful lethality. Ruanzhao rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of an idea. Why couldn't he let Tianhou completely defeat this camel that was almost dying of weight? Even if it can't be defeated, it can make this camel become a camel that is really going to die. Thinking of this, Ruanzhao deliberately shouted, "Chen Kun, I already know, you are just holding on to your body now." Hearing these words, Tianhou's expression flashed with joy, then he gritted his teeth, broke free of Wang Wengxiang's restraints, and then shouted loudly, "Bone-crushing bear!" As soon as he finished speaking, Tianhou transformed into a giant grey bear about 5 meters tall and with muscles as big as boulders. Looking at the sudden appearance of the giant grey bear, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, then thought about it in his mind, and finally remembered the giant bone-crushing bear. The bone-crusher bear is a mutant form of the grizzly bear after the psychic age. It is extremely strong and invulnerable, and the sharp claws in its hands are enough to crush rocks and cut into pieces. The bone-crushing giant bear probably goes through 4 stages of evolution in its life, namely juvenile stage, growth stage, youth stage, and adult stage. The giant bone-crushing bear in front of us is only about 5 meters tall. It should still be in the growth stage. You know, the adult bone-crushing giant bear is a full 19 meters tall, which is comparable to a multi-story apartment and is as strong as mountains can easily destroy a steel building. Looking at the giant bear that was so close, Chen Changkong couldn't help but pick up the steel knife again, frowned, looked at the giant bear that was coming in front of him, and slashed at the giant bear with his knife. Dang! The steel knife seemed to have struck an indestructible piece of steel. The strong reverberation made Chen Changkong take a few steps back. Tianhou saw Chen Changkong retreating and followed the steps forward. He raised his hands and slammed down. Looking at Tianhou with his hands raised, Chen Changkong jumped back suddenly and avoided the range of his attack. Boom! Tianhou's fists hit the ground hard, forming a large crater about 3 meters deep. The flying gravel scratched Chen Changkong's windbreaker. Chen Changkong stabilized his body, jumped up suddenly, and avoided Tianhou's attack. He quickly returned to the ground, his eyes fixed on the bone-crushing giant bear in front of him. Tianhou roared, waved his huge claws, and rushed towards Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong quickly dodged and nimbly shuttled between the bone-crushing bear's attacks, trying to find an opportunity to break through. Suddenly, Chen Changkong punched quickly, hitting the bone-crushing giant bear in the face with a violent combo. The fist wind roared and was as fast as lightning, but the giant bone-crushing bear did not flinch and easily resisted Chen Changkong's attack. The two continued to retreat in the fierce battle, and the surrounding environment also suffered a huge impact from their attack and defense. The trees were destroyed by the continuous shocks, and the land was cracked, forming a rugged battlefield. Just when Chen Changkong was about to kill Tianhou with one strike, a voice sounded. "Tian, let me help you." Sensing the crisis, Chen Changkong jumped back and dodged the trident that came from behind. "Team leader." Tianhou's voice was like a bell, and he looked happily at Wang Wengxiang who supported him. Wang Wengxiang came to Tianhou's side, smiled and said to him, "Tian, since Chen Kun is exhausted now, we will take the opportunity to kill him. This can be regarded as revenge for the brothers." Tianhou nodded and agreed. Wang Wengxiang took a deep breath, and then spit out white smoke. In just an instant, the smoke spread throughout the entire venue. Smoke filled the venue, making the view blurry. Chen Changkong immediately became vigilant and carefully dealt with unexpected situations. Suddenly a trident pierced out of the smoke. Sensing the crisis, Chen Changkong immediately dodged to the side. However, the speed of the trident was too fast, and it still stabbed Chen Changkong's left hand. After dodging the trident, Chen Changkong quickly swung a knife towards the place where the trident was thrust out, but the knife obviously missed and hit the smoke. When he realized that he could no longer see with his eyes, Chen Changkong quickly closed his eyes and tried his best to hear their voices with his ears. Chen Changkong stood quietly, trying his best to listen to the sounds around him. He focused intently on every tiny sound, trying to determine the enemy's location and movements. Looking at Chen Changkong, who was in a daze, Wang Wengxiang sneered in his heart. This is his superpower, haze transformation, which can release a sheet of smoke to cover the surroundings. In the smoke, whether it is his speed or strength, he will gain substantial improvement. Wang Wengxiang took advantage of the cover of the smoke to quickly move his position and secretly observe Chen Changkong's actions. He knew that Chen Changkong was completely at a disadvantage now, and he only needed to wait for the opportunity to attack again. Listening to the surrounding voices starting to gradually shrink, Chen Changkong pursed his lips slightly. It seemed that these people didn't know that he had the green liquid given by the woodpecker in his body. As long as he is given some time, he will be able to fully recover or even break through, and they obviously want to gradually eat away at him, but this is exactly what he wants. About 20 minutes later, Chen Changkong felt that he could break through, and then he suddenly began to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Chen Changkong closed his eyes and concentrated, keenly capturing the weak yet strong flow of energy in the environment. He is like a straw, absorbing the power given by heaven and earth. These spiritual energies were continuously injected into his body, strengthening his body and spirit. At this moment, Chen Changkong felt a powerful aura pouring out of his body, and his body gradually emitted a dazzling light. His power reached a new level, the 8 stars of the awakening realm. Chen Changkong realized that it was time to end this boring battle. He spread his hands, his eyes like lightning, and locked onto the enemy hiding in the smoke. Chen Changkong didn't want to hack them to death with a knife. This would be too wasteful, considering their good intentions just now. So after thinking for a while, Chen Changkong decided to beat them to death with his fists. Ever since, Chen Changkong began to exert force, his muscles began to swell, and the aura surrounding his body became more fierce and brutal. As his power emerged, the aura emanating from his body instantly dispersed the surrounding smoke. Chen Changkong's fist was swung like a hammer, and every blow carried destructive power. Each punch struck the earth like thunder, causing the thick earth to make a huge roar. His fists were like hammers, and every blow made the surrounding air tremble. The swelling of his muscles intensified as his fists exploded. His body became extremely strong, with prominent muscle lines. The surrounding atmosphere became more fierce and savage, as if primitive power surged out of his body and enveloped his whole body. Every punch of Chen Changkong carries unparalleled power, and every blow can easily destroy rocks and diamonds. His power felt overwhelming, as if the earth was trembling with his strength. This power swept across all directions, and the surrounding smoke quickly dissipated under the impact of his power. Not only that, Chen Changkong also left deep cracks on the ground. With every punch he made, the ground shook and cracks appeared, as if he had experienced a violent earthquake. Wang Wengxiang felt his body began to become unstable, and the ground beneath his feet was crumbling. Cracks spread quickly, shattering the earth, leaving him scrambling for support. This power, what on earth is this? Wang Wengxiang's face was full of shock and he said with a trembling tone. Looking at Wang Wengxiang, who was stunned on the spot, Chen Changkong put his hands in his pockets, came to him, and said to him, "So have you decided how to die? Do you want to be beaten to death with fists, or do you want to be beaten to death with a tomahawk? Smashed to death, or torn in half?" Just when Wang Wengxiang wanted to tell the answer in his heart, a roar sounded. "Die to me!" A huge shadow instantly enveloped Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong looked back and found that it was Tian Hot. Then, Chen Changkong slowly turned around, stretched out his hand, and blocked Tian Hot's sneak attack. After discovering that his sneak attack failed, Tian Hot suddenly took a dozen steps back, and then a ferocious momentum burst out from Tian Hot's body, which was chilling. Chapter 17. A smile appeared on Chen Changkong's face. He was not afraid of Tian Hot. He faced Tian Hot without hesitation, and the distance between the two shortened instantly. Tianho's attacks were like a violent storm, with a continuous flow of punches, each punch containing powerful power. Chen Changkong did not make any reaction and allowed Tianho's attack to hit his body. After knowing the extent of his defense power, Chen Changkong began to accumulate strength and then threw a punch. The fists of the two collided with each other, making a deafening impact, and their strength intertwined to form a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Chen Changkong and Tianho's figures flashed rapidly, and every move they made was full of murderous intent. Their punches hit each other like battle axes. The surrounding air seemed to be squeezed by their power, forming tangible air waves. When he finally received Chen Changkong's 33rd punch, Tianho could no longer hold on and degenerated into a human form, falling to the ground covered in blood. "You actually withstood 33 of my punches, which is pretty good." Chen Changkong felt his blood boiling and couldn't help but praise him. After a while, Tianho didn't make any reaction. Chen Changkong frowned, a little confused, and then squatted down and tried Tianho's breathing. It turned out that Tianho was already dead. It should be said that he was dead during the fist fight, but his body's muscle memory was still holding on. "Just leave it alone." The corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised. "He is really a good warrior. In this case, I will say my last farewell to this warrior." Chen Changkong raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist, with veins popping out and hitting the ground hard. With this blow, a hole was formed in front of Chen Changkong. Then, Chen Changkong lifted Tianho's body and put him into the hole. He also put Tianho's hands together in front of his chest, as if to help him tidy up. Finally, the dignity of a warrior belongs. After doing all this, Chen Changkong came to Wang Wengxiang again and told him again how he wanted to die. Wang Wengxiang stared at Tianho, who had slept forever in the cave entrance, with a dull expression on his face and eyes full of despair and endless pain. He whispered, "Am I able to end my life?" After receiving this answer, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed to Wang Wengxiang's method of death. Wang Wengxiang knelt on his knees and knocked his forehead heavily on the ground. "Can you let Lin Jingying go? She has never done many bad things. If you really want to kill her, can you please kill her? This is better than it would be better for her to die. She is a very proud person. If you destroy her, it may be more painful than killing her. Can you allow me to say a few words to the dead brothers? It won't be long, so I'll just delay your time, please." After Chen Changkong thought for a while, he nodded in agreement. After getting Chen Changkong's consent, Wang Wengxiang kowtowed heavily again, then kneeled down to the place where those people died and kowtowed 30 times. "Brothers, it's me who can't stand you, it's my greed that killed you. If there is an afterlife, I'm willing to work as a bull for you to pay for the sins of this life. Brothers, here I come." After speaking, Wang Wengxiang raised his trident and stabbed himself in the heart. Looking at the dead Wang Wengxiang, Chen Changkong nodded, barely still a man. At this moment, a poisonous needle stabbed Chen Changkong like a bullet. The poisonous needle moved so fast that as soon as Chen Changkong could react, the poisonous needle had already pricked his skin. It's just that what the person who sent the poisonous needle thought was different. The poisonous needle didn't even penetrate Chen Changkong's skin, so how could he be poisoned? Ruan Zaohua slowly walked out of the woods and scanned the scene with indifferent eyes. He said in a mocking tone, "What a fool! I wanted to sneak attack you while he was fighting with you, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this." But yes, it seems that his girlfriend was about to be poisoned and died. I originally wanted to tell him about the fact that his girlfriend was poisoned and died while he was fighting. Looking at his desperate expression, I didn't expect that now just die. Ruan Zaohua shook his head boredly, lamenting that he could not see Wang Wengxiang's desperate expression. Looking at Ruan Zaohua, who looked like he didn't want to be beaten, Chen Changkong felt a trace of disdain and disgust in his heart. He said contemptuously to Ruan Zaohua, "What a complete rotten villain." Ruan Zaohua replied with a shocked look on his face, "Wow, you actually said that I am a rotten villain, but aren't you also a butcher yourself? You know, I don't have any hobby of killing people. I think there shouldn't be much hatred between us, so why don't we just say goodbye? You walk on your single plank bridge, and I'll cross mine on Yangguan Road. At this time, Ruanzhao continued to speak. Hearing this, Chen Changkong shook his head. No, 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 there is a lot of hatred between you and me. What hatred? We should only meet once. Ruanzhao frowned, a little confused. It was obviously the first time that he and Chen Changkong met, so why did they have so much hatred? My dissatisfaction with you is the greatest hatred. At this time, Chen Changkong opened his mouth to explain, his voice firm and calm. What? After hearing such a hasty explanation, Ruanzhao was immediately annoyed and determined to kill Chen Changkong completely here. Chen Kun, my superpower is very powerful, so powerful that it even scares me. My superpower is the superhuman type, mixed poison, which can absorb poison, store it in the body, and fuse it into a more powerful poison. Now, there are more than 60 kinds of poisons stored in my body, each of which is a fatal poison. Now, I will mix them together and release them together, waiting for death to come, Chen Kun. Ruanzhao said indifferently, his left hand began to swell, and the skin gradually turned dark purple. When his left hand was about to explode, he quickly pulled out a long knife, cut off his palm, inserted his palm on the knife, and then threw the knife towards Chen Changkong. Looking at the long knife flying towards him, Chen Changkong was just about to move forward when the palm inserted into the long knife suddenly exploded. Thick purple fog instantly enveloped the land. The land began to fester, the trees began to rot, and even Chen Changkong felt a little tired. Seeing Ruanzhao turning around to leave, Chen Changkong pulled out the steel knife from his waist and threw it at Ruanzhao. The steel knife flew through the air quickly, heading straight for Ruanzhao like a bullet, and finally inserted Ruanzhao's entire left hand into the tree. The speed and power of the steel knife surprised Ruanzhao. He roared in pain and tried to pull his hand out of the tree, but found that he could not easily get rid of the shackles of the steel knife. In order to escape from here, Ruanzhao cruelly abandoned his entire left hand. He put his right hand on his left hand and violently cut off his left hand with the help of the spiritual energy in his body. Ruanzhao felt severe pain coming over him, but he resisted the pain and immediately turned around and left. In the woods, Ruanzhao jumped between the woods while covering his bleeding left hand. Every jump made him feel severe pain, but Ruanzhao did not dare to stop because he knew that he was still facing great danger. The footsteps and breathing in the woods echoed in Ruanzhao's ears from time to time, which made him feel even more nervous. He didn't care whether his rough steps would attract other people's attention, but he knew that this was the only way to completely escape from here. 30 minutes later, Ruanzhao leaned against the tree with a pale face, and the bleeding in his left hand stopped. Panting heavily, I felt some relief, but still felt weak. It should be fine. All 60 poisons in the body have disappeared. It's really unlucky. Ruanzhao said with a bitter smile. Originally, a biological hand was enough for him, but he didn't expect that he would need a whole biological arm now. The most important thing is that all the more than 60 kinds of poisons stored in his body for several years have been used up. If he wants to restorage takes several years. Thinking of this, Ruanzhao gritted his teeth and said with a vicious look on his face, Chen Kun, don't let me know you have any other family members or friends, otherwise I will make their lives worse than death. He deeply swore to Chen Kun revenge, determination will not waver. At this moment, a voice sounded that made Ruanzhao's whole body tremble. Really? Do you want my family to live a life worse than death? Hearing the sound, Ruanzhao couldn't help but tremble all over. He turned his head and his eyes fell on the person who should have died in his heart, Chen Changkong. Ruanzhao could hardly believe his eyes. There was no look of surprise or fear on Chen Changkong's face, instead there was a sneer. He stood there like a demon returned from hell. So? Are you really planning to make my family's life worse than death? Chen Changkong's voice was full of coldness and sarcasm, which made Ruan Zhaohua shudder. Ruan Zhaohua tried to stabilize his emotions, but found that his hands were shaking uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Chen Changkong, how could you still be alive? Ruan Zhaohua said with difficulty, with a hint of shock and disbelief in his voice. You know, that is a deadly poison that combines more than 60 kinds of poisons. How could he still be alive? Chen Changkong sneered, a cruel light flashed in his eyes. Do you think you can get rid of me easily? Let me tell you, I came back from hell just to send you to hell with my own hands. Chen Changkong's voice was full of hatred and madness. Of course, what Chen Changkong said was false. How could he have entered hell? However, Ruan Zhaohua's poison was indeed powerful. If it weren't for the powerful energy in his body, he might have been seriously injured and it would take several months. It takes time to recover. Ruan Zhaohua was in confusion, but he knew that now was not the time to be afraid and shrink. He held his injured arm tightly, fear flashing in his eyes. Chapter 18. How does it feel? A mocking smile appeared on Chen Changkong's lips, and he said provocatively. Chen Kun, you see you have cut off one of my arms. We should have finished settling the matter. If you don't let me go here, I swear I will never trouble you again in this life. There was a hint of pleading in Ruan Zhaohua's trembling voice. But I don't believe in your character at all. Chen Changkong showed his big teeth and an uncertain smile on his lips, with a hint of joking in his tone. Hearing these words, Ruan Zhaohua's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a threatening tone, Chen Kun, you have to know that I am a member of the Ruan family, and my brother is one of the elders of the Ruan family. If you leave me, you will face the threat of death, and my brother will make you suffer so much that your life will be worse than death. Crack! Suddenly, there was a crisp pop sound. Chen Changkong stepped on Ruan Zhaohua's right hand without mercy, completely breaking his hand bones. Chen Changkong sneered, with a trace of mockery in his eyes, do you think I will be threatened? Ruan Zhaohua's face turned pale, but he still tried to remain calm. Chen Kun, don't underestimate me. I am a member of the Ruan family, and my brother is an elder. He will avenge me. Chen Changkong raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The Ruan family? Do you think I will be afraid? I will not be afraid of anyone. The sun will never succumb to the power of the stars. Ruan Zhaohua gritted his teeth, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. Don't be too proud, Chen Kun. My family will not give up, and you will pay the price for your arrogance. Chen Changkong smiled coldly, let them come, let the Ruan family you call come. Just let them come, I will make them feel despair, I will let them know the gap between ants and the Sunday. Ruan Zhaohua sneered, presumptuous. You will regret it. The Ruan family is not something you, Chen Kun, can afford to offend. Your lies will become your lifeline and you will pay the price. You will regret it in the future. Really? But if I put you here and let your bones disappear, who would know that I am the murderer? A cold smile appeared on the corner of Chen Changkong's mouth, and he said in a calm tone. Ha ha ha, you must know that I have a contract with me. If I die, my family will definitely launch an investigation. Once you are found, you will definitely die. Ruan Zhaohua was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly spoke. Okay, then go to hell. Chen Changkong sneered, a trace of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He raised his right hand and clenched his fingers into a fist, preparing to smash Ruan Zhaohua into a pulp with one move. Boom! Suddenly, a cunning light flashed in Ruan Zhaohua's eyes. He spit out a sparkling bomb from his mouth and detonated it instantly, causing a huge explosion and smoke. The smoke filled the air and the vision became blurry. Chen Changkong suddenly felt dizzy. He quickly dodged, but the explosion in the smoke made it difficult for him to escape. At the same time, Ruan Zaohua took advantage of the chaos and quickly escaped from here. Looking at Ruan Zaohua, who was already more than 20 years old than him, Chen Changkong reacted quickly, clenching his right hand tightly, and the solar crystal wristband shone brightly. He aimed at Ruan MW and fired the solar energy without hesitation. A dazzling light flashed, and the light bullet instantly penetrated Ruan Zaohua's chest and penetrated his body. Ruan Zaohua let out a scream, blood spurted out from his chest, and he collapsed directly to the ground, unable to move. Chen Changkong came to Ruan Zaohua's side, squatted down, and said in a joking tone, "What's wrong? You actually ran away. It seems that I was too kind to you." Hearing this voice, Ruan Zaohua forced his eyes to close, slowly turned to Chen Changkong, and said in an unwilling tone, "I didn't expect you to be such a despicable and shameless person. It's a shame that I thought you were. What a man! Wow, you actually think that I am a despicable villain, but in comparison, you seem to be more of a villain than me." Chen Changkong said leisurely, and then punched Ruan Zaohua in the head without waiting for him to retort. Collapse. The head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brains splattered on the ground. Chen Changkong relaxed his muscles and bones, and then scratched his hair. "We have all been solved. There is not a single one of the 34 people left. But it was indeed an interesting duel and I benefited a lot." He turned around and returned to where he was, preparing to pack up his trophies over the past few days and find some new clothes to wear. At this moment, the shabby clothes on his body made him look like a beggar, and he was in urgent need of tidying up. After returning to the original place, as soon as Chen Changkong changed his clothes, the woodpecker came out of the woods. Looking at the woodpecker walking towards him, Chen Changkong said hello, and then became a little curious, why did the woodpecker come to him again? The woodpecker used its unique 3 horns to peck Chen Changkong, and then motioned for Chen Changkong to follow him. Seeing this situation, Chen Changkong frowned and was a little confused, but he still stepped forward and followed the woodpecker. After more than 10 minutes of trekking, they finally arrived at a dark cave. Looking at the extremely dark cave with no light in front of him, Chen Changkong asked doubtfully, "Do you want me to enter this cave, or do you think there is something inside this cave?" The woodpecker nodded, and then walked into the cave without looking back. Seeing this, Chen Changkong also walked forward quickly and followed the woodpecker into the cave. In just an instant, the two figures were swallowed up by darkness. After walking in the dark cave for about 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Changkong finally saw a green spring. The green spring water emits green light, illuminating the originally dark cave, like the only sun in the cave. Looking at the green spring water in front of him, Chen Changkong turned his head, looked at the woodpecker, and couldn't help but said, "Is this why you brought me here?" The woodpecker nodded, silently acknowledging Chen Changkong's guess, then turned and left, disappearing outside the cave. Chen Changkong looked at the leaving woodpecker and was stunned for a moment, but then he immediately walked towards the green spring. He stared at the green spring water, and his heart was filled with shock. What exactly is this energy? Just getting close to him felt like a powerful spiritual storm was pouring into his body. Chen Changkong took off his clothes and walked resolutely towards the spring. Soon the spring water soaked half of his body. This energy is so powerful that I feel like I am about to be reborn, just like a mortal transforming into a mortal and sublimating into a god. Just after soaking half of his body, Chen Changkong felt the almost endless energy in his body, the huge energy that could make him sublime again. He suppressed the heart in his body that seemed to explode at any time like nuclear fusion. Continue walking forward, letting the spring water gradually soak your upper body. With every step he took, Chen Changkong's body seemed to have an extra energy, which seemed to burst his body and wander freely in the air. Finally arriving at the center of the spring, Chen Changkong saw the reason why the spring was so fundamental. It was the source of life. The source of life is a miracle of the world, a treasure enough to give birth to a new race. I didn't expect that there would be a source of life here. It seems that God is blessing me. Chen Changkong remembered the introduction to the source of life in the book, The Miracle of the World, the foundation of biology, the essence of life, and the end of evolution. Each and every resounding title is vividly displayed on his body, because the source of life is fully worthy of these titles. It has the power to distort the essence of all living things in the world. Although the source of life in front of you may be just a fragment, it is enough to reverse the life essence of a living being. Thinking of the introduction of the source of life, Chen Changkong suddenly thought, so it was like this. No wonder the woodpecker was different from other monsters. It turned out to be a woodpecker that had completely evolved. Looking at the green crystal-like source of life, Chen Changkong's eyes flashed with greed. Then he took a deep breath and dived into the water, preparing to grab the green crystal-like source of life. When Chen Changkong swam about 15 meters into the water, he saw the source of life that was like a green gem. He stretched out his hand to pick up the source of life, and then swam ashore excitedly. After landing, Chen Changkong looked at the source of life in his hand, only to find that only a small piece of the source of life was a real fragment of the source of life. The others were just ordinary stones, but they were covered by the source of life. A small piece of the fragment was infected, and he sighed with emotion. Although I found the source of life, I didn't expect that there was only such a small piece, but even such a small piece is worth tens of millions. He looked at the source of life with green dazzling light in his hand, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then he resolutely swallowed it in one gulp. If it were a large piece of the source of life, Chen Changkong would never dare to swallow it directly. However, this source of life not only has a small fragment, but also has transferred most of its energy to the entire stone, so Chen Changkong I dared to swallow it in one gulp. In an instant, a powerful green energy emerged from his body, and Chen Changkong's genes seemed to be reorganized. The muscles begin to expand rapidly, and then shrink rapidly, back and forth, like beating waves. The golden flame on his forehead also appeared again, like a blazing giant snake swallowing the sky, swallowing the source of life energy in Chen Changkong's body. At this time, Chen Changkong seemed to be in the midst of creation and destruction, repair and destruction, extreme heat and extreme cold, sometimes in pain and sometimes relief. Chapter 19. After 2 hours, Chen Changkong finally completed his sublimation. At this moment, his muscles were as perfect as sculptures, and the texture of each muscle was clearly visible, showing beautiful lines, just like the ancient Greeks' most perfect interpretation of gods. The bones are like jade, the skin is as white as snow, the marrow is like frost, and the blood is like flowing mercury slurry. Qingling, Sun, 5%. Chen Changkong clenched his fists, feeling the power he now possessed in his physical body, and most importantly, 2 more special abilities. Gravity and resuscitation. The gravity power comes from the gravity of the sun, giving Chen Changkong one of the most powerful powers in the universe. Recovery comes from photosynthesis, giving Chen Changkong the ability to rely on solar energy to quickly recover himself and even help others recover. These 2 abilities make Chen Changkong more powerful. Even if all his limbs are broken, he can recover quickly. Nowadays, these 2 abilities just make up for Chen Changkong's shortcomings. The gravity ability allows him to have mid-range and long-range attacks, and the resuscitation makes his recovery and sustainability stronger. Chen Changkong put the stone infected by the source of life into his bag, then picked up the bag with one hand and left the cave. After walking out of the cave, the bright sun made Chen Changkong feel relieved for a moment, and then Chen Changkong saw the woodpecker and its 2 children. Chen Changkong was shocked when he saw the woodpecker and smiled. "What are you doing?" The woodpecker walked slowly, leaned down, and gently rubbed Chen Changkong's face, then looked at Chen Changkong with longing eyes, begging him to adopt his child. "You think the forest is too dangerous for their growth, so you want me to adopt your children?" Chen Changkong frowned and said doubtfully. The woodpecker nodded slightly after hearing this. After Chen Changkong thought for a while, he nodded and continued, "In that case, why don't you follow me from now on, so that you can continue to take care of your child?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woodpecker was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a shy expression. Looking at the shy woodpecker in front of him, Chen Changkong's face darkened, and he couldn't help but wonder, could the woodpecker in front of him be a female? 3 hours later, Chen Changkong led 3 woodpeckers to the city gate. As soon as they entered the city gate, dozens of soldiers armed with laser guns came forward and surrounded them. Chen Changkong looked at these serious-looking soldiers, twitched the corner of his mouth, and quickly stood up and explained, "Fellow soldiers, I'm sorry to cause you trouble. These 3 woodpeckers are pets I adopted outside the city. There is nothing too serious. Big danger." After hearing Chen Changkong's words, the soldiers present looked at each other, and for a moment they didn't know how to judge. After all, the person in front of them might know the commander. At this moment, a tall figure stood up. When the soldiers present saw the tall figure, they all made way for him and gave military salutes to the figure. Looking at the tall man who suddenly came over, Chen Changkong's eyes narrowed. The tall man in front of him was about 1.87 meters tall, with strong muscles, a short haircut, a neatly trimmed beard, and a scar between his eyebrows. The tall man came to Chen Changkong. Just when Chen Changkong thought that the tall man wanted to do something, the man said, "You are the key person that Lu Qingyu said. My name is Lu Yunfan, and I am the top man here. Sir, he is also Lu Qingyu's uncle." After saying this, Chen Changkong's eyes widened with shock. The tall man in front of him, the highest officer here, was actually Lu Qingyu's uncle. "Haha, it seems that guy Lu Qingyu didn't tell you." Seeing the shocked Chen Changkong, Lu Yunfan burst into laughter. "Since you are the key person that Lu Qingyu said, I will give you a favor today. Your 3 woodpeckers can enter the city directly without passing inspection." After hearing the news that there was no need for inspection, Chen Changkong looked happy, and then said with a worried look, "This doesn't seem to be in compliance with the rules." "Rules? The rules here are set by me, and it's not like no one can guarantee you. If something happens, go to Lu Qingyu, and it's best if something happens. Anyway, there is no good reason to squeeze Lu Qingyu recently. This maybe it can be used as a reason." Lu Yunfan replied domineeringly, but the content of his words shocked Chen Changkong. After getting Lu Yunfan's consent, Chen Changkong happily returned home with the 3 woodpeckers. The departing figure disappeared from sight. Lu Yunfan took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He took a deep drag on the cigarette and frowned slightly. He murmured to himself, "Boy, I hope you are really the king who Lu Qingyu said can save the Lu family and can help the Huxia country from destruction." The first thing after returning home, Chen Changkong took the woodpeckers to the bathroom and started a thorough cleaning. They spent about 2 hours in the bathroom, with Chen Changkong guiding the woodpeckers to enjoy the joy of washing. Moreover, he also discovered that the 3 woodpeckers all possess intelligence that is not inferior to humans, probably because they once drank the water from the source of life. Afterwards, Chen Changkong led the 3 woodpeckers to the spacious living room. He sat on the comfortable sofa and faced the woodpeckers sitting on the floor seriously. After all, while in the bathroom, he discovered that the woodpeckers' intelligence allowed them to understand and follow the rules. "You will live in my house from now on, but for the sake of my future life, I have to set 3 rules for you. First, you can't make a lot of noise, you can't urinate anywhere, and you can't disturb my rest. Second, you should not destroy the furniture at home wantonly, and do not waste food when eating. Third, you cannot disturb guests who come to visit you, unless they are enemies or thieves." The 3 woodpeckers nodded cautiously, and then looked at Chen Changkong with hope. Looking at the 3 woodpeckers with hopeful faces, Chen Changkong knew that the 3 woodpeckers were obviously hungry, so he quickly turned on his phone and ordered takeout. An hour later, the 3 woodpeckers, who had finished all the 20-some takeaways, were lying on the matted floor with their round bellies, stroking their bellies contentedly. Looking at the 20-odd takeout boxes that had been eaten, Chen Changkong's face darkened, and he glanced at the 3 woodpeckers with round bellies lying on the mat. What kind of monster had he adopted? 3 big-bellied woodpeckers. King. The woodpeckers seemed to notice Chen Changkong's gaze. The 2 little woodpeckers immediately stood up and came to Chen Changkong's trousers. They gently patted Chen Changkong's legs, coquettishly expecting his attention. The big woodpecker stuck out its tongue and looked very cute. Looking at the cute giant woodpecker, Chen Changkong frowned. You already have a FG child, and yet you're still acting cute with me here. The woodpecker turned its head proudly, unwilling to pay attention to Chen Changkong. Looking at the woodpeckers with their heads turned, Chen Changkong was helpless. After all, he had brought them back. At this moment, he suddenly thought that these 3 woodpeckers didn't seem to have names yet. So, he called the 3 woodpeckers to him and said to them, I see you don't have a name. How about I give you a name? Hearing that Chen Changkong wanted to name them, the 3 woodpeckers nodded and waited expectantly for their names. Seeing the 3 woodpeckers nodding, Chen Changkong said to the big woodpecker, Your name will be Gun Gun. Then he said to the boss, If you are the boss, you will call Ada. Then he said to the boss again. said, You are the second child, so you are called Aer. Hearing that they already had names, the 3 woodpeckers looked at each other, and then they all laughed happily. Looking at the 3 woodpeckers in front of him who were happy to get names, Chen Changkong couldn't help but feel proud. After seeing that his naming skills were still good, he would find more monsters in the future and give them some very domineering names. Chapter 20. After finally cleaning up the living room, Chen Changkong could finally sit on the sofa and rest. Looking at the 3 woodpeckers lying on the cushions and sleeping, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. I hesitated in my heart, wondering if raising these 3 woodpeckers was a good thing or a bad thing. After a while, after Chen Changkong had rested, he finally remembered that if his trophies hadn't been sold yet, his current economy would definitely not be able to support him and the 3 woodpeckers. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong quickly called Lu Qingyu and wanted to consult him on how to maximize the conversion of these trophies into funds. Brother Chen, why do you come to me? Lu Qingyu's voice rang on the other end of the phone. Lu Qingyu wants to ask you a question. I now have a bunch of trophies. How can I maximize the conversion into funds? Chen Changkong expressed his doubts and wanted Lu Qingyu to give him a satisfactory answer. When Lu Qingyu on the other end of the phone heard this, he thought for a moment and then spoke. If Brother Chen doesn't mind, you can go to a place with me later where Brother Chen's loot can definitely be converted into the largest amount of funds. Chen Changkong hummed, agreed, and then hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Changkong couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the financial problems in the past few months should be fine. The next step was to consider how to break through to the transcendent realm. Now, although he is still an 8-star in the awakening realm, he is dozens of times more powerful than when he first broke through the 8 stars in the awakening realm. I am afraid that even the 10 stars in the awakening realm are not as powerful as he is now, and all this is due to that piece of life. Fragments of the source. Thinking of getting a fragment of the source of life during this trip outside the city, Chen Changkong couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. This trip outside the city was full of rewards. At this moment, Chen Changkong's cell phone suddenly rang. Jingle bell. When he heard the ringtone, Chen Changkong thought it was Lu Qingyu coming to see him, but then he was surprised to find that the caller ID was actually Lin Shiki, the study committee member and liberal arts representative of his class. Chen Changkong frowned and answered the phone. A clear female voice came from the phone. Chen Changkong, our class has a practical class this afternoon, are you coming? You have been absent for 2.5 months in a row. Teacher Xia Weihai asked me to inform you that if you don't go to class again, he will come to you forcibly and force you to go to class. After speaking, Lin Shiki hung up the phone without mercy, not giving Chen Changkong a chance to speak. Here, hang up now and don't give me a chance to ask for leave. When he heard the hang up sound, Chen Changkong was stunned and said in a dull tone. What's wrong with not giving him a chance to apply for leave? But there seems to be a practical class this afternoon, so he might be able to participate. After all, it's human nature to show off. After deciding to go to the classroom later, Chen Changkong called out to the woodpeckers a few times and told them not to make a fuss at home. Then he opened the door and walked out of the villa and walked towards the classroom. After dozens of minutes, Chen Changkong came to a classroom full of science fiction. The students in the classroom are gathering together to discuss issues about cultivation and some gossip about the school. Among them, the gossip about Chen Changkong is undoubtedly the most popular topic. Some people say that his superpowers are early. He was awakened, but he didn't show it. Some people said that his superpowers were obtained through some mysterious genetic medicine. Regarding these gossips, Chen Changkong just smiled lightly and ignored them. After all, he was no longer in the same world as them. Although it is a bit cruel to say this, but he has awakened the contract spirit and has contracted with the sun, this is the cruel truth. The students present were startled when they saw the sudden appearance of Chen Changkong, and they stopped discussing him, because it would undoubtedly be very embarrassing to be caught talking about him by the person involved. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Changkong shook his head, ignored them and walked straight to his seat. The moment Chen Changkong took his seat, a provocative voice filled with arrogance and disdain sounded. Chen Changkong, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have awakened a superpower. A waste will always be a waste. No matter what you do, you will always be a waste. Even though you have awakened your powers now, you are still a veritable waste. Hearing this provocative voice, Chen Changkong's face hardened, and he looked at the speaker with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He was a man of medium height and average appearance, but his temperament exuded from his body made people think that he was a very proud man. People. Looking at the provocative person in front of him, Chen Changkong's face turned cold. Su Wei, a loser who had a very unfriendly relationship with him, was a person who had only awakened B-level powers and was even worse than Li Shu. Waste. This Su Wei not only has no self-awareness, but also dares to take the initiative to provoke him, which is really ridiculous. For such a waste and idiot, he only deserves to go to hell and suffer torture. Just when Chen Changkong was about to stand up and kill Su Wei in front of him, a figure walked in from the door. Everyone looks so decent, and they haven't returned to their seats in class. Hearing the sound, Su Wei trembled all over, and then quickly returned to his seat. Looking at Su Wei, who was a little scared, Chen Changkong looked at the middle-aged ant on the podium with some doubts. A middle-aged ant with a broad body, short hair, and a serious face. The middle-aged ant looked at Chen Changkong and said, "You are Chen Changkong, and my name is Wu Ziyufang, your history teacher. Since this is your first time in class, I won't cause any trouble for you today. Remember, you can't sleep in my class from now on, you can't wander off, and you can't be distracted. By the way, let me tell you some news. My superpower is a superhuman power, the heart of regret, which can make the target feel regretful." As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Ziyufang had already started her teaching. Chen Changkong looked at Wu Ziyufang who was starting class, a look of shock appeared on his face. The teacher in front of him actually has the ability to tame the entire class of students. It seems that this regretful heart is very terrifying. Today, we will delve into the Great Nirvana era 220 years ago. Wu Ziyufang's voice was full of solemnity and authority. 220 years ago, human civilization had just entered the supernatural civilization. At that time, humans not only had to face enemies and monsters from other worlds at the same time, but also faced monsters and some mutations that evolved from the Azure Star. Plants. The human civilization of that era was like a lonely boat sailing on the sea in a violent storm, and was in danger of destruction at any time. But at that time, human beings also had heroes in large numbers. There were heroes who came out to save mankind all the time. They walked on the earth and made great contributions to the continuation of human civilization. That time can be said to be the most difficult era in human history. There was no history or past in that era, only hope for the future. It was also during that era that 6 universities and 4 military regions appeared in Daxia. The first superpower association, the first superpower team, and the first superpower academy in human history also appeared. Then it is an era when 100 flowers bloom, and it is an era that is on the verge of destruction at any time. It was a time of despair, but also a time of hope. But that doesn't mean it's worse now than it was back then. Nowadays, there are more and more cracks in the alien world, monsters are getting stronger, and there are more and more strong humans. This will be the best era, and it will also be the best era. The worst of times. Ding Lingling. The bell rang, and this deeply rooted and passionate history lesson ended. Looking at Wu Ziyufang leaving, Chen Changkong looked at the departing Wu Ziyufang with respectful eyes. This teacher was very excellent, and the courses he taught were very immersive, as if he was experiencing that era personally. As soon as Wu Ziyufang left, Su Wei couldn't wait to come to Chen Changkong again. Just when he was about to challenge, a voice sounded, interrupting his provocation. Su Wei, you can't beat Chen Changkong now. How is it possible? His victory over Li Shu must have been tricky. I will not be as careless as Li Shu. Upon hearing this, Su Wei retorted. Chen Changkong also looked at the young man who was speaking. He was a young man who looked to be 16 or 17 years old, with exquisite features and wearing a pair of square-rimmed glasses. He exuded an elegant temperament that belonged to a scholarly family. Seeing this person, Chen Changkong frowned and was a little confused. Has he seen this person before? Looking at Chen Changkong, who was frowning and a little confused, the young man smiled and said, "My name is Yu Tiancheng. I just transferred to this school 2 months ago. It's normal that you don't recognize me." What, Yu Tiancheng, is he a member of the Yu family? Hearing the boy's name, Chen Changkong's eyes widened with shock on his face. Yes, my father is Yu Tianheng. Now one of the 4 great generals of Daxia, Yinglong, Yu Tianheng. Yu Tiancheng saw Chen Changkong's shock, smiled, and said. Chapter 21. Yu Tiancheng, don't think that I am afraid of you. Su Wei's face was filled with resentment and he spoke without fear. After hearing this, Yu Tiancheng glanced at him and said in a calm tone, "Really? Then the next period is a practical class. How about a real sword showdown?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Wei trembled all over and was soaked in cold sweat. He held on and said, "You are like that. I will give you a face today." Seeing Su Wei fleeing hastily, Yu Tiancheng shrugged, narrowed his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth and asked, "Chen Changkong doesn't need to pay attention to him. Now I have a few questions. I want to ask you if you can explain them to me. If you have any questions, just ask." Chen Changkong shrugged indifferently. After all, for him, he could still answer a few simple questions. It might not be convenient now. Let's wait until the others leave. After getting Chen Changkong's agreement, Yu Tiancheng smiled even more. After about 10 minutes, after everyone left the classroom, Yu Tiancheng recited a poem. The surrounding environment is full of crowds, and I can only write a true poem like a cloud. There is silence and no one is free to give guidance, and I can only get 1 score. In an instant, a field spread out, covering the entire classroom. Looking at the suddenly unfolding field, Chen Changkong was shocked. This is my special power, poetry. I can show the power of poetry by reciting poems. Of course, the more famous the poems are, the more powerful the mental power is required to show the power. And this is the realm where I recite a poem about silence, where nothing we say is transmitted outside. Yu Tiancheng explained, now I'm starting to ask. If you can, please tell me the answer as much as possible. If not, then let it go. First of all, is the power you awakened the sun? Secondly, is the sun just one of your powers, not your only one? Finally, do you worship the sun? Chen Changkong thought for a moment and replied, yes, the power I awakened is indeed the sun. And the sun is not my only power. I do worship the sun, but it is not from the material world, but from the spiritual world. After hearing the three answers, Yu Tiancheng looked stunned, and then laughed. Sure enough, you are the dragon slayer and savior that the old dragon said. After saying that, Yu Tiancheng dispersed from the field and left the classroom. Looking at Yu Tiancheng's back, Chen Changkong frowned. Why is he such a nagging guy again? It was Liu Qingye before, and now he is Yu Tiancheng. After a while, Chen Changkong arrived in the fourth area of the martial arts hall. In the fourth area of the Budokan, a woman wearing a black tights and a single ponytail, with heroic eyebrows and a scar about 3 centimeters long beside her eyebrows, stood in front of a group of people. Chen Changkong met this woman when school started. She was his martial arts instructor Sister Dao Zhang Dao. He is a warrior who retired from the frontline battlefield, and is a powerful existence with 2 stars in the transcendent realm. Zhang Dao glanced at Chen Changkong who had arrived, and was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly recovered and said, this class is a practical class. Wait a minute, I will draw lots, 2 in groups, which one will be drawn? Whichever group you form, come up and have a duel, and then the lottery will begin. At this moment, a voice sounded. Teacher, I want to apply for a duel with Chen Changkong. After all, Chen Changkong has awakened his powers, so let me help him try out the feeling of actual combat in advance. Su Wei stood up and said with a sinister smile in his tone. Chen Changkong looked at Su Wei condescendingly and sneered, you are so arrogant, but since you want to die so much, then I will satisfy you. Hearing Chen Changkong's condescending words, Su Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Chen Changkong with a murderous expression. What a waste, you are so arrogant. You will know how good it is when you get up there. Seeing this, Zhang Dao nodded slightly and motioned for the 2 of them to come forward. As an instructor, if she prevents duels between students, she will only harm them. After all, the battlefield is always ruthless. No one will spoil you. The students the school wants to cultivate are not flowers carefully cared for in the greenhouse, but roses that grow wildly. Zhang Dao smiled slightly and announced, Chen Changkong and Su Wei are about to enter the ring. Are you ready? Chen Changkong nodded slightly, indicating that he was ready and could enter the ring at any time. Compared to Chen Changkong's calmness, Su Wei was very irritable. He gritted his teeth and said with a hint of anger in his tone, that's it, Chen Changkong, I can't help but tear you into pieces. Chen Changkong and Su Wei looked at each other, their eyes full of calm, as if he was not the one conducting this competition. The other one's eyes were bloodshot and full of revenge, as if the person he was going to fight next was his father-killing enemy. They stepped into the martial arts arena and prepared for a life-or-death duel. Zhang Dao stood at the edge of the ring, looked at the 2 of them seriously, and announced the start of the fight. Su Wei suddenly took action. His power was a B-level control power, Feng Xing. It was a power that could temporarily control the wind. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped by a powerful storm. The wind was howling, and the dust was flying in the ring. Su Wei was like a blade thrown into the wind, his attack was fierce and swift. Su Wei's attack was fierce and fast, the wind howled, and the dust on the ring rose everywhere. He condensed all the wind energy in his body to form a drill-like glove, and unleashed his unique move, Wind Roaring 9 Turns Fist. This powerful punch even left cracks on the floor. Just when everyone thought that this move would defeat Chen Changkong, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. Although Su Wei's move successfully hit Chen Changkong, it barely made Chen Changkong's clothes wrinkled, without even a small hole. No, how is this possible? You are a loser, how can you be so strong? No. This scene was unacceptable to Su Wei. He fell to his knees with a ferocious face. This was a blow that was tantamount to death for him. When he was a child, he knelt down and licked the goddess Chen Changkong. His parents both said they wanted to learn from him. But in the end, he became a waste. My parents were proud of me, and the goddess started to look at me. Everything was so beautiful, but now why is he no longer a waste? The adoring goddess looked at him, his parents were proud of him, and all this beauty seemed to be far away from him. My road to revenge ends here. Chen Changkong looked at Su Wei, who was kneeling on the ground. His helplessness was beyond words, and he slapped Su Wei without hesitation. Snapped. This slap echoed in the ring like a death knell. Su Wei's head fainted to the ground instantly, and his road to revenge came to an abrupt end. Shaking his hands, Chen Changkong felt a little disdainful for defeating a waste like Su Wei. He felt that beating such a loser would dirty his hands. Then he looked at the people around him, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said arrogantly, "I'm not saying you are rubbish, I am saying that everyone here is lace and steamed bun. If you are not convinced, then just go on stage. I will be here waiting to follow suit." After Chen Changkong finished speaking, the entire venue fell into an atmosphere of silence. The students present could not stand up to refute his words. Although Su Wei can only be regarded as the stronger student among them, even those who are stronger than Su Wei are only slightly stronger. But Chen Changkong was able to defeat Su Wei easily. Looking at the silent audience, Chen Changkong smiled disdainfully, "That's it, it's a waste of my time. It's better to go to the place he mentioned with Liu Qingyu early to exchange some money." Thinking of this, he ignored the shock on the faces of everyone present and left the martial arts hall. Looking at Chen Changkong leaving, Zhang Dao looked shocked. Although she had heard that Chen Changkong had awakened his powers, she didn't expect that he could so easily defeat Su Wei, who had reached the 5th level of awakening. Chapter 22. 3 hours later, Chen Changkong arrived in front of a villa as promised. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Chen Changkong touched his chin and thought, "This villa should be very big. In the future, it should be no problem for each of the 3 woodpeckers to own a villa, but it should be impossible now. After all, they are still poor." At this time, Liu Qingyu walked out of the door of the villa. His eyes fell on Chen Changkong, who was waiting at the door. He was slightly stunned, and then said, "Brother Chen has arrived so early." It seems that Liu asked Brother Chen to wait for a long time. "Wait." There was a trace of apology in his tone. No, take me there quickly. I'm very short of money right now." Chen Changkong waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have to do this. He was still anxious to get the money. Seeing this, Liu Qingyu nodded, but said with some confusion, "Brother Chen, I remember that although Brother Chen's current financial resources are not rich, how can he be short of money?" He still knew something about Chen Changkong's financial situation and felt that Chen Changkong would not be troubled by lack of money. Chen Changkong sighed, shook his head, and told Liu Qingyu that he had raised 3 woodpeckers. He explained, "Don't talk about it. Now we have 3 more big eaters at home, and ordinary rewards can no longer satisfy their appetites." Hearing this, Liu Qingyu couldn't help laughing, "Ha ha ha, I see, Brother Chen really has 3 wood-chasing beasts." Then he couldn't help but sigh, "However, Brother Chen's luck is really extraordinary. He actually got a stone infected by the source of life." He was very surprised by Chen Changkong's luck. "Ha ha ha, that's it. Brother Chen Yaxing actually raised 3 wood-chasing beasts. However, Brother Chen's luck is not so good. He actually got a stone infected by the source of life. Lu Qingyu laughed, and then couldn't help but sigh at Chen Changkong's luck. Chen Changkong pulled the black bag hanging behind his back and said, "Hey, Lu Qingyu, what place are you talking about? Next, let's go to Tianbao Pavilion, one of the 3 major chambers of commerce in Daxia. While helping you sell those trophies, we will also take you to see the world. After all, how can a king not have the world?" Lu Qingyu squinted his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth, and said mysteriously, "Tianbao Pavilion, could it be Tianbao Pavilion, one of the 3 major chambers of commerce in Daxia? But why go to Tianbao Pavilion? The other 2 chambers of commerce are also available." Chen Changkong frowned and asked his own question. "Of course that's because Tianbao Pavilion will hold an auction today." The corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth raised and he explained, with a hint of excitement and expectation in his tone. An hour later, Chen Changkong and Lu Qingyu arrived at Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion is located in the center of the bustling city. It is a solemn and gorgeous building. The towering exterior walls of the building are made of pure white marble, exuding a majestic atmosphere. Seen from a distance, Tianbao Pavilion looks like a majestic palace, standing proudly in the city. Passing through the gate of Tianbao Pavilion, you will see a spacious and bright hall. The floor in the hall is paved with gorgeous emerald stone slabs, shimmering like stars in the sky. In the center of the hall is a beautifully carved marble fountain, with water columns jumping happily and making a crisp sound. There are tall colonnades on both sides of the hall. The colonnades are carved with exquisite patterns and images of mythical animals, which are lifelike. There are many vendors and tourists passing through, creating a lively atmosphere. Vendors display a variety of precious items and art, displaying their wealth and taste. Through the huge glass windows in the lobby, you can see the garden outside. The garden is full of spiritual flowers, with flowers of various colors blooming and exuding charming fragrance. Small bridges, flowing water, and winding paths make people feel like they are in a fairyland. The entire Tianbao Pavilion is filled with an atmosphere of luxury and elegance, and every detail shows luxury and sophistication. This is not only a distribution center for wealth, but also a symbol of people's pursuit of strength and prosperity. Looking at Tianbao Pavilion, which was like a heavenly palace in front of him, Chen Changkong was inevitably shocked. "Brother Chen, there is no need to be shocked. Tianbao Pavilion in Tengcheng is where the headquarters is located. It is naturally extremely luxurious, which is in sharp contrast to Tianbao Pavilion in other cities." Just when he was in a state of mind, Lu Qingyu walked up to him, glanced at Chen Changkong, and explained with a smile. Chen Changkong took a deep breath, calmed down, glanced at Lu Qingyu, and said, "Lu Qingyu, I know this. What I want to say is that this Tianbao Pavilion completely meets my pursuit of a house." Puff! Lu Qingyu chuckled, with a look of astonishment on his face. He looked at Chen Changkong and said in a stunned tone, "What? You actually said that Tianbao Pavilion meets your pursuit of a house? You know what you are talking about. You know, Tianbao Pavilion headquarters, the amount of money and resources consumed is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. I didn't say it was now. After all, you said that I will be a king in the future. As a king, isn't it normal to live in some luxurious houses?" Chen Changkong shrugged and said in a joking tone. Lu Qingyu rolled his eyes after hearing this, and couldn't help complaining in his heart, "Then you are acting like a tyrant. Some luxurious houses are not normal at all." He tried hard to suppress his smile, and then said with a wry smile, "Brother Chen, this is really the behavior of a tyrant. Some luxurious houses are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Haha, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. How can I be a tyrant? I have to give it to a wise king like the sun. After all, there are not many people who are as humble, kind, honest, and friendly as me." Chen Changkong smiled and then said in a joking tone. After hearing this, Liu Qingyu rolled his eyes again and said, "Brother Chen, it's better to sell the trophies early. The auction should start soon." After hearing this, Chen Changkong nodded, and then followed Liu Qingyu to Tianbao Pavilion. 20 minutes later, the two came to the private buying center of Tianbao Pavilion. Tianbao Pavilion's private buying center is located inside the headquarters and is an independent and distinguished space. Walking into the shopping center is like entering a luxurious palace. The decoration of the hall is extremely luxurious, with tall marble columns and gorgeous crystal chandeliers complementing each other, creating a noble and solemn atmosphere. Artworks by famous artists hang on the walls, exuding a strong cultural atmosphere. The purchasing center is spacious and bright, with exquisite and comfortable layout. The floor is covered with soft carpets, which are as soft as stepping on clouds. The entire center is divided into exclusive areas, each equipped with comfortable seating areas and dedicated consultants. If you want to enter the private shopping mall, you must be led by a member of Tianbao Pavilion, otherwise others will not be allowed to enter. Therefore, those who can stand in the private shopping mall are all powerful or powerful people in human society. Liu Qingyu led Chen Changkong to a booth and said, "My friend has some things he wants to sell. Please give me a price." After seeing Liu Qingyu's arrival, the two ladies next to the booth quickly bowed and said, "Mr. Liu." Chen Changkong came to the booth and placed the black bag in his shoulder on the booth. An old man who was over 60 years old, with white hair, but a tall body and wearing a single lens came over. He glanced at Liu Qingyu, and then at the black bag on the booth. He opened his mouth and said, "Since you are Mr. Liu's friend, let me make an appraisal." Liu Qingyu bowed slightly and thanked, "Thank you then, old gentleman. You're welcome. Not only did the Liu family save my life, but they are also one of the strongest shields in our country." The old man shook his head and waved his hand. He then carefully inspected the items placed by Chen Changkong on the booth. As items were uncovered one by one, the old man's voice gradually sounded, like a sharp sword piercing Chen Changkong's heart. Kang Yulang's teeth are in pretty good condition, and their value should be between 7,000 and 9,000 star yuan. Taking the maximum value, let's give it 9,000 star yuan. Those ladies should like the skin of the vicious leopard very much. Plus it can be preserved, it should be sold for about 14,000 star yuan. If you take the maximum value, let's give it 15,000 star yuan. Poison Bluetooth's heart is actually so well preserved. It seems like it was a one-hit kill. The heart actually still has some vitality. It should be sold for 40,000 star yuan. Voices rang out, turning into sharp swords and piercing Chen Changkong's heart. It seemed that after this time, he would not be short of money. Finally, as the last item was opened, the old man saw the peerless treasure at the bottom of the item. His eyes lit up instantly. Is this the source of life? No, it is not the source of life, but it contains the energy of the source of life, and it should have been infiltrated by the source of life. The value of this stone is at least 10 million stars. If it is among a certain group of people, it may be far more than 10 million. I can't give a clear price yet, but if possible, you can entrust it to our Tianbao Pavilion auction. We at Tianbao Pavilion can give us a more satisfactory share." The old man spoke with a tone full of shock, and recommended that Chen Changkong entrust the stone to their auction, and the auction would set the price. Chapter 23. Chen Changkong thought for a while, and finally decided to entrust the stone to Tianbao Pavilion's auction. Hearing this, the old man adjusted his glasses, glanced at Liu Qingyu, and said, "My name is Min Wang, and I am one of the specially appointed elders of Tianbao Pavilion. Since you listened to my advice, I will also be responsible for you. I will try my best to keep the share as low as possible so that you can get the maximum benefit. The auction for the two guests is about to begin. Please enter the auction venue." A beautiful young lady came over and bowed in greeting. The two nodded and then followed the lady to the auction venue. Chen Changkong and Liu Qingyu followed the young lady, followed the curve of the corridor, and gradually entered the auction venue. The moment the door opens, an aura of luxury and luxury hits your face. The huge space of the auction venue was magnificently decorated, demonstrating the power of wealth. Golden chandeliers hung high in the air, illuminating the entire venue. The tall pillars are covered with gorgeous silks and satins, and the paintings and jade carvings on the walls are extremely exquisite, exuding a charming artistic atmosphere. The venue was filled with nobles and wealthy businessmen. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and their faces glowed with confidence and wealth. They chatted and whispered about the treasures that were about to be auctioned. Chen Changkong and Liu Qingyu walked along the red carpet and walked up to the second-floor attic of the venue. There is a row of gorgeous thrones on the attic on the second floor, which are seats exclusively for members, and Liu Qingyu's throne happens to be among them. Chen Changkong also got a temporary reward for entrusting the Source of Life Stone to the Tianbao Pavilion auction. Membership status. A female host in a red dress walked up to the podium, smiled slightly, and announced in a sweet and moving voice. Dear guests, welcome to the Tianbao Pavilion auction. Today we will present you with a wonderful auction feast. Let us look forward to how those precious and priceless treasures will find their true owners here. Her voice echoed throughout the venue, causing a roar of applause and anticipation. The female host walked towards the rostrum with a smile and said in an enthusiastic voice, Dear distinguished guests, next, we will welcome the first lot of this auction. As soon as she finished speaking, the venue suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the podium. Chen Changkong also looked at the podium, somewhat curious about what items would be included in this auction. The female host smiled and said, The first auction item is a mysterious sword from a mysterious alien world. According to expert appraisal, it is a top-notch C-class weapon. It is said to contain unimaginable energy. We will use the starting bidding price is 10,000 Xing Yuan, and each increase in price shall not be less than 5,000 Xing Yuan. When Chen Changkong heard that it was a knife, he immediately became interested, but when he thought that he was now penniless, he stopped thinking about it. 20,000 stars. A tall, muscular man in a suit suddenly raised the auction sign in his hand and shouted loudly, giving his price. Everyone turned their heads, their eyes falling on the muscular man, observing him curiously. Suddenly, another fat man in a suit stood up and raised the auction sign in his hand. 40,000 stars. It just so happens that I have a godson whose birthday is next week. I will give him a peerless sword and he will be very happy. Qian Wuki, do you want to go against my Ruan family? The muscular man looked at the fat man holding up the auction sign with an angry look. The muscular man stared at the fat man angrily and said through gritted teeth. Ruan Erbe, don't think I'm afraid of you, you can't represent the Ruan family, don't be self-righteous. Also, the capable think themselves, do you understand? I can't do it if I have money, unlike you, a poor guy, pretending to be here. Qian Wangke's eyes flashed with disdain and he said with a sneer. The Ruan family. When Chen Changkong heard about the Ruan family, he immediately became curious. After all, he had previously killed a younger brother who said that the Ruan family was not something he could afford to offend, and he was also an elder. Seeing Chen Changkong's sudden curiosity, Liu Qingyu explained, Ruan Erbe is a waste in the true sense. He is over 30 years old and is still wandering around the 8 stars of the awakening realm. However, he still has some background. After all, he is Ruan, the elder nephew of the family. Qian Wuki is special. He is an orphan without a strong background, but he has awakened a very powerful power. But with his powerful power, he created the largest transportation group in Tengchengchi NBA group. Chen Changkong listened, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. An orphan can establish a large company through his own efforts. This story is a very powerful inspirational story in this world, let alone in the previous life. Liu Qingyu then added, maybe because he was an orphan since he was a child, he likes to accept others as godsons or goddaughters after he gets rich. However, the conditions for recruiting godsons and goddaughters are also very harsh. Of course, he still treats godsons goddaughters are all very good, so good that most people want to be his godson or goddaughter. Hearing this hobby, Chen Changkong twitched the corner of his mouth. Why did it feel so similar to an old man in the animation of his previous life? Okay, if you don't have money, it's better for you. Just wait for me, you're a dead nouveau riche. Ruan Urbay said a harsh word and then sat back on the chair. TCH. He also said that I am a nouveau riche. If I look at you, you are a second-generation ancestor. If it weren't for the Ruan family, you would be nothing. You are over 30 and have not even broken through to the transcendent realm. People like you, even me the security guard at the company's gate is inferior to us. Qian Wangke chuckled disdainfully, and after finishing his taunt, he sat down again. Seeing that no one stood up to raise the price, the auction was finalized, and the sword became Qian Wukei's personal property. The female host smiled and continued, "Dear distinguished guests, next, we will welcome the second lot of this auction. The long-famous martial arts book Fist Essentials is said to be a treasure that existed before the invasion of other worlds. It is a treasure that integrates Hyuxia boxing, fighting, jujutsu and many other boxing techniques, which records the foundation of all boxing techniques before the great changes in the world. For this treasure that records many boxing skills, we will start bidding at 30,000 star yuan, and each increase in price will not be less than 12,000 star yuan." Everyone's eyes were focused on the ancient book displayed in the host's hand, full of expectation and desire. The venue suddenly became excited, discussions broke out one after another, people whispered to each other, and the desire to compete could not help but arise in their hearts. After all, this treasure technique is very likely to bring about an extremely significant breakthrough in their boxing skills. At this moment, Ruan Urbay stood up again, raised the auction sign in his hand, and shouted loudly, 55,000 stars. Ruan Urbay's voice was powerful and majestic, and his eyes scanned the audience sharply, as if he was announcing to them that anyone who dared to bid with him would be prepared to bear his wrath. It's just that his intimidation is barely enough, and few people present are really afraid of him. Although the people present are wary of the power of the Ruan family, after all, everyone is a respectable person, and he is just a Ruan. The nephew of an elder, whose status is even lower than that of some elders' sons, has any right to be said to represent the Ruan family. The most important thing is that most of the people present are practicing boxing. How could they give up something that can break through the realm of boxing? No matter how powerful the Ruan family is, it is impossible to deal with them combined at the same time. 70,000 stars. 104,000 stars. Bidding sounded one after another, and the venue fell into fierce competition. Every bid represents a person's desire and determination for this book, The Art of Boxing. It also completely declared that the climax of this auction has officially begun. Seeing the people standing up and holding up the auction signs one after another, Ruan Urbay was irritated. His face was red, his fists were clenched, and his heart was filled with endless anger. He gritted his teeth and thought angrily, how dare they ignore his anger and his majesty. Qian Wangke saw the angry Ruan Urbay, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his heart felt extremely comfortable. Humph, what a waste! I was actually bullied by such a waste when I was a child. It's really a shame. Chapter 24. The atmosphere in the auction venue was intense. In the end, a strong man actually bought the Art of Fist for 370,000 stars. As time went by, the auction venue gradually reached its climax. The female host glanced at the list of items that followed, was stunned for a moment, and then said with a shocked voice, "A stone that has been soaked by the source of life, although it does not have as powerful an ability as the source of life, but it can heal internal injuries and nourish the body. The starting price is 37 million, and each bid cannot be less than 8 million. Hearing the price, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, with a look of astonishment on his face. This stone that has no source of life is actually guaranteed to be worth 37 million. Lu Qingyu saw Chen Changkong's consternation and explained, although the effect of that stone is not as good as the source of life, it must be compared with the source of life. The ability of the stone is no worse than that of other treasures, whether it is healing injuries or the effect of reshaping the physical body is the best. If Lu's grandfather was not still strong and healthy, I would also like to buy this stone for him. Speaking of this, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If my old man knew that he had such thoughts, he would probably be beaten severely. After all, the old man severely injured the young man who gave him a 10,000-year elixir on his birthday. The reason was simply that the old man thought the young man had underestimated him, and that young man was his cousin. 46 million. The first bidding sound rang out, and it was a young man with good features and a tall stature. His voice resounded throughout the venue, and at the same time, his voice also started the climax of the bidding. A man in a suit with slicked back hair stood up and said in an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I'll offer you 80 million. No need to apologize, Mr. Zhang, everyone hasn't finished talking yet. I'm offering 96 million. A man in a suit stood up, curled his lips, and said in an unhappy tone, "Mr. Li, you don't need to say anything. Just give me a polite answer." Zhang Sanshong suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word. Looking at Zhang Sanshong who was speaking every word, Li Zifeng laughed wildly in his heart, and his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Just an illegitimate child, but he actually took away his true love. Zhang Sanshong suddenly thought of something and raised the corners of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "I remember that you seemed to be in love with my sister. Unfortunately, my sister was not from my Zhang family, but the sister you once abandoned." Ha ha ha. Hearing these words, Li Zifeng gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his face flushed, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He almost wanted to kill him. Li Zifeng was filled with anger and shouted loudly, "Zhang Sanshong, you deserve to die." Seeing that the two were about to start a fight, the female host stopped her smile and said with a cold face, "You two, please pay attention to the current environment. This is Tianbao Pavilion, not your home." After the female host finished speaking, the two of them stopped their quarrel very wisely. Seeing this, the hostess smiled again, bowed and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry to disturb you with the quarrel just now. You can start bidding again now. 140 million. Fortunately, our group wants this gem." What does the Xingzi group mean? Our Zanzi team offers 300 million star yuan. 425 million. Our Li family wants this stone. Bidding sounds rang out one after another. They raised the auction signs in their hands and shouted excitedly. Finally, a bidding sound rang out from the second floor, which shocked the entire audience, the hostess and the auctioneer, and even more shocked Chen Changkong and Lu Qingyu who were sitting together on the second floor. 24 billion star dollars. A young man with delicate features and elegant clothes stood up without raising the auction sign in his hand. He didn't bother to raise it because the family behind him was the biggest auction sign. Everyone held their breath when they saw the speaker, because the speaker was Xiao Zhennan from the Xiao family in the Demon City. He can rival the top aristocratic families in Beijing, and only the Lu family in Tengcheng can rival him. When he heard that it was 2.4 billion star yuan, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, and then became excited. 24 billion, a full 24 billion star yuan. It seems that there should be no shortage of money during this period. The auctioneer counted to 3 and officially struck the hammer, and the stone officially belonged to Xiao Zhennan. Chen Changkong heard that he already had 2.4 billion star yuan, and his heart beat loudly, as if the wonderful life ahead was already waving to him. Lu Qingyu watched Chen Changkong fantasizing on the spot, and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "It's only 2.4 billion, which is just my pocket money for several years. What's so strange about it? Suddenly, he had an idea and thought of something. What a beautiful idea! After thinking about the idea, Liu Qingyu said deliberately, although 2.4 billion star yuan seems to be a lot, it actually cannot last for long. The higher the level of powerhouses, the greater the consumption of star yuan. Your 2.4 billion star yuan might last several lifetimes on an ordinary person, but on a being like you who was born to be a king, it might only last a few months. Hearing these words, Chen Changkong was instantly shocked, and then froze on the spot again, thinking about Liu Qingyu's words. After the auction ended for several items that were inferior to Chen Changkong's stones or items of the same level, the female host thought that the next items would shock her just like before. When she saw the list, she was slightly startled, and then she said bravely, "Next are 7 B-level weapons, 7 sins." 7. Sin is 7 weapons from another world. The only characteristic is that they are very sharp, and the 7 weapons can be combined together. The starting price is 7 million, and each bid must not be less than 900,000. It's just a B-class weapon. How come a B-class weapon was mixed in at the last step? Yes, they should at least be A-class weapons. Tianbao Pavilion, are you playing tricks on us? Everyone in the venue was whispering to each other, and the place suddenly became noisy. Chen Changkong looked at the 7 knives on the rostrum, and for some reason he felt like holding him in his arms. So he couldn't help but said, "I will pay 3,000,000. When the price of 30 million came to mind, the whole audience was excited. Everyone was exclaiming, "What fool would spend 30 million to buy a B-class weapon without any special abilities?" Liu Qingyu, who was sitting next to Chen Changkong, had a look of astonishment on his face. He said in a shocked tone, "Brother Chen, you are spending 30 million to buy a B-class weapon without any special abilities." Chen Changkong glanced at Liu Qingyu and felt a little regretful in his heart. Why was he so arrogant? Damn it, he spent 30 million to buy 7 B-class weapons with no special abilities. When the price of 30 million appeared, the whole place suddenly became excited. Everyone exclaimed, and some even marveled at which fool would spend 30 million to buy a B-class weapon without any special abilities. After discovering that the sound came from the second floor, everyone lowered their discussion voices. After all, there may be some people with collecting habits on the second floor, and they don't dare to offend them too much. 30 million once, 30 million twice, 30 million 3 times. For 30 million, these 7 sins were sold. Congratulations to this gentleman. The auctioneer banged the hammer, and at the same time, a serving lady walked up to Chen Changkong, bowed and said, "Dear Mr. Chen, do you want to offset these 7 sins with the previous auction price, or pay for them yourself?" Of course, Chen Changkong chose to use the money from previous sales to offset part of it. After all, he didn't have 30 million. After hearing Chen Changkong's answer, the serving lady bowed again and said, "I understand what you mean, sir." After saying this, she turned and left without looking back. Chapter 25. After Chen Changkong received 2.32 billion star yuan, he took the 7 sins and prepared to leave Tianbao Pavilion. Brother Chen left so early, but what happened at home? Liu Qingyu frowned and asked. Chen Changkong shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just feel that if we are here, we won't be able to auction anything more." Chen Changkong shrugged, then turned and left. 2 hours later, Chen Changkong returned home. The moment he opened the door, 2 woodpeckers rushed forward, while the big woodpecker squatted in front of the door. Chen Changkong rubbed the heads of Ada and Aer, then walked up to Gun Gun and touched her horns. Then he walked to the balcony, ready to test the 7 sins. Arriving at the balcony, Chen Changkong spread the black bag containing the 7 sins on the ground and gently opened the bag. In an instant, 7 weapons appeared in front of him, each one different, including knives, spears, axes, swords, clubs, hammers and bucklers. These 7 weapons are grey-white, have no names, and have no attributes, but their quality is extremely excellent. Chen Changkong reached out and picked up the knife in Qi Xin, and tried to attach the gravity energy in his body to the blade. Purple energy emerged from his hand out of thin air, and then gradually blended into the originally grey-white blade. In the end, the sword became consistent with the big sword Chen Changkong expected. This broadsword is shaped like a Miao sword, with a dragon and tiger pattern inlaid on the handle, and the blade shines like a star. More importantly, this knife has extremely strong destructive power. The most important thing is that it has gravity properties, and it can also increase its gravity. Looking at the big knife in his hand, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Ha ha ha, sure enough, how could my heart be wrong? He looked at the big knife in his hand with joy. Since you are attached by gravity, and the names of the 7 knives are also called the 7 sins, then let you become, furious, Samael, the destructive power of disorder, the ultimate destruction. As soon as he finished speaking, the blade trembled on its own, as if cheering for the name. Chen Changkong looked at the blade in his hand and felt it vibrate as if it were alive. He was shocked that it actually had a weak intelligence. You must know that only A-level or S-level weapons have intelligence. After Chen Changkong swung fury a few times on the balcony, he felt very comfortable, as if the fury in his hands was conforming to his heart like a life, no longer like a cold weapon. After placing furious Samael carefully on the ground, Chen Changkong picked up an axe again. This was a very huge and heavy one-handed axe. He needed to tighten his whole body before he could barely lift it. Even lifting it was a very strenuous task, let alone fighting with it. Chen Changkong tried to guide the supreme power of the sun in his body to the axe. He closed his eyes and focused on channeling the power of the sun from within. Golden light began to surge through him, wrapping around the axe. After about 20 minutes, the color of the axe changed from grey to gold. It becomes heavier and sharper. In his hands, the axe has turned into an indestructible weapon. An infinite power surged in Chen Changkong's heart. He could feel the power brought by the axe flowing through his body, as if it could defeat all obstacles. Chen Changkong vigorously waved the axe in his hand, and a burst of sound was heard in the air, demonstrating the power of the axe. The most important thing is that Chen Changkong discovered that the axe can also store solar energy, which means that when he swings the axe, he can make his sun become more powerful. As for the other 5 weapons, Chen Changkong has not thought about what energy he should use for the time being. After all, he only has one ability left, which is resuscitation, but none of these 5 weapons is more suitable for resuscitation. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind. Others immediately tried to transfer the power of resurrection to the buckler. Dark green energy surged out of his body and enveloped the buckler. After more than 10 minutes of injection, the buckler became tougher. Not only that, it can reflect attacks and absorb their power, converting it into energy to regenerate itself. Chen Changkong glanced at the 3 weapons in front of him and smiled involuntarily. If he input energy into each weapon, it would mean that he only spent 30 million star yuan to purchase 7 A-level weapons. Suddenly, Chen Changkong thought that the other 2 weapons had not yet been named, so he raised the battle axe and looked at the golden axe. He closed his eyes tightly and began to feel the energy contained in the axe. After a while, he opened his eyes and murmured to himself, "You will be called the sun, Sur." Sui's trembling gradually intensified, as if in response to Chen Changkong's praise of the name. "As long as you like it, my naming skills are indeed fine." Chen Changkong felt Sui's trembling, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with confidence, "He is indeed a naming genius, naming this weapon after the mythical sun god from his previous life." In a happy mood, Chen Changkong couldn't wait to pick up the buckler in his hand and began to think about how to give it a dignified and characteristic name. He recalled the shields held by many gods in the myths of his previous life, and wanted to find the name that best matched his buckler. Is it the Qian and Xingtian's relatives, Cuchulain's Dubhan, Kona's Lamthapad, or Ligale's Nithake? Finally, he came up with a beautiful name, Equus, the mythical shield held by the great almighty god Zeus. Also known as Aegis, sheepskin shield or Medusa shield. It was forged by the blacksmith god Hephaestus. Its name is the origin of the English word protection, Aegis, Aegis. Chen Changkong felt that this name perfectly matched his buckler. He imagined the power and mystery of Equith, and the protective power it bestowed upon him. In his mind, the buckler began to undergo startling changes. In the originally blank center, a mural in the form of thunder and lightning suddenly appeared, instantly making the entire shield glow with an unprecedented sacred light. Chen Changkong stared at the mural on the round shield in amazement. He could feel the infinite power and blessing contained in this pattern. The thunder and lightning patterns seemed to come alive, shining with a dazzling light, as if to warn anyone who dared to approach with threats. Feeling the sudden power of thunder and lightning from Equus, Chen Changkong frowned. Wasn't the ability he inputted into Yuan shield a resurgence? Where does thunder and lightning come from? Could it be about gods in previous lives? But this shouldn't be the case. If you can upgrade a weapon simply by giving it a name, then where are there any low-level weapons in the world? Chapter 26. After thinking about it, Chen Changkong felt that it was not about the relationship between the gods in the previous life. If he simply gave it a name, it would cause changes. Then why didn't the previous Sir change? After more than 10 minutes, Chen Changkong stopped thinking. Forget it, when you become stronger in the future, you will naturally know why. Thinking of this, he packed up the 7 sins, then went to the bedroom to buy some resources, preparing to retreat for a month. After purchasing the resources, Chen Changkong set a goal for himself, to break through to the 10 stars of the awakening realm within this month. Time is like water, and the sun and moon rotate. A month passed in a blink of an eye. I haven't broken through to the transcendent realm yet. I'm still a little short of it, but the 10 stars of the awakening realm should be barely enough. Chen Changkong was naked from the waist up, showing off his godlike muscles. He muttered to himself, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. At this moment, 2 little woodpeckers came to him and rubbed the corners of his trousers affectionately. Chen Changkong bent down, touched the heads of the 2 little woodpeckers, and said with a hint of sternness in his tone, "Ade, Aer, have you exercised properly according to my plan?" Hearing Chen Changkong's words, Ade and Aer were obviously stunned for a moment, and then their bodies trembled violently. They looked at Chen Changkong with horrified expressions and quickly put on coquettish expressions. Seeing the performance of the 2 little woodpeckers, Chen Changkong immediately knew that these 2 little woodpeckers had not been properly trained. Immediately, he reached out and picked up the 2 little woodpeckers and brought them to a room. The room is filled with various exercise equipment, which Chen Changkong specially customized for the 2 little woodpeckers from the internet. Chen Changkong threw the 2 small woodpeckers on the ground, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said with a hint of coldness in his tone, "Considering that you did not complete the task today, it is natural to double it. According to the task, you should do 1,000 push UPS every day, so today you have to complete 10,000 push UPS. For running, just turn it 20 times. As for dumbbells, you don't need too many, just turn it 10 times. Remember, it must be completed before evening, otherwise you won't want to eat for 3 days." After saying that, Chen Changkong turned around and left indifferently, ignoring the frightened and trembling expressions of the 2 little woodpeckers. As soon as Chen Changkong walked out of the room, he saw Gun Gun waiting in front of the door. Seeing Gun Gun, Chen Changkong stepped forward and hugged her neck, rubbed the furry neck, and murmured with great satisfaction, "It's really comfortable. I haven't felt like this for several weeks." Gun Gun's cheeks turned red, and she shook her neck shyly. Feeling the tickling sensation on her neck, her whole body stiffened, and she could only offset the shyness by shaking slightly. Chen Changkong let go of Gun Gun and said with a gentle face, "Gun Gun, please go in and supervise those two little guys later. Remember, don't be merciful." Gun Gun nodded, then walked into the room and began to supervise. Seeing Gun Gun walking into the room, Chen Changkong nodded with satisfaction. According to his recent reading, the woodpecker race is very strange. It is not a simple parental social structure, but a very weird social structure. Strictly speaking, Gun Gun is not Ada and Aer's mother, but rather his sister. However, the unique social structure of the woodpecker requires Gun Gun to assume the responsibilities of a mother. Humans currently have no idea why the woodpecker's social structure is so special. Tianwu Academy, Shopping Street. Chen Changkong walked into the shopping street of Tianwu Academy. The streets here are lined with towering buildings, full of the busy atmosphere of a modern city. But what is different from ordinary cities is that there is a strong spiritual energy here, giving the entire neighborhood a mysterious and sublime atmosphere. Walking on the streets, people can see a variety of shops. The traditional Kung Fu bookstore displays ancient books and precious Kung Fu secrets, exuding an ancient atmosphere. In the elixir store on the corner, various herbs and elixirs are neatly arranged, releasing an intoxicating aroma. The training equipment store is filled with all kinds of exquisite weapons and defensive equipment, and the sound of metal clashing can be heard from time to time, which makes people yearn for it. This is one of the most expensive places in Tianwu Academy. The shopping street is also known as the gold-swallowing monster. Anyone who breaks into this place will be in debt and on the verge of bankruptcy. However, Chen Changkong is not worried. After all, he now has a huge sum of 2.3 billion. How can a shopping street in a small elementary school swallow up his huge sum of 2.3 billion? Chen Changkong walked on the street and looked at the figures passing by. Some of them were just poor people who came to the shopping street to take a look. There were also young men from rich families who brought their girlfriends to buy luxury goods, and there were also children of aristocratic families who came here to buy a panacea to break through oneself. Suddenly, the sun in Chen Changkong's body began to collide violently, like a tiger that smelled the scent of prey. Following the guidance of this impulse, Chen Changkong came to a shop. It was a very old-looking shop. The shop was called Almighty Department Store. The surrounding buildings were all made of wood, even the tables and chairs. All are made of wood. There are even famous paintings hanging on the walls. Following the intuition in his heart, Chen Changkong came to an orb. The orb in front of him shines like the sun, releasing powerful solar energy. Chen Changkong can feel that as long as he gets close to the orb, his cultivation speed will increase at least 10 times. At this moment, a clear voice sounded. "This guest, do you need any help?" Chen Changkong turned around and looked at the person who spoke. She was a girl with short silver hair. She had exquisite facial features and exuded the temperament of a little white rabbit. However, it made people feel as if she would be swallowed by her if they were not careful. "Then, young lady, can I ask how much this orb is worth?" "This orb is very special. It was dropped by my grandfather when he hunted a monster with solar attributes." The girl thought for a while and then spoke. After saying that, the girl started introducing herself again before Chen Changkong could speak. "My name is Xiao Luo, and I am the current store manager of this all-purpose department store. Don't think I'm easy to bully because I'm young. You must know that the name of our store is spread throughout Tianwu Academy." After hearing Xiao Luo's introduction, Chen Changkong remembered what his teacher had told him before. "There is a very mysterious shop in our school. It is a place where all dreams can be realized, but there is a price to pay. This orb is called Zhengyang Orb and is worth 70.5 million. Its effect is to greatly increase the absorption of solar energy. I heard from my grandfather that this orb has other functions, but it has not been discovered yet." Xiao Luo thought for a while and explained the price and the power of this Zhengyang pearl. Hearing this price, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, and then thought that he now had a huge sum of 2.3 billion, so he didn't have to worry about this mere 70.5 million orb. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong nodded and said in a relaxed tone, "Then, Boss Jiao, I want to buy this Zhengyang pearl." When she found out that Chen Changkong wanted to buy Zhengyang Beizu, Xiao Luo was filled with excitement. After all, this was her first business since taking over the store. Looking at Bai Luo, who was stunned in place, Chen Changkong said, "Boss Jiao, I'm curious, how should I pay next?" Xiao Luo quickly took out a device and said, "Then this uncle, oh no, this handsome guy, use this to pay." Chen Changkong glanced at the instrument, then took out the card and swiped it. 70.5 million star yuan has been received. Chen Changkong felt a little sad when he heard the mechanical sound. After all, this was 70.5 million, which was not a simple small sum. Even he, who is now rich in money, will feel a little sad. Hearing the sound of payment, Xiao Luo jumped up excitedly, hugged Chen Changkong, and said with surprise in her voice, "Wow, I completed my first business." Chen Changkong patted Xiao Luo on the back, indicating that she could come down. Seeing that she was still hanging on Chen Changkong, Xiao Luo's face turned red and she immediately put her hand down. Suddenly she shrank up like a frightened little white rabbit. Looking at Xiao Luo in front of him, Chen Changkong shrugged, then picked up the Zhengyang orb and turned away. Chapter 27. Just when Chen Changkong was about to step out of the shop, Xiao Luo said with a haughty look, "Since you are my first customer, I will mercifully tell you my world letter today." Shixin is a chat software similar to WeChat and QQ in previous lives. Looking at the proud girl in front of him, Chen Changkong darkened his face and said, "What is the use of your world letter? Besides, I don't want your world letter either." As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Luo's proud expression immediately disappeared, replaced by a look of grievance. Brother, I beg you, please take my Shixin. I haven't opened a store for half a year. Ever since my grandfather asked me to manage this store when he went on a trip, I haven't received a single order. For half a year, I lived solely on the pocket money I saved as a child." Seeing the aggrieved Xiao Luo in front of him, who was about to shed tears, Chen Changkong frowned and pulled Xiao Luo's head away with disgust to prevent her tears from getting on his clothes. After a while, Chen Changkong saw that Xiao Luo still had no intention of letting go, so he said helplessly, Okay, I'll add your Shixin head office." After receiving Chen Changkong's answer, Xiao Luo let go of her hand with satisfaction, wiped away the tears that were about to fall, and immediately showed a smile on her face that her plan was successful. "Brother, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have had to cry so many tears." As Xiao Luo spoke, she skillfully took out her mobile phone from her pocket, quickly clicked on the opening letter, and then handed the mobile phone to Chen Changkong. "Brother, please join me quickly, I still have things to prepare." Chen Changkong looked at Xiao Luo's sly smile, his face darkened, and he suddenly thought in his heart, "Is it a little too kind to pity this guy?" Chen Changkong took out his mobile phone, opened Shixin, and scanned Xiao Luo's QR code. He picked up his phone, opened Shixin, and scanned the QR code displayed by Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo nodded and agreed. Soon, Chen Changkong's Shixin had a new friend, Little White Rabbit. Xiao Luo's world letter has an additional friend named Sun. Seeing the nickname in Chen Changkong's Shixin, Xiao Luo raised the corner of her mouth slightly and said jokingly, "Brother, you actually chose a name like this. I would say you should choose a more domineering name, such as Super Boss." Hearing the nickname Super Boss, Chen Changkong's face darkened, and he said with a hint of murderous intent in his tone, "Then tell me, what other name can I give?" Xiao Luo shivered. She waved her hands hurriedly and said with a hint of panic in her tone, "It's nothing. Big brother, this Sun suits your temperament very well. If you ask me to say this nickname, it is simply born for Big Brother. If I don't have this name, I'm not used to it." Hearing such a reply, Chen Changkong nodded with satisfaction, then turned and left. Xiao Luo looked at his back, waved her hand, and shouted with a smile, "Brother, come to me to buy things from now on, I will give you a discount." After leaving the almighty department store, Chen Changkong walked around for a while and found that there was nothing he needed to buy. After all, he wanted weapons now and had weapons. If you want a skill, there is a skill. Something is missing somewhere. Just when Chen Changkong was about to go home and continue practicing, a familiar voice sounded. "Brother Chen, you are fine." Hearing this voice, Chen Changkong immediately thought of the person coming. "It's not like we're all fine here. We haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 weeks at most. Lu Qingyu." Chen Changkong turned around, and when he turned around, he was surprised. Because the person standing next to Lu Qingyu was not his sister Lu Jingjing, but a strong man with short hair, a strong build and a fierce face. Seeing Chen Changkong's surprise, Lu Qingyu quickly introduced him, "Brother Chen, this is a friend of mine. You may not have met him, but you have definitely heard of his name." At this time, the strong man interrupted Lu Qingyu's words and said, "This brother, my name is Jin Rongchong, and I also have another title Gun Hao. In this Tianwu Academy, although he cannot be said to cover the sky with one hand, he can still be regarded as a first-class figure." Chen Changkong was stunned when he heard that the strong man's name was Jin Rongchong. Isn't that one of the 6 seed-level students of Tianwu Academy? Ever since Lu Qingyu popularized science among the seed-level students, Chen Changkong had made up for the 6 talents among the current seed-level students. According to rumors, Jin Rongchong is said to have a fierce appearance, a voice that can scare children to death like the roar of a tiger, and scars all over his body. But the strong man in front of him, apart from looking a bit fierce, didn't seem to meet the standards in the rumors. As for why there is no video about Jin Rongchong, Chen Changkong thinks it is probably the power of the school or the family behind him. After all, proper protection is needed. As if he noticed Chen Changkong's doubtful eyes, Jin Rongchong burst out laughing, "It seems that this brother misunderstood me again because of some rumors on the internet. I am such a kind-hearted person, how could I be like what was said on the internet? So vicious. I not only like reading, but also growing flowers. How could I be such a cruel person?" At this time, Lu Qingyu quietly came to Chen Changkong, whispered in his ear, "The books he likes to read are all very violent, and the flowers he grows are all piranhas. Hey Lu Qingyu, how can you slander me?" Jin Rongchong saw Lu Qingyu talking quietly and quickly stretched out his hand and shouted loudly, "Brother Jin, listen to my sophistry first. No, listen to my explanation first. I'm not slandering you. I'm a bit honest and I don't like lying." Lu Qingyu narrowed his eyes and explained. "You think I'm stupid, Lu Qingyu?" Jin Rongchong gritted his teeth and said with murderous intent in his tone. If he hadn't been standing on the street now, he would have punched him. "Hey, Lu Qingyu, why did you stop me?" Just when Lu Qingyu wanted to continue speaking, Chen Changkong interrupted him. "Brother Chen, how is your current cultivation level? Can you break through to the extraordinary realm?" Lu Qingyu opened his narrowed eyes and asked seriously. Seeing Lu Qingyu who suddenly became serious, Chen Changkong was also startled, but he quickly came to his senses and revealed his current state, "I haven't broken through to the extraordinary realm yet. I am only 10 stars in the awakening realm, but I should be there next week. You can break through to the extraordinary realm." Upon hearing this answer, Lu Qingyu and Jin Rongchong suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly laughed, Chen Changkong frowned and looked at the 2 people with caring eyes. Could it be that these 2 people didn't take their medicine today? "Brother Chen, it's good that you haven't broken through to the transcendent realm. This way, it's just fine. And Brother Chen, can you stop looking at me with those caring eyes for the mentally retarded?" Lu Qingyu stopped laughing wildly and spoke. Yes, brother, just look at Lu Qingyu alone, not me. Jin Rongchong also stopped laughing and complained. Looking at the two people who had stopped laughing, Chen Changkong frowned and expressed his doubts. You two, why don't you explain it to me? Everything is like this. The school released an event 2 weeks ago, which is a 3-person PK mode. If it is just a simple 3-person PK mode, then there is no problem. Mainly in this 3-person PK mode, his participation conditions must be 1 in the awakening realm and 2 in the transcendent realm to participate. Lu Qingyu talked about the 3-player PK mode activity and also complained about it. When he heard about this event, Chen Changkong was stunned. Why hadn't he heard of this event? After glancing at Chen Changkong, who was stunned for a moment, Lu Qingyu said, "Sure enough, Brother Chen really doesn't know about this activity." Chen Changkong's face darkened when he heard Lu Qingyu's teasing words. Then he raised his own question. As seed-level students, you should not lack those resources. Why do you want to participate? When Lu Qingyu and Jin Rong often heard this question, they grinned and showed their big white teeth. Of course it's because I'm a little bored right now and want to have some fun. Chapter 28. Looking at the two people with evil smiles on their faces, Chen Changkong frowned and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. These two are really evil, but I like them. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong grinned and said, I agree, let's go, where can we sign up now? After receiving Chen Changkong's answer, Jin Rongchong hugged Chen Changkong's neck with a happy expression. Brother, let's go and sign up. Seeing the two people walking away arm in arm, Lu Qingyu shook his head helplessly, but he was also happy in his heart and quickly caught up with them. An hour later, 3 people walked out of a registration office. Brother Chen, I just wish I couldn't get to know you sooner. Today I get to know Brother Chen's spirit. Jin Rongchong put his arms around Chen Changkong's neck and said loudly. Chen Changkong patted Jin Changkong's hand, indicating that he could let go. Jin Rongchong wisely let go of Chen Changkong's hand and said, Brother Chen, don't be so shy. A man must rely on his brothers outside. Chen Changkong twitched the corner of his mouth and complained in his heart, I have known you for less than 2 hours, so what kind of brothers are you? Jin Rongchong looked at the sky and said with some reluctance, the time has come. It seems that I have to re-enter the training called loneliness. See you in 3 days, Brother Chen. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Rongchong turned around and left without looking back. His lonely figure seemed to have abandoned the world. Looking at Jin Rongchang's lonely back when he left, Chen Changkong's face sank and the corners of his mouth twitched. I complained in my heart, what kind of weirdo is this Mr. Brother Chen, are you nervous about the game in 3 days? Lu Qingyu quietly came to Chen Changkong's side and spoke. It's not serious yet. There will still be a little tension, but it will be very small, so small that it may not be there at all. Chen Changkong shrugged and answered very modestly. Since Brother Chen is so confident, Lu is here to congratulate Brother Chen in advance for winning the championship. The corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth turned up with an evil smile, and he said with a hint of happiness in his tone. Don't say that. I'm not so proud. I'm a very humble person. Chen Changkong shrugged and said with humility in his tone. After saying that, Chen Changkong waved goodbye to Lu Qingyu. Time passed in a blink of an eye, and soon came 3 days later. The sun was shining brightly and there were no clouds in the sky. The large venue was crowded with people and bustling with activity. And this venue is now the venue for the 3-person PK mode. Welcome to the audience to watch this 3v3 PK mode competition sponsored by the Tianwu Academy Student Union. Today we also warmly welcome the players participating in this competition. Please look forward to their wonderful performance. At the same time, we wish them success in their cultivation. Before the finals, we will adopt a 1v1 heads-up mode. After reaching the finals, we will have finals and team battles at the same time. Then, everyone, please look forward to the next game. On the podium of the venue, a tall girl with fair skin said in a professional tone. The girl's name is Yang Naik, and she is also the female host of this competition. As soon as Yang Naik finished speaking, there was a burst of noise in the whole place. Come on, come on, come on Class 8, go above and beyond. Chi is like a divine dragon, power is like a tiger, Class 7 is the strongest. Set sail, cut through the waves, court Class 8, create greater glory again. A series of exciting slogans sounded, and every class brought their slogans to cheer for their classmates. After all, this 3v3 PK game is not only about glory for individuals, but also about glory for the class. Most people choose teammates from their own classes, with a few exceptions such as Chen Changkong. Looking at the lively scene, the steps were covered with flags, and the seats were packed. There were many people standing to watch the game, not only the students in Tianyu Academy, but also the teachers and staff in the academy, as well as some reporters outside the school and parents of the students. When Chen Changkong saw the flag of his class, his mouth twitched. It seemed that he would be talked about by teacher Xia after this game. The two people sitting next to him didn't make much movement. After all, as seed-level students, the two of them are not restricted by their classes. If they want to learn, they will have dedicated teachers to teach them. There is no need for such troublesome things as classes. Chen Changkong's face darkened when he thought of the team names the three of them had chosen now, and he couldn't help but pray in his heart, I hope everyone present can only focus on the process and results of the game, and not on the team's name. After all, the name they chose is really a bit shameful. Jin Rongchong pointed to an ordinary-looking student wearing glasses in the audience and said, Brother Chen, don't think he looks ordinary. In fact, his powers are very powerful, and as far as I know, he also participated in this competition and is considered a relatively strong opponent. After hearing Jin Rongchang's words, Chen Changkong followed his hand and found that he was an ordinary-looking young man wearing glasses. He could not be called ugly. He was the kind of person who would not cause any disturbance if thrown into the crowd. So what is his name and what are his powers? He is my cousin, Jin Maka, and his powers are also very powerful, but in order to let Brother Chen have some fun, I won't talk about it here. And if we meet him next, please ask Brother Chen to teach him a lesson. After all, I have always done it for the sake of his parents and have never beaten him. You are such a good big brother. After hearing Jin Rongchang's request to teach his younger brother a lesson, the corners of Chen Changkong's mouth twitched slightly. The first game we are invited to play next is the Vitality team composed of the Super Energetic Class 7 vs the Super Cold team composed of the Super Domineering and Cold Class 6. Yang Naik, wearing a white dress and rabbit ears on her head, picked up the card in her hand. After seeing the introduction on the card, she swallowed awkwardly, and then read out the introduction despite being uncomfortable. After the words fell, two teams appeared in the venue. One was the Vitality team with 2 women and 1 man, and the other was the Super Cold team with 3 men. Seeing the two teams appearing, not only the audience gasped, but Chen Changkong also took a deep breath. What kind of luck is this? 2 weird teams just happened to bump into each other. The 2 girls in the front of the energy team are more normal, but their clothes and temperament are more lively. But what the hell is going on with that man? He just showed up wearing a raccoon holster. UFG thought you were a left amusement park. As for the Super Cold team, the 3 of them look like a slaying team. Those who don't know better think they are a slaying team. Cold and ruthless, that's me. The noble and elegant noble is none other than Xia Wei. In this game, I will definitely bring glory to the family. The 3 killers of Super Cold team struck a pose and said that embarrassing quote. Looking at the 3 killers posing in front of him, the raccoon C*M boy of the energy team couldn't help but complain in his heart, are we weird or are they weird? Why do I feel that they are weirder than me? The competition has begun. Now please invite members of both sides to come on stage and start making choices. Yang Naik looked at the two strange teams in front of her and said while suppressing the displeasure in her heart. After hearing what Yang Naik said, both teams stepped forward to report their order. After knowing the order of the two teams, Yang Naik said with a smile, "Then the first competition begins now." The first person to appear was Ye Yunji, the Transcendent Realm representative of Team Vitality, who had 1 star in the Transcendent Realm, while her opponent was Ye Zhonglen, the Transcendent Realm representative of Team Superling, who had 1 star in the Transcendent Realm. A beautiful young girl walked onto the stage, waving her hands above her head, and received her cheers from the audience. Her opponent was a shamate with a blue hedgehog head. Ye Zhonglang was wearing a blue jacket and had his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't take the girl in front of him seriously. Chapter 29. Ye Yunji glared at the killing boy in front of him, with a look of disgust flashing in his eyes, and said in a cold tone, "Your hairstyle is really ugly, it makes you uncomfortable to look at." When Ye Zhonglang heard this, he gritted his teeth and clenched his hands in his trouser pockets. With an angry look on his face, he roared at Ye Yunji in front of him, "How dare you mock the glory of our family, I will break your limbs." Ye Yunji sneered, shrugged indifferently, and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Hey, why are you such a stingy man? You just said a few words, there is no need to be so angry. It should have started now." Ye Zhonglang paused for a moment, turned his eyes to the sky in the distance, and said in a cold tone. Then, like a bullet fired from the barrel, he appeared in front of Ye Yunji in an instant, and then punched her hard in the face. Click! The sudden impact made Ye Yunji fly backwards like a kite with a broken string, and rolled several times on the ground. She covered her bleeding face, gritted her teeth, and roared angrily, "You damn murderer! Matt, how dare you hit me in the face?" As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Yunji punched the ground hard. In an instant, a fist mark several centimeters deep appeared on the ground, and a small earthquake occurred in a radius of dozens of meters. Ye Zhonglang was not frightened by this momentum, but quickly came to Ye Yunji and kicked Ye Yunji hard on the chin. The strong force caused Ye Yunji to faint for a moment, but her body in the Transcendent Realm was already many times harder than steel. This attack, which could kill a normal human, could only make her faint for a few seconds. Seeing Ye Yunji fainting, Ye Zhonglang involuntarily took a few steps back, but after thinking about it, he rushed over and prepared to punch her again. However, in this brief daze, Ye Yunji woke up. Ye Yunji's mind was still a little groggy, but when she saw Ye Chonglian rushing over, endless anger surged into her heart. Her eyes were bloodshot, she showed only a few teeth left, and she roared with murderous intent, "I'm going to kill you, kill you." Then she raised her right hand and clenched her 5 fingers into a fist, as if endless power was integrated into her right hand. This was her superhuman power, a collection of muscles. It can gather all the muscles of the whole body in one place at the same time. Ye Yunji's originally slender right hand began to swell, but it became several times larger in an instant, and the muscles were knotted, like a giant's fist. She raised her giant fist high and hit Ye Zhonglang hard. Ye Zhonglang was completely caught off guard by this unexpected counterattack, and his body was hit hard in the chest by a huge force. He suddenly felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck, and violent pain spread throughout his body. Ye Zhonglang never thought that Ye Yunji's counterattack would be like this, which also caused him to be unable to dodge and was hit hard in the chest by the punch. He quickly took a few steps back, his face pale and his heart filled with shock. Ye Yunji's right hand still held the giant's fist high, and her eyes flashed with crazy light, as if she was really going to beat Ye Zhonglang to pieces. Her voice was full of anger and murderous intent, "I'm going to kill you, kill you." Ye Zhonglang felt threatened and did not dare to hesitate at all. He dodged Ye Yunji's attack in a flash. He hurriedly adjusted his state and stared at Ye Yunji solemnly, his heart full of vigilance. He originally thought he would win this duel easily, but now it seems that Ye Yunji is not that easy to deal with. It is indeed a transcendent realm. Ye Yunji roared with momentum, took another step, and attacked Ye Zhongling. Her movements are fast and sharp, and every punch and kick carries powerful power and destructive power. Ye Zhongling's whole body tensed up, using his agility and flexibility to constantly dodge Ye Yunji's attacks while looking for opportunities to counterattack. The scene was tense and intense, and the fists and kicks of the two men intertwined, making a shocking sound. The surrounding spectators were stunned, marveling at Ye Yunji's strength and Ye Zhongling's flexibility. After several minutes of this, Ye Zhongling's hair instantly became as flexible as a rope. With a flick of Ye Zhongling's head, tens of thousands of whip-like hairs penetrated Ye Yunji's body like steel needles. Swish, swish, swish. The whip-like hair penetrated the air, making a sharp whistling sound. Ye Yunji felt a sharp pain, like 1,000 arrows piercing her heart, flooding her brain instantly, making her almost unbearable. Her legs weakened, tears almost bursting out of her eyes, and she finally fell to the ground weakly. Looking at Ye Yunji lying on the ground, Ye Zhongling did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he looked at Ye Yunji on the ground cautiously. He was afraid that she would wake up again like before. Time passed minute by minute, and Ye Yunji still didn't make any move on the ground. Seeing this, the referee's clear voice sounded, "The victory or defeat has been decided, the winner, Ye Zhongling." This result made Ye Zhongling breathe a sigh of relief. His body gradually relaxed, and his whip-like hair instantly returned to its original appearance. He panted heavily, sweat soaking his forehead. When the results came out, several medical staff quickly walked onto the stage and carried away the unconscious Ye Yunji. At this time, a girl with vitality walked up to Ye Zhongling and said with a rebuke in her tone, "How can a man like you do this? You actually attacked Sister Yunji unexpectedly. What kind of man are you talking about?" Ye Zhongling sneered when he heard the girl's scolding, and when he was about to speak, a voice sounded. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. My teammate's tone was bad. Please don't take it to heart." The raccoon boy from the Vitality team stepped forward and stopped the two of them. While explaining to Ye Zhongling, he stopped the Vitality girl with his hands. "Huan Chu, what kind of man are you? Sister Yunji has been beaten like that, and you are still speaking for him." The Vitality girl looked shocked. She didn't expect that Huan Chu didn't help him and scolded Ye Zhongling with her. Huan Chu noticed the shock of the Vitality girl and quickly explained, "My eldest lady, we don't need to be like this. The rest is up to me. I will definitely avenge Sister Yunji." After speaking, Huan turned around. Others could not see the emotion on his face at this time, but he said to Ye Zhongling in a serious tone, "Next, you will lose the qualification to advance." After saying that, Huan Chu took the girl with vitality and turned around to leave. Looking at Li Huan's back, Ye Zhongling frowned, feeling a little worried about the next game. But soon, when he saw the two teammates who came up to congratulate him on his victory, his inner worries disappeared in an instant. Compared to his worries about the enemy, he still believed in his teammates and members of his family. After the two left, several small disc robots appeared in the field. Several small disc robots walked around the ground as if walking. However, with every step they took, the cracked ground was repaired and cleaned. A few minutes later, the small disc robots had completely visited the entire site, and they gradually left. As soon as the robot left, Ouyang Naik walked up to the podium with a smile and said again, "The next person to appear is Ye Shishi, the awakening representative of Team Vitality, who has 10 stars in the awakening realm, and her opponent is also Zhang Yanling, the awakening representative of Team Superling, who has 10 stars in the awakening realm." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of noise came into the scene. "Come on, Master Ling! Come on Master Ling! Come on Master Ling! Come on Master Ling! Young Master Ling is invincible in the world, and he is the best in the world. Master Ling!" It was a support group composed of all Shamate members. At the same time, they also had another identity, which was, students from Class 7 of the art department. Amid their cheers, a shammate wearing a fashionable brand and wearing sunglasses walked onto the stage. He looked back and smiled, which made all the shammate support group excited. In front of Zhang Yanlang stood a young energetic girl with the same tall figure but a very young face. Yeshishi snorted, not expecting that the shammate in front of him actually had his own support team. I thought that as a beautiful girl, she didn't have a support group of her own. She must create a support group after she returns. Chapter 30. Game start. As soon as the voice started to fall, Yeshishi immediately put up a posture to be on guard against Zhang Yanlang who might want to make a sneak attack. But what shocked her was that Zhang Yanlang didn't make any move. He still stood upright on the spot with his hands in his pockets. Yeshishi frowned and felt confused, but she quickly put aside these thoughts and focused on the opponent in front of her. Suddenly, Zhang Yanlang slowly took out his right hand, whipped it in the air, and then quickly inserted it into his pocket. Yeshishi frowned even more tightly, not understanding what Zhang Yanlang was doing. After all, he just raised his hand for a moment and then immediately put it back into his pocket. Suddenly, the pain in Yeshishi's thigh, as if it was being whipped by a whip, surged into Yeshishi's brain. She was stunned. What was going on? Could this be his superpower, beating cattle across mountains? Or control the air? Yeshishi stared at Zhang Yanlang who had his hands in his pockets, wanting to know more about him. Zhang Yanlang raised the corners of his mouth slightly, took out his left hand again, whipped out a whip quickly, and then quickly inserted it into his pocket. Call out! A whip sound soon sounded on Yeshishi's left hand again, but this time the damage was obviously greater than before, and the left hand seemed to be about to break. She gritted her teeth in pain, but a hint of excitement flashed in her eyes. She saw that Zhang Yanlang did not control the air, but rather solidified the air he swung out to produce something similar to a whip. Now that he knew the superpower, it would be easy to deal with it. Zhang Yanlang looked at Yeshishi who gave up his left hand just to know his own power. A flash of shock flashed in his eyes. The woman in front of him was so bold. She would rather give up one hand to know her own power. Yeshishi raised the corner of his mouth, hid his left hand behind his back, raised his right hand, made a fist with 5 fingers, then rushed towards Zhang Yanlang like a fierce horse, and got in front of Zhang Yanlang in just a few steps. Looking at Yeshishi who was in front of him in just a few steps, a trace of fear flashed in Zhang Yanlang's eyes. His powers were not very suitable for close combat, and she must not be allowed to get close. Thinking of the shortcomings of his own powers, Zhang Yanlang quickly backed away, then turned around and ran away. It's just that his speed is obviously not as fast as Yeshishi. Seeing Zhang Yanlang running away, Yeshishi cursed angrily, "Don't run away, are you a man?" Zhang Yanlang ignored Yeshishi's curse and kept running. He would not be swayed by such low-level provocations. Just as he was thinking about it, a fierce fist suddenly hit his head. Bang! Yeshishi's fist shone with silver light, like a piece of steel falling from a building several stories high, hitting Zhang Yanlang hard on the head. In just a moment, Zhang Yanlang bleeded from all his orifices and fell to the ground. Looking at Zhang Yanlang who was lying on the ground, Yeshishi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said with arrogance in his tone, "I told you to run because you were caught by me." 10 minutes have passed, and Zhang Yanlang still hasn't made any move on the ground. It should be said that he has passed out. Seeing this, the referee's clear voice sounded, "The victory or defeat has been decided, the winner, Yeshishi." Seeing Zhang Yanlang being carried off the field, his support team looked sad and angry. "You stinky woman, how dare you hit young Master Lang on the head? You're such an ugly monster, you actually let young Master Lang fail." Hearing these remarks, Yeshishi grinned and did not tolerate them at all. He raised his head and said in an arrogant tone, "Why, do you want to come up and avenge your so-called young Master Lang? I'm waiting for you here." In an instant, everyone in the support group fell silent, stopped talking, and looked at Yeshishi with malicious eyes. Seeing everyone who dared not speak, Yeshishi shook his head in boredom, then turned and left. After Yeshishi left, several small disc robots appeared in the venue again. A few minutes later, the small disc robots completely visited the entire site and left again. As soon as the robot left, Ouyang Naik walked onto the podium with a smile and said again. The next person to appear is Huan Chu, the Transcendent Realm representative of Team Vitality, who has 2 stars in the Transcendence Realm, and his opponent is also Yan Jiaoling, the Transcendent Realm representative of Team Superling, who has 1 star in the Transcendent Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid raccoon appeared on the scene. Opposite the raccoon in the photo was a shamate with hair that was mixed with the 3 colors of red, blue and yellow. Huan went to look at Yan Jiaoling, and said with an undoubted tone, "You will definitely lose next. Do you want to surrender? After all, we are on the same level." After Yan Jiao listened coldly, he raised the corners of his mouth and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, why do you think you are better than me? Moreover, why do you think you can win 100%? If you are so stubborn, then don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless." When Huan Chu heard this answer, he shook his head helplessly. After all, the Yan Jiaolang in front of him was already 1 level behind him, and the most important thing was that his superpower was not a weak one. Strong but absolutely no problem. Game start. As soon as the words fell, the 2 of them crashed into each other like cars at the same time. Boom! The 2 fist bumped at the same time, and the fierce force even produced a wave of air visible to the naked eye. The powerful wave even stirred up dust on the ground. Suddenly, Huan Chu exerted force violently. The sudden force made Yan Jiaolang unable to react, and he fell back about 10 meters. Yan Jiao coldly shook his head, and couldn't help but think in his heart, there is still some level gap, and the sudden power was obviously greater than his strength at this time. Thinking of this, Yan Jiaolang knew that he could no longer hide his clumsiness and had to use his powers now. Hold head high. Yan Jiaolang looked up to the sky and roared. Every muscle on his body began to swell, his skin began to grow fur that was tens of centimeters thick, his hair, which was a mixture of 3 colors, began to grow longer, and his teeth and claws became sharper. Finally it became like a large hedgehog. Looking at Yan Jiaolang who had transformed into a big hedgehog, Huan Qiuqi smiled softly, and then he also used his own powers, and his body began to gradually merge with the raccoon leather suit. The originally soft hair turned into tough fur, the plastic body turned into a body comparable to King Kong, and the toothless mouth also grew teeth as sharp as steel. Hold head high. The 2 of them looked up to the sky and roared at the same time, and then crashed into each other like 2 big trucks. The moment the 2 people's hands came into contact, a powerful air wave was generated instantly. The white air wave visible to the naked eye dispersed in all directions, plowing the surrounding ground. "It's pretty good, but how can a hedgehog defeat me as a giant bear?" Huan Chu grinned and said disdainfully. "You're just a raccoon, not a giant bear." Yan Jiaolang retorted with an unhappy expression. "Ha ha ha, who told you I'm not a giant bear? My superpower is not a transformation system, but a superhuman power. My leather sheath only looks like a raccoon, but its main structure is that of a brown bear." When Huan Chu heard Yan Jialang's retort, he burst into laughter and said with a mocking tone. "What?" After hearing the news, Yan Jiaolang froze on the spot for a moment, never thinking that the raccoon in front of him was just a scam. If he had known that the raccoon in front of him was just a fake appearance, he would not have rushed forward stupidly. At this moment, Huan went to grab Yan Jialang's hands, then lifted Yan Jiaolang with all his limbs, and then slammed him to the ground. Bang! A violent sound rang out. Yan Jiaolang was hit so hard that he was dizzy, and a deep pit of nearly 2 meters was created in the field behind him. Just when Yan Jiaolang was about to stand up again, Huan Chu raised his hands, made fists with 5 fingers, and then punched Yan Jiaolang's body one after another like raindrops falling in a violent storm. This lasted for more than 10 minutes. Yan Jiaolang was covered in blood and almost all his teeth fell out. Not only that, but also because of the severe pain, Yan Jiaolang turned back into a human again. Looking at Yan Jiaolang, who had completely passed out, Huan Chu nodded, and then cancelled the power. Back to that raccoon holster. Chapter 31. After 3 minutes, Yan Jiaolang still didn't stand up again. Seeing this, the referee's clear voice sounded again, "The victory or defeat has been decided, the winner, go away." At this time, Yang Naik came to the podium again, still smiling, and announced the result of the game. "Congratulations to the Vitality team for qualifying to participate in the finals." Hearing this result, all Class 7 of the court department began to cheer. They all swarmed down from the stands and rushed to where the energy team was to celebrate their victory. "Huan Chu, you have given face to our squad leader." "Yes, Huan Chu, you are simply the pride of our class." Amidst the praise, Huan Chu took off his raccoon hood, scratched his head very modestly, and replied with a modest tone, "It's actually nothing, the main reason is that Yan Jiaolang underestimated the enemy too much. If he hadn't directly confronted me head-on, maybe there will be some trouble." "That's not a good disguise, Huan Chu, by changing the appearance of the holster to look like a raccoon." "Haha." At this moment, a female voice interrupted everyone's praise. "Hey, why are you just praising me? I won too." Hearing the female voice, everyone immediately reacted and came to Yeshishi's side one after another, praising her as if they had honey on their mouths. "Of course, how could we forget you? You are the last person to appear." "Yes, aren't the protagonists the last to appear? You are the protagonist of our class, so we are the last to praise you. You are the princess of our 7th class, how beautiful and elegant you are." Yeshishi felt very satisfied with the compliments one after another. She raised her head like a peacock and nodded proudly. He calmly accepted everyone's words of praise that were as easy to break as lies. On the other side, there was another scene. The students from Class 7 of the art department gathered around Ye Zhongleng with frustrated faces, while Ye Zhanggong's other 2 teammates were still lying on the hospital bed. A few minutes later, Ye Zhongleng glanced at the frustrated people around him and said in an encouraging tone, "Everyone, don't be discouraged. There are still many games to come, and we will definitely be able to prove our family. Everyone, let us work together to prove our family to the university, Daxia, and the world as soon as possible." Ye Zhanggong's voice echoed in the silent air, and his eyes revealed firmness and determination. The students in Class 7 of the art department listened silently. They were infected by Ye Zhanggong's encouragement, and their inner depression began to be gradually replaced by hope. Ye Zhongleng looked around and saw his teammates still lying on the hospital bed. He took a deep breath and continued, "Although we have encountered some difficulties, it does not mean that we give up. Our teammates are in the hospital bed, and they are supporting us with their silent perseverance. Now, how can we give up? Everything is for the family." Everyone's eyes shone with perseverance, and they seemed to see the dawn of hope. Ye Zhanggong's words were like a warm force in their hearts, giving them courage and motivation. His voice was full of encouragement, as if it lit a fire in everyone's heart. The students in Class 7 of the art department stretched out their hands and held them tightly, their eyes shining with determination. "Yes, let's work together to prove to them and the world that we are not wrong." The second game we are invited to play next is the Hukan team, which is made up of the super good-looking Class 4, vs the Bing Bing team, which is made up of the super cold Class 6. Yang Naik came to the podium again, but this time she changed her clothes. The white dress was replaced by a black dress. The rabbit ears were no longer on her head, but she simply tied a ponytail. After Yang Naik saw the introduction on the card, she swallowed awkwardly again, and then forced herself to finish reading the introduction without being comfortable. Yang complained with some dissatisfaction in her heart, I am so numb, I would not have listened to their flattery if I had known. What on earth is this competition about? Every one of them is FG weird. As soon as the words fell, the two teams also got it on the field. Both teams are composed of girls. The Hokkien team consists of 2 young girls and 1 Yuja girl. The Bing Bing team is very simple and rough, and the 3 of them are all cold-blooded girls. Yang looked at the 2 teams composed of girls in front of her, and she couldn't help but feel a good impression in her heart. Although the names were a bit weird, no one would be disgusted by good-looking things. There was a hint of joy in my heart announcing, the competition has begun. Now please invite members of both sides to come on stage and start making choices. The order of the 2 teams' matches is the same as before, with the first and third matches being the Transcendent Realm, and the second match being the Awakening Realm. After knowing the order of the 2 teams, Yang said with a smile, then the first game begins now. The first person to appear was Luo Suejuan, the Transcendent Realm representative of the Hokkien team, who had 1 star in the Transcendent Realm, while her opponent was Jing Suihe, the Transcendent Realm representative of the Bing 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 team who also had 1 Transcendent Realm star. As soon as the words were spoken, an energetic girl with double ponytails walked onto the stage. The opponent of the energetic girl is a cold lady with short hair. The Vitality girl cupped her fists and bowed, and said with a serious tone, Hello, my name is Luo Suejuan, please give me some advice. Jing Suihe paused for a moment when he saw Luo Suejuan bowing, but quickly realized that he also cupped his fists and bowed to her. Game start. The moment the voice fell, the 2 of them immediately got into position and activated their powers. Luo Suejuan's body gradually showed some characteristics of tiger beasts, such as tiger tail, tiger ears, tiger claws and most importantly, tiger teeth. Jing Suihe began to gradually disappear under the sunlight, and finally disappeared from the same place as if he was invisible. Luo Suejuan roared, and then rushed forward like an out-of-control carriage. Although in the eyes of the audience, she was so stupid at this time that she still blindly moved forward even though she knew that the other party had disappeared. But what the audience doesn't know is that Luo Suejuan not only gained the appearance of a tiger beast, she also gained the smell and touch of a tiger beast. Her nose and skin seemed to be equipped with trackers, and she could accurately obtain the location of the disappeared Jing Suihe at any time. Because of this, Luo Suejuan only needs to rush forward like an out-of-control carriage. Every time she tracks, she can perfectly and accurately attack Jing Suihe. Looking at Luo Suejuan, who seemed to have a clairvoyant on, cold sweat broke out on Jing Suihe's forehead, and her breathing began to be disrupted. Is this cheating, or is this Luo Suejuan's superpower? This is simply a way to defeat her. Chapter 32. After a few minutes, Luo Suejuan finally caught Jing Suihe. She clasped Jing Suihe's ankle tightly and used her right hand to throw her into the air. Luo Suejuan raised her head and glanced at Jing Suihe in the sky, grinning at the corners of her mouth to reveal her ferocious tiger teeth, with a cunning light shining in her eyes. She assumed a hunting posture like a tiger, using all her limbs to fly into the air. Jing Suihe witnessed the drastic changes in the surrounding scene and fell into confusion and panic. She suddenly appeared in the sky for some reason. She could hardly believe that she was flying. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared in her sight. Jing Suihe's aloof image collapsed instantly, and she began to scream, "Don't come over! Don't come over!" Ah! Luo Suejuan hit Jing Suihe like a mountain bearing down on the top. The 2 of them fell instantly at an altitude of more than 10 meters. However, it was not Luo Suejuan who fell, but Jing Suihe. Boom! A violent rumbling sound sounded, dust filled half of the venue, and the originally tidy venue was also covered in dust and gravel. In a deep pit, Luo Suejuan rubbed her head, shook her head in trouble, then shook off the dust on her body and walked out of the pit. Jing Suihe, who was lying in the deep pit, had tears on her face and a hoarse voice in her throat. The severe pain prevented her from passing out. All the bones in her body seemed to have suffered a crushing attack. Now there was barely an inch of her body is intact. All this happened too suddenly. Luo Suejuan's actions were fast and fierce. Jing Suihe was like a helpless bird, unable to resist Luo Suejuan's strong attack. The whole scene became chaotic, filled with blood and pain. Ouyang Naik couldn't help but swallow her saliva when she saw Jing Suihe lying in the pit. This should be the most serious of these games. Ouyang Naik stared at Jing Suihe who fell in the pit, her throat rolled, and an uncontrollable worry surged in her heart. This game was undoubtedly the most serious one since she became the host, and Jing Suihe suffered the most serious injuries. What are you doing? Why don't you send medical staff to take her away quickly? Do you want to see her die? Ouyang Naik's eyes were like daggers, and she accused hastily. Ouyang Naik glanced at the medical staff who were still stunned. Her eyes were like daggers and she accused hastily. Yes, come on stage quickly. The medical staff also reacted immediately and quickly summoned several people to take Jing Suihe away. Luo Suejuan looked at Jing Suihe who was carried away urgently, her brows slightly furrowed, and she felt confused. She had just finished warming up and before she could exert her full strength, Jing Suihe withdrew from the competition. Luo Suejuan shook her head helplessly. If she had known that Jing Suihe was so fragile, she would not have ended her warm-up so early. Thinking of doing it, she released her own powers, turned around and left the arena. If Jing Suihe understood Luo Suejuan's thoughts, she would definitely vomit blood on the spot. Jing Suihe's superpower allows her to distort light and disappear. She is simply an assassin among assassins. And Luo Suejuan was like a warrior with the clairvoyance device turned on. The referee froze in place, staring at the now empty field. After a while, he finally announced the result of the game, the winner, Luo Suejuan. Time passed quickly, and several games had passed in the blink of an eye. Ouyang Naik was watching the current game with a little boredom. Although the names of the two teams were a bit weird at first, it at least satisfied her happiness. The names of the next few teams and the members of the teams were all very serious. Although she felt a sense of relief at first, she became more and more bored as she went on. Ouyang Naik casually glanced at the list of the next game, her eyes suddenly lit up, and her originally boring mood suddenly became excited again. This name, a team with this name must be a super weird team. Ouyang Naik looked anxiously at the two teams of players who were fighting fiercely, and couldn't help shouting eagerly in her heart, why isn't it over yet? Why are everyone so slow? After more than 10 minutes, the moment the two decided the winner, Ouyang Naik immediately stood up and walked straight to the podium. As soon as the referee announced the result of the game, Ouyang Naik came to the podium. She picked up the list in her hand, suppressed a smile, and said with a hint of excitement in her tone, next, please invite the warrior who represents the Sunday, the brave warriors who march forward bravely, and the two brave team composed of wise men who are as wise as demons. As soon as he finished speaking, bursts of laughter erupted in the audience. Ha 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 ha! Ha ha, who could come up with this name? And their opponent is the Anya team who is burning the sky and suppressing the world. And their opponent is the Anya team, which is burning the sky and sweeping the world. Ouyang Naik continued to say excitedly. Chen Changkong glanced sharply at the restless audience, a look of indifference appeared on his face, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The intention to kill those two people was aroused in his heart. If he had known it, he would have chosen his own name. What were the names of these two guys? Ha ha ha! Brother Chen, don't be like this. Look how nice this name is, Team Taeyang. When we create a Team Taeyang in the future, it will definitely be famous all over the world. Jin Rongchong burst out laughing and put his right hand on Chen Changkong's shoulder. Lu Qingyu raised his eyes and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The reflective glasses made it difficult to tell what he was thinking. Chen Changkong sighed and patted Jin Rongchang's right hand, indicating that he should let go. Then he walked straight onto the field without looking back. Jin Rongchong and Lu Qingyu looked at each other, grinned, and followed Chen Changkong's footsteps. When the appearance of the three people was completely exposed to everyone, they stopped laughing and couldn't help but swallow their saliva, because among them was Chen Changkong, a special employee who had awakened and had superpowers. As for the other two, although they didn't know who are they, but those who can team up with Chen Changkong should not be just ordinary people. Yang Naik had a look of astonishment on her face. Others didn't know the identities of the other two, but she knew that they were the sixth most talented among the 2 seed-level students. Wait, she actually introduced their team in that tone just now. Why are their names not given in the list? I have to find a way to make up for it, otherwise I will be in trouble in the future. Thinking of this, Yang Naik changed her previous expression and said with admiration in her tone, "Next, please invite our super handsome and handsome Taeyong duo team members to come on stage." After speaking, Yang Naik quietly took a look at the three of them and found that there was no dissatisfaction on their expressions, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. The competition has begun. Now please invite members of both sides to come on stage and start making choices. The order of the 2 teams' matches was a little different from before. It was not like before where the first and third matches were both in the Transcendent Realm and the second match was in the Awakening Realm. Rather, the first scene is all about the Transcendent Realm, the second scene is about the Awakening Realm and the Transcendent Realm, and the third scene is about the Awakening Mirror and the Transcendent Realm. After knowing the order of the 2 teams, Yang Naik suppressed a smile and said, "Then the first competition begins now. The first person to appear is Taeyongdo's representative of the Extraordinary Realm, Kim Young-sang, who has 6 stars in the Extraordinary Realm. And his opponent is Lee Hoke, the representative of the Transcendent Realm of Team Yunya, who only has 1 star in the Transcendent Realm." The moment the words fell, the whole place fell into deathly silence. "I heard you right, 6 stars in the Extraordinary Realm, and his name is Jin Rongchong." "You heard that right, but isn't Jin Rongchong one of the top 6 talents among the seed-level students? How could he participate in such a competition? It's impossible to beat this. The two are not on the same level at all." Looking at the tall and strong man in front of him, Lee Hoke began to tremble uncontrollably. How could he be so unlucky to meet such an opponent in the first game? Shouldn't Jin Rongchong be a seed-level student? Why is he participating in this game? Questions appeared in Lee Hoke's mind one after another, and it was precisely because of the emergence of these questions that his heart was filled with anxiety and fear. Jin Rongchong looked at Lee Hoke, who was trembling on the spot due to fear, raised the corners of his mouth, and said with a kind face, "Boy, I will show mercy this time and take pity on you. I will let you take the first move. If you can let my back touch the ground within 20 strokes, and I will surrender on the spot and give you this victory." When Lee Hoke heard this condition, his heart moved. As long as Jin Rongchang's back touches the ground, he will win the game. This seems relatively simple. Game start. The moment the sound of the game fell, Lee Hoke was like a tiger ready to go. In just a moment, he came in front of Jin Rongchong. He stretched out his right hand and made a fist with 5 fingers. The fist was like a bullet that had left the chamber with a white color. The air wave hit Jin Rongchang's face. Chapter 33. Boom! The fierce fist came through the air, like a meteor streaking across the dark night sky, destined to hit the indestructible shield. Lee Hoke worked hard to suck the breast, and he stopped in front of Jin Rongchong in disbelief, just 2 centimeters away. His brows were furrowed, his face full of unwillingness and frustration. Jin Rongchong tilted his head slightly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and said lazily, "Hey, why are you so weak? Did you not eat today, or did you exercise too much last night and was weak?" His tone was clear, with a hint of contempt and disdain. When Lee Hoke heard these words, he frowned and stepped back sharply. He clenched his hands into fists and stood quietly for a moment. After calming down his heart that was about to lose control. When Lee Hoke heard these words, his brows furrowed even more tightly, and he instantly felt out of control, and he backed away suddenly. He clenched his hands into fists and stood quietly, his body trembling slightly. After calming down my turbulent heart, he placed his hands in front of him like knives, clenched his muscles with his fingers and began to exert force. Then he rushed towards Jin Rongchong and hit Jin Rongchong like a sledgehammer. Bang! Like a sledgehammer hitting a big bell, Li Hoke raised his hands like war hammers and waved them several times. After a while, Li Hoke quickly stepped back and let go of his hands. At this time, his hands were in great pain as if they had been crushed by a truck. There was a loud noise, like the impact of a big bell, and Li Hoke raised his hands high and waved them several times. Every stroke was filled with all his power. After a moment, Li Hoke hurriedly stepped back and let go of his hands. At this time, his hands were in splitting pain, as if they had been run over by a truck. Li Hoke was breathing heavily. In front of him, Jin Rongchang's shirt was barely wrinkled. "You are quite capable. You are one of the few people who can be praised by me." Jin Rongchong did not hesitate to praise Li Hoke. When Li Hoke heard the appreciation, he forced a smile and answered in an indifferent tone, "Nada, it's really an honor for me to be praised by you." Li Hoke closed his eyes and said with a helpless tone, "I didn't want to use my powers so early, but in order to win, I have to do so." Jin Rongchong raised the corners of his mouth after hearing this, and a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes. The Li Hoke in front of him actually felt that he could win after using his superpower. What kind of superpower could make him so confident? Li Hoke roared, and the muscles in his body began to expand. The expanded muscles burst his shirt and pants, leaving only his underwear. The skin began to turn red, and the whole body produced a large amount of white gas like a steam engine. When Li Hoke opened his eyes again, his eyes turned pure white, as if he had become a walking zombie, only roaring and fighting. Jin Rongchong looked at Li Hoke, who had lost his mind, and grinned. "I see, by sacrificing one's own reason to gain more powerful power, it seems that this ability is really amazing. If it were a few higher realms, it might be a bit troublesome, but right now, it's still too much weak." Li Hoke looked up to the sky and roared, crashing into Jin Rongchong like a large ramming truck, causing a crack on the ground with every step he took. He raised his fist high, and the fist fell from the sky like a war hammer and hit Jin Rongchong. Seeing this, Jin Rong took his right hand out of his trouser pocket, and then suddenly grabbed the fist that fell from the sky like a war hammer. He exerted a little force on his arm and pinched the muscle as hard as a boulder with his 5 fingers. Jin Rongkan looked like this, his right hand stretched out from his trouser pocket, and then he suddenly grabbed the warhammer-like fist that fell from the sky. With a little force on his arm, his 5 fingers tightly pinched the thick arm, and his fingers penetrated the heart as a boulder. Muscles. Hold head high. Li Hoke looked up to the sky and roared, and the loud sound made the ears of the audience numb. His other hand clenched into a fist and hit Jin Rongchong like raindrops. When the fist like raindrops seemed to hit the steel, making a clanging sound. Jin Rongchong glanced at Li Hoke coldly. A strong sense of crisis instantly surged into Li Hoke's brain. The instinct of fear engraved in his biological genes made him loosen his fist, and he wanted to twitch with a look of horror. Returning the hand held by Jin Rongchong. Jin Rongchong let go of his hand, and the sudden let go caused Li Hoke to fly backwards due to the inertia of his strength, and finally hit the ground, forming a deep pit several meters deep. Jin Rongchong glanced at Li Hoke with contempt in his eyes, and said with a contemptuous tone, 20 moves, I have already given you 20 moves, then I will use a little more strength next. As Jin Rongchong approaches Li Hoke step by step, the tense atmosphere is almost palpable. Jin Rongchang's eyes were sharp and he walked forward without fear. He said to Li Hoke, as a weak person, it is a mistake to gain extremely powerful strength by giving up the pursuit of skills. I will let you see it next. Let's talk about what is the beauty of technique, the strength of technique, and the foundation of technique. As Jin Rongchong approached step by step, Li Hoke trembled all over and stepped back in fear. Jin Rongchong walked to Li Hoke with a calm face, but did not take any actual action. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets like a statue. Li Hoke seemed to have overcome his inner fear, clenched his fists tightly with his fingers, and then swung towards Jin Rongchong. At this moment, Jin Rongchong finally reacted. He quickly pulled out his left hand from his trouser pocket, and stabbed Li Hoke's throat fiercely like the Junhe Zhan in ancient times. At the same time, he quickly pulled out his right hand and turned it into a heavy punch to hit Li Hoke's chin. The sudden attack caused Li Hoke to lose his center of gravity and fall backward. Just when he was about to fall, Jin Rongchong grabbed his right hand, and then severe pain spread from his right hand to all the bones in his body. This is the beauty of skills. Using clever skills to convey the power in the body is the transmission of force, that is, Qiao Jin. Jin Rongchong grabbed Li Hoke's right hand and said in a gentle tone. Then he pulled hard and straightened Li Hoke's bent body. This is the strength of skills. Controlling the opponent by controlling the power. The control of the power is brute force. Then, he released Li Hoke's hand, made fists with both hands, and accurately hit Li Hoke's vital points on the temple, back of the head, cervical vertebrae, trachea, heart, kidneys, and arteries of the limbs. This is the essence of skill. It is a skill to protect oneself and a skill to defeat the enemy. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hoke suddenly fell down, and his whole body began to spurt blood like spring water. In just an instant, half of the field was dyed red. Ouyang Naik suppressed her stomach that was about to vomit and looked at Jin Rongchong with a look of horror. This was simply a living devil. The audience present also closed their eyes one after another, not daring to look directly at the venue. Jin Rongchong looked at the fainted referee and the medical staff who were afraid to go on the field, and shouted, "If you don't come up and save this kid, he may be dead in 10 minutes. Jin Rongchong glanced at the still timid medical staff and suddenly felt troubled. He clenched his fist and hit Li Hoke again. Everyone looked shocked. Jin Rongchong actually wanted to kill Li Hoke, just when Ouyang Naik wanted to ask someone to stop him. What shocked everyone was that the bleeding on Li Hoke's body was stopped just like that. Jin Rongchong glanced at the medical staff who were still in shock and couldn't help but shake his head, worried about their future. He doesn't even know how to do some basic acupuncture, he is really too weak. After the bleeding stopped, Jin Rongchong turned and left, ignoring everyone's shock. At this time, the medical staff also came to Li Hoke and carried him away. Chapter 34. Looking at Jin Rongchong who had left, Ouyang Na could see that the referee had fainted, so she had to step forward to announce the result of the game. The winner, Jin Rongchong. Brother Jin, you are too cruel. As soon as Jin Rongchong returned to the lounge, Lu Qingye walked up and complained. Ouyang Naik suppressed the panic in her heart and her sympathy for the Anya team and said, "Then the second game begins now." On the stage is Lu Qingye, the Transcendent Realm representative of Team Taeyang Duo who has 8 stars in the Transcendent Realm. And his opponent is Yang Qi, the representative of the Awakening Realm of Team Yunya who only has 10 stars in the Awakening Realm. The moment the words fell, the whole place fell into a deathly silence. Did I hear you right? He has 8 extraordinary levels of cultivation, and his name is Lu Qingye. Are you mistaken? With an 8-star Transcendent Realm and a seed-level player, there is no way to fight. It's impossible to beat this. The two are not at the same level at all, or even in the same dimension. Standing in front of Lu Qingye was a beautiful girl with medium height and exquisite facial features. Yang Qi looked at Lu Qingye with a look of horror. Just when he was about to raise his hands to surrender, he was interrupted by Lu Qingye. You don't have to surrender. For the sake of fairness, you only need to meet me within 30 minutes. I will not attack you within these 30 minutes. If you encounter me, I will give you the victory in this game. You are fine. Just remind him carefully. Lu Qingyu saw Yang Qi's intention to surrender and quickly interrupted. After all, he didn't want it to end like this. Upon hearing these conditions, Yang Qi froze on the spot and began to wonder whether he should continue. Should he surrender or fight? Judging from his own abilities, he is very likely to win. After a while, Yang Qi made up his mind. She had to win. It wasn't very dangerous, she just needed to touch the corner of his clothes. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to touch a corner of his clothes in 30 minutes. So, Yang Qi nodded, his eyes full of determination, and said in a confident tone, "Come on, I will definitely win. Your courage is commendable, girl. Here I wish you in advance that you can meet me." Lu Qingyu smiled and spoke in an encouraging tone. Game start. The moment the sound started to fall, a pair of small transparent wings appeared on Yang Qi's feet. The transparent little wings made Yang Qi a lot faster. If she was just a car before, now she is a lightning-fast racing car. In just a moment, Yang Qi came to Lu Qingyu's side, just when she stretched out her hand and was about to touch Lu Qingyu's clothes. But at that moment, Lu Qingyu seemed to disappear out of thin air, and she bumped into a projection that passed directly through Lu Qingyu's body. Yang Qi looked shocked, horrified at why he could pass through his body directly. Could this be his superpower? As expected of a seed-level student. Yang Qi hurriedly prepared himself again, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, this is the confidence of a seed-level student. Suddenly, a surge of confidence surged from her heart, but I'm not bad either. I may not be able to defeat you, but just touching the hem of your clothes is more than enough. I am also a genius. Yang Qi rushed towards Lu Qingyu again, this time her speed was a little faster than before, making a clattering sound as if she was about to break the sound barrier. The corners of Lu Qingyu's mouth rose, feeling a sense of pleasure. It was so great. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed a little rude. He shrugged, it didn't matter, he was just here to have fun anyway. When Yang Qi saw Lu Qingyu shrugging his shoulders, he frowned slightly and tightened his teeth. He felt an unknown anger in his heart. Did he look down on me? He just touched a mere corner of his clothes. How could I fail? Yang Qi no longer cared about the damage caused by the superpower to her body, and used her superpower to the maximum. The wings that were only a few centimeters on her legs instantly became about 20 centimeters, and the weak wind began to wrap around her. On the legs. Pang! A wave of air suddenly exploded in the air. Yang Qi used this wave of air to hit Lu Qingyu directly as if it were flying straight into the sky. The strong force caused a long crack to appear where she was. Seeing this scene, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth again. At the moment when Yang Qi was about to touch the corner of his clothes, he glanced down at Yang Qi and used his superpower. Time. Tick-tock. As if the hour hand on the clock was turned back, when Yang Qi opened her eyes again, she was surprised to find that she had not touched the corner of Lu Qingyu's clothes. You know, in her mind, she should have touched Lu Qingyu's clothes corner. Lu Qingyu saw the confused look on Yang Qi's face, and he suddenly thought of something fun in his heart, so he explained, my power time Y allows me to store time. When you are about to touch me at that moment, I released the time I stored, I went back to the past, and you are still in the present, but how can you now touch the me in the past? Despair, almost zero winning rate. After Yang Qi heard these words, his face was filled with shock, and then his face darkened, and endless despair surged in his heart. Absolutely impossible, this is absolutely impossible to win, how could I defeat such a monster? After all, I am just an annoyance. How can a mortal defeat a monster? Thinking of this, Yang Qi could no longer suppress the despair in her heart, collapsed on the ground, covering her face with her hands, and the eyes soon soaked her entire face. Is this the end? It's so boring. Lu Qingyu raised his head slightly, glanced at Yang Qi who was still crying out of despair, shook his head helplessly, with pity in his tone, "Don't say that I bully you, I will give you the victory in this game." "Is you?" After hearing the words "I will give you victory," Yang Qi looked at the man in front of him blankly. What he was talking about, did I hear it correctly? He said he would give victory to me. I surrender, I admit defeat. Liu Qingyu raised his hands and said surrender with a scared look on his face. This sentence shocked the audience present. Instead of making noise, they fell into deathly silence. Yang Naik looked shocked at Liu Qingyu who raised his hands in the field and looked scared. How can it be? How can this be? Liu Qingyu didn't continue to do anything or say anything, but turned around and left. Yang Qi looked at Liu Qingyu leaving with shock in her eyes. She had won now. In the lounge, Chen Changkong glanced at Liu Qingyu who had returned, and said with a somewhat dissatisfied tone, "Oh, you actually surrendered and gave victory to others." Liu Qingyu raised his head and glanced at Chen Changkong, smiled, narrowed his eyes and said, "Brother Chen doesn't want to end the game so early. I'm doing this for Brother Chen." After hearing this, Chen Changkong grinned. Indeed, he didn't want the game to end so early. Mainly because the way they decided the starting order was a bit disgusting. It was rock, paper, scissors, and he should have been the first to go as the winner. But who would have thought that the rule is that the winner must appear as the finale, so he naturally became the third person to appear. Indeed, I don't want to end the game so early, but you should have decided the outcome of the second game long ago. No matter how the woman struggles, she will definitely win, but what you shouldn't expect is, that woman's heart can be so fragile. Liu Qingyu, you should have been sure that I will not do anything to you. Chen Changkong grinned and said with a calm tone. Brother Chen is so wise. It's true. I really didn't expect that woman's heart to be so fragile. She just said a few words and she couldn't bear it. After Liu Qingyu heard Chen Changkong's words, he paused for a moment and then spoke. Chen Changkong stood up, moved his muscles slightly, looked at the field in front of him, and grinned, revealing his big white teeth. 3 stars in the extraordinary realm should be able to make me feel some excitement. It would be better to make me excited. Chapter 35. Yang Naik looked at the list of the next game and was stunned. The next game was actually Awakening Realm vs Transcendent Realm. I couldn't help but think, could it be that a team composed of 2 seed level students would be eliminated this time? But that shouldn't be the case. The 2 top-seeded students with 6 talents actually couldn't even make it to the finals. Yang Naik suppressed the panic in her heart and said in a tone that the seed-level students were about to fail. Then the third competition begins now. On the stage is Chen Changkong, the Awakening Realm representative of Team Taeyang who has 10 Awakening Realm stars. And his opponent is Yunya Team's Transcendent Realm representative Yang Qima, who has 3 stars in the Transcendent Realm. The moment the words fell, the whole place fell into a commotion. What? It seems that the 2 seed level students will not be able to enter the finals. Isn't Chen Changkong a genius special recruit who awakened his powers a few months ago? I heard that he defeated several geniuses just after awakening his powers. There may be a slight possibility. Chen Changkong came to the venue. In front of him was a girl who looked very similar to Yang Qi, but was filled with the temperament of a queen. When Yang Qima saw Chen Changkong, the corners of his mouth raised, as if victory was right in front of him, and he could get it by just raising his hand slightly. She imitated the tone used by Liu Qingyu in the previous round and said, "Since you are just a member of the Awakening Realm, I will show mercy today. I will give you 3 moves. Within 3 moves, if you can make me touch the ground behind my back, even if you win." Chen Changkong smiled softly, feeling bored. He originally thought he would say something else, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He said in a contemptuous tone, "You don't need 3 moves, I can kill you with 1 move. If there is anything else you want to say, it's best to finish it now, lest there be no chance later." Ha 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 ha. Yang Qima laughed loudly after hearing Chen Changkong's words. The laughter then stopped. She wiped the corners of her eyes and looked at Chen Changkong as if she were a clown. Her tone was full of contempt. By you? A special employee who just awakened his powers a few months ago? A special employee who just awakened his powers a few months ago. Just 10 stars in the awakening realm. Then, Yang Qima's expression changed, and he lightly scraped his lips with his fingers, and his face became serious. Since you said so, then I will completely defeat you within 3 moves, which can be considered an honor for you. Game start. The moment the sound started, Yang Qima held her right hand empty and waved it like a whip. In an instant, a fiery red whip formed by flames appeared on her right hand. At the same time, she waved it slightly, just like this battlefield. The Queen on. The audience immediately became excited, cheering and shouting one after another. Chen Changkong raised his hands above his head, Chen clenched his fists and grinned. When Yang Qima saw Chen Changkong raising his hands above his head, he thought he was about to surrender. He raised the corners of his mouth and said in an arrogant tone, "There is no use in surrendering now. Accept my favor." After speaking, Yang Qima waved the whip in Chen Changkong's direction. Boo-hoo! The whip made a whistling sound in the air, as if it had broken the sound barrier. The whip is powerful enough to cut through steel plates and shatter steel like a blade. Just when the whip was about to hit Chen Changkong grinned, revealing his big white teeth. He easily grabbed the whip with one hand. Chen Changkong gently pulled the whip in his hand. With just a slight pull, the whip was broken like a flame. Looking at the broken whip, Yang Qima looked shocked. He quickly took back the whip and swung it again, and the whip returned to its original shape again. The quality of your whip is not good, and it hasn't made me happy yet. The corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised, his words showing arrogance. You! Yang Qima gritted his teeth and looked at Chen Changkong angrily. Suddenly, the corners of Chen Changkong's mouth opened, revealing a ghost-like smile, and his eyes stared at Yang Qima, like the words of a devil. I said I will kill you with one move, now I am ready. A force like a wild beast emerged from Chen Changkong's body. His muscles began to swell, and his shirt burst in an instant. His muscles seemed to have become a wild beast, and the front began to reorganize into it looks like a tiger but not a tiger, a lion but not a lion, a dragon but not a dragon, and behind it is a terrifying mask that looks like a ghost and has a ferocious face. Looking at the sudden abyss-like aura, every cell in Yang Qima's body was telling her that she would die, she would die, she would die, she would definitely die. This was no longer a simple creature, this was a creature that was superior to other creatures. The ultimate. Just when Yang Qima was about to raise her hands to surrender, Chen Changkong stared at her with cold eyes. Suddenly she felt like there were endless ferocious beasts ravaging her. Her body could not move, make any sound, or do anything. Reaction. The next moment, Chen Changkong's figure appeared in front of Yang Qima. In just a moment, Chen Changkong came to Yang Qima. Chen Changkong raised his right hand high, with veins popping out on his right hand. He bent down and put his right hand behind his back, swinging his right fist in a graceful and dangerous posture. The fist was as fast as lightning, even leaving several afterimages in the air. Boom! The sound of the fist sounded like an explosion, and in just a moment, the fist hit Yang Qima hard on the face. Suddenly, Yang Qima felt an unprecedented attack. The bones on his face seemed to be shattered, and a large amount of blood began to flow from his eyes, mouth, and nose. His brain was shaking violently as if it was about to explode. Her body seemed to be penetrated by this powerful force, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. Her bones began to scream, her muscles began to howl in pain, and her cells began to cry. Yang Qima covered her bleeding face, unable to make a sound due to pain in her throat. His eyeballs were completely bursting, unable to shed tears. At this moment, she seemed to be in hell, longing for salvation and longing to pass out. After the pain lasted for several minutes, Yang Qima finally fell down. The moment she fell, she seemed to be relieved, and she smiled. Looking at Yang Qima who fell to the ground, Chen Changkong's muscles began to shrink. He ignored the shock of the audience and left the venue with his upper body naked. Yang Naik looked at the fallen Yang Qima, her throat rolled, and she complained in her heart, why is he another violent maniac? The medical staff were also more visible this time. As soon as Chen Changkong left, several medical staff came to the scene and carried Yang Qima away. Yang Naik walked onto the stage and announced the results of the competition. The winner Chen Changkong. We welcome the Taeyongdo team to qualify for the finals. I hope they can still perform well in the finals. At the same time, Yang Naik also announced the victory of the Taeyong team. The moment the words fell, the whole place fell into a commotion. Chen Changkong really won. Isn't he the 10-star awakening realm? And he has just awakened his powers not long ago. Sure enough, I read it right. Chen Changkong will definitely succeed. I know it. You can pull him down as an afterthought. Say it again if you dare. Chapter 36. Chen Changkong returned to the lounge, glanced around and found that Jin Rongchong had left the place, leaving only Lu Qingyu sitting in the lounge wiping the lenses in his hands. Lu Qingyu saw that Chen Changkong had come back, put on his glasses, raised the corners of his mouth, stood up and said to Chen Changkong, "Brother Chen, I'm leaving first. A teacher said he wants to find you. Please wait here for a while." After saying that, Lu Qingyu turned and left. Chen Changkong turned around and glanced at Lu Qingyu, feeling suddenly confused. Which teacher will come to him? Could it be? At this moment, a strong voice sounded. "You brat, you didn't even tell me that you were participating in this event, so that I could let my students prepare banners for you." Xia Weihai's tone contained a hint of blame, but his eyes revealed a sense of pride. He was proud of Chen Changkong's rise. Chen Changkong twitched the corner of his mouth. If there were a few banners hanging up, wouldn't it be more trouble for him? Of course, although Chen Changkong was thinking this in his heart, what he said was, "Teacher, I don't want to trouble you. Look, if you make banners, it will waste your time and money. Not worth it." Xia Weihai saw Chen Changkong's dissatisfaction. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and his tone was full of the feeling that this was for your own good. "Don't doubt your teacher and my ability. Let's do this. I will use all my students to make banners for you during the finals. You must win glory for me. Haha." After saying that, Xia Weihai left the lounge with a smile. Before leaving, he also seriously told Chen Changkong not to take the front door when leaving, but to leave the lounge through the back door. After hearing Xia Weihai's instructions, Chen Changkong frowned, a little confused as to why he was asked to go through the back door instead of the front door. It wasn't until a staff member came in that Chen Changkong suddenly realized what he was doing. "This classmate, please leave the lounge through the back door. There are many people outside looking for you like crazy. If you go out now, it is very likely to cause a stampede." After hearing the staff's explanation, Chen Changkong's frown suddenly relaxed, and he suddenly felt extremely troubled. He turned to the staff and said, "Excuse me, who are the people outside?" Some said they were members of Chen Changkong's support group, and some said they were reporters from outside. But this doesn't matter to this classmate. You should hurry out of the back door now. My colleagues can't stop them anymore. Those people are really crazy. If we hadn't blocked it together, maybe they would have rushed in long ago. The staff panted slightly, with a hint of boredom towards those unreasonable people, and praise for themselves and their colleagues. Upon hearing this, Chen Changkong's throat tightened, and his originally relaxed brows wrinkled again. It seemed like he had to go through the back door. As a result, Chen Changkong turned around and quickly left the lounge. Just a moment after Chen Changkong left the lounge, A group of people broke through the staff's defense line and rushed into the lounge. Chen Changkong, we would like to ask, how did you counterattack? Chen Changkong, please give us your signature. When they entered the lounge, they found that Chen Changkong had left, and they immediately thought that Chen Changkong should have left through the back door. So they once again prepared to look for Chen Changkong through the back door. Just as they were about to rush towards the back door, a strong voice sounded. One by one, Tianwu Academy is your home, so get out of here quickly. The reporter at the front of the crowd wanted to refute the man who spoke, but when he saw a tall, strong, white-haired middle-aged man in front of him, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and quickly stopped opening his mouth. The white-haired middle-aged man glanced at everyone present with a falcon-like gaze. After discovering that there were actually his students present, his eyes immediately passed through the crowd like sharp swords and came to several of his students. Why don't you get out quickly? Do you want me to invite you out? The white-haired middle-aged man found that the reporters had not left. His anger was beyond words, and his words seemed to be filled with overwhelming anger. Yes, we're leaving now, we're leaving right now, you don't need to keep asking us. The reporter rubbed his hands together and answered respectfully. Then he left here in a mess. Seeing all these reporters leaving, the white-haired middle-aged man said to them with a disappointed look on his face, why are you chasing a special employee? Will chasing him bring you any benefits? But he's handsome. At this time, a delicate girl stood up and retorted. But he doesn't belong to you. He is a genius, and you are just a loser. The white-haired middle-aged man sneered and spoke sarcastically. Yes, he does not belong to me. He belongs to thousands of girls. He belongs to the world. The girl raised her hand again and expressed her opinion. Shut your stinky mouth and say it again, are you afraid of me or the handsome guy you mentioned? The white-haired middle-aged man raised the corners of his mouth and spoke with a hint of doubt in his tone. The moment the words were spoken, the girl quickly shrank and did not dare to refute again. Looking at the girl who shrank like a little white rabbit, the white-haired middle-aged man suddenly felt speechless. He held his forehead and felt a little dissatisfied with these students. At this moment, a slender female student with delicate features walked out of the crowd. The white-haired middle-aged man saw that the female student suddenly appeared. He wiped his eyes. After realizing that he had seen correctly, he suddenly wondered if there was something wrong with his eyes, and he did not notice the female student. Teacher, it's normal that you don't know me, because I'm not your student in the first place. But teacher, I know you very well as a student. Furious Fire, Lu Jian, is also the deputy dean of the combat department of Tianwu Academy. The girl raised her head and spoke with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jian looked shocked, then frowned and looked at the girl in shock. After Lu Jian thought for a while, he relaxed his frown and grinned. He said in a tone as if he was about to kidnap a child, I remember who you are, so who taught you to talk to the teacher like this, and don't use your powers in front of me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jian came to the girl as if teleporting, and hit the girl on the head with an iron fist of love. Ah! The sound of mourning instantly echoed in the lounge. Chen Changkong took a detour to the front of the lounge and found some reporters leaving with disappointed expressions at the main entrance. He immediately knew that these reporters should be the reporters who were going to interview him this time. As for the students behind them, they should be his fans. No, it should be said that they are members of the support group. Chen Changkong swallowed, turned around to prevent them from seeing his face, and then immediately left here at a brisk pace. This classmate, walk slower. I want to interview you. Suddenly, a reporter spotted Chen Changkong leaving here at a fast pace and shouted. However, Chen Changkong quickly disappeared from the reporter's sight. Looking at Chen Changkong who had disappeared, the reporter couldn't help but sigh. In this interview, not a single student was found, and most importantly, the special student who awakened the superpower was not interviewed. Chapter 37. Chen Changkong returned home, sat on the sofa, and lamented that he had so many fans, but he didn't want these so-called support groups at all. He turned on his phone and looked at some of the hot searches on campus, and found that 6 of the top 10 hot searches were about him, the first of which was that he had killed a 3-star transcendental realm in seconds. Looking at the hot searches, Chen Changkong fell into deep thought. Now that I can kill 3 stars in the transcendent realm, I should be able to run for the seed level students, so do I want to take part in the assessment now? After a while, Chen Changkong made a decision. After this event is over, I will go to the assessment site to take the assessment. Anyway, I will be a seed level student in the end, so it is better to do it earlier. After making his decision, Chen Changkong decided to take a rest. Just when he was about to go back to the bedroom to rest, a cell phone rang. Jingle bell. Chen Changkong picked up his phone and found that it was a message about the finals. Congratulations on successfully qualifying for the finals. Our school will give you 5,000 stars and 3 spiritual stones. Please rest well within these 5 days. The finals of this event will be held in 5 days. Before, Chen Changkong would have been very happy when he saw these rewards, but now he can only say that these rewards are so-so. After all, people will always grow. Time passed in a hurry, and in a blink of an eye it was 5 days later. A circular venue that resembles the Colosseum in ancient Rome, but has a full sense of science fiction. This is the venue used for the finals. The audience stages around the venue were packed and lively. There are classmates and teachers of the finalists. There are also deans and directors of various departments within the university. There were also some parents of students, outside reporters, and members of the group. On the rostrum, standing next to Ouyang Naik was a tall, middle-aged man who looked to be about 40 years old. The middle-aged man's name is Zhang Qiu, and he is now the vice principal of Tianwu Academy. His eyes are deep, full of confidence and authority. Chen Changkong looked at the list in his hand, his eyes flickering. There are a total of 16 teams in this finals, and each team basically has a 2-star transcendent realm or above. Looking at the teams on the list, the corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised slightly. It seemed that this game would not be too boring. But it's really strange that there are other seed levels besides our team. Jin Rongchong crossed his arms over his chest and spoke in a lazy tone, the fun is a bit bad. There are only 3 seed level students, and the other 6 talents did not come to participate in this event. It is really boring. Lu Qingyu nodded, agreeing with Jin Rongchang's point of view. Chen Changkong glanced at the 2 of them from the corner of his eyes and complained, it's normal that Lu Cai didn't participate, but it's abnormal for you too, okay. After finishing speaking, Lu Qingyu narrowed his eyes and smiled. There was a hint of doubt in his tone. I remember someone said before that it was impossible for an awakened person to defeat a transcendent person. But now it seems that someone has instantly killed a person from the extraordinary level. It was an instant kill. After hearing this, Chen Changkong curled his lips, shrugged, and said with helplessness in his tone, then it can only be said that this extraordinary realm is not real in name. How can it be said that it is my problem? How could I know that he is so weak? He fell down just after exerting himself. Hey hey! Lu Qingyu heyed twice, expressing his great disbelief. Zhang Qiu, who was on the rostrum, spoke with his strong voice, and every word was like a ground-breaking shock, reverberating throughout the venue. Dear teachers and dear students! When we unite as one, our majesty will last forever. On this spring afternoon, I stand here and sincerely thank you for your active participation in this event. This event is not only our school's expectations for students, but also an opportunity for us to jointly create class unity and cohesion. Before his eyes, there were smiles full of vitality and eyes full of expectation. I see the stars twinkling on your young faces, which is the desire for the future and the yearning for a better life. This event will add a bright touch to your growth path and become an important page in the chapter of your life. On this stage, there is the joy of success and the frustration of failure. However, failure is not terrible, it is just a temporary pause and a valuable experience. Failure can only make you stronger and more aware of what changes and efforts you need to make. Therefore, students who failed should not be discouraged. This is just a small activity and is not enough to determine the future of your life. Believe in yourself and persist in working hard, and you will definitely create your own glory. This event is our common stage, where our passion can burst out and where our team cohesion can be enhanced. The class is a big family, and every student is an indispensable member of this big family. Only by uniting, helping each other and making progress together can our class be better and warmer. That's all I have to say. Zhang Qiu slowly closed his eyes and looked at the distant sky. His voice seemed to be filled with deep blessings and expectations. The moment his voice fell, the audience burst into enthusiastic applause. The applause was like a spring breeze, warm and comforting, integrating everyone's emotions into one. Everyone's face is filled with smiles, and their hearts are full of hope for the future. After Zhang Qiu finished his speech, everyone stood up and thunderous applause came like a tidal wave. The scene was lively, burning with desire for hope like a flame. Looking at the excited expressions of everyone, Zhang Qiu nodded with satisfaction. He had deep eyes, smiled, and silently praised everyone. He knew that in this passionate soil, countless miracles and brilliance would be born. TCH, that sounds nice. He is worthy of being a principal. Jin Rongchong had a look of disbelief. He didn't believe that the principal was really so enthusiastic. After all, the principal had been called a butcher before. How can a butcher be a passionate person? Maybe when people get older, they become kinder in their hearts. Maybe our vice principal is like this. Lu Qingye shrugged and expressed his opinion. I once heard that our principal is not an ordinary person. When an alien monster invaded, he stood on the front line for 3 months without anyone coming to support him. He killed millions of people. The army of monsters has now been dubbed the Butcher. Chen Changkong touched his chin and told what he heard on the internet. That's true, but I heard from others that he could be said to have eaten the flesh of monsters and drank the blood of monsters during those 3 months. Only in this way did he survive successfully. I don't know when I will be able to be like him. Kill them in an army of millions of monsters. Jin Rongchong grinned, his eyes filled with madness. It could be said that he admired the butcher, but at the same time looked down on him. He wanted to step forward and ask loudly, why should he give up fighting on the front line, come to a university as the vice principal, and survive in this world? Then why don't you go? Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked Jin Rongchong curiously. I'm ready, 3 years at the earliest and 5 years at the latest. I will arrive at the front line as soon as possible and start my bloody battle journey. Jin Rongchong raised the corners of his mouth slightly and expressed his plan. Don't come back with an urn. Chen Changkong smiled and made a little joke. There will be no urn. If a soldier dies on the battlefield, he should be buried under the battlefield. How can he leave his ashes in the world? In life, he can defeat thousands of enemies, and in death, he can make a name for himself. Jin Rongchong looked disdainful. He believed that soldiers should not leave their ashes behind. Even if a soldier dies, he must die in pieces. Chapter 38. Next, we will decide the match by drawing lots. In each match, a main combatant will be selected. The main combatant can decide the situation of this match and can choose whether this match is a team battle. It's still a one-on-one battle. Yang Naik announced some rules for this final on the podium. The lottery begins now. Then, Yang Naik continued to announce the order of the next lottery. After a while, Yang Naik looked at the results on the tablet in her hand. He opened his mouth and announced the order of the next game: Vitality Team vs Tmul Team. Team Hukan vs Team Winnie. Team Tenchi vs Team Salmon Bano. Team Frodo vs Team Galorman. Team Gashay vs Team Taeyongdo. In the lounge, every contestant has a tablet, which is issued to every contestant by the school. You can watch the current game sequence and some requirements of the game on the tablet. Chen Changkong looked at the game order displayed in his hand and the teams his team would face. The corner of Chen Changkong's mouth raised slightly. He had just checked the information about the Gashay team. It was a relatively powerful team, with 2 3-stars in the Transcendent Realm and 1 10-star in the Awakening Realm. Chen Changkong glanced at the 2 people who closed their eyes and sat there meditating. Then he shrugged, narrowed his eyes, and began to meditate. On the other side, all members of the energy team were thinking about a problem nervously. They are selected as the main battle side and can decide whether the next game will be a team battle or a one-on-one battle. Yunji frowned, with a hint of anxiety in his expression. I think it's better for us to choose a team battle. If we fight one-on-one, we may not be able to deal with the Duel team. Huan Chu was silently meditating. He wanted to refute Yunji's point of view, but it was true. The Duel team was indeed stronger than them in single combat. After some thinking, Huan now made a decision: the next game will be a team battle. The game begins. The first matchup is Team Vitality vs Duel team, and the main battler is Team Vitality. The game chosen by Vitality team is a team battle. Yang Nake's voice echoed throughout the audience, causing a burst of applause. Ye Shishi, Yunji, and Huan Chu came to the competition stage neatly. In front of them were 2 boys who looked exactly like cats, and a girl with cats on her clothes. They are Huang Wenbin, Yang Pengcheng, and Zhao Yanhong of the Duel team. Huang Wenbin stood in front of the 3 people, obviously the captain of the Duel team. He glanced at Ye Shishi and Ye Yunji casually and whistled. You are AST, believe it or not, I will tear your stinky mouth apart. Ye Shishi didn't tolerate Huang Wenbin at all, and directly spoke angrily, not hiding the disgust and anger in his heart. Huang Wenbin showed an expression that was uglier than eating shit. He didn't expect that Ye Shishi would actually yell out loud. Before, he would only be criticized once in public. Those women will consider their own face and will not directly curse. Game start. The referee's voice fell, and both sides released their own abilities at the same time. The muscles in Yunji's right hand began to swell, and eventually turned into a giant fist that could crush steel. Ye Shishi's fists were wrapped in silver light and became powerful enough to shatter gold and stone. Huan Chu took off his raccoon pelt and replaced it with a brown bear pelt. He turned into a grey-brown bear several meters tall and extremely powerful. Huang Wenbin's upper body suddenly began to expand, bursting his shirt, and transformed into a tiger orc. Yang Pengcheng is more special, only growing a cat's tail and cat's limbs. As for Zhao Yanhong, she was the most special. She turned directly into a cute white cat, a huge white cat, a white cat like a tiger. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. There are no words, no mercy, just constant attacks on the enemy, completely defeating the enemy in front of you. Ye Yunji was the first to fight with Zhao Yanhong. What was shocking was that Zhao Yanhong actually had the power to resist Ye Yunji's attack. You must know that Ye Yunji's impact can overturn a large truck. Ye Shishi and Yang Pengcheng, on the other hand, were pulling each other and pulling on each other. At this moment, Huang Wenbin stepped on Zhao Yanhong's body and jumped into the air, preparing to sneak attack Ye Yunji and catch her off guard. Just when Huang Wenbin was about to succeed, Huan Chu got on all fours and ran towards Huang Wenbin as fast as possible. When Huang Wenbin was about to attack Ye Yunji, he pounced hard and threw Huang Wenbin to the ground. The powerful force instantly created a small hole in the ground. Hold head high. Huan Chu roared at Huang Wenbin lying underneath him, as if to tell him that this was the real roar of a beast and that you were just a cat's meow. Huang Wenbin gritted his teeth and felt extremely humiliated. No one had ever been able to insult him like this. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and he kicked his legs upward hard to drive Huan Chi out of his body. Huang Wenbin shook the dust off his body, grinned, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Now, get serious." The moment the words fell, Zhao Yanhong, who was still wrestling, suddenly exerted her strength and resisted Ye Yunji's wrestling. After resisting Ye Yunji's struggle, she quickly stepped back, breathing heavily. Huang Wenbin roared up to the sky, and the muscles in his body began to expand violently, bursting through his clothes, and his naked body was displayed in the eyes of everyone. Transformed into a huge tiger orc. Seeing this situation, Huan Chu knew that he could no longer hide his clumsiness and had to use it. Thinking of this, he looked up to the sky and roared, his muscles began to contract, and finally turned into a strong muscular bear. Hold head high. Both sides were dissatisfied and roared at each other. They looked at each other, and then both sides immediately rushed towards each other like trucks. Boom! As if the collision of two large trucks produced a huge sound, Huan Chu and Huang Wenbin struggled with each other, creating a huge air wave visible to the naked eye. The air wave swept through the surrounding area and produced dozens of tiny cracks. In the wrestling match between Huan Chu and Huang Wenbin, their powers confronted each other, their muscles were trembling, and the air waves were raging. Ye Yunji, Zhao Yanhong and others were knocked unsteady by the white air waves in the venue. They witnessed this close battle. Is this the only level of your strength? It is impossible for a tiger to defeat a ferocious bear. My strength is unmatched. Ang. Huan Chu grinned with contempt in his words. After speaking, he roared and his limbs began to exert force, as if he wanted to completely crush Huang Wenbin. How can others be so arrogant, you stinky bear? Who stipulates that the strength of a tiger must be lower than that of a bear? I am not an ordinary tiger beast, I am Huang Wenbin. Ang. Huang Wenbin looked unhappy and retorted in a very confident tone. After roaring, his limbs began to exert force, as if he was going to crush Huan Chu. Suddenly, the efforts of both sides made the originally evenly matched situation more tense. Air waves continued to emerge in the venue, and Ye Yunji, Zhao Yanhong and others were pushed unsteadily by the white air waves. Boom! Huan Chu and Huang Wenbin stopped wrestling and started a fierce hand-to-hand battle. Huan Q's palm strike was enough to penetrate steel, and he aimed at Huang Wenbin's head to attack, while Huang Wenbin's punch was enough to shatter steel, and he aimed at Huan Q's chin to attack. Both sides held each other's body with one hand to prevent the other from escaping. Their fists and feet intertwined, and the blood spilled out like it was free of charge. It splashed like a fountain and instantly dyed the venue red. It's really good. This is the kind of battle between men. Jin Rongchong raised the corner of his mouth and looked at the fight between the two people in the venue with admiration. This kind of fight where fists hit the flesh and blood spilled on the ground was what he admired and respected. Chen Changkong also nodded and agreed with this sentence. You two are really violent. Lu Qingyu glanced at the two of them and couldn't help complaining. Then, from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the two sides fighting fiercely on the field. Muttered to himself, I don't know how long these two people can hold on, whether it is 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or an hour. It's really curious. Chapter 39. Hey, if you can't hold on anymore, surrender quickly. Huan Chu clenched his fists, his face was stained with blood, and his throat became hoarse due to severe pain. After hearing this, Huang Wenbin looked disdainful and retorted with the same hoarse voice. TCH, you can't FG hold on, you're the only one who wants to surrender. Stinky bear. Miscellaneous cat. Huan Chu and Huang Wenbin roared at each other angrily, and finally used their last bit of strength to punch each other hard. Then, they fell to the ground at the same time and stopped fighting helplessly. Huang Wenbin, who fell to the ground, suddenly regained his consciousness before falling into coma. He couldn't help but sigh that if he had not been careless at the beginning, if he had not been in a daze and not directly fought with the opponent, maybe the current situation would not be so bad. But regret has no meaning anymore, he can no longer hold on. Go away. Ye Yunji and Ye Shishi came to Huan Chu's side and looked at Huan Chu, who fell on the ground with worried expressions. Boss! Yang Pengcheng and Zhao Yanhong also came to Huang Wenbin, looking at their elder brother who fell on the ground with worried faces. The four men stood up with solemn expressions, and they swore silently in their hearts that they would knock the enemy in front of them to the ground and win this battle. After a while, Ye Yunji and Zhao Yanhong also fell to the ground due to exhaustion. Ye Shishi and Yang Pengcheng were gasping for air at the same time. Now, the most they could do was fight for a while, so they decided to decide the final outcome with one move. I will definitely bring victory to the Vitality team. Ye Shishi's blood boiled and he called out his target loudly. I will definitely win for my brother, and I will not let him down. Yang Pengcheng gritted his teeth and looked ahead firmly. Yin Guangtian moves his fist. Cat-shaped domineering cat pendant. They rushed towards each other with firm eyes, and in the blink of an eye they were already behind each other. However, Yang Pengcheng could not withstand the opponent's attack and eventually fell to the ground. Seeing this situation, the referee announced the winner of this game, winner, Team Vitality. The moment the referee's voice fell, Ye Shishi finally could no longer bear the fatigue and injuries on her body and fainted to the ground. Paramedics quickly arrived and removed the 6 people lying on the field. After the 6 people were carried away, a dozen small disc robots came on and started cleaning the place. Ouyang Naik came back to the podium and said in an exciting tone, "Let us congratulate the Vitality team on their first victory. Next, let's invite the 2 teams from the next game to come on stage. I hope they can still give us wonderful performances. Team Hukan and Team Vaini." In the lounge, the Hukan team was chosen as the main battle method. Luo Suejuan discussed with her teammates and finally decided to use the one-on-one mode. Although their abilities are very strong when viewed individually, when they are gathered together, not only it will not become stronger, but it will become weaker because of the inability to cooperate. Ouyang Naik looked at the message coming from the tablet in her hand. She was stunned for a moment when she saw the message. It was surprising that the team actually chose to fight alone. She shook her head, feeling pity in her heart. This was her opponent who had not observed the enemy well. If it's a team fight, they might still be able to fight, but if it's a one-on-one fight, it's basically the same as losing. The game begins. The second duel is Team Hukan vs Team Weenie, and the main battle is Team Hukan. The game chosen by Team Hukan is a one-on-one match. Ouyang Naik still announced the game with a smile, and her voice echoed throughout the audience, setting off a burst of applause. The duel will be a best-of-3 game format. The representative of Team Hukan is Lin Suike, a 2-star Transcendent Realm player, and the representative of Team Vaini is Haha, a 1-star Transcendent Realm player. After Ouyang Naik finished speaking, Lin Suike took the lead on the stage. She looks sweet, has twin tails, and gives off a youthful atmosphere all over her body. Opposite Lin Suike, stood a short, ugly man with a chin as swollen as a toad. Haha opened his ugly mouth and showed a chilling smile. His voice would make people feel sick just listening to it. "I didn't expect that you actually chose to fight alone, ha ha ha. It's really ridiculous. But it can destroy. It's so exciting to have such beautiful people like you." Lin Suike looked at Haha's appearance and heard what he said. No matter how broad-minded she was, she felt sick. His appearance, temperament, and tone of voice were all disgusting. Lin Suike swallowed, barely suppressed the nausea in her stomach, and said with difficulty, "Haha, you'd better surrender. I don't want to fight you." When Haha heard this, his eyes widened, and then he burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Then," he said with a mocking tone, "it's so delicious, it can destroy a beauty like you." It seemed that she had to fight. Lin Suike sighed. She really didn't want to fight such an ugly person. Both his appearance and his heart made her feel sick. This kind of disgust is not only caused by the appearance, but also from the ugliness in his heart. Lin Suike pulled out the sword from her waist, and after a few swings, a weak hurricane rolled up on the sword. She took up her fencing stance, ready to find the best moment to defeat Haha with one blow. Haha looked at Lin Suike who was getting ready and laughed. He didn't expect Lin Suike to be so stupid and didn't even know what his superpower was. Haha began to take deep breaths like a toad, and his chin began to inflate like a balloon. Then, he slammed his chin with both hands, like beating a drum. A large amount of purple gas spurted out from his mouth, and instantly, the entire venue was enveloped in purple gas. Ahem! Lin Suike began to cough. She waved the sword wrapped in the wind hurricane in her hand to try to disperse all the purple gas. However, instead of dispersing the purple gas, it made her face even paler. Haha looked at Lin Suike who started to struggle and burst into laughter. This scene was really delicious to him. Hearing the laughter, Lin Suike frowned and couldn't help thinking, how to break this poisonous gas now. Just struggle. There was a hint of cruelty in Haha's eyes. To him, all beautiful things were his enemies. They should be destroyed, and should turn into withered flowers and wither. Suddenly, a cold light flashed, and a bloody gash appeared on Haha's right shoulder. Ah! Haha covered his bleeding right shoulder and looked back in shock. Lin Suike was seen kneeling on one knee, her face pale, coughing constantly due to the violent exercise, and the sharp sword blade was thrown to the ground due to her body's weakness. Haha gritted his teeth and was very angry. He was actually hurt by a woman he looked down on. His eyes were cursed and his tone was full of anger. Okay, you made me feel angry. I vote. Lin Suike was about to say these 3 words, I surrender, but she didn't expect that Haha wouldn't give her this chance at all. Haha once again puffed up his chin and spit out poison even more ferocious than before. Don't want. Luo Suejuan, who was in the audience, saw this scene and shouted quickly. Chapter 40. Stop, it's all over. Pang. With a pang sound, the purple poisonous gas was dispersed by the strong wind caused by waving his hand, and the referee reappeared in everyone's sight holding Lin Suike. The referee frowned and looked at Haha with some displeasure, but still announced the result of the game, winner, Haha. Haha saw that the referee was displeased with him, but he didn't say anything and left with a smile. The referee looked at Lin Suike in his arms with a distressed look on his face. At this time, there was no good skin on Lin Suike's body. The skin all over her body began to fester, and her originally dark and shiny hair also began to wither. She was like a flower that was about to wither at any moment. She was once so beautiful. The referee stared at Lin Suike in his arms, feeling a pain in his heart. At this moment, Lin Suike had no intact skin on her body, her skin began to fester, and her once black and shiny hair began to wither. She is like a flower that withers at any time. Her former beauty is no longer there, only withered branches and leaves remain. The referee shook his head, feeling deeply regretful, and then carefully handed Lin Suike in his arms to the medical staff who came. Luo Suejuan came to Lin Suike, grabbed her already thin hand, and put it on her face. She said cautiously, "Don't worry, I will definitely avenge you." Seeing that it was Haha who won the victory, the audience started talking and felt sorry for Lin Suike. Lu Qingyu, let me ask you a question. If we win against the Gashay team, can you guarantee that our next team will be the Vaini team? Chen Changkong looked at Haha who was walking away, with a trace of disgust flashing in his eyes. Let me think about it, if we do it behind the scenes, it's okay. Lu Qingyu thought for a while and gave the answer. Then he asked curiously, Brother Chen, why do you ask this question? It's because I feel sorry for that woman. Chen Changkong shook his head and gave his inner answer, disgusting. That toad is so ugly, it makes me feel disgusted. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Looking at Chen Changkong who stood up, Lu Qingyun was a little confused. Brother Chen, what are you doing? Go home and get your weapons. In the second game, the representative of Team Hukan is Luo Suejuan, who is 1 star in the Transcendent Realm, and the representative of Team Vaini is Shi Salam, who is 3 stars in the transcendent realm. When the lanterns come on, everyone is watching. The atmosphere at the venue was tense and intense, and the audience stared closely at the 2 contestants on the stage. Luo Suejuan's tall and straight figure showed determination. The stone salamander opposite her looked sinister, and his cold eyes made people feel worried. The 2 stood on the ring, the aura of the extraordinary realm filling the air, as if indicating that a fierce battle was about to begin. I will definitely defeat him. Luo Suejuan looked forward firmly, thinking silently in her heart. As if he saw a trace of hatred flashing in Luo Suejuan's eyes, Shi Shu grinned and his tone was full of sarcasm. Do you want to avenge your teammates? It's so ridiculous. I will be merciful once and send you to follow her. The same place. Luo Suejuan frowned, looked sharply at the stone salamander in front of her, and said in a firm tone, I will defeat you, I will definitely do it. Ha 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 ha, it's so funny that a 1-star guy wants to defeat me. Shili looked up and laughed, feeling that he had heard a very funny joke. He glanced at Luo Suejuan for a few times, licked his lips with his tongue, and suddenly felt a surge of excitement in his heart. I really want to tear her into pieces, look at her desperate eyes, and then kill her. Start! As soon as the referee's voice fell, Luo Suejuan and Shi Salamang used their powers almost at the same time. Luo Suejuan's body gradually showed some characteristics of tiger beasts, such as tiger tail, tiger ears, tiger claws and most importantly, tiger teeth. The stone salamander's body began to spasm, and its bones made violent collision sounds. His skin hardened and his limbs gradually transformed into a reptilian shape. A moment later, the stone salamander transformed into a giant lizard man. Luo Suejuan's body turned into an afterimage, and the speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch. In just a moment, she came behind Shi Salam. She stretched out her 5 claws, clenched them into fists, and punched Shi Salamander's cervical spine hard. Dang! It seemed to have hit a steel plate. Not only did it not cause any harm to the stone salamander, it even caused one of my hands to start to feel numb. Feeling the numbness in her right hand, Luo Suejuan frowned, gritted her teeth, and began to exert force on her right hand, trying to force her numb right hand back to normal. Feeling some itching on his back, Shili Lai raised the corners of his mouth and mocked in a mocking tone, You only have this kind of strength and you still want to defeat me. I think you are talking in your sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, the stone salamander immediately used his tail and whipped Luo Suejuan like a whip. Luo Suejuan was hit by the tail that broke through the sound barrier and flew backwards in an instant. Luo Suejuan struggled on the ground in some pain. Just when she was about to stand up, a severe pain was transmitted to her brain. The stone salamander stepped hard on Luo Suejuan's right hand with one foot, crushing Luo Suejuan's entire right hand in an instant. Click! The sound of bone crushing was transmitted to Luo Suejuan's cochlea. Luo Suejuan was stunned on the spot for a moment. The next moment, severe pain was transmitted through her brain to her entire body. Luo Suejuan gritted her teeth and resisted the pain signal from her body, trying to stand up again. Oh, I can still move, so let me help you again. Shi Shu looked at Luo Suejuan, who was still trying to stand up again, and was stunned for a moment. Then, he raised his right foot again and stepped on Luo Suejuan's left hand. Click! There was another clicking sound, and Luo Suejuan's left hand suffered another devastating blow. However, she did not succumb to her hands. In the pain of the shattered fracture, she still gritted her teeth and tried to stand up again, even though blood was flowing from her mouth. Cut! The stone salamander made a disdainful sound, then jumped up and stepped hard on Luo Suejuan's legs like a mountain bearing down on top. Click! Ah! Finally, the pain of broken limbs made Luo Suejuan unable to hold on any longer, and she let out a violent scream. The pain was so intense that she couldn't speak. Even if she wanted to surrender now, she couldn't say the word surrender. The stone salamander scratched the scales on his hands, making a sound like sharp claws rubbing against steel. He raised his tail and pierced Luo Suejuan's lumbar spine like a pile driver. In just a moment, Luo Suejuan seemed to have experienced death, her eyes were dull and she fainted to the ground. Stop! The referee raised his right hand and cut off the lizard's tail in the shape of a knife, then pulled out the lizard's tail remaining on Luo Suejuan's body. He hugged Luo Suejuan with some distress and immediately sent her to the medical staff. Ahem! Stone Salamander coughed a few times, a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he roared angrily, "Hey, what's wrong with you, the referee? You actually attack the players. You just planned to kill her." The referee's eyes were cold, and the muscles that originally wrapped the bones began to expand, stretching the tight suit. It gives people a feeling of security, but also very violent. Tisk, consider me unlucky. Shi Sala looked at the referee who was about to get angry, and instantly gave up. He could only admit that he was unlucky, and then he turned and left. Chapter 41. The winner of this game is Team Venetian. Although Wu Yangnake hated them in her heart, she still announced the result of the game. When the audience heard this result, they began to talk about it. Except for a few people who agreed with the Veni team, the vast majority still disagreed with the Veni team's actions. In the medical room, Xia Yunke, the only Awakening Realm representative of Team Hukan who did not play, looked at the two people lying on the hospital bed with tears streaming down his face. At this time, the doctor stepped forward, wearing a white coat and looking serious. He revealed the seriousness of the injuries of his two teammates, making Xia Yunke's tears no longer able to be suppressed. The injuries of both patients are very serious. Lin Suikei's skin is completely ulcerated, but biotechnology can still be used to recover. But the key is that her muscles also have toxins, and her muscles must be peeled off first. In addition, there is nothing needed. But at this point, the doctor's tone suddenly became stern. But the situation of another patient, Luo Suejuan, is not optimistic. All her limbs suffered crushing attacks and had to be amputated first, and then the limbs were re-replicated based on biotechnology. But these are not the most critical. The most critical thing is that 2/3 of her spine is now corroded by the poison. It can be said that if she can continue to fight in the future, it will be a miracle. That stone salamander was really serious, it could be said that every move was fatal. Hearing these words, Xia Yunke couldn't suppress the sadness in her heart. Her legs became weak and she collapsed to the ground. She covered her cheeks with her hands, and her tears flowed down like a downpour. I wouldn't have participated if I had known it earlier. Why did this event turn into this? Why? Why? She murmured, her voice filled with despair. No one can give Xia Yunke a perfect answer today, unless that person can come and tell her the answer holding an A-level treasure. Time passed like water, and soon it was Team Geshe vs Team Taeyang. The atmosphere in the lounge seemed heavy and tense. The members of the Geshe team gathered together and thought about how to deal with the next game. Everyone's face is full of anxiety and uneasiness. At this moment, the captain of the Geshe team, Xiao Yaji, stood up and said in a deep voice, "If we take team fighting as the basis, our team's chances of winning are slim, but if we turn to single combat, maybe we still have a glimmer of hope." His words were like a sharp sword, piercing the depression in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked up at Xiao Yaji, their eyes shining with anticipation. Maybe we can really win the game through a one-on-one fight. In the end, after discussion among the team members, the Geshe team decided to choose one-on-one as the way to play. And Chen Changkong also became the first player to take the stage because he lost the guessing game. Wu Yangnake looked at the message coming from the tablet in her hand. She was stunned for a moment when she saw the message, and then the corners of her mouth raised. It turned out to be the Taeyang team, so this game should be very interesting. The game begins. The fifth duel is Team Geshe vs Team Taeyangdo. The main battler is Team Geshe. The match that Team Gachet chooses is a one-on-one match. Ouyang Naik announced the game with a smile on her face, and her voice resounded throughout the audience, setting off a burst of applause. The representative of the Gachet team is Qiao Lizhuo, who is from the second level of the Transcendent Realm, and the representative of the Taeyang Duo team is Chen Changkong, who is from the 10th level of the Awakening Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Changkong walked onto the field with steady steps. His figure is tall and straight, handsome and resolute. Opposite him, stood a thin man with regular features. This was Qiao Lizhuo. After Qiao Lizhuo saw Chen Changkong, his originally depressed expression instantly turned to joy, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. I advise you to surrender. I already know your abilities. There is absolutely no way you can touch me. The corners of Qiao Lizhuo's mouth raised, revealing his incomparable confidence in his words. In his eyes, Chen Changkong only has the ability to strengthen his muscles, and his ability can exactly restrain these. As long as Chen Changkong is not allowed to get close, he will be invincible. Looking at Qiao Lizhuo with a confident face, Chen Changkong was puzzled. How could the man in front of him be so confident? He doesn't seem to have shown any supernatural powers, right? But this time, let's show off his abilities. It just so happens that he now wants to play the feeling of being a mage. It's inevitable that a warrior will get bored if he plays for too long. Chen Changkong thought for a moment and made the decision to play as a mage in this game, not as a warrior. Start! As soon as the referee's voice fell, Qiao Lizhuo immediately stretched out his hand, and a small ball formed by wind energy appeared in his hand. He posed like a baseball player throwing a ball, and the ball hit Chen Changkong at the speed of a bullet. Looking at the small ball that suddenly appeared in Qiao Lizhuo's hand, Chen Changkong immediately understood why Qiao Lizhuo was so confident. I think he only has one ability related to muscles, so I judged that he is just a warrior, or a tank. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong grinned. He felt a little amused and looked at the small ball that was so close. Chen Changkong took a deep breath, and then exhaled sharply. The qi from the two sides continued to collide, and finally the ball was offset in the air and disappeared. Qiao Lizhuo's eyes popped out when he saw this scene. What kind of abnormal breathing ability could he cancel out his balls simply by exhaling? Chen Changkong looked at Qiao Lizhuo, who looked serious. He looked down at Qiao Lizhuo with disdain and said in a calm tone, "Is this your confidence? It's nothing more than that." After hearing this, Qiao Lizhuo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, his eyes were bloodshot, and his cheeks were red with anger. His hands were holding a bow, and the wind energy in the air gradually merged together to become an air bow. Qiao Lizhuo tightly grasped the bowstring composed of wind energy, his eyes revealing determination and anger. He stretched the bowstring and tightened it, and an arrow composed of wind energy appeared on the bowstring. The wind energy formed a sharp blade on the arrow, shining with cold light. Qiao Lizhuo breathed steadily, gathering all his strength and anger. With his eyes like a torch, he locked onto Chen Changkong's position, and then let go of the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow passed through the air and shot towards Chen Changkong. The arrows formed by wind spiritual energy are extremely fast, cutting through the space with the sound of breaking wind. Chen Changkong looked at the arrows that were shot towards him with the sound of breaking the wind. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and the muscles in his right hand began to swell, bursting his sleeve. Lai Yang's tactics, Lai Yang's right fist, Kong Mu. Chen Changkong clenched a fist with 5 fingers of his right hand and swung it in a straight fist posture. The strong wind of the fist formed a wall made of air in front of him. Bang! The arrow hit the wall of air, and the wall of air, like steel, copper, and iron, continuously offset the energy of the arrow, and finally both of them dissipated into the air at the same time. FK, this damn thing is okay, what kind of perversion is this? Qiao Lizhuo was stunned as he watched the wall of air disappear together with his arrows. You must know that his arrow penetrated a 3 cm thick steel plate, but now it was offset by a wall of air. Chapter 42. Chen Changkong looked at Xiao Lizuo, dumbfounded and stunned. He shook his head, glanced at Xiao Lizuo with pity, and then raised his right hand. A golden sphere slowly rose from his palm, as if it could turn everything in the world into ashes. Holy shit, there's AFG long-range attack here, isn't it said that it only has muscle powers? Xiao Lizuo was shocked when he saw the golden sphere in Chen Changkong's hand that seemed to be able to turn everything in the world into fly ash. Damn, this is not a simple muscle power at all, this is simply the incarnation of the sun. At this moment, Chen Changkong gently stretched out a finger to hold the golden sphere. His majestic body looked like the incarnation of the sun under the light of the golden sphere. Sun magic bullet. He murmured quietly. Chen Changkong held the floating golden sphere with one finger, and his entire body was enveloped in blazing light. Then, Chen Changkong threw the golden sphere made of solar energy towards Xiao Lizuo. Xiao Lizuo looked at the golden sphere that hit him, his throat rolled, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, in his eyes, this golden sphere was like a small sun, unable to escape and destined to defeat. Ah! Xiao Lizuo opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, his screams filled with fear and despair. Boom! There was a rumble, and the moment the golden sphere touched Xiao Lizuo, it exploded like a bomb. Endless flames ignited on Xiao Lizuo's body, and he howled in pain in the flames. After a while, the flames began to disappear. Xiao Lizuo was naked, the hair on his head was burned away, his skin turned black like black coal, and he fainted on the ground. The referee immediately walked onto the court and looked at Chen Changkong with a strange look. Why were there so many violent players in this match? But he still announced the result of the competition, the winner, Chen Changkong. After Chen Changkong heard the result, he turned and left. When he turned around, he glanced at the referee with some confusion. What was that look in his face just now? He seemed not as violent as the previous people. Back in the lounge, Jin Rongchong walked out, and the two clapped each other's hands. After clapping his hands, when Jin Rongchong was getting ready to play, the corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised slightly, and he asked curiously, "Are you going to let that guy play?" "That guy has nothing to do with me, he's just unlucky." Jin Rongchong grinned when he heard this question and replied nonchalantly. The representative of the Geshe team is Qiao Yaji, who is 3 stars in the extraordinary realm, and the representative of the Taeyongdo team is Jin Rongchong, who is 6 stars in the extraordinary realm. Jin Rongchong stood on the field with his hands in his pockets. Opposite him stood a man with an upright appearance, a tall figure, regular features, a short haircut, and glasses. He exuded the aura of being a gentleman. Qiao Yaji looked at the man in front of him who exuded an aura like a wild beast. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth and said 3 words. "I surrender." Hearing these 3 words, Jin Rongchong was stunned on the spot, then glared angrily, gritted his teeth, raised his fists with both hands, and his words were full of anger. "What are you talking about? Surrender, where have you put the glory of a warrior?" Qiao Yaji looked at Jin Rongchong, who became even more terrifying because of his anger. The cold sweat on his forehead flowed down like spring water. His throat rolled and he swallowed. He spoke tremblingly, I can't defeat you, and your fighting style, you are too violent and will break off your hands and feet at every turn. Fighting with you is just asking for trouble. TCH, boring." Jin Rongchong made a sound, and then left here feeling a little aggrieved. The referee immediately walked onto the court and looked at Qiao Yaji with some sympathy. He announced the result of the game, the winner, Jin Rongchong. The moment Jin Rongchong returned to the lounge, there was a burst of laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, brother Jin, how do you feel? Are you happy with this competition?" Lu Qingyu laughed and wiped the corners of his eyes while laughing. Jin Rongchong looked at Lu Qingyu with cold eyes and said with murderous intent, "Hey, do you want a duel?" "No, No, no. Lu Qingyu glanced at Jin Rongchong, until he was really angry now, and then he immediately shut his mouth knowingly. Seeing that Lu Qingyu didn't speak, Jin Rongchong suddenly felt bored again. He sat on the chair like a dead fish and began to think about life. Chen Changkong glanced at Jin Rongchong and asked, "How are you now? Are you still angry?" "No, but I'm not in a good mood anymore. I feel bored. I don't want to fight today. You can help me in the next game." Jin Rongchong shook his head, indicating that he was no longer angry, but replied in a very dejected tone, and asked them to play the next game by themselves. Chen Changkong nodded and said that Jin Rongchong does not need to play in the next game. He and Lu Qingyu can solve all this. Time passed quickly, one game after another, and finally we got the second round of the finals. The Taeyong Duo team also drew the Veiny team as Chen Changkong wished. And the most important thing is that the main battler this time is the Taeyong team. In the lounge, Chen Changkong and Lu Qingyu discussed how to deal with the upcoming finals. Jin Rongchong, on the other hand, was lying lazily beside him, exuding an aura of rotten, salted fish. How should we deal with this competition? Is it a one-on-one fight or a team fight? Lu Qingyu narrowed his eyes and thought about the best strategy. Chen Changkong shook his head and expressed his inner plan. "No, I decided it would be better to do a team fight so I could kill 3 of them at the same time by myself." "Oh, you said you were alone." When Lu Qingyu heard that it was one person, he was stunned for a moment, and then he confirmed again, "You said you wanted to kill the 3 of them alone." Chen Changkong nodded, indicating that he was indeed the one beating 3 people. However, in order to consider Lu Qingyu's feelings, he still said, "Is there any problem? If you want, I can let you have one." Lu Qingyu shook his head, and after thinking for a while, he replied, "No, if you want to fight, then you can fight." Suddenly, he said with some doubts, "I'm a little curious now, why do you want to fight those 3 people, individually?" "Because they made me feel sick." "Yes, they made me feel sick. Because I felt sick, so I beat them. Isn't it natural and right?" There was a kind of arrogance in his tone, as if no one could shake his inner determination. "I support you on this matter. A strong person should do whatever he wants. If you feel sick, beat him up. If you feel pity in your heart, then help him. How can a strong person be disturbed by everything?" At this time, Jin Rongchong also stood up and expressed his support for Chen Changkong's actions. "Yes, the sun will always be disturbed by the thoughts of the stars. The sun is good and evil at the same time. The sun does whatever it wants, and as a strong man, I can still do whatever it wants." His voice was full of determination and confidence, as if he was telling a supreme truth. The corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised slightly, and a glint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. Chapter 43. Yang Na glanced at the message coming from the tablet in her hand. Her eyes flashed during the transmission of the message, and then the corners of her mouth raised slightly. This game finally made her feel better. The game begins. The 14th duel is Team Taeyongdo vs Team Winnie, and the main battler is Team Taeyongdo. The game chosen by Team Taeyongdo is a team battle. Yang Na announced the game with a smile on her face, and her voice resounded throughout the audience, causing a burst of applause. And she was also extremely excited inside. After all, she could already predict what the Veiny team would encounter next and what kind of injury they would leave the field with. Haha, Stone Salamander and their Awakening Realm representative Wu Weiza came to the venue together. One of them is short in stature and ugly in appearance. A sinister-looking, cold-blooded person. One has a face full of acne and a cold temperament. It can be said that the appearance of these 3 people alone is enough for people to judge that they are not good people. The 3 of them looked ahead nervously. After all, the opponent they would face later was far superior to them. Va! 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 Chen Changkong held an axe in his right hand and a knife in his left hand, and walked onto the field step by step. Other than that, there was no one around him, and there was no one behind him. After getting on the stage, Chen Changkong glanced at the three of them with contempt, and said in a cold tone, "In this game, I will beat the three of you by myself, and there is only one price you need to pay, and that is the inability to fight surrender." "Ha ha ha, brother, what is he talking about? He actually said he would beat the three of us alone." Wu Hunzi burst into laughter, as if he had heard a big joke. It was just a mere existence of 10 stars in the awakening realm, and he actually tried to challenge three of them at the same time. "Ha ha ha, yes, it's really funny." The corners of Ha Ha's mouth raised, indicating that he had heard a big joke. "I was a little worried at first, but if he was alone, the outcome of this game would have been decided." The stone salamander stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, his eyes were cold, and his words were filled with endless coldness. When Yu Yangnaik saw Chen Changkong alone, she was stunned on the spot, her eyes full of shock. There was actually only Chen Changkong, and there were two other seed-level players. "Are you saying that the Taeyang duo team no longer wants to fight, but they only sent one awakening realm out to fight?" "I think so. Otherwise, how would it be possible for only one awakening state to come out? It's such a pity that we can't see Team Winnie being beaten violently." "You still want to see Team Winnie being beaten violently? It's just an awakening state. It's God's blessing that you can survive." In the audience, there was a sound of discussion. The vast majority of people showed sympathy and pity. There are also a few people who think that the Taeyang duo team is too arrogant and only sent one awakening realm. Game start. The referee looked at Chen Changkong with complicated eyes, hoping in his heart that Chen Changkong would say surrender at this time. The moment the sound fell, Wu Hunzi's body began to grow rapidly, taking on the shape of a centipede. His arms and legs split into many legs, and a hard carapace grew on his back and spine. With lightning speed he transformed into a huge and strong centipede. The nearly 6-meter-long centipede attacked Chen Changkong like a snake. Seeing this, Chen Changkong raised the exquisite gold-plated battle axe with the mark of the sun tattooed on it. With a flash of cold light, Chen Changkong swung his golden battle axe, and the terrifying slash was unstoppable. Almost instantly, the nearly 6-meter-long centipede was split into 2 pieces. The sudden slash made Wu Chuanzi feel a bit shocked and frightened. The pain instantly spread to his brain after he was shocked. The severe pain made him scream. Looking at the centipede rolling on the ground due to pain, Chen Changkong looked disgusted, and then kicked him over to a dozen meters away. "It seems that it is not an ordinary awakening state. It may be a little difficult to deal with." Ha Ha frowned and became a little serious. After all, even he couldn't easily kill Wu Hunzi instantly. Ha Ha took a big breath, and his jaw expanded violently like a balloon, preparing to use his maximum poisonous energy. In an instant, a large amount of purple gas enveloped half of the venue. Stone Salamander also became serious, his body began to convulse, and his bones made violent collision sounds. His skin hardened and his limbs gradually transformed into a reptilian shape. After a while, the stone salamander transformed into a giant lizard man. Ha Ha looked at Chen Changkong, who was enveloped in poisonous gas, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously, and his heart was filled with pride. In his eyes, Chen Changkong was either dead or disabled, but instead of avoiding his poisonous gas, he took the initiative to be enveloped by his poisonous gas. He now feels that Chen Changkong is really a fool. With a pang sound, the purple color was dispersed by the strong wind caused by waving his hands, and Chen Changkong reappeared in the field of vision. It's just that he didn't stand still, but held a golden battle axe and attacked Ha Ha at a speed that exceeded the limit of human vision. Puff! The sharp axe slashed across Ha Ha's chin with a terrifying slash. Ha Ha immediately let out a scream like a slaughtering pig. Chen Changkong put down his battle axe, reached out and grabbed Ha Ha's head, and lifted him up. Ha Ha's feet were helplessly kicking in the air, his eyes full of panic. He looked at Chen Changkong in front of him and felt the oppression of a giant. In his eyes, the gap between him and Chen Changkong was like a villain and a giant, an ant and a god. Do you know why I hit you first? Because you are the FG ugliest. Chen Changkong roared angrily, his right hand began to exert force, and the veins in his arm popped out. But Haha felt as if his head was about to be crushed. He was in great pain and began to scream violently. However, because his entire jaw was chopped off, he could only make a hoarse sound. Crack! There was a click sound, Haha's skull shattered, and he fainted to the ground. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in Chen Changkong's ears. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he discovered who made the voice. I saw the stone salamander on all fours, climbing up the wall in a weird posture. After reaching a certain position, he used all his limbs to scratch out a trace of claw marks on the wall that was harder than steel. Then, his limbs exerted force violently. He jumped to the ground, preparing to use the power of nature to jump from the air to attack Chen Changkong. Looking at the stone salamander cutting through the air in the sky and creating a sound barrier, Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then threw the big knife in his left hand into the air, and then caught it steadily with his right hand. Gravity-type tiger roaring. He murmured quietly. The knife in Chen Changkong's hand seemed to be entangled with a colorless energy, and the colorless energy also formed a huge tiger, wrapping around him. He waved in the direction, and instantly, a powerful energy rushed in the direction of the stone salamander. Puff! The sudden attack caused the stone salamander, which was still in the air, to be suddenly pressed to the ground, as if it was knocked to its knees by the roar of a tiger. What on earth is this? The air seems to be frozen, suppressing me so that I can't move. Stone salamander knelt on his knees, struggling to support himself with his hands to prevent him from falling. The mouth was bleeding continuously, the bones seemed to be falling apart, the blood began to flow backwards, the 7 orifices began to bleed, and the eyes were gradually soaked in blood, and everything in front of him seemed to disappear before his eyes. Chen Changkong looked at the stone salamander, which was still struggling to support itself, and then continued to use force to increase the original gravity again. In an instant, even the floor, which was strong enough to withstand the impact of steel, began to be unable to support itself, causing some cracks. The stone salamander's blood vessels began to burst and his bones began to shatter. Civil war was squeezed as if in the deep sea. Everything in his body seemed to be dying. Even his spirit was gradually losing his mind due to this pain. After a while, stone salamander could no longer hold on and fainted to the ground. Chapter 44. Chen Changkong turned his head and glanced at Wu Hunzi from the corner of his eyes, with cold and cruel killing intent flashing in his eyes. This terrifying murderous intention made Wu Hunzi, who had originally planned to attack Chen Changkong, tremble all over. He even lost control between his legs, leaving a pool of yellow liquid filled with a disgusting stench. Chen Changkong raised the long knife in his hand, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Wu Hunzi. However, Wu Chuanzi panicked so much that he fainted and fell to the ground before the knife fell. Is this gone? Good luck to you. Chen Changkong sneered and mentioned the sun, sir again. He didn't care about the shock of everyone present, turned around and left, leaving a silence behind him. At this moment, the referee came onto the stage. He watched Chen Changkong leave and sighed in his heart, as the saying goes, a hero comes from a young age. It seems that their time is coming. He then announced the outcome of the game. Result, winner, Team Taeyang. As soon as he finished speaking, medical staff arrived and lifted the 3 unconscious players away from the scene. However, the lifting action was a little rough, far less comfortable and warm than the previous games. Now that we really did it, one person defeated 3 people. Ouyang Naik said with shock. She never expected that Chen Changkong could defeat 3 players at the same time. Back in the lounge, as soon as Chen Changkong put down his weapons, Liu Qingyu stepped forward with a serious look on his face, his words filled with shock. Could these two weapons be the 7 sins from the last auction? Chen Changkong nodded and did not deny it. After Liu Qingyu heard Chen Changkong's affirmation, he couldn't help but sigh. He is worthy of becoming a king. Just like the protagonist in the novel, his luck is against the heavens. A weapon that no one values is actually a magic weapon. At this moment, Jin Rongchong stepped forward, raised the corners of his mouth, and spoke in a complimentary tone. Chen Changkong, you did a good job. You should break through to the extraordinary realm as soon as possible. Let's find a time to PK. When he heard that he was going to PK, Chen Changkong's mouth twitched, and he complained in his heart, he doesn't want to break through so early, at least he has to get the final prize of this event, which is an A-level treasure, an innate energy pill from another world. Although he thought this in his heart, Chen Changkong still replied with a smile, at least I have to wait until the end of this competition to pass. After all, the final grand prize of this event can barely make me a little interested. Let's go, my training time is up. Jin Rongchong waved his hand to indicate that he understood, and then left the lounge. Chen Changkong and Liu Qingyu looked at each other, then turned and left together. I'll see you in 7 days. I'll do a little retreat first. Chen Changkong said, after all, the finals are also scheduled for 7 days. Although he will not break through to the extraordinary realm within these 7 days, his combat effectiveness will definitely be improved to the next level. After the 3 people left, the game started again. After returning home, Chen Changkong put the furious Samael and Sun Sir back to their original places, then walked into the living room and gently stroked Aier's soft chin. Touching the soft hair, his heart couldn't help but feel warm. It felt so comfortable. 2 days later, Chen Changkong was naked to the waist and kept practicing the Great Sun Golden Body technique. His muscles and bones seemed to be burned by flames, and his strength doubled during the burning, reaching 0.6 times its original strength. In addition, he also compressed his realm to prevent him from breaking through to the extraordinary realm within 7 days. Then, Chen Changkong took off the Zhengyang pearl from his neck, looked at it carefully, and looked at the Zhengyang pearl in his hand. He felt some doubts. Obviously, before he bought the Zhengyang pearl, it gave me a strange feeling, a feeling that if I didn't buy it, I would regret it for the rest of my life. But now it still has no special effect, except make your own cultivation speed a little faster. Just as Chen Changkong was deep in thought, Ade and Aier suddenly burst into the room, with 2 little guys rubbing against his trousers, as if looking for comfort from him. Chen Changkong placed the Zhengyang orb on the table beside him, squatted down, and caressed the 2 little guys. The doubts in his heart were temporarily diluted by their intimacy. While Chen Changkong was playing with the 2 little ones, Aier accidentally bumped into the table and threw the Zhengyang Beizu to the ground. The Zhengyang Beizu rolled to the door. Just when Chen Changkong was about to reach out and pick up the Zhengyang orb, Gun Gun happened to walk in and stepped on the Zhengyang orb. Crack! Hearing the clicking sound, Chen Changkong was stunned on the spot. What the hell is this? The worth of 70 million was simply broken into pieces. Chen Changkong cursed in his heart and was about to ask Xiao Luo what happened. He stared blankly at the cracked orb in his hand, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. This orb seemed not simple. Thinking of this, he dug into the orb with his fingers and peeled off all the outer layer of the orb. What came into view was the orb shining with golden light. Chen Changkong looked at the golden orb in his hand, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. Does this look like the Zhengyang pearl? It looked grey and black before, and I couldn't imagine what it had to do with the sun. Chen Changkong looked at the orb in his hand, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He tried to transfer the solar energy in his body into the orb, and the orb instantly emitted a dazzling white light, so intense that he had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the orb had undergone earth-shaking changes. There seems to be a blazing golden sun hidden inside the orb, and the star ring texture appears clearly on the outside. Chen Changkong raised the orb in front of his eyes and observed it carefully, trying to find out what special function this orb had now. However, after a while, the Zhengyang orb still showed no reaction, as if it had just transformed from a crude orb into an exquisite orb. When Chen Changkong saw that the Zhengyang orb still had no effect, he couldn't help but sigh and felt very helpless. He actually spent 70 million to buy a gadget that only increased his cultivation speed by a small amount. However, just when he was about to hang the orb around his neck again and the Zhengyang orb was close to his heart, the orb suddenly issued a strong suction force, sucking his solar energy into it. Zhengyang Beizhu seemed to be alive and began to tremble violently, trying to penetrate Chen Changkong's body and enter his heart. More solar energy is input into the orb, and the sun inside the orb seems to be nourished and becomes even hotter. Chen Changkong's veins popped out in his right hand, trying to stop the orb. But who would have thought that the orb exploded in his hand and turned into a ray of light that went straight into his heart? Before Chen Changkong could react, a sharp pain came from his heart. The Zhengyang orb penetrated his skin, bones, and internal organs, reaching his heart. The moment the Zhengyang orb touched his heart, it seemed to turn into liquid and began to merge with his heart. The liquid transformed from the orb gradually surrounds the outside of the heart and gradually penetrates into the inside of the heart. Ah! Chen Changkong felt the pain of being reborn all over his body. The intense pain made him make a sound involuntarily. Although he gritted his teeth and tried hard to swallow the severe pain, helpless moans still came from his throat. Chapter 45. Chen Changkong slowly opened his eyes. The sudden light in front of him made him feel a little dazzling. He closed his eyes and relaxed for a while before opening his eyes and stood up from the ground. Beside him, Ada and Aer were looking at him nervously, while Gun Gun stood at the door like a bodyguard to prevent the enemy from suddenly attacking. Seeing that Chen Changkong was awake, Ada and Aer ran forward with excitement and bit Chen Changkong's trouser leg, biting it happily. Gun Gun came to Chen Changkong in a weak body and rubbed his face. Chen Changkong looked at the weak Gun Gun in front of him, and immediately understood that she must have used a lot of energy when he was unconscious. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong smiled and reached out to touch his rolling head. He said softly, "You can take a rest here now, I'm fine." After hearing this, Gun Gun nodded, then squatted down in front of Chen Changkong, closed his eyes, and began to sleep. Then, Chen Changkong bent down again and signaled to one or two little guys that they should go out to play now. After the two little guys went out, Chen Changkong closed his eyes. After a while, a light blue system panel appeared in front of him. Qingling, Sun, 10%. Superpowers, Gravity, Resurrection, Sun Flame. Realm, Awakening Realm 5 stars. Physique, Blue Star Human, Pseudostellar Life Form. Chen Changkong looked at the information panel in front of him, frowned slightly, and felt a little confused. How did this realm return to the 5-star Awakening Realm? And why is there another thing in his physique? What are pseudostellar life forms? Could it be that he has become a non-human, or semi-human? It's a pity that the information panel in front of him is not the so-called system, it is just created by using his superpower. Chen Changkong clenched his fists, feeling that the power in his body was now several times stronger than before. Perhaps the state of regression is not a bad thing. If the current strength reaches the 10 stars of the awakening state again, it may be more than 10 times stronger than before. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong secretly decided, return to the 10 stars of awakening within these 7 days. Time passed by in a hurry, and 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the training hall, Chen Changkong was shirtless. His breath raised the temperature around him. The super high temperature seemed to distort the surrounding space and blur the surrounding environment. Call. Chen Changkong took a deep breath and exhaled. The air formed a huge small tornado in front of him. After a while, the tornado dissipated in the air. Chen Changkong clenched his fists, feeling the powerful power contained in this body. This power even made him feel that he could tear the earth apart by stamping his feet, and tear the sky apart by swinging his fist. Of course, he knew that this was just some discomfort after gaining great power. Have you awakened to the 10 stars? This power is too powerful. The power brought to me by the Zhengyang orb not only greatly increased my cultivation speed, but also allowed me to explode the flames of the sun. A stronger force. Chen Changkong secretly lamented how powerful this power was, and there was a hint of pride in his words. After all, the reason why he purchased the Zhengyang orb was because of his intuition. Chen Changkong stretched his muscles a little, then put on his clothes and prepared to leave. He felt that his body was full of strength, and it seemed that the training effect this time was very good. Just when Chen Changkong left, he didn't notice that the place where he was originally active had quietly undergone some changes. Dozens of huge cracks began to spread on the floor, quickly covering the entire training room. The floor, which was originally made of alloy, which is 14 times harder than steel, was shattered into pieces under this devastating blow. The wall also seemed to have been attacked by the demolition team. The cracks spread like a spider web, with 10, 100, and finally nearly 1,000 cracks all over the entire wall. 2 hours later, the next training staff also came to the training room. However, as soon as the training staff opened the door, what they saw was not a beautiful training room, but a training room that had become ruins. 2 hours later, the next training staff also came to the training room, but as soon as he opened the door, the scene in front of him made him stunned. At this time, the training room had become a ruins, and it was no longer the same as before. Such a beautiful training room. Holy shit, what the hell is going on? Am I in the wrong place? Holy shit, what the hell is going on? Did I go to the wrong place? He cursed in surprise. Chen Changkong, the culprit who caused all this, was lying on the bed and fell asleep after taking a shower. The next morning, Chen Changkong stretched comfortably, then picked up his cell phone and found that there were more than 20 missed calls, and almost all of them were from Liu Qingyu. Chen Changkong was shocked when he saw the message. He quickly got up and washed himself quickly, then sent a message to Liu Qingyu, and then hurried to the competition site. 20 minutes later, Chen Changkong finally arrived at the competition site. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, he felt an inexplicable chill, as if something ominous was about to happen. When he stepped into the door of the competition site, he was stunned. The inexplicable chill made him tremble a little, but he still suppressed the doubts in his heart, stepped into the door resolutely, and walked towards the lounge. On the other side, a group of girls were preparing a banner about Chen Changkong. These girls were Chen Changkong's support group. The one standing at the front among this group of girls is also their captain. If Chen Changkong were here, he would definitely recognize that this captain is Xiao Luo. Their faces were filled with excitement, except of course Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo looked at the 20-odd girls who were busy making banners. The corners of her mouth could not help but raise, and she said in an encouraging tone, "Come on! Come on! Come on! Chen Changkong will be very happy when he sees your efforts. He will be proud and honored to have such fans. Come on! Come on! Come on for the idol we admire." On the other side, Chen Changkong's class teacher, Xia Weihai, led his students to cheer for Chen Changkong. Next to him were 7 or 8 banners about Chen Changkong. Not only were banners placed, but also more than 20 fireworks were placed, ready to be used to celebrate Chen Changkong when the ceremony started. In the lounge, Chen Changkong didn't know that something horrifying was about to happen to the outside world. If he knew, he would definitely stop them. In the lounge, Chen Changkong was unknowingly preparing for the finals that he was going to play next. He had no idea what was about to happen to the outside world that would make his hair stand on end. If he knew, he would definitely, absolutely, come forward to stop them. Chapter 46. Chen Changkong looked at the tablet in his hand. The tablet showed that they were the first to play, and their opponent was a team with average strength, a team named Team Doan Li. Because it is the finals, the rule of the main battle side has been cancelled, and all teams will use the team battle mode. At this moment, Yang Nake's voice came into the lounge. Then we have our first game, Taeyongdo team vs Zhuan Li team. Upon hearing that they were about to appear, Chen Changkong and the other two companions stood up and moved forward neatly side by side. The three of them were marching, with rhythmic steps and heroic postures. Just when Chen Changkong and the others stepped out of the lounge door, fireworks roared into the air, forming a gorgeous and spectacular scene in the sky. Roar! In the end, the fireworks formed three big characters, Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong looked at the words Chen Changkong in the sky and froze on the spot. Who the FK is responsible for this? Don't let him find it, otherwise he will be worse than dead. Ha 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 ha, Brother Chen, Lu is here to congratulate Brother Chen in advance for his soon-to-be famous name in the university. When Lu Qingyu saw the three big characters in the sky, he held his stomach and laughed. Ahem, you can't laugh, you can't laugh. You have to suppress your laughter, suppress your laughter. Jin Rongchong coughed twice and resisted the urge to laugh. At this moment, there was a sound. I saw Chen Changkong's support group holding more than 20 banners. They chanted Chen Changkong's name and the words written on the banners in their hands. Chen Changkong, move forward bravely. Never give up, come on Chen Changkong. United as one, we will defeat Chen Changkong. Youth is invincible, Chen Changkong is invincible. Chen Changkong, we will always support you. Chen Changkong, overcome all difficulties. Listening to the on the banners that sounded one after another, Chen Changkong felt that he could already choose to withdraw from this game. What the hell is this? Why is his membership group so deceitful? Not only Chen Changkong fell into deep thought, but also the audience present. They looked at the beautiful figures one after another in the audience, and they shouted Chen Changkong's name. At this moment, there was only two words in the hearts of the audience present, envy. Yang Naik glanced at Chen Changkong's support team. She didn't know it, but she was shocked when she saw it. Isn't the captain standing at the front of the support group Jiao Luo? Why did she go to join the support group and become a captain? Shouldn't she be running the shop left by her grandfather? The three of them, Chen Changkong, came to the venue. At this time, Chen Changkong had a dark face and tried his best to restrain the murderous intention in his heart. After seeing Chen Changkong's appearance, the support group and the students brought by Xia Weihai became even more excited and their slogans became louder. Chen Changkong took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down his mood. He tried his best to look at his opponent in front of him so as not to be disturbed by the noise. The team in front of him was composed of 2 men and 1 woman, but looking at the postures of the 3 people in front of him, it was obvious that the captain was the woman. Chen Changkong looked at the enemies in front of him and shrugged. If these enemies in front of him could barely warm him up before, but with his current strength, these people in front of him are not even qualified to let him warm up a little. Because of this, he had made it very clear to them when he was in the lounge. If you can kill in seconds, you must kill in seconds. If you can warm up, you must warm up as much as possible. If you can fight, you must fight. Although his decision also aroused suspicion from the 2 of them, after he showed some of his strength, the 2 of them agreed to the decision. Chen Changkong looked at the 3 people in front of him, with a hint of boredom flashing in his eyes. These people are too weak. The strongest one is just a 2nd star transcendent realm. He doesn't even need to use any power. He can easily defeat her with this body alone. Zhang Shujing, the captain of Zhu Anli's team, saw a hint of boredom flashing through Chen Changkong's eyes just now. She frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy in her heart. If the other 2 were like this, it wouldn't matter, but what qualifications did he, a 10-star in the awakening realm, have to do this? Zhang Shijing looked at Chen Changkong with disdain. In his eyes, Chen Changkong was just a man who pretended to be powerful. The previous 2 victories should have been just because his superpower just restrained them. Game start. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Chen Changkong, Liu Qingyu and Jin Rongchong immediately rushed forward. At the same time, they raised their right hands and made a fist with 5 fingers. They punched out their right fist like a cannonball, hitting the 3 of them hard in the face. They no longer wait for the enemy's attack as before, because the opponent is too weak and there is no need to wait for the opponent's attack. In just an instant, the 3 members of Zhu Anli's team flew out quickly, like 3 kindergarten children breaking into a top UFC competition. It can be said that they are the top boxing champions in Vsufk among kindergarten students. This is the end. Looking at the 3 people flying upside down, Ouyang Naik showed a shocked expression. She looked at the businessman flying upside down in shock, and then looked seriously at the 3 people present. You must know that this is the first time that Team Taeyong took the initiative to KO the enemy. Before, they were passive and fought back. Chen Changkong clapped his hands and then turned to leave. Stop, the game is not over yet. Zhang Shijing supported his scarred body and put his hands on the ground, trying to stand up again and continue fighting. Chen Changkong looked at Zhang Shijing, whose face was covered with blood and whose nose was sunken. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he reached out to stop Jin Rongchong, who was about to make a last strike. He just stood there quietly and looked at Zhang Shijing, who was trying to stand up and fight again. Stand up for me, how could such an injury make me fall down? Zhang Shijing gritted her teeth. Even though her limbs began to tremble, she still wanted to stand up and fight with a strong spirit. Zhang Shijing exerted force with his 10 fingers, and his fingers made a clicking sound. Several claw marks were scratched on the floor. When his fingers suddenly broke, Zhang Shijing began to howl. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. Chen Changkong looked at Zhang Shijing, who had completely collapsed. He shrugged indifferently, glanced at the 2 people beside him from the corner of his eyes, and then turned and left. Looking at Chen Changkong leaving, Jin Rongchong and Liu Qingyu also felt a little bored, and they also followed Chen Changkong's footsteps and left here. The referee looked at the 3 people leaving and sighed helplessly. He glanced at the unconscious Zhang Shijing from the corner of his eyes, and a trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. My poor niece. Then, he announced the result of the competition, the winner, Team Taeyongdo. Chapter 47. Back in the lounge, Jin Rongchong looked confused and asked curiously, Chen Changkong, why did you stop me from finishing the attack? Is it because you feel sorry for that woman? But I remember that you were the one who punched that woman first, right? The one who gets hit is the most serious one, okay. When Chen Changkong heard this, his face darkened, then he took a deep breath and retorted, how could I feel sorry for that woman? Although I was beaten the worst, I still think that I am a good person. He was just doing his duty as a good person. Hey, you can be so kind-hearted. Jin Rongchong was stunned for a moment, with a flash of shock in his eyes. He never expected that Chen Changkong would be such a kind-hearted person. Of course, he did not think that Chen Changkong was a good person, but that Chen Changkong was a strong man with compassion. Chen Changkong noticed a trace of doubt flashing in Jin Rongchang's eyes. He twitched the corner of his mouth and explained in a helpless tone, I am a good person and a super kind person. This is unquestionable and undeniable. Although I sometimes have some brutality, but I'm still a good person. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Qingyu stared at Chen Changkong with disbelief. He did not believe that a person who could become a king was a good person and a great benevolent person. Chen Changkong frowned and looked at Liu Qingyu, who looked in disbelief. He suddenly had nothing to say. He was indeed a good person. From his perspective, he had always done things that were beneficial to him. Isn't he a good person or something? You can't say that he was doing things that were not beneficial to him. After knowing that he could not figure out Chen Changkong's true meaning, Lu Qingye wisely closed his mouth and stopped talking. On the other side, Yang Naik stared at the second game displayed on the tablet. She was stunned for a moment, then her face darkened, and she said with a somewhat unhappy tone, "Now let's invite the contestants for the second game to come on. The Galamen team will face the Shimenbano team." As soon as the words fell, the three members of the Galamen team walked onto the field. Standing in the middle of the three was a girl with a long ponytail. Her name was Ma Yue. She was a two-star genius in the transcendent realm and also a captain of the Galamen team. Yang Naik felt a little unhappy when she looked at Ma Yue. Mago Ji grew up with her and has always been her nemesis. Regardless of her achievements from childhood to adulthood, Mago Ji was always better than her. Yuan awakened the power, she awakened the B and level power, while Mago Ji awakened the A level power. Mago Ji raised his head and glanced at Yang Naik, who was standing on the podium, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly and a hint of contempt in his eyes. The three of them who faced off against Mago V and the others were the Salmon Bano team. All three of them were tall, muscular men. Shi Pasha, the captain of the Shaman Bano team, glanced at the Galerman team opposite, with a disdainful smile on his lips. How could one sissy or two sissies defeat them with such pure power? The two teammates standing next to Shi Pasha also showed disdainful smiles. In their hearts, no matter what, the girls could not defeat them with such pure power. Their powerful muscles were enough to crush all enemies. Game start. As the referee's voice fell, the two teammates next to Shi Pasha began to use the terrifying power contained in their muscles. Their muscles began to bulge and burst their shirts, showing off their strong and ferocious muscles to the audience. Mago Ji frowned slightly as she looked at the two people in front of her with bulging muscles that broke their shirts, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. This kind of muscle is so disgusting, it has no aesthetic feeling at all, as if it was caused by taking drugs. At this moment, Shi Pasha bent down slightly, his hands bent into a bow shape, and his huge muscles began to expand and burst his shirt, revealing the huge muscles that seemed to be made of steel. Then, he opened his arms and showed off his exquisite muscle lines full of wild power to the audience. Ma Yue couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Ishibasha suddenly showing off her exquisite muscles. This kind of muscle can barely be called beautiful, and only this kind of muscle can barely make her feel a sense of appreciation. As if he understood that the audience was shocked by his muscles, Shi Pasha raised the corner of his mouth and showed off his muscles even more vigorously, striking a series of moving poses. Like an exquisite statue in a statue hall, the audience can better appreciate his powerful muscles. This is real power, absolute pure power. This is the power of muscles. Shi Pasha looked at the Galerman team, with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes, and said lightly, "This is the huge gap between you and me. You sissies with no muscles to speak of are not even qualified to let me do anything." As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Pasha turned to look at the two teammates next to him, as if to signal them to hurry up and defeat the three people in front of them. The two teammates nodded, indicating that they understood what he meant. Then they began to use their respective powers. One turned into a giant elephant man with swollen muscles, while the other grew a layer of scale-like skin, as if he was wearing a solid armor. Mago Ji looked at the two people who suddenly transformed, glanced at the two teammates beside him from the corner of his eyes, and then locked his eyes on the two enemies in front of him. The two teammates also nodded and began to activate their own abilities. One of them had bone spurs as hard as steel growing on his arm. The other is that the muscles all over the body are tense, as if they have turned into hard steel. Let you see what real muscle strength is. The two members of the Salmon Bano team had high-pitched voices and bulging muscles. Don't be too self-righteous. The muscles you think are just meager. The Galerman team looked disdainful and retorted with a somewhat excited tone. They looked down upon such ferocious muscles in front of them. Such muscles were just a waste of body strength and did not fully develop the body's strength. The collision of ideas between the two teams finally made a loud impact in the air. Boom! On the field, the bone spurs pierced the elephant man's muscles, while the elephant man tensed up his muscles and used his strong muscles to crush the flesh spurs that had entered the muscles. The warriors with scale-like skin seemed to be wearing a strong warrior, and the muscles all over the body were tense, as if they had turned into a piece of hard steel. They were beating each other. They seemed not to know the pain. They punched each other. The sound of beating, like the collision of two pieces of steel, resounded throughout the venue. Chapter 48. The eyes of Ma Yue and Shi Pasha met. The fist wind caused by the fierce battle between the two teams blew Ma Yue's long flowing hair, and also blew away the remaining broken clothes on Shi Pasha's body. Ma Yue and Shi Pasha smiled at each other, and then took a step forward at the same time. Then their speed began to increase. In just a moment, the two sides were already within inches. They raised their right hands at the same time, making fists with 5 fingers and slamming them into each other's cheeks. The powerful force made both of their heads tilt back at the same time. Ha ha ha! The two started laughing at the same time, clenching their hands into fists at the same time, and began to fight to the death. The audience present looked in shock as they watched Ma Yue engage in a fighting style that was completely unsuitable for her petite body. In their impression, people like Ma Kagam should be able to fight quickly, but the Ma Kagam in front of them refreshed their understanding. Fighting with fists and flesh, with no dodge, she withstood all the damage from the enemy and then counterattacked, which completely reversed their previous understanding. Yang Naik looked at the crazy fighting in the field, but she didn't show any shocked expression. After all, she already knew Ma Yue's fighting style. Ma Yue is a complete fighting madman. Before she awakened her powers, she has been in the dark field since she was a child. Every time she saw Ma Yue was covered in injuries. Basically, she would suffer a serious injury every week. And after awakening the A-level superhuman power, savage body, this situation is becoming more and more serious. Because of her savage body, she, who has no femininity in her own right, has become even more unfeminine, and even mentally a little savage. This is why Yang Naik and Ma Yue the key reason for becoming mortal enemies. While in the venue, Ma Yue felt the pain coming from her body at this time, and an unexplainable pleasure surged in her heart. She grinned widely, her wild tone full of madness. That's great, keep going. Let's fight like this to the end. Cold sweat broke out on Shi Pasha's forehead, his throat rolled unconsciously, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Cold sweat broke out on Shi Pasha's forehead, an uneasy feeling surged involuntarily in his throat, and a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. What kind of lunatic is this woman? Although there were relatively few injuries on his body at this time, he could feel that the power of the molecule in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, and the degree of madness was getting more and more serious. According to this situation, after a while, he will not be able to suppress Ma Yue. At the same time, on the other side, the bone spurs in the hands of the boy with bone spurs completely pierced the body of the elephant man. Just when the boy with bone spurs thought he had won, the boy with bone spurs who seemed to have a chance to win was violently thrown out by the elephant man. The elephant man showed no sign of weakness and launched a powerful trunk attack at the boy with bone spurs, instantly hitting the boy with bone spurs in the ribs. The two of them fainted and fell to the ground together. The warriors with scaly skin, as if they were wearing a strong warrior, and the muscles all over their bodies were tense, as if they had turned into a piece of hard steel. They were still beating each other. Under their feet, there seemed to be more than a dozen cracks on the floor. Suddenly, the strongman's fist turned into a palm and slammed into the warrior's chin. The soldier had no time to prepare for the sudden attack. His head shook suddenly, and then he fell into a brief coma. At the moment when the warrior was unconscious for a moment, the warrior took advantage of the victory and pursued the attack, hitting the warrior with a double peak move that penetrated the ears. However, when the strongman's attack was about to arrive, although the warrior's consciousness had not yet recovered, his body still followed the survival instinct and raised his hand to grab the strongman's hand. What? Lux's eyes narrowed, his face full of shock. He was actually able to fight back even though he was unconscious. While Rikishi was still in shock, the warrior Yu also regained consciousness, grabbed Rikishi's hands and clasped them with 10 fingers, trying to crush Rikishi's hands completely. Crack! There was a faint clicking sound, and Lux knew that if he didn't break free, his 2 hands would be broken. After thinking for a while, he kicked the soldier violently in the lower body. The warrior's face turned purple and his eyes widened. He didn't expect that the strongman in front of him could be so cunning and do such a despicable thing. If he hadn't reacted in time and stiffened his lower body, otherwise his lower body would have been completely destroyed. Wasted. The warrior thought that he had almost lost his identity as a man. His eyes were bloodshot, he gritted his teeth and endured the pain from his lower body. Murderous aura surged from his body, and he pressed his fingers harder. Crack! There was a cracking sound of bones being crushed, and the strongman's hands were completely disabled. But the warrior didn't want to give up. He grabbed the strongman's hand with his left hand, then made a fist with his right hand and began to accumulate strength, preparing to attack the strongman's lower body with his own way. No, I beg you, no. Panic flashed in Lux's eyes, his whole body began to shiver, and he begged for mercy with a trembling tone. This is his foundation. Since you were the first to be unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. The soldier replied with a deadpan expression in a somewhat cold tone. If he hadn't reacted just now, his roots would have been completely gone. For this, he would not show any mercy, because this was a fight to protect his roots and revenge. Then the crunch sounded, and the Rikishi's balls also announced their complete destruction. Although the pain of the broken balls surged into his heart, the pain in his heart was uncontrollable. He suddenly froze in place, ignoring the physical pain. He had lost a man's dignity. Thinking of this, Rikishi gritted his teeth and decided to repay the revenge of this bombshell even if he died. He clenched his painful fist and prepared to punch the soldier in the lower body. Seeing this, the warrior quickly wanted to retreat, but his shoulder was bitten hard by the strongman and he could not break free in a short time. Then, he looked at the Rikishi's clenched fist, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and strengthened his lower body with supernatural powers. But who would have thought that Rikishi's punch was just a cover, and his real attack was always his knee, which hit the warrior's balls hard. Ah! The instant explosion of his balls made the warrior instantly wither, his face darkened, and tears flowed out of his eyes unconsciously. He lost the foundation of a man, his little brother was gone, and he lost the dignity of a man. Seeing that the attack was successful, Rikishi smiled as if his plan had succeeded. The warrior looked at the Rikishi with a sinister smile in front of him. In his eyes, the Rikishi before him was a FG devil. Unable to suppress the anger in his heart, he raised his fist and hit the strongman hard. Boom! 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 The sound of punches hitting the flesh could be heard, and every punch contained the warrior's anger and hatred for the Rikishi. He could no longer restrain his fists and wanted to completely kill the strongman in front of him. At this moment, the referee appeared and stopped the warrior who was starting to go crazy. It's over. If this continues, he will be beaten to a pulp by you. Hearing the referee's voice, the warrior barely regained some sense. He stood up with difficulty, his body swaying a little, and he asked the referee with a pleading look on his face, "Egg fell asleep, can he still recover?" The referee heard the pleading in his tone, sighed, and then said in an encouraging tone, "It's okay." Upon hearing this answer, the soldier's originally sad expression immediately became happy. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the Rikishi who had been unconscious on the ground immediately woke up. He murmured to himself, "I wasn't dreaming, my balls were broken, but they can still be cured." The referee looked at the wrestler who suddenly woke up, held his forehead, nodded, and said, "It can be cured, but can you please get off the field? You have lost the ability to fight." After saying this, the warriors nodded vigorously, fearing that the referee would regret it, and they did not want to experience the pain of breaking an egg again. The medical staff also came on stage to carry away the boy with bone spurs and the elephant man at the same time. Chapter 49. On the field, Ishibasha could no longer suppress Magogi. At this moment, Shi Pasha could only fight back passively. Bang 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 bang. Every punch of Mague hit Shi Pasha's body like a heavy artillery piece. Every fist of hers was like a bomb, causing explosions in the air. A strong fist wind swept through the entire venue, stirring up a tornado composed of sand and dust. Shi Pasha stepped back step by step. He retracted his legs, bent down, and clasped his hands inward. He assumed a three-fight posture that was said to be able to catch any attack, trying to protect himself, or in other words, trying to reduce the impact from Mague as much as possible. Blow. Nowadays, Shi Pasha is no longer able to launch active attacks and can only passively accept the bombardment of every punch from Mague. Magogi's fist was like a violent storm, attacking Shi Pasha mercilessly, trying to destroy him. In just a few seconds, Shi Pasha's whole body was covered with red fist marks, and his muscles that should have been as hard as steel began to ooze blood. Suddenly, Ishibasha caught the moment when Makagam was exchanging fists, raised his uppercut and hit Makagam hard on the chin. The sudden attack, and because it was caused by her jaw, caused Magari to feel a coma, and she tried to relieve the coma by shaking her head. However, Shi Pasha didn't intend to give up. He immediately got into a boxing stance and started punching continuously like a storm. Ah! Magogi endured the severe pain in her body and screamed uncontrollably, with a flash of madness in her eyes. Mague tenaciously withstood Ishi Pasha's violent attack, and a heavy punch hit Ishi Pasha's nose like a heavy hammer. Crack! The bridge of his nose was suddenly smashed, and Shi Pasha was stunned for a moment. Mague caught Ishi Pasha's brief absence and resumed the attack like a violent storm. Each fist was as fierce as a meteorite. The speed of the punch even left dozens of afterimages in the air, piercing the night sky like a meteor shower and creating a sound barrier. Shi Pasha's entire face was smashed by the ferocious fists and became dripping with blood. There were already more than a dozen dents in his originally strong body, all of which were punched out by Magogi's fists. Shi Pasha felt his body being beaten to the point where he was completely unable to move, and looked at the woman in front of him like a madman with horrified eyes. His eyes stared at the crazy woman in front of him in horror. He secretly cursed Magogi as a madman. What kind of lunatic is this woman? Why is her fist getting more and more fierce? Magogi grinned, revealing a madman-like smile. The madman-like smile, coupled with her face full of blood, her words were full of wild madness. "Hey, why don't you fight back? Come on! Let us continue to fight!" Madman! Shi Pasha cursed in his heart, and then tried to break Mague's attack. However, after trying some times, he found that he could not break Mague's attack, but instead made several more holes in his body. I want to surrender." Shi Pasha gasped, trying to say these 4 words, "I want to surrender." But before he finished speaking, Mague's fist hit Shi Pasha's face like a cannonball, making him unable to say the word surrender. "Ola ola ola ola." Mague's expression became more and more crazier, and the speed of her fists became more and more fierce, hitting Shi Pasha like a storm. Shi Pasha's feet began to lift off the ground, and a new dent appeared on his body every second. At this time, Shi Pasha regretted why he had this power. He couldn't fight back and could only be beaten, like a sandbag. He was beaten to the point where he could barely move, but he never lost consciousness. At this time, Mague was very happy. She unexpectedly encountered such a natural sandbag in this competition. She would not faint no matter how long she played. It was simply a perfect sandbag. 20 minutes later, Shi Pasha finally couldn't bear Ma Yue's violent punches, and finally fainted to the ground overwhelmed. There are nearly 1,000 hollows on his body. Whether it is the upper body or the lower body, they are basically hollows. The bridge of his nose was shattered and one eyeball was blown open. The injuries were horrific. Ma Yue looked at Shi Pasha, who had fainted on the ground, raised the corners of her mouth, and wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth. He murmured to himself, "This battle was very enjoyable. It would be better if it could continue." Just as Magoji wished, she finished speaking. Shi Pasha stood up stiffly like a robot. Although his eyes were open, there were no pupils, leaving only white sclera. Seeing Shi Pasha standing up suddenly, Ma Yue froze on the spot for a moment, then grinned, and her somewhat silent heart became excited again. He stood up, which meant that the battle was not over yet, and the fight could continue. Ma Yue clenched her fists again and came to Shi Pasha again in one swift step, wanting to attack him again like the violent storm before. It's just that this time Ishabasha's response made Ma Yue feel a little shocked. Shi Pasha did not dodge her attack, but used his body to catch her attack. But what shocked Magoe was that her fist didn't feel the same as before when it hit Ishibasha. If Shi Pasha's muscles were like stones before, then his muscles now are real steel. Magoji felt the numbness in her arms and was stunned for a moment. A trace of madness flashed in her eyes. She looked up at Shi Pasha and found that he was roaring like a wild beast, with no emotion in his eyes. Roar! Shi Pasha roared toward the sky, then raised his hands, clenched his fists, and smashed them down like a war hammer. Magoji did not choose to bear it this time, but chose to fall backward to avoid the attack. Because she could feel the danger contained in this attack. Shi Pasha's hands hit the ground like war hammers, and instantly, a rumble sounded. The venue seemed to have been bombed by a bomb, a huge cloud of dust was rolled up, and thousands of pebbles instantly appeared in the air. The pebbles hit Ma Yue like bullets, instantly making Ma Yue's body covered with numerous stones. Hundreds of tiny traces of blood. Magoji felt the sudden appearance of hundreds of blood stains on her body, frowned slightly, and felt a hint of trouble. Ho ho ho! Ishibasha roared up to the sky again, using his legs like a tank to rush towards Ma Yue, leaving cracks everywhere he went. When Ma Yue saw Shi Pasha rushing towards her, the corners of her mouth raised in an exaggerated manner, revealing her ferocious teeth. His eyes gradually became crazy, and then he raised his right fist, and veins began to pop out. Come on! Let me see who is stronger, your strength or mine. Let's push this fight to the highest level. Ma Yue looked at Shi Pasha, who was like a giant tank in front of her with firm eyes, and the madness in her eyes became more intense. Chapter 50. Boom! There was a rumble, and the slender fist collided with the ferocious shoulder, making an explosion-like sound. A blast of air comparable to a shock wave spread around, plowing the surrounding ground. After the collision lasted for a while, Ma Yue was the first to be unable to resist and was pushed hard by Shi Pasha's shoulder. Magoji looked at the surrounding environment and tried to find a way to break the situation, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was not necessary. How could I escape? Ho ho ho! Shi Pasha caught up with Magoji, who was still in the air, raised his fists, and slammed them down. Magoji reacted immediately and covered her head with her hands. Even though she was well prepared for protection, the huge force still made her spit out a mouthful of blood. Just when Ma Kagam was about to hit the ground behind her, her foot stabbed Ishabasha's chin from below. It's like a spear used to kill wild beasts, and it's also like a spear rising into the sky. Her movement looked like a Spartan kick, but her intention was not to kick Shi Pasha in the heart, but to stab Shi Pasha in the jaw. Crack! This kick directly shattered Shi Pasha's jaw, and at the same time made his head tilt upward. Ma Kagam seized this opportunity, put her hands on the ground, and used the force from the ground to kick Ishabasha's Adam's apple again. There was a dent in Shi Pasha's Adam's apple. The suffocation feeling of being unable to breathe instantly made Shi Pasha wake up, but the severe pain made him pass out after he had just woken up. Ma Yue looked at Shi Pasha, who fell to the ground, and instead of taking it as lightly as before, she rushed forward and added more than 30 punches. After more than 30 punches, Shi Pasha still showed no intention of getting up. Ma Yue breathed a sigh of relief and then collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. After a while, the referee stepped forward and announced the winner of the game. The winner, the Guillermin team. After hearing the result, Magogi shook off the dust on her body, wiped the blood on her face, and then tied her loose hair back into a single ponytail. Then he got up and left the venue. In the lounge, Chen Changkong looked bored and complained, "It's really troublesome. I've been playing for so long. It's already been 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, I've slept all night, but I haven't finished playing yet. I'm really a little weak." Jin Rongchong stretched and yawned. Lu Qingyu shook his head and defended them. "Actually, this kind of battle is the norm. It is unusual for the 3 of us to end the game so quickly. Those who can enter the finals are generally called geniuses outside. Don't compare us with others." Chen Changkong rubbed his hair and didn't want to talk to Lu Qingyu. Although he told the truth, he was still a little bored. He wanted a real battle, one that was not evenly matched, but one that could barely warm him up. Fighting. Time passed slowly, and the next day came in a blink of an eye. The first round of finals was completely over. Now, there are only 8 teams left. They are Team Taeyang, Team Guillermin, Team Xiaotian, Team Warlord, Team Lingli, Team August, Team Fire Sky Overlord and Team Tenchi Dongba. Ouyang Naik came to the podium, picked up the tablet in her hand, and looked at the list carefully. Then he announced several battles in this competition with a smile on his face. Taeyangta vs Tenchi Doha Team. Gular Gate Team vs Fire Sky Overlord Team. Team Xiaotian vs Team Lingli. Team Warlords vs Team August. After knowing the result of the game, Chen Changkong still maintained a bored look. The Tiandi Dongba team had such a domineering name, so it must be because their combat power is fine. I hope he won't be bored. At this moment, Lu Qingyu came over and patted Chen Changkong's shoulder, picked up a document, and said, "These are some basic materials I collected. This Tiandi Dongba team should be able to warm you up a little." When Chen Changkong heard that he could be allowed to warm up a little, he immediately became interested, and then grabbed the intelligence collected by Lu Qingyu. Heaven and Earth Dynasty Tyrant Team, Captain, Hu Tianyu, Seed Student, 4-star in the Extraordinary Realm. Power, A and Level Transmutation System. Member, Hu Minghuai, Hu Tianyu's younger brother, 3 stars in the Extraordinary Realm. Superpower, A-level Control System. Member, Hu Yanghua, a descendant of the Hu family, who broke through to the Transcendent Realm 4 days ago. Power, B-end Level Transformation System. Chen Changkong looked at the information in his hand and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The quality of this group is pretty good, it should warm him up a bit, no, maybe get him excited. Thinking that the next battle might excite him, Chen Changkong happily put his arm around Lu Qingyu's shoulders and said to him, "Lu Qingyu, this time you finally did something serious." Lu Qingyu frowned and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "I secretly complained in my heart, I don't know how many things I have done, but you just don't take it to heart. There are actually seed-level students. It seems I have to educate the younger generation." Jin Rongchong raised the corners of his mouth and clenched his fists, preparing to educate his younger generation. Chen Changkong shook his head, and then spoke, "Try to be the same as last time. I will deal with the seed-level student. You go and deal with the other 2. After finishing speaking, Jin Rongchong was stunned for a moment, and then said in a joking tone, "Okay, you go deal with that seed-level student, but if you lose, I will intervene in your battle." "I won't lose. The blood in my body is starting to boil now. This battle will make me excited. The corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised, his tone full of confidence. The heat in my chest could hardly be suppressed. This battle has not yet begun, which rarely makes his blood boil. Looking at the two people discussing, Lu Qingyu flattened his mouth, raised his hand, and reminded, "You two, I don't seem to have participated in the discussion yet." Chapter 51. Chen Changkong and the others came to the venue, and there were 3 teenagers standing opposite, and their handsome faces came into view. After all, they are also children of a big family, so their looks are not too bad. Hu Tianyu looked at the 3 people in front of him, or rather at the 2 people next to Chen Changkong. He frowned, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Others may not be very clear about the gap between ordinary seed-level students and 6th-level students, but he knew very well that if these 2 fought seriously, he would not win, and would still be alive. If you go down, it will be considered a victory. Hu Minghui glanced at his eldest brother who was sweating on his forehead, his throat rolled, and he glanced at the 3 of them from the corner of his eyes. Even his eldest brother was so scared. It seemed that this battle was bound to be lost. Hu Yanghua didn't have any strange feeling. It wasn't that he was very powerful, but that although he knew the terror of seed-level students. After all, his current captain was a seed-level student, but he didn't know very well the relationship between Liu Ki and seed-level students. Gap, so he still had a bit of luck, thinking that there was still a slight chance of winning in this battle. Game start. After the referee's start call, neither side moved. It should be said that the Tiandi Dongba team did not dare to move easily. Hu Tianyu looked ahead with solemn eyes, wondering what they were planning. If they rushed up directly, we would have no chance of winning, but why didn't they rush up? Pop! At this moment, Chen Changkong clapped his hands, smiled, and said to Hu Tianyu, "If I fight you, I will at least give you a chance, okay?" The atmosphere on the court suddenly became tense. Chen Changkong's words were like a pebble thrown into a rushing river, causing endless ripples. When Hu Tianyu heard that Chen Changkong was about to fight him, he was stunned for a moment, a flash of shock flashed in his eyes, and his brows furrowed into a tic-tac-toe. A person who has not yet broken through to the transcendent realm wants to fight him. Is there something deceitful in this? Chen Changkong noticed Hu Tianyu's confusion, shrugged, and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry about any plot, I'm just going to fight you. And the 2 people next to me will also fight your teammates." Hu Tianyu relaxed his frown and looked at Chen Changkong with doubts in his eyes. He had no idea why Chen Changkong would take such a big risk to challenge him. According to his understanding, Chen Changkong should be able to easily defeat his teammates as long as he was not facing him. Let's get started. It would be a waste of time to delay this. Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth and urged. Hu Tianyu nodded and decided to use his superpower now. He took a deep breath and his body began to change. His muscles expanded rapidly, scales appeared on his skin, and his nails turned into sharp claws. His nose became sharp, like a ferocious beast, and his eyes flashed with wild fire. At the same time, Hu Tianyu's body was suspended in mid-air, and his limbs gradually lengthened and turned into powerful claws and claws. His bones made a creepy cracking sound, and his entire body gradually twisted and deformed, turning into a tall and terrifying Tyrannosaurus. His body is covered with thick scales, and a huge dinosaur head with sharp teeth grows on the top of his head, and his eyes shine with a wild and evil light that dominates everything. His arms turned into powerful claws, his feet turned into powerful dinosaur claws, and his entire body exuded majesty and power. Hu Tianyu became a real Tyrannosaurus. His aura was fierce and majestic, as if he could tear apart all enemies standing in front of him. This is his superpower, the A-end level transformation system, Skeleton Tyrannosaurus. The Skeleton Tyrannosaurus is a creature that lives in a world called monsters. Their muscles are unique. They are as soft as plasticine and can change shape at any time. This allows them to quickly adapt to different environments and combat needs. In addition, the skin of the skeleton Tyrannosaurus has excellent absorption capabilities. They can absorb energy from the air to make themselves more powerful. This characteristic allows them to avoid eating frequently and instead absorb energy to sustain life and combat needs. The skeleton Tyrannosaurus also has strong legs that can easily flatten everything. Their movement speed is amazing, and they can quickly cross various terrains to quickly capture prey or escape from enemies. Whether on land or in water, they display extraordinary mobility. Finally, the powerful teeth of the skeleton Tyrannosaurus allow it to tear apart most creatures with ease. These huge teeth are sharp and strong, providing them with powerful weapons for attack. Hu Tianyu, who possesses this superpower, naturally became a seed-level student. He is also called the Dragon Man by most people because of his powerful superpower. In this tense and intense moment, the confrontation between Hu Tianyu and Chen Changkong is riveting. This battle is full of endless suspense and excitement. The atmosphere on the field became increasingly tense, and the onlookers also felt this tension. Their eyes were fixed on the two people on the battlefield, and their hearts were filled with blood and excitement. Hu Tianyu looked at Chen Changkong solemnly. Even though he had used his superpower, he was still worried. He was curious about what kind of superpower gave Chen Changkong such confidence. Chen Changkong watched the two-story Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him crash into him like a derailed train. The corners of his mouth raised, he raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Then he jumped into the air with both legs and raised his fist to hit the Tyrannosaurus. Dragon's head. Boom! A huge roar exploded in the air, setting off waves of powerful air waves. The powerful air wave left dozens of tiny cracks on the floor, as if it had experienced a bombing. Jin Rongchong looked at the two people wrestling in the air, and immediately became interested, and then walked towards Hu Minghui, ready to educate this junior. Hu Minghui looked at Jin Rongchong, who was walking towards him like a demon, especially Jin Rongchang's sinister smile, which immediately made him feel frightened. Hu Tianyu's eyes reflected Chen Changkong wrestling with him in the air, and he was shocked. He was actually really wrestling with himself. Thinking of this, the muscles in Hu Tianyu's head began to soften, and finally became as weak as cotton. Chen Changkong did not react to the sudden loss of strength, and his body began to sag due to the loss of strength. Hu Tianyu seized this opportunity, opened his bloody mouth, and bit down on Chen Changkong, trying to crush him completely. Chen Changkong glanced at the surroundings from the corner of his eyes, bowed slightly, and began to use his fists to punch the upper and lower sides of Hu Tianyu's mouth. The sudden heavy punch made Hu Tianyu's body a little unbalanced, and then he fell heavily to the ground, instantly forming a large pit several meters deep on the ground. Chapter 52. When Chen Changkong saw Hu Tianyu falling to the ground, he was ready to pursue the victory. He raised his right leg, preparing to end the game with a tomahawk move. Hu Tianyu opened his eyes and looked at Chen Changkong falling from the sky. The muscles in his own tail hardened. The steel-like tail cut through the air and questioned Chen Changkong. The tail made a hissing sound in the air, creating a sound barrier visible to the naked eye. Chen Changkong instantly saw the reflection of the tail, and he quickly raised his right hand as a shield to block the attack. However, even so, he was knocked away and fell to the ground, leaving a small crater behind. Chen Changkong stood up from the ground, stretched his muscles a little, and made a clicking sound. He looked at Hu Tianyu, who had stood up again, raised the corners of his mouth, and murmured to himself, "The warm-up is over, now the real battle begins. Hold head high." Hu Tianyu roared up to the sky, and then rushed towards Chen Changkong at a running speed. Every step he took would sink into the ground, forming a small pit on the ground. Although Hu Tianyu's body expanded like a giant beast, his speed did not slow down at all. His movement seemed to tear the air apart, producing a huge sonic boom. Chen Changkong clenched his right fist and punched the thigh several times thicker than an elephant's leg. Puff! The punch caused Hu Tianyu's right leg, which was harder than steel and thicker than an elephant's leg, to create a huge hole of more than 20 centimeters. A lot of bright red blood flowed out of the hole, and it became stained in just a short time. Hu Tianyu's feet turned red. Hu Tianyu felt the pain coming from his right leg, and immediately let all the rubber muscles in his body enter the hole. After just a moment, the hole of more than 20 centimeters in size disappeared. Chen Changkong looked at the hole that had quickly recovered and was slightly stunned. Is this the healing power of the skeleton Tyrannosaurus? It's really exaggerated. Hu Tianyu roared angrily, and then opened his mouth again to bite Chen Changkong. That mouth was dozens of times more powerful than that of a tiger. Just opening it was enough to accommodate nearly 10 adults. Chen Changkong's fist was like a cannonball, and he lightly jumped up and hit Hu Tianyu's chin, causing his head to fall back instantly. Seeing Hu Tianyu with his head tilted back, Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth. Before his legs even touched the ground, he squatted in the air again. He came into the air again, raised his right leg, and struck Hu Tianyu like a battle axe. Of the head. Hu Tianyu reacted in time and instantly made the rubber muscles on his head become as hard as steel. Chiang! It was like a steel head being struck, and there was a clang sound. Hu Tianyu nodded. The fist hit his head, making a metallic impact. Hu Tianyu's head hit Chen Changkong, who had begun to land, and he was knocked back into the air. Then, he shook his huge head and cut through the air, trying to knock Chen Changkong away like a big truck. Chen Changkong felt the feeling of being in the air. There was no point of stress and he could not dodge. Looking at the huge head that was about to hit him, he didn't feel any fear. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth raised, his golden eyes flashed with light, his blood began to boil, and his heart began to get excited. This looked a bit like fighting. Chen Changkong raised his right leg, attached the sun's flame in his body to it, and then threw it at Hu Tianyu like a spear. Chen Changkong's right leg was like a whale cannon, instantly piercing Hu Tianyu's huge body, leaving a huge hole in his body, and no blood flowed from the hole. Because Chen Changkong's sun flame was still burning next to the hole, all the blood that flowed out was burned up. Chen Changkong landed safely and shook his right leg, with a hint of happiness in his words. How do you feel? It's not bad, my cooking skills are superb. Hu Tianyu stared at Chen Changkong, knowing that he could no longer hide his strength. He no longer restrained the muscles and skin on his body. His muscles began to expand rapidly like plasticine, and his skin seemed to open a big mouth and began to swallow the spiritual energy in the air wantonly. In just a moment, the huge hole in Hu Tianyu's body disappeared, and his body expanded from about 2 stories high to about 4 stories high. His length was comparable to a basketball stadium in his previous life, with a length of more than 20 meters. Just by taking a slight step, the air wave generated instantly plowed over half of the field and kicked up countless gravel. Jin Rongchong stepped on Hu Minghui's body, looked up at the huge Hu Tianyu, and couldn't help but add some praise in his words. You are quite capable, brother. You can be called a genius. My brother is a genius. Aren't you worried about your teammates getting hurt? Hu Minghui retorted, and then asked Jin Rongchong, aren't you worried about his teammates? Hu Minghui wanted to remind Jin Rongchong of his teammates, so that Jin Rongchong would not step on him like this. It was really not good to be stepped on in front of so many people. But there was nothing he could do. He couldn't beat Jin Rongchong, and he didn't dare to move, fearing that Jin Rongchong would suddenly become angry and break his limbs. After all, Jin Rongchong had many criminal records. Lu Qingyu was holding Hu Minghui's head in his hand. At this time, Hu Minghui had been forced out of his powers. He was still trembling all over and looked at Lu Qingyu with fear in his eyes. Hu Minghui suddenly felt horrified when he thought of Lu Qingyu's fighting style just now. He fell into killing and almost lost himself every time. He wanted to commit suicide all the time, but he couldn't do it all the time. We'll return to the starting point. Lu Qingyu looked at Hu Minghui, who was as timid as a rabbit, and immediately knew that he had gone too far. He first used illusion to confuse Hu Minghui, and then stored this period of time through time, and then made Hu Minghui cycle through the time period when he repeated the illusion. And because his illusion is about killing, he may be enduring this period of time. Hu Minghui became completely afraid of killing, blood, and violence. Liu Qingyu shook his head and sighed inwardly. It seems that we need to find a psychiatrist for this guy. Otherwise, how can he be afraid of killing all the time, especially for a change talent like him? Chen Changkong looked at Hu Tianyu in front of him, and after some inner thought, he made a decision that shocked everyone present. He raised his hand and said, "Please allow the remaining 6 teams to play. The 3 of us will challenge all the teams in this final, but they must be above the transcendent realm. The awakening realm can be automatically excluded." Chapter 53. Wu Yangnak and the audience were shocked without waiting. Chen Changkong's teammates Liu Qingyu and Jin Rongchong were startled at first, and then they spoke with different expressions. Liu Qingyu frowned, twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with a tactful tone, "This is not good. After all, this is too unfriendly to other players. They could have won, but if so, they can simply declare that the campaign has been lost." Jin Rongchong grinned, a trace of madness flashed in his eyes, walked up to Chen Changkong and patted his shoulder. He said with praise in his tone, "Chen Changkong, your idea is very good. Breaking the rules itself is the right of the strong." Wu Yangnak frowned, not knowing what to do, so she had to announce the suspension of the game first, and then report the matter to the superiors. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and heavy, as senior officials from Tianwu Academy gathered together to discuss the events that had just occurred. Zhang Qiu, the vice president of Tianwu Academy, sat on his left was Huang Weisheng, the deputy director of Tianwu Academy, and on his right was his secretary Su Weimo. The vice presidents and senior staff of other departments sat on the 2 rows. Zhang Yiming, the deputy dean of the court department, knocked on the table angrily and said in an angry tone, "How unbecoming is this? What kind of thing is this? A game that should have been conducted normally has turned out like this. I think they should be disqualified from the competition. They are simply not qualified to continue participating in this final." A strong man sitting next to Zhang Yiming interrupted. A strong man sitting next to Zhang Yiming interjected, "Don't be angry, old Zhang. It is normal for young people to be impulsive sometimes. After all, as the saying goes, young people are full of high spirits. Who is not full of enthusiasm when they are young?" Zhang Yiming glanced at the strong man from the corner of his eyes, and his tone calmed down slightly, but his tone was still stern. "Tian Yuanzheng, young people cannot break the rules even if they are high-spirited, let alone ignore the order of the game." Tian Yuanzheng, who is also the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Institute of Tianwu Academy, smiled and said, "They don't seem to have broken any rules. And they have already reported it, but we haven't agreed yet. So it should be counted. It's just a matter of ignoring the order of the game." Snapped. With a pop sound, Zhang Yiming slammed the table angrily, with a tense and serious expression on his face, and said in an angry tone, "You are confusing the concept. They have broken the rules. They should follow the rules of the game we have established. How can you say such a thing in the finals? I will not agree with it and I will never allow it. It can happen right before my eyes." Just as the 2 were arguing, Liu Jian spoke up to stop the argument. He smiled and expressed his inner thoughts, "I think this is not a bad idea. Think about it. There are 2 6th-level players in that team, and there is also a genius with great potential. Relax the rules, maybe it's not impossible." His voice was full of confidence. After the words fell, the conference room fell into silence for a while, and everyone looked at Liu Jian in surprise. Zhang Kaihu thought for a moment, supported his chin with his hands, and scanned the people present. Finally, he smiled and said, "Then I agree with their idea, but this may not be enough. I happen to invite a 6th level scholar to stay in the school. Find him to come forward, and this game will be fine. Keep going. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present looked expectant. After all, there were very few competitions involving 6th-level battles. It could be said that he was extremely lucky to be able to watch a 6th-level battle this time. As a result, people who were originally opposed to it also changed their minds. There were bursts of applause in the conference room. In the lounge, Chen Changkong looked at the approved decision on the tablet and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Brother Chen, we actually passed. Lu Qingyu looked at the results on the tablet and was surprised. He didn't expect that they would actually be able to pass. However, he immediately frowned, filled with doubts. There are 2 6th-level students in their team. Why did the school agree? Logically speaking, the school should not agree to such a showdown that has no chance of winning. At this time, Chen Changkong suddenly said, it should be because of this mysterious figure. He raised the tablet and told Lu Qingyu the news that a mysterious figure would appear in the next game. Mysterious person. Hello, dear viewers. For some reason, the next finals will be combined into one game, with Team Taeyong competing against all teams' Transcendent Realm players. Ouyang Naik stood on the podium and announced excitedly. This game is unique, and she may never host such a game again in her life. As soon as she finished speaking, the whole place immediately fell into a commotion. Xiao Luo frowned slightly as she looked at the announced results. She began to worry about Chen Changkong. After all, he was her important customer. If something went wrong, he might not buy anything again. She silently prayed for Chen Changkong in her heart, hoping that he would not lose his confidence if he lost the game, and that he would maintain his eternal self-confidence, so that she would not lose money and could always make money. Chen Changkong shuddered and glanced at the audience. Was someone talking about him just now? Why did he feel a chill? Afterwards, Chen Changkong and the others came to the venue. At this time, there were 13 people in the extraordinary realm standing on the venue. Chen Changkong counted the number of people, and after knowing that there were 13 people, he nodded slightly. It should be no problem, although it may be a little troublesome, but it should be solvable. Jin Rongchong grinned, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Maybe this battle can really get him excited. Lu Qingyu counted the number of people and was very confused. That shouldn't be the case. There was one person missing. Where was that mysterious figure? Logically speaking, there should be 14 people, but why are there only 13 people yet to arrive? At this moment, a voice sounded. I'm sorry, everyone, I'm late and kept you waiting. Vice Colonel Zhang just informed me, and I've rushed over as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, a typical classically beautiful man with black hair and black eyes appeared. He had a fresh and handsome appearance, with deep and passionate eyes. Many people present began to cheer for him, even though they did not know the name of the visitor. Chapter 54. After seeing the person clearly, it should be said that Lu Qingyu reacted when he heard the sound. He looked shocked, not expecting the mysterious person to be that person at all, but wasn't that person not in the school? Why are you suddenly back again? Chen Changkong glanced at Lu Qingyu from the corner of his eyes and saw his shock. Suddenly, a familiar voice came to Lu Qingyu's ears. It was Chen Changkong. He cautiously approached Lu Qingyu and asked curiously, who is he? He actually shocked you so much. He is also a Sankei like me, and his lethality is even more powerful than mine. Yan Xia, Nan Yang Zhao. Then you said he shouldn't have appeared. As far as I know, he just went out 3 months ago, why now? Just show up. Lu Qingyu replied quietly, for fear of attracting other people's attention. Chen Changkong's eyes flashed with surprise. He leaned close to Lu Qingyu's ear and asked carefully, do you have any special relationship? He seems to have been looking at you since he came in. Lu Qingyu sighed softly and said with complicated eyes, the Nan family and my Lu family are family friends, so I have known him since childhood. Logically speaking, if this is the case, our relationship should be very good. But one thing changed us. It should be said that my superpower changed the relationship between us. Just as they were talking, a voice suddenly sounded, you two, you have to be moderate when discussing other people, isn't it a bit bad in front of others? The two were suddenly stunned. They looked up and saw Nanyang Zhao standing beside them, squinting his eyes and raising the corners of his mouth slightly. There was helplessness and playfulness in his words. I have heard all this, why are my ears so sensitive? Chen Changkong couldn't help being surprised, and then quickly moved away from Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu looked at Chen Changkong who was leaving quickly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. Was this necessary? Although he thought so in his heart, his body moved away from Chen Changkong just as quickly. Compared to the movements of the two of them, Jin Rongchong was unusually quiet, as if the person standing here was not Jin Rongchong, which made people feel a little strange. Jin Rongchong always remained quiet, as if he was not the one standing here. His expression was serious and his eyes were sharp. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised and his eyes became serious. He looked at Nanyang Zhao and said firmly, Nanyang Zhao, it just happens that this game is the time to settle the last grudge. When Nanyang Zhao heard this, he shook his head, then nodded and said, okay then. Game start. The moment the game started, as soon as the referee's voice fell, the 13 players on the field immediately displayed their special abilities. Hu Tianyu stared at Chen Changkong solemnly, and his voice sounded like a bell, Chen Changkong, come on. Let us continue our previous battle. Chen Changkong twisted his neck and put down the weapon box on his back. As soon as the weapon box hit the ground, a big crater appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he tightened his muscles so hard that his shirt was torn, revealing his beautifully sculpted muscles. After all, this match was against 13 transcendent realms, and Chen Changkong didn't dare to drag it down, so just in case, he brought 3 weapons. Ma Yue took the lead in launching the attack. She used her feet hard and flew up into the air. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, it hit Chen Changkong hard. Chen Changkong looked at Ma Yue who seemed to be flying through the air towards him. He stared intently at Ma Jiai's flying figure, and immediately took out Equus, a shield with lightning printed on it, from the weapon box. The fists and the indestructible shields, which caused blazing fire due to friction in the air, collided in the air, and a powerful shock wave suddenly appeared, causing a mess on the ground. However, the shield was undamaged, but Ma Jiai's arm was shattered to the bone. She immediately fell back, looking at her left hand that could no longer move. I was shocked inside, what kind of shield is this? How could it cause such huge damage? She quickly warned others, don't attack the shield in his hand. That mysterious shield seems to have the ability to counterattack damage. What? This is so unfair. He can actually carry such a perverted weapon. A player who originally thought he was proud of holding a 4-meter-long spear immediately felt unhappy. After all, his weapons were not that perverted. It seems that we can't attack his shield. If we attack together, his shield is only so small. It can only block the attacks of 2 people at most. As long as we attack together, he will never be able to defend himself. A tiger orc man said that he believed that as long as they worked together, they could easily kill Chen Changkong, and then cooperate with the mysterious figure to kill the other 2 people, then the victory of this game would be theirs. As soon as the words fell, 9 figures quickly ran towards Chen Changkong, trying to get rid of Chen Changkong early, so that they could better help Nanyang Zhao defeat those 2 people. After all, in their hearts, no matter how strong Chen Changkong is, he can never be stronger than those 2. Chen Changkong's face darkened, and a sneer curled up at the corner of his mouth. Did they treat him like a trash fish? But hasn't he already proven his strength? Looks like they need another lesson. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong opened the weapon box and took out a golden battle axe. He pointed his battle axe at the 9 people who came and murmured to himself, "Come on. Just let your horses come over." His right hand exerted force, veins popped out, and he waved the battle axe in his hand. In an instant, a fierce slash slashed across a player's chest. Chi! A wound instantly appeared on the chest of a contestant with a human body and a dog's head, and it cut through half of his upper body. Blood spurted out like spring water for free. Immediately afterwards, Chen Changkong did not stop holding the tomahawk in his hand. Every time he swung the tomahawk, a person would fall to the ground. It only took a while for the ground to be stained with blood. The battle axe flew in his hand, and every chop exuded terrifying power, as if Chen Changkong had transformed into an invincible god of war. Finally, Hu Tianyu's brows gradually furrowed. He really couldn't stand the food anymore. He roared and warned the people around him to wait a moment. He wanted to challenge Chen Changkong one-on-one. His dragon scales shone with golden light, and Hu Tianyu became majestic and domineering. The thunderous roar caused the stones on the ring to crack, as if he contained infinite power. Chen Changkong raised the corners of his mouth, looking like a seed-level student. His body was like lightning and he rushed towards Hu Tianyu instantly. He swung his battle axe, and the axe's light was like lightning, striking at the huge Tyrannosaurus like a golden lightning bolt. Hu Tianyu waved his dragon claw, and the strong wind roared, neutralizing Chen Changkong's attack. He opened his huge dragon mouth and spit out a stream of blazing flames. The tongue of flames licked the sky, releasing unparalleled power. Chen Changkong nimbly dodged the attack of flames, and was actually able to breathe fire. He quickly approached Hu Tianyu, and his battle axe shot down through the air, bringing up a stream of hot air that seemed to destroy the entire venue. But Hu Tianyu flicked his dragon's tail, hitting Chen Changkong hard and throwing him away. A huge impact echoed throughout the ring, and the onlookers gasped. Unexpectedly, Hu Tianyu's power was so strong. The match just now was only part of his strength. Only now did he become completely serious. Chapter 55. Chen Changkong fell to the ground, but showed no intention of flinching. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. He looked like a seed-level student. He stood up again, his eyes as sharp as a falcon. Facing Hu Tianyu's dragon-shaped body, he felt an unprecedented power surge in his heart. This is the real battle, this is the fight he wants. Rushing towards Hu Tianyu again, Chen Changkong swung his battle axe, and the golden light of the axe burst into dazzling golden flames, streaking through the air like a meteor, setting off trails of blazing flames. Hu Tianyu's dragon claw intersected with Chen Changkong's battle axe, making a deafening sound. The forces of the two collided, and the stones on the field shattered, as if the whole world was trembling for this duel. Chen Changkong flexibly bypassed Hu Tianyu and launched another attack. The battle axe fell through the air and slashed at Hu Tianyu's dragon tail. Hu Tianyu swung the dragon's tail, but this time Chen Changkong's attack was extremely sharp. The battle axe hit Hu Tianyu's dragon tail, and blood spattered everywhere. Hu Tianyu roared in pain, and the dragon's body shook unsteadily. However, what Chen Changkong didn't expect was that Hu Tianyu's dragon tail grew back like a lizard and instantly returned to its previous state. When Chen Changkong saw this, he attached more powerful sun flames to the axe head without hesitation. He jumped up, and the battle axe brought up a whirlwind of golden flames, slashing hard at Hu Tianyu's dragon tail. Hu Tianyu screamed, the dragon's tail was chopped off and flew out, blood spurting out. The golden flame clung to the wound, burning the skeletal Tyrannosaurus mud-like muscles, making it impossible for him to grow again. The wounds on Hu Tianyu's body were wrapped in blazing flames. He stared at Chen Changkong with wide eyes. The flames of unwillingness and desire for victory boiled in his body, burning his bones and flesh, but at the same time it also ignited the deepest ambition and desire in his heart. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit Hu Tianyu's body. He bent his dragon-shaped body in pain, and flames burst out from between his scales, burning the surrounding air. The dragon's claws kept scratching the ground, and the stones on the arena shattered one after another, as if the fire of hell was about to devour everything. Chen Changkong was slightly stunned. He could feel that Hu Tianyu's power was increasing and becoming more powerful. He raised his battle axe and stared at Hu Tianyu. Hu Tianyu's body began to change. His muscles flowed like liquid metal, and his bones made clicking sounds and rearranged themselves. He stood up and transformed into a giant Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus is more than 3 meters tall, with powerful muscles and black gold scales shining on its body. He had a fierce expression on his face, and his fangs were spread out, revealing sharp teeth. His hands turned into dragon claws, strong dragon claws grew under his feet, and he stepped hard towards the ground. The moment the Tyrannosaurus appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be solidified, and a dull atmosphere filled the air. His overwhelming aura oppressed the entire arena, making people feel suffocated. Hu Tianyu sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't want to use this form." This form was produced by consuming all his rubber muscles and maximizing the respiratory function of the skin. Once he uses this form, he will not be able to use his powers for 2 months. When Chen Changkong saw Hu Tianyu's transformation, his face showed a trace of solemnity. He took a deep breath, gathered his strength again, and prepared to face Hu Tianyu again. Hu Tianyu's figure was like electricity, and he rushed towards Chen Changkong like lightning. He waved his huge dragon claw, which collided violently with Chen Changkong's battle axe, making a deafening impact. Sparks flew, energy shockwaves spread, and the ground on the field cracked. Hu Tianyu showed amazing strength, and every blow he struck had huge destructive power, so Chen Changkong had to go all out to resist. Each collision sparked sparks and filled the air with the smell of burning. Chen Changkong flexibly avoided Hu Tianyu's attack and counterattacked quickly. He seized an opportunity and struck Hu Tianyu's body with his tomahawk. However, Hu Tianyu's scales were extremely hard. Although the battle axe left a shallow scratch, it failed to cause substantial damage to him. Hu Tianyu roared angrily, and his whole body emitted a more powerful black gold light. He swung his dragon claw forward forcefully, releasing a powerful energy shock wave. The energy shock wave rushed towards Chen Changkong at thunderous speed and hit his body hard. Chen Changkong was blown away by the energy shock wave and rolled several times before regaining his balance. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, feeling the destructive power from Hu Tianyu. The corners of his mouth rose, and the desire to fight in his heart became stronger. This is what a seed-level student should look like, and this is the kind of fighting that excites me. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Chen Changkong stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and jumped up to face Hu Tianyu again. As he swung his battle axe, the light from the axe was like electricity, creating traces of blazing flames. Hu Tianyu's eyes widened with anger. Not to be outdone, he went all out to start a fierce duel with Chen Changkong. The battle axe and the dragon's claw collided, making a deafening collision sound. Each collision was accompanied by the harsh sound of metal collision and the burst of fire. They crisscrossed the field, eliciting roars from the spectators in the stands. The intertwining of flames and black energy burned in the air, and the field was filled with smoke, setting off a bloody battle scene. Hu Tianyu was dripping with sweat, but his eyes shone with determination. His whole body exuded powerful dragon power, which made Chen Changkong breathless. Chen Changkong was not to be outdone. His attacks became sharper, trying to hit the opponent's vital points with every blow, trying to find the Tyrannosaurus's weakness. Despite this, Hu Tianyu's body is extremely strong and has almost no flaws. The battle entered a fierce stage, with the two going back and forth and fighting constantly. Flames and black energy erupted between them, and with a huge impact, the ground on the field cracked and gravel flew everywhere. Hu Tianyu felt that the power in his body was still surging, and his eyes revealed fighting spirit and determination. He opened his huge dragon's mouth and absorbed the energy around him, allowing his strength to continue to grow. Suddenly, Hu Tianyu launched his last fierce attack. His speed and strength reached their peak, and when he waved his dragon claws, he brought up a huge black whirlwind. A whirlwind swept in and enveloped Chen Changkong. Facing the strong wind, Chen Changkong felt the tremendous pressure. He raised his tomahawk high, and the sun's flames formed a small sun on the axe. He held the small sun in front of the tornado. The golden light formed a sharp contrast with the black whirlwind, and the powerful energy wave seemed to overturn everyone present. The battle reached its peak, and the two forces collided in the ring, releasing a dazzling light. Suddenly, Hu Tianyu opened his huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. He gathered all his strength and prepared to unleash a fatal blow. An unparalleled energy surged through his body, converging into a huge black ball of light on his claws and mouth. Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. Feeling the threat of death, he quickly stepped back to the weapon box and took out Equus again. Chen Changkong raised Equus with one hand and blocked it in front of him. The other hand is holding the battle axe, and the sun's fire in his body is constantly attached to the battle axe. Finally, Hu Tianyu waved his huge claws and blasted the ball of light full of destructive power towards Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong held the battle axe tightly in his right hand, and his whole body was filled with golden flames. Two extremely powerful forces collided in the ring, emitting dazzling light and a huge roar. The battle axe and the ball of light met, erupting into a huge energy storm. The brilliant light filled the entire venue and gradually spread into the distance. When the light dissipated, the field was in a mess. Hu Tianyu fell to the ground and could no longer move. The Equus in Chen Changkong's hand was flashing with domineering thunder. Although he was still slightly injured at this time, it was not serious. Most of the damage was blocked by the sudden appearance of Equus thunder. Chapter 56. Chen Changkong gasped for air. Although he was not seriously injured, the fierce battle still made him weak at the moment. Suddenly, a figure ran towards Chen Changkong at an extremely fast speed, preparing to deliver the final blow to Chen Changkong, who was already a little weak. However, with a flash of axe light, the attacker was instantly cut in half by the battle axe. Chen Changkong looked at the person lying on the ground with cold eyes. Then he glanced at the others from the corner of his eyes and said in a cold tone, Who else is going to take action? The next person who takes action will end up with the same fate as him. As soon as the words fell, everyone fell into deathly silence. They knew that Chen Changkong was just holding on, but they still didn't dare to be the first person. After all, a skinny camel was bigger than a horse. If he still had some strength, if he counterattacked and killed him, one or two, wouldn't they be at a loss? Looking at the people who had fallen into deathly silence, Chen Changkong couldn't help but shook his head, and then sat cross-legged, placing the axe next to him to prevent any sneak attacks at any time. Nan Zhaoyang glanced at Chen Changkong sitting on the ground and couldn't help but be surprised. He never expected that Chen Changkong could actually defeat Hu Tianyu. Although Hu Tianyu was not as good as him, he was still a seed-level student. Suddenly, Jin Rongchong said to Lu Qingyu on the side, Wait a minute, you don't want to participate in the battle between us. I want to challenge him to a one-on-one battle. I'm going to leave it to you. Lu Qingyu looked at Jin Rongchong, who had a serious face, and was stunned for a moment, then nodded, responded, and then moved away. On the field, Jin Rongchong and Nan Zhaoyang stood face to face, imposing as mountains. Jin Rongchang's eyes were firm, and he quickly used his superpower. His superpower is called Qingling, which is an Superman superpower. It has two functions at the same time. Gold means indestructible sharpness, while Gang means indestructibility. The invincible spirit. The golden energy in his body circulates endlessly, and the strong energy condenses on his fists. He took a deep breath, stepped on his feet, and rushed towards Nan Zhaoyang like an arrow from a string. Nan Zhaoyang smiled slightly, raised his palm slightly, and a flame rose from his palm, instantly turning into a ball of flames, covering his entire body. The power of the heavenly flame on his body burned fiercely, emitting a heart-stopping heat wave. Jin Rongchong quickly approached Nan Zhaoyang and suddenly swung out his fists. The power of the Vajra condensed into a golden light, stabbing Nan Zhaoyang's chest like a sharp sword. Nan Zhaoyang sneered, flipped his palm, and the power of the cold flames instantly condensed into an ice wall, blocking Jin Rongchang's face. The power of Qingling hit the ice wall, making a loud noise, and the ice wall collapsed instantly. This is Nan Zhaoyang's power, the S-level control power, Tianyan, which can create various flames and then control them. Jin Rongchong did not stop attacking. He spun his body and the power of Vajra attached to his right leg. His leg was like a golden whirlwind, kicking Nan Zhaoyang's face suddenly. A trace of solemnity flashed in Nan Zhaoyang's eyes. He raised his palm, and the power of the flames instantly condensed into a flame shield, blocking Jin Rongchang's legs. The power of Qingling collided with the power of flames, making a loud noise, and the flame shield shattered instantly. The two figures intertwined, and Jin Rongchong suddenly took a few steps back, with a look of surprise on his face. Nan Zhaoyang stood firmly, with fighting intent flashing in his eyes. Jin Rongchong took a deep breath. He knew that Nan Zhaoyang's strength was extraordinary. He decided to launch a unique move to decide the outcome with one blow. He clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. The golden energy in his body surged wildly, and the strong energy condensed into a golden halo that surrounded his body. When Nan Zhaoyang saw this, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He knew that Jin Rongchong was launching a special move and there was no room for carelessness. Jin Rongchong slowly opened his eyes full of determination. He opened his hands, and the golden halo suddenly burst out with dazzling light, condensing into a huge golden tiger. When Nan Zhaoyang saw this, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Is this Xingyi Iquan before the age of supernatural powers? I heard that the Jin family was an ancient martial arts family before the era of supernatural powers. During the period when the era of supernatural powers just began, the Jin family was still the top family in Daxia. The reason why it was a top family was precisely because the Jin family was an ancient martial arts family. Reason. Jin Rongchong moved his body, and the golden tiger turned into a golden whirlwind, sweeping towards Nan Zhaoyang. The power of the heavenly flames on Nan Zhaoyang turned into a giant flame dragon and collided with the golden whirlwind. On the field, golden light and flames intertwined, emitting a dazzling light. The figures of the two people kept flashing in the light, and their moves were so fast that it was difficult to catch them. On the field, the figures of Jin Rongchong and Nan Zhaoyang gradually disappeared in the light, leaving only a fiery breath filling the air. When the light dissipated, Jin Rongchong reappeared in everyone's sight. He clenched a fist with one hand, stepped on his feet, and prepared to rush towards Nan Zhaoyang in an ancient martial arts posture. He knew that he would never be able to defeat Nan Zhaoyang with his superpowers alone. He could only rely on the ancient martial arts inherited from his family. Jin Rongchong closed his eyes, concentrated his energy, and used the power in Tai Chi to adjust all the energy in his body to the best state. His body was as flexible as a snake, avoiding Nan Zhaoyang's attack. Nan Zhaoyang looked solemn. He did not dare to underestimate Jin Rongchang's close combat ability. He moved his body and pounced on Jin Rongchong like a tiger, attacking quickly and fiercely with his palms. Jin Rong often focuses on the fierceness of Bajiquan. His boxing techniques are sharp and powerful, and each punch carries destructive power. He quickly dodged Nan Zhaoyang's attack and punched flexibly to force Nan Zhaoyang back. Nan Zhaoyang looked at Jin Rongchang's body and boxing skills in surprise. He felt the domineering confidence and lofty majesty emanating from his opponent. But Nan Zhaoyang was not such an easy enemy to deal with. He flexibly avoided Jin Rongchang's attack and used martial arts to try to resist Jin Rongchang's attack. Nan Ziyang's punch hit Jin Rongchang's key acupuncture points as accurately as an arrow. However, Jin Rongchang's knowledge of acupuncture points was very high. He moved his body flexibly at the critical moment and avoided Nan Ziyang's attack. Jin Rongchang saw the right opportunity. He quickly approached Nan Zhaoyang, and launched a series of fierce attacks mainly using Xingyi Iquan. Every move he makes is strengthened by the power of Vajra, carrying the power of destroying the heaven and the earth. Nan Zhaoyang held his breath and concentrated, not daring to be careless at all. Using the power of the flames as support, he turned into a dragon of flames, intertwined with Jin Rongchang's fists and feet. Nan Zhaoyang didn't show any weakness either. He was strong and agile, with a continuous flow of fists and kicks. Every attack was filled with the heat of the sky and burning energy. Fire splattered on the field, and the fists and feet of Jin Rongchang and Nan Zhaoyang collided continuously, causing explosive air waves and flames. After a while, the two ended the collision of consciousness. Jin Rongchang was covered in injuries and was breathing heavily. The same was true for Nan Zhaoyang. He looked at Jin Rongchang solemnly and then raised the corners of his mouth. A green flame instantly ignited and spread throughout his body. It only took a while for all the injuries on his body to heal, and not only that, but all the energy he had expended was also recovered. Chapter 57. Jin Rongchang looked at Nan Zhaoyang bathed in green flames and frowned. He knew that if he kept hiding his clumsiness, he would not be able to defeat Nan Zhaoyang no matter what. He restrained the Vajra Qi in his body, condensed his spiritual energy, and stood firm on the spot like flowing clouds and flowing water. He unfolded the unique ancient martial arts skill of the Jin family that he inherited, the undefeated King Fist. Once he activates the undefeated King Fist, his body will be greatly improved, and both his strength and abilities will be greatly increased. The ancestors of the Jin family were in Hintai, where the king was no match for Xiang, the general was no match for Li, and the punch was no match for Jin, the legendary boxing champion in the world. On the field, Chen Changkong's body was upright, his fists clenched, the aura of King Kong flowing through his body, exuding an indestructible force. Nan Zhaoyang stood tall and straight, with clenched fists. The air of cold flames was rising around his body, and the cold air made people shudder. Chen Changkong took a quick step, his body was like lightning, and he was in front of Nan Zhaoyang in an instant. He punched out his right fist suddenly, and the fist with the aura of King Kong was like a golden lightning, going straight to Nan Ziyang's chest. Nan Ziyang's eyes condensed, and the fire dragon fist condensed instantly. A cold flame dragon shape instantly appeared on his fist and collided with Chen Changkong's fist. Chen Changkong and Nan Zhaoyang swayed and took a few steps back at the same time, with solemn expressions on their faces. Chen Changkong took another step, his body was like lightning, and his fists shot through the air with the energy of King Kong. Nan Zhaoyang was not to be outdone, the fire dragon fist condensed again, and the frozen flame dragon shape appeared again. The fists of the two collided fiercely, and the energy fluctuations on the field became more violent, as if the entire arena was about to be torn apart. The bodies of Chen Changkong and Nan Zhaoyang were intertwined, and their fists were flying. Every punch carried incomparable power, and every punch made people frightened. Chen Changkong's undefeated King's Fist is extremely powerful, and each punch carries the power of King Kong Qi, like golden lightning, unstoppable. However, Nan Ziyang's fire dragon fist was extremely cold, and every punch was filled with cold heat, freezing the surrounding air in an instant. Everyone in the audience was amazed by the battle between Chen Changkong and Nan Zhaoyang. Their strength exceeded everyone's imagination. The battle entered its climax, with Chen Changkong and Nan Ziyang's fists intertwined, and each collision brought a strong wave of energy. Their figures flashed quickly on the field, their fists flying, and each punch carried incomparable power. As time passed by, Chen Changkong and Nan Ziyang's fists continued to collide, and the energy fluctuations on the field became more and more intense. Their bodies were soaked with sweat, but their eyes remained firm and unflinching. They seemed to be in a huge energy vortex, and the air around them seemed to be torn and frozen by their power. After a while, Chen Changkong was breathing heavily. He had no physical strength at all. The consumption of using the undefeated King Fist for such a long time was far beyond his imagination. Nan Zhaoyang was not having a good time at this time, breathing heavily, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Now that the cold flames and Yuan Yan in his body have been exhausted, if he wants to deal with Liu Qingyu next, just one fierce flame is definitely not enough, although the fierce flame is his most powerful flame. Chen Changkong glanced at Nan Zhaoyang, and then fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. At this time, he no longer had the strength to stay standing, and all the muscles in his body had become weak due to the use of the undefeated King Fist. When Liu Qingyu saw that the battle was over, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he casually threw Magogi in his hand to the ground. Liu Qingyu walked over with a wicked smile on his face, his tone full of sarcasm. "Brother Nan, don't blame me for being cunning, after all, I am here to avenge Brother Jin." Nan Ziyang's face darkened, and he looked at Liu Qingyu, who was approaching with a look of resentment, and said in a reluctant tone, "If you have the guts, let me take a break, at least let me recover Yuan Yan." Hearing these words, Liu Qingyu shook his head and said with a pity on his face, "How can you let the enemy rest on the battlefield, and your strongest flame should be the fierce flames, isn't it? I am the one who challenges you the most. What a strong flame!" Nan Zhaoyang gritted his teeth. He was filled with anger and could not release it for a moment. He could only mutter to himself, "Sure enough, it's the same as your superpower. It's cunning, and disgusting. You're a damn smiling tiger. The winner decides everything." Liu Qingyu said in a calm tone, and while speaking, he stepped closer to Nan Zhaoyang. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded. "Liu Qingyu, wait a minute, give him to me, and you go deal with the other two people." Chen Changkong ran over and shouted. The Nan Zhaoyang in front of him was a delicacy that had been cooked and ready for him to eat. He didn't want this delicacy to be eaten by Liu Qingyu. Liu Qingyu shuddered when he heard the voice, and then slowly turned around like a mechanical doll. "You have to fight him too." Chen Changkong nodded, indicating that he really wanted to fight him. Liu Qingyu's face darkened, then he patted his forehead helplessly and shrugged. "Okay then, I'll leave him to you, but remember to be careful, Li Yan is not easy to deal with." When Liu Qingyu left, he did not forget to remind him, "Remember, if you are so burned that you call mother, I will not take care of you. On the contrary, I will also use the camera to take a video of you calling mother, just consider it the reward I gave you this time." Seeing Liu Qingyu leave, Nan Zhaoyang breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Chen Changkong with the corner of his mouth raised. "Are you so bold now, or have you always been like this? Or do you think I'm weak now and think I'm easy to bully?" "That's right, I just saw that you have become weaker now, so I challenged you. Otherwise, why would I challenge you? Are you asking for trouble?" Chen Changkong shrugged and answered seriously. "Puff." Nan Zhaoyang vomited, and then his face turned dark. "Why are you so straightforward? And who gave him the confidence? Just because I have become weaker does not mean that he has become stronger." He said calmly, "Why are you so arrogant? Who told you? The enemy has become weaker, but it does not mean that you have become stronger. Even if I only have one flame now, it is still more than enough to beat you. Don't think that you can challenge me just because you defeated a seed-level student. I think your superpower is also about fire. Then let you experience what is called the ferocity and majesty of fire. I'm sorry, I'm not being arrogant, I'm just telling the truth. Just because you have become weaker does not mean that I have become stronger, but if you become weaker, you are no longer my opponent." The corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised, a smile flashed in his eyes, and he replied in a very arrogant tone. If Nan Zhaoyang had three kinds of flames, he would not dare to be so arrogant, but now, without two kinds of flames, most of his physical strength has been exhausted, and there are still some scars on his body. It can be said that a dish has been cooked. The finished dish. Chapter 58. Chen Changkong glanced at Nan Zhaoyang, who was still breathing heavily while speaking, smiled slightly, and said kindly, I am a kind-hearted person and can't bear to see you suffer. I will give you 10 minutes to recover. After 10 minutes let's fight again. When Nan Zhaoyang heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted and raised the corners of his mouth. Since you said so, I can only be respectful and obey your orders. After saying that, he sat on the ground and began to recover his strength. After a short 10 minutes, Nan Zhaoyang stood up from the ground and gently patted the dust on his butt. He and Chen Changkong stood face to face on the field, their momentum was like a mountain, and powerful energy waves emitted from their bodies. Chen Changkong smiled slightly, raised his hands slightly, and an invisible gravity field suddenly enveloped the entire arena. Nan Zhaoyang frowned slightly. Isn't his skill about fire, or is it also about gravity? It seems that in the match against Hu Tianyu just now, he probably did not try his best. Nan Zhaoyang sneered, and the power of blazing flames suddenly erupted from his body. The temperature around him instantly increased, and the air was filled with hot breath. His fierce flames are enough to burn all things, but if that's all it takes, there's nothing to be afraid of. Chen Changkong's eyes narrowed. Is this Liu Kei's strength this time? It is not at the same level as Hu Tianyu before. Even if there is only one flame left, he is still so powerful. He quickly used his special power, resurrection, and the previous injuries on his body were instantly restored, and he felt refreshed. Then, he clasped his hands together, and the power of the sun's flames emerged, forming a blazing light, as bright as the sun. When Nan Zhaoyang saw this, a solemn look flashed in his eyes. This kind of flame seems to be a bit troublesome. However, he did not feel any fear. His fierce flames were not inferior to any flames. Then, the power of the fierce flames all over his body reached its peak in an instant. The two men moved and instantly intertwined, and a fierce battle began. Chen Changkong's body movements were agile and he avoided Nan Zhaoyang's attacks like flowing water. At the same time, he continuously exerted a gravity field to firmly suppress Nan Zhaoyang at a disadvantage. Nan Zhaoyang gritted his teeth as his flaming power burned like a flame and kept attacking Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong evaded flexibly and at the same time used the flames of the sun to dissolve the power of the flames one by one. The battle reached its climax, and Chen Changkong and Nan Zhaoyang's moves became more and more fierce. Every time they fought, they could arouse blazing flames and fluctuations in gravity. Time passed by, and both of their bodies were covered in scars, but their fighting spirit did not diminish at all. At last, Chen Changkong clasped his hands together, and the sun's flames instantly reached their peak, forming a huge flame tornado that rolled towards Nan Zhaoyang. Nan Zhaoyang's whole body was burning with the power of flames. With a wave of his hands, a huge flame dragon cut through the sky and collided with the flame tornado. For a moment, flames splashed out, and the fierce flames intertwined with the flames of the sun, forming a sea of blazing fire. Chen Changkong and Nan Zhaoyang were both sweating profusely and breathing heavily in the sea of fire. They had just experienced a fierce battle, and both sides had tried their best. Just when Chen Changkong wanted to continue using his recovery ability and fight again, Nan Zhaoyang suddenly made a surprising decision. Nan Zhaoyang raised his hands and said with a bitter look on his face, "Surrender, I surrender. I admit defeat in this game." The sudden words stunned Chen Changkong, who was about to use his resuscitation power. He looked at Nan Zhaoyang with a blank expression, then frowned and asked, "Surrender? Why surrender? The battle has just begun. My fierce flame has also been completely consumed. In fact, if I hadn't used up all the yuan yan before, I might still be able to fight, but I really can't now." Nan Zhaoyang shrugged and answered helplessly. After saying this, Chen Changkong scratched his head, feeling a little dissatisfied, but he didn't want to be entangled, so he turned and left. When he left, he still felt very regretful, like a delicacy that had been cooked and was about to end before he could taste it. Nan Zhaoyang looked at Chen Changkong leaving, shook his head helplessly, and then turned around and left. After all, there is no point in staying here anymore. Yang Naik stood on the rostrum, watching the victorious Chen Changkong and the leaving Nan Zhaoyang, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This time, Chen Changkong actually defeated Nan Zhaoyang. Although Nan Zhaoyang had been consumed, this was still huge news. Immediately, she hurriedly announced the final result of the game, the final winner, Team Taekwondo. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole place was in an uproar, and the audience in the auditorium started to make noise. Since they really succeeded, they defeated 7 teams. 7 of them can't beat 1, will they? How is this possible? Why is this happening? FK, I bet all my living expenses on 7 teams, and now you tell me they lost. Hey, luckily I made the right bet. In the lounge, Chen Changkong looked at Jin Rongchong lying on the chair, raised the corners of his mouth, and asked with concern, how is it? Is it still tight? Jin Rongchong curled his lips. It's really not good, I actually lost. At this time, Lu Qingyu interrupted, Brother Chen, maybe, no, it should be said that you can become a seed-level student without taking the assessment. Hearing these words, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, then raised the corners of his mouth and glanced at Lu Qingyu from the corner of his eyes. Really? That's pretty good. Suddenly, the same message appeared on all 3 of their tablets. Congratulations to you for successfully winning the championship in this competition. The rewards are now announced: A-level elixir Xiantian Yuki Dan, A-level weapon Falling Star Sword, A-level spiritual technique Thunder Control Technique. Looking at the 3 prizes displayed, Chen Changkong chose the A-level elixir Xiantian Yuki Dan without hesitation. After all, this thing allows him to cut his muscles and cleanse his marrow, and the most important thing is that this elixir itself is prepared for the awakening state, and the other 2 people do not need to use this elixir. Lu Qingyu thought for a moment and chose the A-level spiritual skill, Thunder Control Technique. Compared with weapons for killing and killing, he preferred spiritual magic or illusion, which was in line with his identity. Jin Rong saw that both of them had chosen the prizes, so he casually clicked on the A-level weapon, Falling Star Sword. These 3 prizes were of little use to him, or should be said to be completely useless. He is already in the transcendent realm and does not need the innate chi pill. He does not like spiritual arts or illusions, so he does not need A-level spiritual arts and thunder control techniques. As for the sword, he preferred being a boxer to being a swordsman. After the 3 chose the prize, they prepared to leave. At this moment, Zhang Qiu walked in with a smile on his face. Seeing Zhang Qiu's sudden appearance, the 3 of them were startled and quickly became respectful. Vice Colonel Zhang, okay. Zhang Kai waved his hand and said, I'm here to ask for your opinion. After this game is over, there will be an award ceremony. If you don't want it, I can cancel the award ceremony. I still happy to follow some genius advice. The 3 of them looked at each other and said in unison, Vice Colonel Zhang, please help us cancel this ceremony. Chapter 59. After returning home, Chen Changkong took a shower, made all preparations and came to the bedroom. He looked at the elixir in his hand and smiled. It seemed that today he was going to escape from the awakening state, and the transcendent state was just around the corner. The expectation in his heart that he was about to break through to the extraordinary realm made Chen Changkong swallow the pill without hesitation. After a while, he didn't feel any special changes. However, suddenly, the spiritual energy in his body began to become restless, and the entire bedroom was reduced to rubble in an instant. Chen Changkong looked at the ruined bedroom in confusion, swallowed his saliva, and thought to himself, so, have I broken through to the transcendent realm? He felt that his body was 2 or 3 times stronger than before, and the spiritual energy in his body was 5 or 6 times more. More importantly, these spiritual energies seem to be condensed and solidified, such as attached to the body, making them as hard as steel. Then, it's gone. Is there anything more strange? It's just as simple as that. Chen Changkong frowned, a little disappointed. This so-called Xian Tian Qi pill only had this effect, which really made him look forward to it in vain. Forget it, he decided to test his current strength tomorrow so that he could know what level he was at. Just when Chen Changkong was about to take a rest, he looked at the ruined bedrooms around him, and his forehead instantly formed a tic-tac-toe. Therefore, my bedroom needs to be renovated. Really FK? One day passed quickly, and Chen Changkong just spent the night on the sofa. Chen Changkong stood up, twisted his body, and stretched his muscles. Sleeping on the sofa last night was not comfortable at all, not as comfortable as my big bed. After a while, Chen Changkong finished washing and eating breakfast. Just as he was about to go to the training hall to test his current strength, a message sounded. Chen Changkong took out his mobile phone and looked at the message. When he saw the message, he was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth raised, thinking that this was natural. Congratulations to Chen Changkong, you have become a seed-level student of Tianwu Academy. Now you have the following privileges. After a while, Chen Changkong arrived at the training hall. At this time, no one in the training hall dared to look at him with contempt. The staff who originally looked down on him also looked at him with golden eyes. Chen Changkong came to the front desk and asked the staff for a training room. The staff member looked at the card key handed over by Chen Changkong and froze on the spot for a moment, saying in shock, "I'm really sorry, I can't set up a training room for you." Hearing this sentence, Chen Changkong frowned slightly, and then relaxed his frown after hearing the staff's explanation. The staff member continued, "Your card key has been upgraded and is already at the seed level. Seed level students can open a training room that is more luxurious than the training room." Chen Changkong took the elevator and arrived in front of the training room. This was a very luxurious room with just one door. There were several pots of spiritual flowers placed in front of the door, which made people smell the faint fragrance of the flowers. Taking a sip, it seemed like they could feel refreshed. Entering the training room, he found that it was far more luxurious than he imagined. The room is filled with a strong aura of spiritual energy, and practicing here may be several times faster than practicing outside. The spacious space is equipped with various training areas to provide students with a comprehensive training environment. Not only that, there is also a luxurious room for seed-level students to rest. The floor of the training room is paved with a strong and wear-resistant metal floor to withstand the strong impact and high-intensity training of seed-level students. Different patterns are engraved on the floor, representing the spiritual powers of different elements practiced by seed-level students. The interior walls are covered with special wainscoting to withstand strong forces. This design can ensure that seed-level students will not cause unnecessary safety risks during their training. There is a large training station in the open space in the center of the training room. It is made of solid metal and can withstand the attacks and release of supernatural powers by seed-level students. The training station is designed with adjustable height and angle to accommodate the body shapes and training needs of students of different seed levels. In addition to the training stations, the training room also has some special areas for students to conduct different types of training. These include strength training area, speed training area, agility training area, practical training area and ability training area. Large mirrors and screens are also installed on the walls of the training room for seed-level students to observe and analyze their movements, postures and techniques. Such equipment can help them better correct movement errors and improve training methods. In addition, the training room is also equipped with professional counselors and coaches. Seed-level students can choose professional counselors or coaches to teach themselves according to their own requirements. For example, if you practice boxing, you can find a boxing coach to teach you. Chen Changkong looked at the benefits in the training room and twitched the corner of his mouth. Compared with the benefits of special employees and the benefits of seed-level students, there was a huge difference. Chen Changkong came to a vending machine in the training room and looked at the free energy drinks in front of him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Energy drinks purchased for thousands or even tens of thousands of stars outside could actually be drunk for free here. Chen Changkong ordered a bottle of A-grade energy drink, and while drinking it, he was thinking about what he should test first. After thinking for a while, he decided to try the strength training area first. Chen Changkong came to the strength training area, opened the door and walked into the strength training area. Entering the strength training area, the first thing you see is a spacious and bright space. The ground is paved with durable rubber mats to reduce impact and pressure during training, ensuring the safety and comfort of seed-level students. The entire strength training area is full of energy and energy. Large mirrors are mounted on the walls around the area, allowing seed-level students to observe and correct their movements. In the center of the strength training area is a neatly arranged set of free weights. These equipment include various sizes of barbells, dumbbells, fitness equipment, etc. The strength training area is also equipped with professional auxiliary equipment, such as bench press racks, pull UPS, squat racks, etc., to help seed-level students conduct more difficult strength training. In addition, the strength training area is also equipped with some auxiliary devices, such as timers, gravity equipment, dynamometers, etc., to record the training results and strength changes of seed-level students. In order to ensure the safety of seed-level students, there are 13 combat robots and 7 medical robots in the strength training area. Chapter 60. Chen Changkong walked towards the dynamometer in the strength training area. It was an advanced piece of equipment that could accurately measure his muscle strength and explosive power. He felt curious and expectant, and couldn't wait to understand his current power. He stood in front of the dynamometer, staring at its digital screen and grips. There are exquisite sensors on the grip that can accurately record his power output. He took a deep breath and grasped the handle tightly with both hands, preparing to show off his strength. With a loud click, the dynamometer started to activate. The numbers on the screen start to pulse, indicating the collection of measurement data. Chen Changkong's heart was filled with anticipation, and the muscles in his body gradually became tense. He mobilized his whole body and squeezed the handle with both arms, tightening the muscle fibers and exuding powerful power. He felt the resistance coming from the dynamometer getting stronger and stronger, but he did not hesitate, tightening his muscles to match his strength with the dynamometer. The numbers on the digital screen continued to soar, showing his power value. Strength test result, 240,000 kilograms. Evaluation level, 6-star perfection in the extraordinary realm. Hearing this result, Chen Changkong nodded with satisfaction. After all, after spending so much money on things, if he was still average, then he would be no different from being useless. Afterwards, he casually tested the strength training area. He left here and prepared to go to the speed training area. There is a spacious track in the speed training area, which is paved with highly elastic materials. This material provides good support and rebound, allowing seed-level students to better realize their speed potential. The music flows slowly from the high-end sound system, and the rhythm is upbeat and exciting. The melody and beat of the music help improve the motivation and rhythm of the seed-level students, making them more engaged in training. In the corner of the speed training area, there are some professional training equipment, such as bicycles, suspension devices, etc. These devices can help athletes perform diverse speed training to improve their explosive power and acceleration capabilities. Chen Changkong stood on the starting line at the edge of the training area, staring at the 1-kilometer track ahead. The smooth and spacious runway was like a passage leading to the speed limit, tempting him to join it. He shook his wrist slightly, tensed the muscles in his shoulders, then held his breath and stood in a prepared posture. His eyes were focused and sharp, staring into the distance. With a loud starting gunshot, Chen Changkong burst out, kicking up a huge cloud of dust behind him. His feet were in close contact with the track instantly, and every step left a footprint several centimeters deep on the track. His body flew forward like an arrow and merged into the track. The wind howled from both sides, and the airflow caressed his face. He felt the excitement and motivation brought by speed, and a strong passion surged in his heart. Finally, he crossed the finish line, his body shaking slightly. He was panting slightly and sweating a little. Speed test result, 40 s/km. Evaluation level, 6-star perfection in the extraordinary realm. Hearing the result, Chen Changkong felt a little satisfied. Then he came to the agility training area, ready to test his body's reflexes. After a while, Chen Changkong finally completed all the tests. Whether it was defensive power or actual combat ability, he reached the advanced level of the transcendent realm. Just when he was thinking about how to compare his realm with others, his cell phone suddenly rang. Jingle bell. Chen Changkong looked at the unfamiliar phone number and frowned slightly, feeling a little confused as to who the phone number belonged to. But after thinking about it for a while, he still answered the phone. Chen Changkong, please come to the conference room immediately. I have something to discuss with you. Zhang Chu's voice came from the other end of the phone. When Chen Changkong heard that it was Vice Principal Zhang Chu, he was a little startled, but he was still ready to pack up and go to the conference room. In the process of cleaning up, he was still a little confused. What on earth did Vice Principal Zhang Chu want to find him? He doesn't seem to have done anything earth-shattering. 25 minutes later, Chen Changkong arrived at the conference room at an extremely fast speed. He knocked on the door and opened the door after receiving permission. What came into view was Zhang Chu sitting on an office chair, and next to him stood a middle-aged man in police uniform. When Chen Changkong saw the middle-aged man in police uniform, he frowned and felt uneasy in his heart. He always felt that something bad was going to happen. Zhang Chu looked at Chen Changkong who came in, and introduced the man next to Chen Changkong with a kind face. Xiao Chen, this is a captain of our Tengcheng Police Bureau, Zhang Ziyu, Captain Zhang. Captain Zhang is here this time. I want to ask you to do something. When he heard that they were looking for him, Chen Changkong did not relax his frown. Instead, he looked at Zhang Ziyu with a confused look, just when he was about to ask. Zhang Ziyu was the first to explain, this classmate Chen, we would like to ask you to be a spy. This task may be a bit difficult. If classmate Chen doesn't want to do it, there is no need to force it. Oh, tell me. If it suits my mood, I can reluctantly participate. Hearing that this task was a bit difficult, Chen Changkong stared and said. Captain Zhang, this. Zhang Chu looked at Zhang Ziyu with a troubled expression. After all, if Chen Changkong disagreed with the mission would most likely be leaked. Zhang Ziyu sighed. If it were not for actual combat and there were no candidates, he would not choose Changkong. After he thought for a moment, he spoke about the mission. 190 years ago, there was actually an island country near Daxia. But due to the invasion of some monsters and some warcraft, coupled with the frequent natural disasters in that island country, volcanoes and earthquakes erupted at the same time. In the end, the island country was finally destroyed. Although our country has benevolently adopted some people from the island country, the cult of the island country, the beast god cult, also took the opportunity to sneak into our country. According to the investigation this time, there have been some changes in the beast god religion in recent years, but our people have never been able to get close to the top leaders of the beast god religion, so we cannot know these changes. So we want to send you as a spy, preferably as a senior member of the beast god cult, so that you can also know the changes in the beast god cult in recent years. After hearing this, Chen Changkong also understood the general process of this mission, but what made him confused was why he was looking for him instead of someone else. So he raised his own question, "Why are you looking for me? I don't think there is anything special about me." This. When Zhang Ziyu heard this sentence, he immediately didn't know how to answer. In fact, this answer was not very good. He thought for a while and decided to tell Chen Changkong the answer. "Actually, it's because you have a perverted gene in your genes, which will make you a little perverted." And the beast god taught him that the first factor to become a high-level person is you have to have this abnormal gene. The reason why the spies we sent before did not become high-level officials is because they may have enough talent, but they just lack the abnormal gene. But you are different, Chen Changkong. Not only do you have powerful talents, but you have not been registered by the system, and your genes do contain abnormal genes. When Chen Changkong heard that he had the abnormal gene, his face darkened, and he stared at Zhang Ziyu. How could he, a normal person, have the abnormal gene? Actually, we discovered that you had the abnormal gene several years ago, but you didn't awaken your powers at that time, so we didn't choose you. The probability of having the abnormal gene is extremely subtle, it can be said to be 1 in a billion. And you, Chen Changkong, are a natural pervert who only happens once in 1,000 years. Only such a natural pervert can become a high-ranking member of the beast god cult, so I beg you. Chen Changkong didn't know how to answer. If he agreed, he would admit that he was a born pervert. He didn't agree and seemed to be bored again. He felt a little unhappy not to participate in such an interesting thing. Finally, after thinking for a while, Chen Changkong accepted that he was born a pervert, so he readily agreed to this mission. Chapter 61. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. On a sunny day, the bustling street market is crowded with people, full of vitality and vitality. Chen Changkong wears a warrior's hair, and his facial features have also undergone great changes. He pretended to be a Japanese, wearing a traditional black and grey kimono, walking leisurely on the street, enjoying this unique environment. The noise of the market and the laughter of people surrounded Chen Changkong, seeming to form a busy and energetic scene. He muttered to himself, "Why do I have to dress like this? It's really uncomfortable." His voice was blown away by the breeze and only he could hear it. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu's voice came to his ears, breaking his thoughts. "This is also unavoidable. Remember, your name is not Chen Changkong now, your name is Takeda Nobukan. You are a man who wants to revive Icelanders of island countries. You need to play this role in order to become a high-ranking member of the cult of Beast God. There is a stronghold of the Beast God cult near you. Wait a minute, we plan to send people there to destroy it, and you need to show up at that time to help the Beast God cult and cover their evacuation. Also, please keep your heart in check at all times and don't let abnormal cells erode your heart." Chen Changkong frowned when he heard the words "don't let the abnormal cells erode your heart." What does it mean to be eroded by abnormal cells? Hearing Chen Changkong's question, Zhang Ziyu suddenly realized that he had been busy dealing with Chen Changkong's identity recently and neglected to explain this issue to Chen Changkong. He relaxed and tried to explain. Metamorphosis cells are not ordinary cells. If they are not awakened, they are not much different from normal cells. But once they awaken, they will begin to erode the host's will and eventually transform the host into a true metamorphosis. But once it awakens, it will begin to erode the host's will, and finally transform the host into a true pervert. He continued to explain, as for the items that can awaken the metamorphosis cells, currently only the divine jade of the Beast God cult can do it. Therefore, if you want to become a senior member of the Beast God cult, you must go through the test of awakening the divine jade. Therefore, please be sure to keep your heart and don't be eroded by abnormal cells. After Chen Changkong listened to Zhang Ziyu's explanation, he felt that it didn't matter. If he was eroded by the so-called abnormal cells, it could only mean that he did not respect the sun enough. Being eroded just meant that he was too weak. Of course, the premise of all this it must be that it can really corrode itself. Chen Changkong came to a street stall. He squatted down and carefully looked at the items on the stall. The street stall owner saw Chen Changkong wearing exotic clothes and a samurai sword hanging behind him. He couldn't help but joked in a teasing tone, "This little brother, are you cosplaying the heritage culture of the island country? Dress like this now? Has it become a trend?" When Chen Changkong heard these words, he wanted to nod in agreement, but suddenly realized that he was playing an island man. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gripped the samurai sword tightly, and said in a tone full of resentment, "Baga Yalu. This is our country's culture, you actually say our culture is heritage culture, damn it." Thinking that his performance was so vivid, Chen Changkong couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. It would be a waste not to win an Oscar for his acting skills. The stall owner quickly apologized. The street stall owner quickly realized that he had made a mistake and quickly apologized. "Oh my, I shouldn't have told the truth that you are a heritage, oh no, I said it wrong. It's mainly because I rarely see the island culture." Just when Chen Changkong was about to continue arguing and show off his acting skills, he heard Zhang Ziya's voice ringing in his ears, "The action begins." When Chen Changkong heard the order to start the operation, he immediately didn't want to argue with the stall owner anymore. He quickly drew his samurai sword and rushed towards the stronghold of the beast god cult desperately. In a corner of a factory, an old man with a kind face, wearing a brown kimono and holding a cane stared fiercely at the dozen police uniforms in front of him. He seemed to have been discovered, and was filled with anger and chagrin. "Baga, you actually discovered it. The kind-faced old man is named Kanichiro Hashimoto. He is a priest of the beast god sect and the main person in charge of this stronghold." His face was ferocious, his words were roaring, and he felt angry. "Who betrayed him? Hey, old man, you'd better just surrender, otherwise don't blame our men for being ruthless." A young man in police uniform stepped forward and tried to persuade him. "Haha, do you think it's possible? Come out and kill them all." Kanichiro Hashimoto laughed, looking at the young man in front of him, feeling that he was too naive. His voice suddenly became low and hoarse, and the crutch in his hand tapped the ground. The moment he finished speaking, more than 20 ninjas appeared from the darkness. They were armed with various weapons and surrounded the police officers. Kanichiro Hashimoto smiled proudly and said confidently, "Police officers, do you know who should be arrested now, haha." However, the young man in police uniform glanced at the 20 or so ninjas in black and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he gave an order, and a dozen people nearby rushed forward and killed more than 20 ninjas. Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at the ninja who fell like a torpedo, his throat rolled, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. Is he really going to die here this time? He could not accept that he had not witnessed the coming of God. "I haven't seen huge cherry blossoms blooming on this continent yet." At this moment, a sharp voice sounded, "Priest, there is no need to worry, I am coming." Chen Changkong quickly drew out his samurai sword, and with a flash of cold light, he killed a ninja who wanted to sneak up on the police. The ninja's head fell to the ground. Chen Changkong wiped the blood on the knife, and then put the knife back into the sheath without mercy. "You actually want to make a sneak attack and leave innocent people dead?" Chen Changkong raised a sneer on his lips and quickly glanced at Kanichiro Hashimoto. Kanichiro Hashimoto's eyes widened, and there was a lump in his throat. The young man in kimono in front of him actually killed his ninja. He suppressed the anger in his heart, forced a smile and said to Chen Changkong, "This warrior, you killed the wrong person, you should kill the one over there." He pointed his finger at the policemen in police uniforms. "Yes, Lord Priest." Chen Changkong nodded, then drew out his samurai sword again and turned to the group of police officers. His eyes were sharp and calm, like a sharp blade. Chen Changkong glanced at everyone, and finally locked his eyes on a police officer. He secretly thought to himself, that person should be the person Captain Zhang mentioned, so just chop him next. Chapter 62. Chen Changkong was wearing a black and grey kimono, holding a sharp samurai sword, and his eyes were sharp and calm. He stood in a wide field, surrounded by a tense atmosphere. The enemies in front of them were a dozen tall, fierce, and powerful police officers. At this time, a police editor held a huge battle axe, roared angrily, and rushed towards Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong's figure was strong, and he faced the opponent with lightning speed. He easily dodged every fierce axe blow while using his agility to close in on his opponent. Suddenly, Chen Changkong seized a brief opportunity and gathered all his strength in an instant. In a swift and fierce attack, he danced the samurai sword to the extreme and struck directly at the vital point that Captain Zhang had mentioned. The sharp samurai sword cut through the air, making a sharp and shrill whistling sound. The next moment, the enemy's body was cut open, blood spattered everywhere, and he let out a scream. The fallen police officer got up and covered his wound in pain, but his resistance did not end. He let out an angry roar and launched another ferocious attack on Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong reacted in time and swung his sword again, completely cutting him in half. The enemy roared one last time and fell to the ground. Chen Changkong took a deep breath, retracted his samurai sword, and stood on the field, with a bloodthirsty red light shining in his eyes. Chen Changkong looked back nervously at Kanichiro Hashimoto, and said to him with admiration in his tone, "Priest, let's evacuate quickly. I can't hold on any longer." Just now, he had to carry more than a dozen police officers on his own. Attack! Kanichiro Hashimoto saw that Chen Changkong could no longer hold on any longer, so he quickly turned around and left. He glanced at the factory with some reluctance, and then left quickly. Seeing Kanichiro Hashimoto withdrawing, Chen Changkong quickly followed his footsteps and left here at the same time. The policemen watched them leave with the corners of their mouths raised and did not continue to pursue him. After a while, the policeman who had been chopped in half twisted on the ground again and shouted, "Hey! Why don't you hurry up and press my body back up again?" The police officer on the side heard this and quickly put his body back together. The young man in police uniform twisted his body again. He had just been cut in half and it was really uncomfortable. But in this way, the priest should be more relaxed about Chen Changkong. He wiped the blood on his clothes and murmured to himself, "Captain Zhang, mission accomplished." Then he reached out and pulled off the fake mask on his face. "Okay, then it's up to Chen Changkong." 20 minutes later, Chen Changkong and Hashimoto Kanichiro had covered half of Tengcheng. Kanichiro Hashimoto stopped and said while breathing heavily, "Okay, just stop here." Chen Changkong also panted slightly, nodded, and stopped. After Kanichiro Hashimoto rested for a while, he shook his head and looked at his surroundings and found that there were no more police officers. He breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Chen Changkong and asked, "Dear young warrior, I am Kanichiro Hashimoto, the priest of the Beast God sect. Why are you so generous in helping me? Do you know me?" Chen Changkong smiled slightly, with admiration in his eyes. He said, "Dear priest, I am an islander lurking in Daxia, named Takeda Nobukan. How much I admire the great Beast God cult. Just a few days ago, I discovered the Beast God cult stronghold, so I wanted to join the Beast God cult in order to revive the great island nation. However, I never expected that this would happen. It was because I was late." When Kanichiro Hashimoto heard Takejin Nobukan's answer, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He said with emotion, "Young man, I am in awe of your words and deeds. The courage and warrior spirit you exude make me see hope for the future of the island country. Please accept my most heartfelt thanks." Chen Changkong gave a slight salute, saying that he had nothing to thank him for. He said, "Dear priest, I just try my best to revive the island country. This is my duty and belief. If you need anything, please let me know. I am willing to serve you and dedicate myself to the revival of the island country. All power." Kanichiro Hashimoto felt the loyalty and sincerity in Takeda Nobuken's heart, and he nodded deeply to express his emotion. He pointed forward and said, "Go straight for about 80 meters from here, and you will encounter an underground tavern. You enter there and say a secret code. The seeds of cherry blossoms bloom, the flowers bloom at the right time, Sakura Jima reappears, and the heavenly beast comes." After hearing this, Chen Changkong nodded, then turned around and headed to the underground tavern. I kept complaining in my heart, what kind of bullshit is this old man trying to bloom? If this thing of yours can blossom, it can only mean that I have failed as a human being. Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at Chen Changkong, who was gradually disappearing. His kind face disappeared instantly and turned into a cold and stern expression. His voice was low and hoarse. "Sakura Butterfly Princess, go investigate Takeda Nobuken. If there is any problem with the information, kill him without mercy." The moment the words fell, a coquettish voice came from the dark space beside him. "As you command, we, the great and noble priest." Kanichiro Hashimoto's face was cold. He opened his face and showed a smile that was more terrifying than a dead man. "Takeda Nobuken, don't let me find out anything strange about you, otherwise I will make your life worse than death." Chen Changkong came to an underground tavern. Suddenly he shuddered. He looked back and muttered in his heart, "Why do I feel like someone is talking about me behind my back? Especially when I feel like a disgusting mutt." Chen Changkong didn't want to think too much and walked straight to the underground tavern. He pushed open the tavern door and saw a simple and beautiful paper door with exquisite cherry blossom patterns painted on it. Pushing open the paper door and entering the tavern, you feel as if you have traveled through time and space and returned to an ancient but extinct island nation. The entire tavern is mainly made of wood, with carefully designed tatami cushions placed on the floor, giving people a warm and comfortable feeling. Traditional musical instruments such as gahan and shamisen are placed in the corner of the pub. Occasionally, musicians will play beautiful tunes, filling the entire space with an artistic atmosphere. The aroma fills your nostrils, and a variety of sake and plum wine are displayed on the wooden bar, making people want to taste them. The lighting is dim and soft, with tiny lanterns dotting every corner, casting a soft glow. The paper lanterns hanging from the top are painted with traditional island patterns and gently sway, adding a touch of movement to the entire space. The staff here are dressed in traditional kimonos. They are dressed in brightly colored island costumes and have carefully combed buns on their heads, giving people a sense of classic elegance. The staff greet guests with smiles and politeness. A small and exquisite waitress, holding a fan, walked lightly among the guests. She asks guests for their needs in a gentle voice and deftly pours sake or makes specialty cocktails for them. Guests sit on tatami mats or around wooden tables, enjoying the tranquility and comfort brought by the pub. Some guests chatted in low voices and savored the fragrance of the wine. Some guests quietly listened to the music played by the performers and were immersed in the world of music. Chen Changkong passed these people, came to the bar, and whispered to the staff behind the bar, "Sakura seeds, flowers bloom at the right time, Sakura Jima reappears and the heavenly beast emperor comes." When the staff member heard the code, his face froze, then he glanced around, and then said, "Please come with me." After saying that, the staff called someone else to take his place, and then led Chen Changkong to a mysterious place. Chapter 63. After a while, the staff brought Chen Changkong to a room. The staff opened the wooden door and Chen Changkong walked in. What he saw was bright tatami mats covering the floor, and the surrounding walls were decorated with simple bamboo weavings, giving him a comfortable atmosphere. A natural atmosphere. A traditional ink painting hangs on one wall, depicting green mountains and distant mountains and flowing water, adding elegance and tranquility to the entire space. There is a low coffee table in the center of the room, with tea sets and an incense burner displayed on it. Next to the coffee table is a folding fan, spread out in the air, painted with exquisite patterns of flowers and birds. On the coffee table, a set of exquisite tea sets, including tea bowls, teaspoons and teaspoons, are neatly placed, reflecting a little warm sunlight. The middle-aged man sitting on the floor is wearing a traditional kimono, dark and dignified. He has a handsome face, neat black hair, and calm and gentle eyes. He was sitting quietly on the tatami, placing his hands lightly on his knees, smiling and waiting for Chen Changkong's arrival. Next to the tea set is a plate of exquisite snacks, such as matcha cookies and red bean pastries, exuding a rich sweet aroma. A pot of fragrant green tea is being brewed. The tea leaves are unfolding and exuding an attractive aroma. The middle-aged man handed a teacup to Chen Changkong and said to him, "Jun Xingkan, please." Chen Changkong took the teacup, nodded slightly in greeting, and then gently picked up the teacup. He smelled the tea and made sure there was no strange smell before drinking it. The middle-aged man looked at Chen Changkong quietly and said with a smile, "Jun Xingkan, I brewed this tea for you myself. I hope you can feel the expectations of our beast god sect from it." The middle-aged man continued, "Hasegawa Kaitaro is the person in charge here. You can stay here for one night, and the church will send someone to pick you up tomorrow." After saying that, Kaitaro Hasegawa stood up, bowed, and left. Chen Changkong looked at Kaitaro Hasegawa leaving, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that tomorrow is the beginning of the plan. Now we have to find an opportunity to destroy the headphones. Kaitaro Hasegawa came outside and happened to see Kanikiro Hashimoto coming. He bowed quickly and said in a humble tone, "I have met the priest." Kanikiro Hashimoto nodded slightly, and said with kindness in his tone, "There is no need for this, Kaitaro-kun, you are the main person in charge of my beast god sect, and you are my very precious subordinate." Kaitaro Hasegawa felt a warmth in his heart. The priest actually valued me so much. I will definitely not let down the priest's expectations. Kanikiro Hashimoto's expression changed, and he said in a serious tone, "Kaitaro-kun, how do you feel about Shinkan-kun?" Kaitaro Hasegawa was stunned for a moment, and then quickly expressed his inner opinion, "I think Nobukan-kun is a loyal and brave warrior. The courage and loyalty he displayed are deeply admirable. He tried his best to put everything he could think of." Speaking of the words, after all, it was recommended by the priest. He must be a loyal and brave warrior. After hearing Kaitaro Hasegawa's views, Kanikiro Hashimoto nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed the person he recommended. Kanikiro Hashimoto immediately said, "The people I sent have not yet completed the investigation, so we cannot relax our vigilance against him yet." "Yes, Priest-sama, please excuse me for now." Kaitaro Hasegawa bowed slightly, and then left. Not long after Kaitaro Hasegawa left, a charming woman wearing a black tights, but unable to cover her figure, appeared next to Kanikiro Hashimoto. She knelt on one knee, her eyes full of reverence, and reported her harvest to the priest in front of her. "Great priest, I have completed the investigation. Takeda Nobukan is an orphan. His parents are Icelanders who have returned to Daxia, but he has cherished the spirit of a warrior since he was a child and wants to rebuild the great island nation. For this reason, he ran away from home and severed ties with his parents. And he was a man who rarely left home. According to the memories of his neighbors, he was indeed a samurai who wanted to revive the island country." Sakura Butterfly Princess, good job. Kanikiro Hashimoto nodded, and his originally cold face immediately became happy. It seems that Lord Xingkan is a true samurai. He is willing to sever ties with his parents in order to revive the island country. He only hates that his parents are so timid and do not support a samurai in completing his great deeds. Kanikiro Hashimoto then lamented, "It seems that the future of our island country can still be saved. As long as there are still such samurai, our island country will not perish." Sakura Butterfly quickly echoed, "Master Priest, as long as our island country has such warriors, a great revival is just around the corner. When the cherry blossoms bloom on the mainland, it will be the day when the heavenly beast emperor comes." Ha ha ha. In a typical island country room, Chen Changkong was lying on the bed with a bored look on his face. This undercover mission will officially begin tomorrow, I hope it won't be so boring. Then, he stood up again, crushed the headphones in his ears, and swallowed them. This earphone is very special. It is made of a material similar to chewing gum. It is also very simple to destroy it. You only need to crush it and swallow it. Time passed quickly and it was early the next morning. As soon as Chen Changkong got up, breakfast was delivered to his door. After Chen Changkong finished breakfast, he felt that his body was full of energy. He stretched and did a little warm-up exercise. At this moment, Kanichiro Hashimoto opened the door, and behind him stood 7 big men in black. He smiled kindly, with a hint of gentleness in his tone. Jun Zinken, how was your rest last night? Today we are going to the branch of the beast god cult. Are you ready? Chen Changkong nodded and said excitedly, Master Priest, when I think about being able to truly join the beast god cult today, I am so excited that I can't sleep all night long, thinking that I can dedicate my life to the revival of the island country. Hearing Chen Changkong say that he would dedicate his life, Hashimoto Kanichiro quickly interrupted him, Zinken-kun, you must not do this. You are the most precious gift of our beast god sect. How can you dedicate your life so easily? When Chen Changkong heard this, he knew what kind of emotion he should express now. He quickly squeezed out a few tears and said with a sob in his throat, Priest, you are so compassionate to me. I miss my ignorant parents. Just when Chen Changkong wanted to continue speaking, Hashimoto Kanichiro interrupted him again, Nobuken-kun, your ignorant parents, they don't know the spirit of Bushido, they have lost their dignity as a warrior, we don't mention them. If Mr. Zinken doesn't mind, just call me old man from now on. Yes, old man. Chen Changkong called out to the old man with a grateful gesture. Okay, then Mr. Zinken, let me go to the branch of the beast god cult with me. Chapter 64. Kanichiro Hashimoto took out a tube of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Chen Changkong. Zinken-kun, give the injection. Chen Changkong looked at the potion in front of him and knew that he could not hesitate. Once he hesitated, it would probably reveal flaws. So he directly reached for the potion and injected it directly into his body. After injecting the medicine, Chen Changkong frowned, and a strong sense of fainting emerged in his mind. After more than 10 seconds, he couldn't hold on anymore and fainted to the ground. Kanichiro Hashimoto felt even more satisfied when he saw Chen Changkong injecting the medicine without hesitation. He quickly called the men in black beside him to draw Chen Changkong's blood, and then asked 2 men in black to lift Chen Changkong. When Chen Changkong woke up again, what he saw when he opened his eyes was steel-like walls and many staff working like normal people. He frowned. This seemed to be the branch of God Heavy Industries in Tengcheng. Need to confirm again. Wake up, Mr. Zinken, this is the branch of our beast god cult in Tengcheng. He also has another name, TNNA Heavy Industry. The founder of TNNA Heavy Industry is a member of our beast god cult. Therefore, Mr. Zinken, as long as you make good contributions to the beast god sect, then maybe the heavy industry order will be yours. Kanichiro Hashimoto walked up to Chen Changkong, introduced him and told him some rewards. Chen Changkong was also stunned when he heard that the founder of Tiana Heavy Industry was actually from the beast god cult. Oh my god, heavy industry is one of the top 20 heavy industry groups in Daxia. It was actually established by the beast god cult. But it shouldn't be. Why didn't the official crack down? At this moment, a clear voice sounded. Grandpa, you're finally back. Are you okay? I heard from them that Grandpa's stronghold was attacked. I'm worried about you. She has a graceful figure and is of medium height. Her long black hair was artfully styled into a high bun. Her skin is as white as jade, with a faint luster, like delicate mutton fat jade. The kimono she wears is mainly in elegant colors and embellished with delicate patterns, showing her cherishment of traditional culture. The pleats of the kimono were vertical and neat, outlining her curves just right, exuding a light grace. Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at the running woman, showed a kind smile, stretched out his skinny palm and gently stroked the woman's hair. Then, he introduced to Chen Changkong, "This is my granddaughter, Misaki Hashimoto, who is also a rare beauty. What do you think, Mr. Nobukin, do you want her?" "Grandpa, how can you say that to me?" Misaki Hashimoto looked shy, and gently tapped Kanichiro Hashimoto's shoulders with her fists. Chen Changkong looked at the shy Misaki Hashimoto and sighed in his heart, "She is indeed a rare beauty, but so what? A mere beauty is not 1/10,000th of the beauty of the sun." However, Chen Changkong still put on a shy look and said hesitantly, "Old man, I am just a martial artist, how can I be worthy of a young lady as beautiful as a goddess?" "Ha ha ha, don't think so, Zinkan-kun, I have tested your cells. You are the son of God with the gene of the imperial beast." Kanichiro Hashimoto laughed, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He never expected that the warrior he was so fond of was actually a son of a god possessing the gene of an imperial beast. The son of God. Misaki Hashimoto covered her mouth in shock when she heard that Chen Changkong in front of her was actually a son of God. "I am just a warrior, how can I be called a great son of God?" Chen Changkong quickly knelt down on one knee and said with a look of fear. Fortunately, Captain Zhang was well prepared. He not only took a pill that could change his appearance, but also injected a medicine that could change his blood. Checking his original blood required a very complicated process. Kanichiro Hashimoto hurriedly stepped forward to help Chen Changkong up. "My son of God. You are the son of God with the genes of the imperial beast. How can I bear the kneeling of you?" Chen Changkong stood up, grabbed Kanichiro Hashimoto's shoulders, and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "So, old man, what exactly is the imperial beast gene? Why do you call me the son of God again?" Kanichiro Hashimoto breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chen Changkong standing up. Then he opened his mouth to explain the imperial beast gene to Chen Changkong. The imperial beast gene refers to the divine power given to humans by beast gods from other worlds. Those stupid humans actually call the great imperial beast gene a perverted gene. They have no idea how great the imperial beast gene is. Strength. The genes of the imperial beast contain the power that belongs to God. If I want to awaken this power, the only way to awaken this power is the sacred jade of our beast god sect. Chen Changkong heard that the true name of the abnormal gene was the royal beast gene, which was the power of the beast god from another world. Captain Zhang did not tell him this knowledge at all, or in other words, Captain Zhang might not know this knowledge at all. "I have already applied for the divine jade from my superiors. In less than 2 weeks, Mr. Zinkan, you will truly become the son of God of our beast god sect." Kanichiro Hashimoto continued to speak. Chen Changkong couldn't help but feel happy when he heard that Hashimoto Kanichiro had applied for the divine jade. He originally planned to get a few credits so that he could apply for the divine jade, but he didn't expect that the old guy in front of him had already applied for him. After reading it, he had to give him a happy surprise. "Great son of God, please allow me to be by your side." Misaki Hashimoto knelt down on one knee and looked at Chen Changkong with admiration. "Hope Chen Changkong can let her follow him." Chen Changkong looked panicked and quickly stepped forward to help Misaki Hashimoto up. "Miss, I am not the son of God yet, and even if I were a god, I might be uneasy because of my beauty." Misaki Hashimoto shook her head and said in a charming tone, "Being by the side of the son of God is Sakia's biggest wish in this life. If I can hand over my life to the son of God, I will be willing to fall into the 9 springs." Kanichiro Hashimoto, who was standing aside, also quickly echoed, "Nobukin-kun, accept it, this can be regarded as her wish. She will represent my Hashimoto family in pursuing the son of God." Chen Changkong thought for a while, pretended to be reluctant to accept it, and accepted Misaki Hashimoto. What is this? Becoming the son of God also conquered the Hashimoto family. After seeing this, it became easier to destroy the beast god cult. Chapter 65. Time passed quickly. In just an instant, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Chen Changkong basically lived a boring life, clocking into work like a salted fish every day. Perhaps because he was about to become the son of God, he had a very comfortable life in Tiantian heavy industry. He only had to fish for 6 hours a day to get off work. Just when Chen Changkong still wanted to go fishing like clocking in at work these days, Kanichiro Hashimoto walked in. He smiled and said, "Nobukin-kun, there is a mission here, and I want you to go there to complete this mission." "I am willing to go, even if it means sacrificing my life. I will definitely complete this mission." Chen Changkong quickly agreed and bowed. Nothing. It's just a relatively ordinary mission, mainly for you to brush up on your resume. Kanichiro Hashimoto quickly explained, and then stretched out his hand to help Chen Changkong, who was bowing. He had a look of panic on his face, fearing that he had defiled Chen Changkong, the son of God. Chen Changkong looked at the frightened Kanichiro Hashimoto, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and then put on a look of joy. "Old man, I would like to thank you very much for finding me this mission." Kanichiro Hashimoto quickly shook his head and said with a look of expectation, "It is my honor to find a mission for Mr. Nobukin. The rest of my life will be to assist Mr. Nobukin. I hope Mr. Nobukin I can become the son of God as soon as possible so that I can revive the great island nation. I will never let you down, I swear in the spirit of Bushido." Chen Changkong swore with a righteous look. Kanichiro Hashimoto nodded with satisfaction and began to talk about the specific content of this mission. "The content of this mission is very simple. You just need to go there and hang out. Oh my god, Heavy Industries is about to transport a batch of prohibited materials. You just go and supervise it. Then the church will also record your merits." After hearing the specific content of the task, Chen Changkong smiled secretly in his heart. Wasn't this a reward for him? However, he still had a happy smile on his face, and his eyes were full of gratitude. Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at Chen Changkong, who looked grateful to him, and felt fully satisfied in his heart. It was truly the luckiest thing in my life to be saved by such a loyal and brave warrior. Kanichiro Hashimoto patted Chen Changkong on the shoulder, nodded to him, and then turned and left. Chen Changkong looked at Kanichiro Hashimoto leaving. The corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly, and he could not wait to inform Captain Zhang. "Wait a minute, who should I dress up as? We are trying our best to escort this cargo. Or take advantage of the battle and let Captain Zhang destroy this batch of goods." Chen Changkong was still a little confused about what kind of attitude he should adopt for the next task. After thinking about it and doubting it, he finally decided to decide the level of effort based on the situation. After a while, a strong man in a black suit walked in. He bent down and bowed, "Master Samurai, please follow me." Chen Changkong nodded slightly, and then followed the strong man in suit and left here. 25 minutes later, Chen Changkong stepped out of a black sports car and saw a huge factory in front of him. This is a very huge steel factory, about 3 stories high. From a distance, it looks like you are looking at a football stadium, and beside it, there are men in suits carrying tall people. Steel box. Chen Changkong looked at the 2-meter-high steel boxes with the corners of his mouth raised. It seems that these are the so-called contraband. We need to find a way to get rid of these contraband. Of course, it's best to be able to swallow these contrabands by yourself. Chen Changkong felt that calling Captain Zhang might lead to his identity being exposed. So instead of exposing his identity, it would be better for him to swallow these contrabands by himself. Destroy these contrabands alone. Chen Changkong came to a man in black and said seriously, put down the box in your hand and let me check it. To avoid any accidents. The man in black obediently put down the steel box in his hand when he heard it, and then opened the box. The box opened, and Chen Changkong saw rows of firearms carved with purple crystals. Looking at these firearms in front of him, Chen Changkong was stunned. He couldn't swallow these things alone. It seems that we still have to find a way to get Captain Zhang to come over and take care of this place. Afterwards, Chen Changkong ordered the men in black to put down several steel boxes. After he looked through several steel boxes, he finally confirmed that the so-called contraband here refers to these firearms. But ordinary firearms are obviously useless against the strong. Is there anything special about these firearms? With this question in mind, Chen Changkong came to a strong man in black and asked him with some doubts, "What are these thermal weapons used for? What are the uses of these so-called thermal weapons for the strong?" The strong black man was stunned for a moment, and then replied respectfully, "What you don't know, Lord Samurai, is that these weapons are actually prohibited weapons expressly prohibited by various countries. The purple crystals carved on them are actually a kind of crystal called mantra virus. Mantra virus is a very contagious virus that can contaminate every bullet. Once the bullet hits the target, it will gradually make the target lose their mind and eventually turn into a beast-like monster. The most important thing is that the mantra virus will gradually sublimate as the bullet is fired, and eventually pollute the air." When Chen Changkong heard that the mantua virus was such a vicious virus, he immediately decided that he should ask Captain Zhang to come over and take it away. He couldn't handle this thing by himself. If it was accidentally leaked, it would be very troublesome. Chen Changkong thought for a while and decided to report to Captain Zhang later. Immediately, he said to the strong man in black next to him, "I'm going to relieve myself first, and now I'll let you take care of me for the time being. Remember, don't let anything happen." The strong man in black nodded, indicating that he would never let anything happen here. Chen Changkong nodded, turned around and left with satisfaction. After walking for a few minutes, Chen Changkong hid behind a small room of cabbage. He put his finger between his eyebrows, and suddenly, a blue rune appeared between his eyebrows. Captain Zhang would not be stupid enough to let Chen Changkong bring a bug or a miniature earphone to report. He directly found a superhuman psychic and buried a spiritual rune in Chen Changkong's body. So that you can contact Chen Changkong at any time. In order to be able to keep in touch with Chen Changkong at any time, Zhang Ziyu relied on elixirs or medicines to stabilize his body for several days to prevent himself from falling into sleep. Just when the police officer next to him wanted to persuade him to take a nap, the rune that kept him connected to Chen Changkong suddenly shone brightly. Seeing the runes shining, Zhang Ziyu quickly held the runes and said, "Chen Changkong, is there any special situation?" In an instant, Zhang Ziyu's voice appeared in Chen Changkong's ears. Chapter 66. Team Zhang, I found a shipment of the Beast God sect here, an extremely terrifying virus, the Manta virus. Chen Changkong reported the Mantua virus to Team Zhang, but did not report that he was performing this task at this time. Mantra virus. Zhang Ziyu was suddenly shocked. It turned out to be the Mandora virus. If it was not controlled well, it could be a virus that could kill hundreds of thousands of people. His face condensed and he said in a serious tone, "Chen Changkong, tell me the address. This matter cannot be delayed." Hearing Zhang Ziyu's obviously nervous tone, the corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised slightly. "Then according to our previous agreement, if I help you intercept some prohibited items, you only need to pay me a corresponding fee. A firearm costs 200 stars, so the price shouldn't be a problem. You should be able to afford it with your financial resources." Zhang Ziyu pondered for a while, and finally made a decision and agreed, "No problem, 200 star yuan is 200 star yuan." After receiving the confirmation, Chen Changkong let go of his restrictions and sent the address here to Zhang Ziyu. After Zhang Ziyu saw the address, his frown relaxed slightly. Then he quickly called his men to get ready and told them that they were going to destroy a batch of contraband. After hanging up the contact, Chen Changkong regained his indifferent expression. He returned to the strong man in black with an indifferent expression. He looked at the goods around him and said to the strong man, "Is there anything special happening?" The strong man in black shook his head quickly, then bowed humbly and replied, "Sir Samurai, there is nothing special here." "Well, there are no special circumstances, that's good." Chen Changkong nodded thoughtfully, and then he said again, "Report to me how many firearms there are here." The strong man in black was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately and respectfully reported to Chen Changkong, "Sir Samurai, according to the instructions above, there should be 1,300 guns in this batch of goods." Chen Changkong's eyes lit up when he heard that it was 1,300. If it was 1,300, it would be 2.6 million stars if it was counted as 200 stars. Thinking that he had easily earned 2.6 million stars, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Chen Changkong looked at the steel boxes that had been moved and said to the employees, "Open the boxes and inspect the goods. If there are any problems, you are the only one to ask." He had to delay for a while, otherwise all the goods would be shipped away, and even Captain Zhang's arrival would be of no use. The men in black looked at each other, and after thinking for a moment, they still followed Chen Changkong's order. They all began to open the steel boxes and inspect the weapons one by one. Looking at the men in black who started checking weapons according to his order, Chen Changkong raised the corner of his mouth slightly and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. "There should be no problem now, the 2.6 million star yuan will be received soon." Just as everyone was checking the weapons, the factory door was suddenly blasted open by a bomb. Boom! Then a dozen smoke bombs were thrown in. As the smoke bombs exploded, the entire factory was filled with thick smoke. The strong man in black and his men in black immediately entered a tense fighting state. Gunshots rang out, and shooting sounds came from several places at the same time, intersecting with each other, forming a chaotic battlefield. The strong man in black quickly found a bunker and launched a counterattack. He calmly aimed at the enemy in the smoke and prepared to pull the trigger. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, a samurai sword pierced his heart directly. The strong man in black looked at Chen Changkong, who stabbed him in the back with disbelief. "Samurai-sama, why are you?" Chen Changkong grinned, twisted the samurai sword, and directly mashed the heart of the strong man in black into pulp. He pulled out his samurai sword, wiped the blood on the strong man in black, and then reinserted it into its sheath. As the battle progressed, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a brutal battlefield scene. Many men in black who were injured or incapacitated fell on the ground, and blood and gun smoke filled the air. Zhang Ziu's cold eyes did not waver at all. He ordered his men to clear out the place to ensure that there were no survivors of the enemy. The police officers quickly launched operations, searching every corner to confirm that there were no enemies left in the entire factory. After the battle, Chen Changkong walked to the body of the strong man in black and watched quietly. Then, he turned to Zhang Ziu and said, "Have you observed the surrounding environment?" Zhang Ziu nodded and replied calmly, "It has blocked the surrounding spiritual information. The beast god sect should not be able to detect anything in a short period of time." "Well, that's no problem." Chen Changkong patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he said with a hint of murderous intent in his tone, "Captain Zhang, have you observed the surrounding environment? Are you sure that all the men in black around you are dead?" Zhang Ziu nodded and said softly to Chen Changkong, "Don't worry, we have ensured that all the men in black around us are dead, and I will rely on you again." After saying that, Zhang Ziu was ready to ask someone to move the weapons. Chen Changkong raised his hand and asked Zhang Ziu to do him a favor and ask his men to shoot him, so that he could give an explanation to the beast god cult. Zhang Ziu nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case, and it might be difficult to give an explanation to the beast god sect. Then, he personally pulled out the pistol from his waist and shot directly at the side of Chen Changkong's heart. Boom! The bullet was shot from the barrel of the gun and penetrated Chen Changkong's body in just an instant. A large amount of blood spurted out like spring water, turning the ground red in an instant. Chen Changkong endured the pain, pulled out a knife and chopped Zhang Zihu's arm, and then quickly left here on his feet. After a while, he leaned behind a house, breathing heavily. He looked down at his bleeding chest and muttered to himself. This team is too cruel. After about 10 minutes, Chen Changkong immediately pressed the warning device, and the black warning device in his hand instantly made a bihu-bihu sound. In a tea house, Kanichiro Hashimoto was making tea while waiting for Chen Changkong's return. The corners of his mouth raised, looking forward to Chen Changkong's early return this time. Just when he was thinking about when Chen Changkong would return, a bihu-bihu sound came out of him. Kanichiro Hashimoto suddenly frowned and took out the warning device with a nervous look on his face. He clicked on the warning device, and Chen Changkong's voice instantly appeared from the warning device, "Master, send reinforcements quickly. We have been raided by the police. Please support us. Please support us." When Kanichiro Hashimoto heard the news of the request for support, he stood up in shock. He didn't expect that a police officer would find him there, but he thought that Chen Changkong was still fighting there hard at this time. He took a breath of air and quickly called his men, preparing to take his men to support Chen Changkong first. Then, he asked his daughter to go to the beast god cult to find a group of people. After all, Lord Xingkan wants to become the son of God, and he must not be harmed. Chapter 67. 10 minutes later, Kanichiro Hashimoto came to the factory with more than 30 people. He was breathing heavily, with a look of worry on his face. It wouldn't be a big deal if the goods were lost, but it would be the most troublesome if something happened to Takeda Nobukan. Kanichiro Hashimoto kicked open the somewhat shabby factory door with force. What he saw before him was the corpses of men in black covering the ground. The smell of gunpowder smoke and blood filled the air. With an anxious look on his face, he rushed forward and started rummaging through the body. Just as he was desperately searching for the body, a weak voice sounded. "Old man, everything is my fault." When Kanichiro Hashimoto heard the familiar voice, his anxious expression relaxed slightly. He looked at the source of the sound with a face of joy, and saw that Chen Changkong was pale at this time, with a huge hole next to his heart bleeding. With one hand, he used the samurai sword that symbolized the glory of the warrior as a crutch. "And go." Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at Chen Changkong, who looked weak. He looked distressed and began to curse the police officers. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, fortunately, there was no accident. It would be bad if there was an accident. You know he is planning to block the family just to help a son of God. Kanichiro Hashimoto hurriedly said, "It's okay, I just lost a batch of weapons. As long as you're okay, that's fine." Chen Changkong walked up to Kanichiro Hashimoto with difficulty, and could no longer suppress the injuries on his body and fainted to the ground. Looking at Chen Changkong, who fell to the ground, Kanichiro Hashimoto quickly squatted down and helped Chen Changkong up, as if he was holding an ancient porcelain, for fear that he would break it. Soon, several men in black stepped forward to help Chen Changkong, preparing to take him for treatment. Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at Chen Changkong, who was being carried away, with a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. There must be an undercover agent involved in this matter, otherwise how could such a secretive activity be exposed? It seems that the organization needs to be reinvestigated. On a high-rise building about tens of meters away from the factory, Zhang Ziyu smiled. He looked at the people of the beast god cult leaving and couldn't help but feel happy. It seemed that letting Chen Changkong be an undercover agent was a good choice. Zhang Ziyu was a little curious. He didn't know how Chen Changkong gained the trust of Kanichiro Hashimoto. The old guy probably rarely trusted his subordinates. Chen Changkong actually got such an important task for the first time. It seemed that the old man wanted to improve Chen Changkong's performance. Time passed in a hurry, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a medical room, Chen Changkong was wearing a hospital gown and lying on the hospital bed with his legs crossed. He whistled and couldn't help but complain in his heart, "It's really disgusting." Captain Zhang didn't even know to check the situation. He just came up and shot me. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Chen Changkong answered. Kanekairo Hashimoto opened the door and walked in. He had a kind face, holding a bouquet of flowers in one hand and a new katana in the other. Kanekairo Hashimoto walked to Chen Changkong's side, sat down, placed the flowers on the table, and then raised his samurai sword and placed it in front of Chen Changkong. He opened his mouth and said, "Xingkan army, in the last battle, your katana was damaged and cannot be used. For this reason, I specially took out the legendary evil demon sword Ghost Shadow that I have collected for a long time. Ghost Shadow is an evil demon sword originating from the legend. It was once known as the Blade of Ghosts and Gods. Its name symbolizes darkness, death, and terror, and it has extremely terrifying power. Ghost Shadow is made from the blood of a terrifying A-level monster. The blade is pitch black and exudes a suffocating dark aura. The blade was inlaid with fiery rubies, as if the flames were burning in the underworld. This knife has a strange ability. Whenever it is pulled out of its sheath, the surrounding atmosphere immediately becomes oppressive and cold, as if an indescribable demon descends from the abyss. Its iron cutting edge can easily cut through any hard object, even defenses as powerful as alloys. The blade contains strange power, capable of absorbing the source of the enemy's life and converting it into its own power. But those who hold the Ghost Shadow will be trapped in darkness and madness. The curse of the blade will corrode the user's mind, causing them to gradually fall into madness and cruelty. Only a handful of those with strong willpower can resist the corruption of this curse. Therefore, I hope Lord Xingkan can completely surrender this supreme demon sword." After Kanekairo Hashimoto finished speaking, he placed the demon sword next to Chen Changkong, then stood up and left. Looking at Kanekairo Hashimoto leaving, Chen Changkong was stunned for a moment, and then turned to look at the demon sword placed beside him. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. He just got an A-level weapon for nothing. It was indeed worthwhile to choose to do this mission. Chen Changkong picked up the demon sword beside him and carefully observed the gorgeousness of the scabbard. He gently stroked the pattern on the scabbard of the demon sword, and was filled with curiosity as to what kind of weapon this Ghost Shadow was, so that it could be called the demon sword. He decided to test the sword first to see how powerful this demon sword was. Chen Changkong pulled out the blade, and immediately, a cold and strange atmosphere filled the air, as if the entire room was shrouded in endless darkness, and the terrifying red murderous aura instantly condensed into substance and filled the air. He felt a powerful energy surging on the blade, as if countless demons were awakening in it, trying to break free from the blade and start a boundless killing spree in the world again. Chen Changkong clenched the handle of the knife, stood up resolutely, and started to walk towards the door. As he stepped into the corridor of the hospital, the blade left a distinct mark in the air, and the harsh sound accompanied every step he took. Chen Changkong held the demon sword in his hand tightly, and the purple demonic aura spread from the blade to his entire arm. He raised the demon sword and breathed out lightly. Immediately afterwards, Chen Changkong felt a wonderful connection established between himself and the demon sword. It felt like a connection with life, as if he could feel the demon sword's breath, its anger, its murderous intent, and its roar. Feeling the erosion of the demon knife, the corners of Chen Changkong's mouth raised slightly. Is this the demon sword curse that the old guy said? If so, let me see how powerful your curse is. Immediately, he let go of his mental defense and allowed the demon sword's will to enter his spiritual world. The huge black figure inside the demon knife showed a sneer on its face. This human being is so stupid that he actually took the initiative to let go of his protection from the spiritual world. Then don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. Human beings, turn into my body. When the black figure opened his eyes, he found that he had entered a wonderful spiritual world. This world is not like the spiritual world it has encountered before. Everything here is so nihilistic and real. Wherever the naked eye can see, it is covered with gold, as if the entire world is made of gold. And that supreme sun hangs high in the sky, shining on the world. It felt as if it was attracted by the light of the sun, and walked towards the sun involuntarily. It walked through golden fields, passed through golden city walls, and walked until it reached the sun. The sun was extremely huge, almost occupying the entire sky. Its light is extremely hot and illuminates the entire spiritual world. Just when the black figure was in shock, an extremely terrifying figure shone in his eyes. What kind of figure was it? Was it a god or the sun? The whole body of the black figure began to tremble uncontrollably, and the huge figure began to shrink like a mouse. He said in a shocked tone, "Is this a monster? Is this really a human being? This is the legendary god." A golden giant that seemed taller than the sky stretched out his hand and held the black figure in his palm. The black figure that was originally thousands of meters tall seemed to have met a legendary god at that moment, as small as an ant. Chapter 68. Everyone looked at Chen Changkong, who was surrounded by purple demonic energy. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. It wasn't until a while later that someone reacted and quickly called Kanichiro Hashimoto over. After Kanichiro Hashimoto heard that Chen Changkong might be in trouble, he ran over quickly. When he saw Chen Changkong, who was surrounded by purple demonic energy, his eyes widened with shock on his face. He had no idea that Chen Changkong would pull out the demon sword. Even if he knew about it, he would never expect that he would pull out the demon sword at this time. Suddenly, Chen Changkong opened his eyes fiercely, and the purple demonic energy that originally wrapped around his body began to gradually dissipate. It should be said that it gradually began to wrap around the blade. He waved the demon sword, and streams of purple-red sword energy spurted out from the blade, streaking through the air and bringing up pieces of dust. Each sword energy can cut a building into powder, leaving only the destructive atmosphere in the air and a sound like the roar of ghosts. For a moment, everyone present fell into deathly silence. Then, everyone reacted and burst into shocking cheers. Kanichiro Hashimoto was stunned. He looked at the destroyed building in front of Chen Changkong, and his open mouth had not had time to close due to shock. He had no idea that Chen Changkong could surrender this legendary demon sword so easily. Chen Changkong inserted the demon sword into the scabbard again and breathed out softly. He turned around and found a bunch of people watching him, and Kanichiro Hashimoto was back here as well. He frowned at first, then stepped forward and said, "Old man, I have successfully tamed the demon sword. Thank you very much, old man, for the demon sword you gave me." Chen Changkong's tone was full of gratitude, and he couldn't help but think in his heart, it would be fun to use this demon sword to slash his original master. Kanichiro Hashimoto raised the corners of his mouth, with a kind expression on his face, and a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. He said in a kind tone, "Jun Zinken, I am indeed right about you. How powerful you are! It is so easy to conquer a demon sword." After saying that, Kanichiro Hashimoto waved his hand, indicating that everyone could leave and there was no need to wait and see here. Looking at the people leaving, Chen Changkong returned to the ward, changed his clothes, and then prepared to go through the discharge procedures. However, because this is a hospital created by the beast god cult, it is not difficult for Chen Changkong to go through the discharge procedures. He only needs to report. In a gym, Chen Changkong sat cross-legged. In front of him was the legendary demon sword. He closed his eyes tightly and used his mind to communicate with the demon sword. In his spiritual world, a huge figure that looked like a wolf dog and was covered in blood-red purple energy was kneeling down to worship Chen Changkong under the sun. Chen Changkong looked at the giant kneeling figure and shrugged. This thing is really an A-level monster stored in the demon sword. Why does it look nothing like it? Instead, it looks a bit like a husky? Chen Changkong returned to his thoughts, looked down at the huge figure, and asked in front of him, "Hey, legendary monster, please introduce yourself." A trace of resentment flashed in the eyes of the huge figure, but he still introduced himself respectfully. "This king is the Silver Wolf King of Airsolan Continent, Therox, and he is also the great evil snatcher Demon King. One of the 4 heavenly kings under his command. He came to this world because of a space crack. At that time, there were no strong men in this world, so I began to dominate and prepare to call myself the Demon King in this world. However, I accidentally provoked a brave man who also came to other worlds and was mercilessly killed by him. Later, the blood was taken away by a knife maker, but I have to say that the knife maker was also a real pervert. In order to forge a so-called demon sword in legend, the hearts of 1,100 boys and 1,100 girls were forged, and 3,000 ghosts who died with overwhelming resentment were refined. Later, it triggered a volcano and took away the lives of 100,000 people. The swordsmith took away the souls of 100,000 people and put them into the furnace fire. These innocent souls were used as materials to cast the so-called demon sword blade. I have to say, that swordsmith is really an unheard-of pervert. Even in my world, it is very rare for him to harm his own kind, let alone a human being. And the last swordsmith used the underworld of his own land as the final material to finally create this legendary demon sword. After hearing these examples, Chen Changkong could not help but feel a flash of excitement in his eyes, and he began to sigh in his heart. It seems that the power of this demon sword should be far more than that. The ox clearly saw Chen Changkong's doubts and said, "Great master, this knife actually has 4 seals. Each time you unlock one, you can gain more powerful power. The first seal is that 100,000 unjust spirits who died in natural disasters, the second seal is the 3,000 ghosts who died with resentment in their hearts, and the third seal is the 1,100 boys and 1,100 girls. As for the last seal, which is the most critical seal, it is the 3 ghosts and gods refined by the swordsman based on the fate of being in the country. Once the 3 ghosts and gods are unlocked, the master's strength will definitely surpass those I once served. Evil Robbery Demon King." As he spoke, a very small hint of cunning flashed in Theru's eyes. Once these 4 seals are broken, he can be resurrected. Not only that, he can also become a more powerful existence. You must know that the stupid swordsmith sacrificed the fate of his own country. You must know that the underworld is the sum of all the dead creatures in a land. It not only symbolizes the history of this land, but also symbolizes the starting power of this land. And once he breaks through the seal, he can perfectly inherit all the power of the 4 seals in the blade, and then he can become a more terrifying existence than the Demon King. Chen Changkong frowned slightly. He seemed to have seen a hint of cunning flash in Theru's eyes just now. It must have been an illusion. But you still have to be careful. After all, this is an old dog that has lived for thousands of years, so you have to be careful. Chen Changkong refocused his vision on the sun behind him. It was a sublime golden sun. Because of this sun, life was born in all things, time had reality, and space had meaning. And this sun is the key to his ability to suppress the ox. It seems that he must find time to study this sun carefully, a sun that can easily suppress A-level monsters. Chapter 69. In the gym, Chen Changkong opened his eyes. At this time, the demon sword, the ghostly shadow, was suspended in mid-air like anti-gravity. Chen Changkong stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the demon sword, breathed out gently, and then swung it forward suddenly. A purple-red sword energy spurted out instantly, creating a knife mark several meters deep in front of him, but the purple-red sword energy did not disappear, but continued to hit forward like a wild bull. Finally, it exploded at a thickness of about 20 meters, blasting a large crater on the ground that was 7 or 8 meters long and 3 or 4 meters wide. Chen Changkong looked at the big pit in front of him, joy flashed in his eyes. This power was barely acceptable, and it only relied on the power of the demon sword. If the power of the sun was attached to the demon sword, what would happen? The power? Thinking of this result, Chen Changkong couldn't help but have the idea to give it a try now. If the power is acceptable, it should be used as his trump card in the future. But the properties of the demon sword obviously conflict with his sun. He thought about the properties of the demon sword, and it seemed that it obviously conflicted greatly with the properties of his sun. For this reason, he felt a little worried, but when he thought that the greater the risk, the greater the reward. If he didn't even have the courage, it would be better not to participate in this undercover operation. Chen Changkong clenched the handle of the knife in his hand, and the expression on his face became firm. He understands that if he wants to gain greater power, he must take greater risks. He took a deep breath, and then began to gather the sun's flames in his body, preparing to attach it to the demon sword. The flames of the sun surged through his body like a burning flame, making him feel hot and powerful. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and directed his power towards the demon sword. As his power gathered, the demon sword began to emit a faint purple-gold light, as if in response to his power. Chen Changkong felt that the connection between Yadao and him was getting closer, and the joy in his heart covered up the fatigue in his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a powerful stream of sun flames spurted out from his body, merging with the demon sword to form a powerful energy. This energy was in a spiral shape, like a violent tornado, bringing up dust and debris on the ground. The golden flames and purple demonic energy collided continuously in the air, setting off waves of air. The powerful air waves overturned the floor of the gym. Chen Changkong held the handle of the knife tightly, facing the energy. He slashed forward with the knife. A purple-red sword energy carries the golden flame and gallops forward. Wherever it goes, everything is nothingness. The sword energy left a deep trace in the air, and finally exploded dozens of meters away, creating a huge crater. Wherever the sword energy passed through, it would produce coke on the ground. Chen Changkong looked at everything in front of him, his heart filled with astonishment and joy. This power has far exceeded his previous imagination. If he fights against Nanyang Zhao like before, he will definitely not be as embarrassed as before and can easily deal with Nanyang Zhao. However, just as he was preparing for further experiments, he suddenly felt a strong hostility. He turned his head and looked at the source of hostility, only to see a man in black walking towards him. The odd-shaped dagger in the man's hand exuded a strong and cold chill, as if it was emitting a harsh metal sound in the silent air. Crash! The man in black has a slender figure and is wrapped in a black tights. He is like a shadow in the dark night, elusive. His face was covered by darkness, leaving only two cold eyes shining with dangerous light. His eyes were sharp and deep, as if he could see through all Chen Changkong's thoughts and motives. In the gym, the figure of the man in black seemed to blend into the darkness. Every move he made seemed so light and fast, making it impossible to detect any movement. He wielded the strange-shaped dagger in his hand. The seemingly simple but powerful sword-like moves were obviously only performed after superb swordsmanship training. The sudden appearance of this man in black made Chen Changkong feel a little confused. This should be the territory of the Beast God sect. Why did the man in black appear? And the most important thing is that the man in black in front of him has an extremely serious island style. Chen Changkong tightened his grip on the demon sword in his hand, Netherworld Ghost Shadow, and swung the sword forward. A purple-red sword energy rushed forward, but the moment it approached the man in black, it was blocked by the strange-shaped dagger in the hand of the man in black and dissipated in an instant. The man in black looked at Chen Changkong coldly, with a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. He waved the strange-shaped dagger in his hand and attacked Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong's heart tightened and he quickly waved his sword to resist. The swords collided, making a harsh metal collision. His blade and the strange-shaped dagger of the man in black seemed to collide in mid-air, sparking a blazing light. Chen Changkong frowned slightly, feeling a little confused in his heart, this power is a little tricky. If you don't have to restrain your power to avoid exposing yourself, it seems that you will be a more troublesome opponent. As time went by, the man in black's sword skills became more and more powerful, leaving him without any chance. Chen Changkong suddenly discovered a problem. The power of the man in black seemed to be closely related to the strange-shaped dagger in his hand. Then, he began to pay attention to the strange-shaped dagger in the hands of the man in black. This sword looks ordinary, but if you look closely, you will find that it has something unusual. Its blade looked like it was made of an unknown metal, exuding a deep and mysterious light. Chen Changkong's heart moved. It seemed that the sword in front of him was the key to why his attack could not accurately hit the man in black. He felt happy and began to look for the man in black's flaws more intently. At this moment, he suddenly found a gap behind the man in black. The man in black was startled and quickly turned around to resist. However, at this moment, Chen Changkong suddenly put away his knife, flashed, came behind the man in black, and struck the man in black heavily on the shoulder with his knife. The man in black screamed and fell to the ground. Chen Changkong slashed his body with a knife, but it was not fatal. He looked at the man in black who fell to the ground. He put the knife on the man in black's neck and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" The man in black raised his head, with a trace of relief in his eyes, and then he took off his mask, revealing the face hidden under the mask. It was an exquisite face, with knife-like lines, sharp outlines, and a pair of deep eyes shining with cold light. Her skin was sickly pale, as if she had not seen the sun for a long time, but it also had a cold beauty. The bridge of his nose is high and the corners of his lips are slightly raised, revealing a kind of aloofness that is not easy to approach. Her long hair reached her waist, and the ends were slightly curled, falling gently on her shoulders. On her forehead, there is a black lotus mark, which seems to declare her identity as a ninja. Her eyes are deep and sharp, as if she can see through the secrets deep in people's hearts. She wore a tight black ninja outfit that perfectly outlined her figure. The hidden weapons and weapons hidden on his body shone coldly in the light. A smile appeared on her lips. "My name is Ando Chinitsu, Nobukan-kun. Congratulations on completing this assessment." Chapter 70. Chen Changkong frowned slightly when he heard the woman's name. "Chinitsu Ando? Why does she set an assessment for me? What qualifications does she have to set an assessment for me?" Chen Changkong felt dissatisfaction and murderous intent in his heart, and a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. Then Chen Changkong reacted immediately and quickly calmed down. He almost couldn't control the murderous intention in his heart just now. It seemed that the influence of the demon sword was still a little bit. He changed his expression slightly, tried his best to keep a smile and asked, "Please allow me to ask this Miss Ando Chinitsu, what is my assessment? Is it about the divine jade?" Ando Chinitsu shook her head, raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and said confidently, "It's not about the divine jade, it's about my assessment of you. I'm very curious about a divine son like you who suddenly appeared, so I decided to give you a test. A field assessment. Sure enough, you are worthy of being a person who can become the son of God. I approve of you." After hearing this, Chen Changkong was speechless. Is this what she calls an assessment? His dissatisfaction and anger surged into his heart again, and he wanted to pull out the demon sword and chop Ando Chinitsu in front of him in half. Chinitsu Ando didn't feel anything strange about the assessment she had made. After all, he was the son of God and would never care about a weak woman like her. Chen Changkong took a breath and began to frown, thinking whether he should chop Ando Chinitsu to death now. If you report this matter yourself, there should be no punishment. While Chen Changkong was thinking, Ando Chinitsu finally noticed something was wrong. She felt as if she had gotten into a big disaster and might die here. So, Chinitsu Ando immediately knelt down and begged for mercy, saying in a trembling and humble tone, "Dad Shenzi, Grandpa Shenzi, Master Shenzi. Please spare me. I am older and younger, and I can't die. Please, the old man is so merciful, just treat me like a fart and let me go. Chen Changkong looked at Chinitsuo Ando, who was kneeling down and begging for mercy. He immediately became interested, with a flash of interest in his eyes, a sinister smile, and looked at the beauty in front of him sinisterly. Ando Chinitsu rolled her throat, and drops of cold sweat began to appear on her forehead. She tightly hugged the two plump breasts like watermelons on her chest with her hands, as if to prevent perverts, and did not dare to relax at all. Chen Changkong's face darkened, and he immediately knew that Ando Chinitsu was obviously thinking wrongly. He knocked Ando Chinitsu's head and said helplessly, "You are wrong, your body is not attractive to me at all. There is no power at all, but there is no glory, no splendor, and no dignity at all." Upon hearing these words, Ando Chinitsu was as disappointed as if she had been struck by lightning. Then, resentment flashed in her eyes. She glared at Chen Changkong with a look of resentment, and murmured to herself, "Not only do I have a perfect figure, but my face is also absolutely beautiful. He actually said that I am unattractive. How dare he? I was late. There are a lot of people in school who admire me highly. He actually said that I am not attractive at all." Beauty. Even though she was filled with anger. However, Ando Chinitsu still forced a smile and said, "Sir Kamiko, you are right, the little one is indeed ugly and unattractive. So I beg you, Mr. Kamiko, to let the little one go, as if it is not good. Get your hands dirty." A smirk appeared on Chen Changkong's lips, and he said sinisterly, "I don't need to kill you myself, so that I won't get my hands dirty." As soon as she finished speaking, Ando Chinitsu relaxed a little, but Chen Changkong's next words made her whole body start to tremble again. Chen Changkong continued, "I can use a knife, so my hands won't get dirty." After hearing this, Ando Chinitsu trembled all over, as if she felt the shadow of death. Her eyes were full of fear and despair. Chen Changkong looked at the trembling Chinitsu Ando, shrugged, and said to comfort, "Okay, stop shaking. If you keep shaking, I don't mind killing you now." As he spoke, he also released some murderous intent. Feeling the cold murderous aura that penetrated into the bone marrow, Ando Chinitsu immediately forced her body to stop trembling, looked at Chen Changkong with fearful eyes, and said with a tone full of horror, "I won't tremble anymore, I won't tremble anymore. Please don't, sir. Cut me." Chen Changkong nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "I don't want your life now, but considering that you suddenly broke in here and tried to kill me. Therefore, I need you to help me complete 3 conditions. As long as after fulfilling the 3 conditions, I will put this matter in the past." Chinitsuo Ando felt happy when she heard that Chen Changkong could not pursue the matter. But after hearing the 3 conditions that Chen Changkong needed to meet, she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on her, and she instantly felt lost again. She asked cautiously, "As long as it's not a serious condition, I can try my best to help you complete it. Also, my health is not good." Hearing Ando Chinitsuo agreed, Chen Changkong nodded naturally, and then put away the murderous aura that filled the air. If she agreed, it would be no problem. If she didn't agree, then he would have to kill her on the spot. She cut off. "Then let me tell you my first condition. I want you to be my slave for 2 months." Chen Changkong thought for a while and said his first condition. Slave. When Ando Chinitsu heard that she was asked to be a slave, she froze on the spot for an instant. Then, her cheeks began to turn red and she looked shy. Random thoughts started in my mind. Does letting yourself become a slave mean that you are still somewhat attractive to him? If he really becomes the Son of God, then he is not bad at all. No, 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 how could I think that? He made himself a slave. Chen Changkong looked at Chinitsuo Ando, whose cheeks were red and steam was starting to rise from his head. His face darkened and his brows furrowed into a tic-tac-toe. What the hell was this Ando Chinitsuo thinking about? After Chen Changkong thought for a moment, he realized that he didn't need Chinitsuoando's help for anything. Then he waved his hand and said, "Then let's set this condition first, and I will tell you what conditions I have later. Remember, you still owe me 2 conditions." After saying that, Chen Changkong turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Chinitsuoando said with a shy look, Maiko-sama, when will you start working officially? Is there anything that needs special attention? Chen Changkong thought for a while, and then gave the answer, "I will start working tomorrow, and remember to change my clothes, preferably a maid outfit. There are not many things that need to be paid attention to." After saying this, Chinitsuoando nodded seriously, then stood up and prepared to go home and prepare some salutes. After all, it is only natural for a slave to live in the master's home. After preparing her luggage, she found that she did not have any professional maid uniforms at home, so she was ready to buy some maid uniforms. Chapter 71. The next morning, there was a knock on the door. Chen Changkong stretched and opened the door. What he saw made him freeze on the spot. At this time, Chinitsuoando was wearing an exquisite maid outfit, a white stand-up collar shirt with exquisite black lace trim, making her look more elegant and attractive. She wore a short black apron around her waist with delicate white lace embroidery that matched her shirt. A slender leg is exposed under the apron, and paired with black stockings and black leather shoes, she looks very cute. On her head is a maid's hat with a small white flower on it, which complements the overall outfit. Her long black hair falls like a waterfall, highlighting her pure charm. Those clear eyes shone with gentleness and earnestness. Chinitsuoando saw Chen Changkong and quickly raised her hand to say hello. Chen Changkong looked at Chinitsuoando, who was wearing a maid uniform in front of him, with a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "This is barely in line with my aesthetics. The only drawback is that he is not very tall. If he could have 1% of the sun, he would be perfect." Chinitsuoando's lips curved into a long smile, and she thought to herself, "Mr. Shenzi must be shocked by his appearance. I am already beautiful, and with this dress, I become even more beautiful. More gorgeous. Okay, now that you're here, come in and clean the gym first. Before cleaning the gym, prepare breakfast. I want to sleep again." Chen Changkong yawned and said in a lazy tone. After hearing this, Ando Chinitsu nodded, then dragged her suitcase and prepared to enter the gym. Chen Changkong was stunned when he saw the suitcase in Ando Chinitsu's hand. "What's the matter with your suitcase? Do you want to live with me?" Ando Chinitsu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "Don't all maids live with their masters?" Chen Changkong didn't know how to answer, and then he was too lazy to answer. He got up and left, returned to his little quilt, and resumed his pleasant sleep. After 2 hours, Chen Changkong woke up leisurely. He found that the gym had been cleaned very clean, and there was a fresh breath filling the gym, as if it had a completely different look. He looked down at the floor, which was as clean as a mirror reflecting his figure. Chen Changkong came to the restaurant and saw that breakfast was ready. The rich breakfast made his eyes light up. Chinitsuoando looked at Chen Changkong's satisfied expression and felt very happy. After all, this was the result of her labor. Although this breakfast was a takeaway, it consumed her money, so it was considered the result of her labor. After eating breakfast, Chen Changkong stretched his muscles a little, and then planned to start training for several hours. Chen Changkong came to the spacious field. He crossed his knees and placed the waist knife in front of him. He then closed his eyes and began to hone the fusion between the demon knife and himself. Chinitsuoando squatted on the ground. She looked at Chen Changkong in front of her and frowned slightly. Doubt flashed in her eyes. What's the use of training like this? No spiritual energy is absorbed, no superpowers are exercised, and no skills are practiced. What effect can just having your knees crossed like this do? Another 30 minutes passed, and Chinitsuoando felt a little bored. She then tore off the skirt of her maid uniform and tried her best to maintain some simple training movements. Then, Chinitsuo Ando started some simple training. After all, the gym had been cleaned, and Chen Changkong didn't let her do anything else. Taking advantage of this time, she might as well do a little exercise. 40 minutes later, Chen Changkong taught Theru a little lesson in the spiritual world. Although Theru did not do anything extraordinary, the demon sword affected him, so he needed to teach Theru a lesson. In this regard, the ox felt very unfair. Now he could not control the demon sword. The reason why Chen Changkong was affected was because of the resentment on the demon sword, which had nothing to do with him. However, Chen Changkong there was still no fairness at all, and he was squeezed hard in the spiritual world. Chen Changkong opened his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. He had just beaten Theru violently in the spiritual world, and now he could be said to be feeling refreshed. After he opened his eyes and glanced at the other side of the gym, he froze in place. At this time, Ando Chinitsu was breathing heavily, and her sweat flowed down her forehead like a stream, soaking her collar. Her cheeks were slightly red, as if she had just finished some strenuous exercise. The torn maid uniform became tight due to sweat, showing off her perfect body curves. The white stand-up collared shirt was soaked with sweat and clung to her skin, outlining her slender waist and plump breasts. When Chen Changkong saw this scene, his face turned dark. What the hell was this woman doing? What was going on with this extremely apathetic look? After a while, Chen Changkong breathed a sigh of relief and said with a cold face, "Ando Chinitsu, what are you doing?" Chen Changkong's voice sounded, and Chinitsuo Ando reacted. Then she picked up the towel on the side and wiped the hot sweat on her forehead. He turned around and said to Chen Changkong, "Master Shenzi, I am practicing." While she was talking, she didn't forget to pick up the energy drink on the side, and then handed the energy drink over. "Sir Son of God, do you want to drink?" Chen Changkong shook his head and said that he did not want to drink energy drinks. After seeing Chen Changkong shake his head, Chinitsuo Ando nodded, unscrewed the cap of the bottle, and drank it in one gulp. Chen Changkong looked at Ando Chinitsuo's rolling throat and frowned like a tic-tac-toe, this guy. Then, he immediately thought of a good idea. It seemed that he couldn't do it without teaching her a lesson. Ando Chinitsuo felt a cold air and shivered all over. She turned her head stiffly and looked straight at Chen Changkong, wondering what he was thinking about. Suddenly, Chen Changkong raised the corner of his mouth and said in a playful tone, "Ando Chinitsu, I think when you fought with me before, your boxing and kicking skills should be very good." Hearing that it was fist and kick skills, Ando Chinitsu nodded. Chen Changkong continued, "Then, Chinitsuo Ando, let's have a special boxing match between you and me. You can't refuse. You are my maid now, so you have no right to refuse." Well. Hearing that there was going to be a fist and kick match and not being able to refuse, Ando Chinitsuo froze in place. Chapter 72. Chen Changkong and Ando Chinitsuo looked at each other. Suddenly, Ando Chinitsuo said in a mournful tone, "Can you not fight this? I can't beat you with weapons, let alone fists and kicks." Chen Changkong smiled softly and said in an encouraging tone, "As much as possible, maybe what you are good at is not swordsmanship but boxing and kicking. And I may be good at swords but not boxing and kicking." Chinitsuo Ando blinked and looked at Chen Changkong with some suspicion. Chinitsuo Ando walked to the center of the venue stiffly, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense. Chen Changkong's eyes were bright. He raised his fingers at Chinitsuo Ando and said provocatively, "Are you ready?" Chinitsuo Ando clenched her fists. She nodded and replied, "Let's get started. The game begins." Chen Changkong's figure was like lightning, and he was in front of Ando Chinitsuo in an instant. He punched Ando Chinitsuo in the face with a heavy punch. Ando Chinitsuo reacted quickly. She turned her head slightly and cleverly avoided the blow. On the scene, Chinitsuo Ando showed excellent reaction speed and flexibility. She cleverly avoided Chen Changkong's attacks and kept trying to fight back. However, Chen Changkong didn't seem to be affected by her attack. He could always predict Chinitsuo Ando's attack route one step ahead and block it easily. Ando Chinitsuo felt her heartbeat beating violently, her breathing began to quicken, and sweat slid down her cheeks. On the field, she stared at Chen Changkong closely, trying to read his next attack route from his eyes. Chen Changkong's eyes flashed. He suddenly swooped down and hit Chinitsuo Ando's abdomen with his right fist with a strong sound. Chinitsuo Ando instantly contracted her abdominal muscles and blocked his attack with her left arm. Chen Changkong's attack didn't stop. He instantly retracted his fist and hit Chinitsuo Ando's neck with an uppercut. Chinitsuo Ando nimbly lowered her head to dodge, and at the same time kicked Chen Changkong in the waist. Chen Changkong felt the attack from Chinitsuo Ando, and he quickly retreated to avoid her kick. Then, he suddenly turned around and hit her in the face with a powerful straight punch. Ando Chinitsuo reacted quickly. She turned her head slightly and blocked the blow with her shoulder. Then, she pushed out hard and kicked Chen Changkong to the edge of the field. The competition is getting more and more intense. Chinitsuo Ando and Chen Changkong's attacks and defenses are getting sharper. Their movements are smooth and flowing, and every move is full of power and charm. Chen Changkong's attack was like a violent storm, making it difficult for people to see clearly. His fist was like lightning and could reach Chinitsuo Ando in an instant. Chinitsuo Ando's reaction speed and flexibility are amazing. She seems to be able to make judgments in an instant and then make the most appropriate response. 20 minutes into the game, both Chinitsuo Ando and Chen Changkong had reached their limits. Their movements were no longer as flexible as they had been at first, and their breathing had become rapid and heavy. However, Chen Changkong still maintained the rhythm of attacking. His attack is like a violent storm, making it impossible to resist. Chinitsuo Ando still maintains her reaction speed and flexibility. She kept dodging and counter-attacking, trying to find Chen Changkong's weakness. Chinitsuo Ando realized her shortcomings, and she began to fight harder. She began to constantly try to break through Chen Changkong's defense, allowing herself to deliver a fatal blow with all her strength. In the end, Chen Changkong punched Chinitsuo Ando in the abdomen and knocked her to the ground. Ando Chinitsuo held her stomach in pain, sweat falling from her forehead. Chen Changkong put away his fists, walked to Chinitsuo Ando, and said with arrogance in his tone, "Your performance is not good yet, but it's a pity that it's just a little bit worse, otherwise you can beat me." Ando Chinitsuo smiled bitterly, "This is not just a little bit, this is clearly hundreds of millions of bits." Looking at Ando Chinitsuo with a bitter look on his face, Chen Changkong smiled softly and said in comforting words, "Don't be so sad. I believe that you just need to work harder and you can barely touch me." Hearing these words, Ando Chinitsuo felt even more aggrieved, and tears began to appear in her eyes. "I only met him at the beginning, and I couldn't even touch him anymore, let alone hit him." Chinitsuo Ando looked down at the ground, feeling confused, while Chen Changkong sat leisurely aside, watching her lose her temper. "Don't be like this, Chinitsuo Ando. I just want to challenge you a little, so that you can make greater progress." Chen Changkong tried to comfort her again. Ando Chinitsuo raised her head, with anger and confusion in her eyes, "You said you did it to make me progress. Okay, okay. In order to help you relax, I would like to ask you, the maid, to help me prepare the lunch for me." Chen Changkong looked at Chinitsuo Ando, who still looked aggrieved, and shrugged helplessly. In the end, he could only let her relax by asking her to make lunch. "Oh, what? You actually asked me to make lunch?" Ando Chinitsuo was immediately stunned on the spot. A girl who had already wronged herself, he actually asked her to make lunch. However, due to Chen Changkong's status, she had no choice but to make lunch obediently. Thinking that she would have to spend a lot of money to buy takeout again later, her heart twitched and she wanted to cry. Chen Changkong looked at her leaving, a trace of apology flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by amusement. At noon, Ando Chinitsuo prepared a sumptuous lunch. She sat at the table and ate in silence. Chen Changkong looked at her, feeling a little helpless. It seemed that she needed time to digest what happened today. After eating, Chen Changkong sat on the sofa and wiped the demon knife in his hand with a rag. He can't use his powers at will now, so he can only surrender the demon sword in his hand as soon as possible, so that the demon sword can temporarily replace his powers. At this moment, a rapid knock on the door sounded. Hearing this obviously urgent knock on the door, Chen Changkong frowned slightly. Could it be that old guy? Then, he stood up and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, a wretched-looking man came in. He gasped and said, "Sir Takeda Nobukan, the sacred jade given to you by the church has arrived." He said it word by word, while talking, gasping for air. When Chen Changkong heard the news, his expression immediately became solemn. He grabbed the man's hands and asked eagerly, "So, where is the divine jade?" The man looked at Chen Changkong with some fear and stammered in reply, "I don't know the specific location of Ju, but they asked me to tell you that if you want to get the divine jade, you have to go to a forest at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." Chen Changkong frowned, thinking about the authenticity of the news. He let go of the man's hand and said calmly, "Okay, I will go." After hearing this, the man immediately nodded and bowed, with a flattering look, and said, "You are really wise and powerful. I will go back and report to the church right now." After saying that, the man turned around and was about to leave, but Chen Changkong suddenly stopped him and said, "Wait a minute, do you know who I am?" The man looked at Chen Changkong nervously and replied, "You are Lord Nobukan Takeda, I have heard of you." Chen Changkong nodded slightly and said coldly, "Since you know me, you should know my strength. If you dare to play any tricks, I will never let you go." The man suddenly turned pale, waved his hands repeatedly, and said, "Don't you dare, I will definitely tell you the truth." Chapter 73. The next afternoon, Chen Changkong arrived at the depths of the woods on time. When he arrived at the woods, he saw an old man with white hair wearing a black robe. There were some mysterious symbols embroidered on his robe, and the traces of time had made them blurry. His white hair is like snow, floating on the back of his neck, which makes him look like an outsider. His face was engraved with the traces of time, but his eyes were like abyss, revealing an indescribable wisdom and depth. His fingers were slender and pale, as if they had been exposed to countless secrets and were now filled with mysterious power. Beside him, Kanichiro Hashimoto was bending down with a respectful expression, not daring to offend the old man in front of him at all. Kanichiro Hashimoto looked at the arriving Chen Changkong, his eyes instantly flashed with joy. He walked up to Chen Changkong and said to Chen Changkong, "This is the high priest of our beast god sect, and he is also the person in charge of your divine revelation ceremony." The old man looked at Chen Changkong carefully, nodded after a while, and said, "My name is Sapporo Yamada Isamu, so next, I will perform a divine revelation ceremony for you. After the ceremony is completed, you will become the sixth son of the beast god religion. This is the supreme honor of the beast god to you. Remember to worship the great beast god even more." As soon as Isamu Sapporo Yamada finished speaking, Chen Changkong frowned slightly. "Is it a divine revelation ceremony? It seems that this undercover mission will be over soon." Chen Changkong thought to himself, while bowing calmly in return, "Thanks to the high priest for the arrangement, I will definitely worship the great beast god even more, and I will try my best to cooperate with the divine revelation ceremony." Sapporo Yamada Isamu looked at Chen Changkong's respectful attitude, nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and began to guide him to the place where the divine revelation ceremony was held. After a while, Chen Changkong followed Sapporo Yamada Isamu to the depths of the forest. The place where the divine revelation ceremony takes place is a small platform built of logs, surrounded by blazing torches, making the entire platform intertwined between light and shadow, making it look mysterious and solemn. Various mysterious symbols and patterns are carved on it. There is a small stone platform in the center of the platform, with a crystal clear gemstone placed on it. It is the core item of the divine revelation ceremony and a symbol of the power of the beast god. Atmosphere of. Beside the platform, stood a dozen ninjas wearing black tights. They were the guardians of this divine enlightenment ceremony, and they were here to prevent anyone from blocking Chen Changkong's awakening ceremony. As the mantra was recited, the gem began to emit light blue light, which slowly intensified. Chen Changkong felt that his body began to be slowly surrounded by an invisible force. This power made him feel unspeakable, comfortable but also a little uneasy. Sapporo Yamada Isamu looked at Chen Changkong's changes, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes, and then he recited the incantation again, his voice even more passionate and powerful. As he recited the mantra, Chen Changkong felt that the atmosphere around him began to become mysterious and majestic, as if an unknown power was slowly awakening. Suddenly, a ray of light shot out from the gem and shot directly into Chen Changkong's forehead. He felt that his body was completely filled with this light, and then a picture appeared in his mind. It was a mysterious cave, and there was a thing deep in the cave. A huge gem, and there seems to be a powerful power sealed in the gem. This is. Chen Changkong was shocked. What is this gem in front of him? He looked carefully and saw that there seemed to be an egg hidden inside the gem, and the sound of a beating heart could be heard from inside the egg. Immediately afterwards, the torches next to the platform began to gradually extinguish, and the sky was gradually shrouded in dark clouds. The huge psychic energy formed a huge tornado in the air, and cracks began to appear on the earth. Sapporo Yamada Isamu looked at such a terrifying vision, his eyes filled with shock. This kind of vision is comparable to that of the first Son of God. It seems that coming here this time is a wise decision. Our beast god cult will soon be able to fulfill our great long-cherished wish. We will eventually turn everything upside down in human society and bring the great beast god into the world. At this time, in Chen Changkong's spiritual world, he moved the gem under the sun and quietly looked at the gem that gradually began to crack. As time passed by, the gem was eventually filled with cracks, revealing its contents, an egg full of textures. Chen Changkong reached out and touched the egg, but the moment his hand touched it, the egg shattered instantly. What came into view was a creature covered with silver-white scales, shining with a faint golden light. It has a pair of huge dragon horns on its head, extending outward in a spiral shape, making it look very majestic and majestic. Its eyes are deep and bright, as if it can see through the essence of time. Not only that, it also has a pair of huge wings on its back. Suddenly, a large number of inherited memories emerged in his mind. After a long time, Chen Changkong finally absorbed this huge memory. It turns out that the so-called imperial beast genes are really not the so-called special genes of humans. The royal beast gene is actually the inheritance of the beast god from another world, but this beast god does not refer to a beast god, but refers to those beasts with power comparable to gods. However, the imperial beast gene is not as simple as that. As the parasite becomes stronger, it will swallow up the parasite and come to this world. This is also the so-called Son of God, because the awakened imperial beast gene is destined to become the beast god, but it is just the container of the beast god that comes to this world. As a divine dragon that controls time, the eternal extreme dragon is a beast god who also controls the phenomenon of time. Such an existence, even among the beast gods, is the most top-notch. At the same time, his genes contain an unimaginable inheritance. Chen Changkong was pleasantly surprised to receive such a powerful inheritance. But he quickly realized why he could receive such an inheritance. According to common sense, a normal son of God should simply awaken the power of genes and not have the inheritance of awakening the beast god. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong suddenly had another doubt in his heart. Logically speaking, being able to attract such a heritage means that his original talent should be no problem in this body, but it was just swallowed by the eternal extreme dragon and became its nutrients. However, being able to become the nourishment of the eternal extreme dragon shows that the original power of this body should be very powerful, at least S-end level power. Thinking of this, Chen Changkong could only helplessly shake his head. After all, he can obtain the inheritance of the eternal extreme dragon. If he only loses an S-end level power and then obtains the inheritance of the eternal extreme dragon, I think many people will agree. After all, this is a great divine dragon who controls the time quadrant, a true god. Chen Changkong, who has received his inheritance, does not mean that he can become a god. When he grows to a certain level, the real eternal dragon will definitely come to the world. Chapter 74. Chen Changkong slowly opened his eyes, he breathed out gently, and a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. It seems that the rewards obtained from this undercover mission are surprisingly large. Even without those rewards, the inheritance of this eternal dragon alone is enough to make him a top powerhouse. Sapporo Yamada saw the ceremony ended and trotted over with excitement on his face. He knelt down on one knee and said with a hint of joy in his tone, "Sir Son of God, I would like to congratulate Lord Son of God on becoming the Son of God." At the same time, everyone present knelt down on one knee and kept shouting, "Welcome to the arrival of the Son of God." Their voices were uniform, as if they had undergone rigorous training. Chen Changkong nodded slightly. Amidst the congratulations from everyone, Chen Changkong slowly stood up. He looked around, looking at the unfamiliar faces, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. It seems that this so-called Son of God's identity is still a little noble. Chen Changkong took a deep breath. He knew that his undercover life was now truly beginning, and the next step would be to become a high-level person. However, at this moment, a powerful breath suddenly came from a distance. Chen Changkong's expression changed slightly. He felt that the power of this aura was far beyond his imagination. His eyes turned to the direction from which the aura came, with a firm light shining in his eyes. As the aura got closer and closer, Chen Changkong suddenly felt an invisible pressure pressing on him. He clenched his fists and tensed his muscles, ready for battle. The next moment, a huge figure appeared in his sight. It was a huge black dragon, with its wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun. His eyes were cold and deep, as if he could see through everything. The black dragon spoke slowly, his voice like thunder, "Are you the new Son of God who has awakened the royal beast gene?" At this time, Sapporo Yamada Isamu stood up. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed, "Great Black Dragon, this is the new Son of God." Hearing this, Black Dragon's eyes flashed with murderous intent, "Then, let me test the strength of the so-called new Son of God." Sapporo Yamada Isamu looked at the Black Dragon in the sky with fear, and said anxiously, "Great Black Dragon, you are the great Son of God, and you are also a great being in the 9 stars of the transcendent realm. The new Son of God has just awakened the imperial beast gene, how can he be the opponent of the great Black Dragon? Please be kind to Black Dragon and let him go." Chen Changkong immediately understood the general outline of the matter. No wonder everyone present fell to their knees and did not dare to stand up when the Black Dragon appeared. It turned out that the Black Dragon was also a Son of God. However, Chen Changkong thought about it, since the enemies have come to the door, if he doesn't take action now, it will be much later. Afterwards, Chen Changkong shook his head, pulled away Sapporo Yamada Isamu who was kneeling on the ground and wanted to plead for him, looked up at the huge black dragon and said, "If you really want to fight, then I will accompany you at any time." Black Dragon smiled softly, with disdain in his eyes. He looked up to the sky and roared, "In that case, then I will grant you my wish." After saying that, the Black Dragon instantly turned into a strong wind and pounced towards Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong stepped on the spiritual step, dodged to the side, and at the same time punched the strong wind. The strong wind instantly turned into reality, and it was the figure of the Black Dragon. Its huge tail swept towards Chen Changkong, who jumped into the air and hit the black dragon's head with a heavy punch. The black dragon roared, tilted its head, and Chen Changkong's fist hit its horns. The huge force made the black dragon's figure tremble slightly, and Chen Changkong was shaken and flew backwards. After landing, Chen Changkong felt a suffocation in his chest, but he did not stop and immediately launched another attack. It seems that this black dragon has just awakened not long ago, but has just used the power of his body, and has not yet used the magical power in the beast god gene. In the following battle, Chen Changkong's figure was like a dragon, his spiritual steps were light, and every attack carried powerful power and extreme speed. The black dragon roared continuously, exuding a powerful momentum. His body was as hard as indestructible steel. Although Chen Changkong's attacks were sharp, they were unable to cause harm to him. Chen Changkong knew in his heart that his strength was far different from that of the black dragon, and ordinary attacks alone would not be able to harm it. While dodging the black dragon's attack, he was thinking about how to inflict damage to the black dragon. At this moment, Chen Changkong suddenly felt a strong pressure pressing on him. His body instantly stiffened and he was unable to move. He turned his gaze to the black dragon, and saw a cold light flashing in the black dragon's eyes. "It's over!" The black dragon roared, and its huge tail swept towards Chen Changkong. Chen Changkong couldn't move and could only watch the huge tail hitting him. However, just when the huge tail was about to hit Chen Changkong, a golden light suddenly burst out from Chen Changkong's body, knocking back the huge tail. The black dragon roared, a trace of panic flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Chen Changkong suddenly transformed into a white gold dragon and rushed towards the black dragon. The black dragon roared continuously, exuding a powerful momentum, but his body was as fragile as tofu in front of the golden dragon. The golden dragon transformed into Chen Changkong, bit the black dragon's neck and threw it into the sky. The black dragon rolled several times in the air, then fell heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The black dragon's body gradually shrank, and finally turned into a thick man. He has a strong build, and his skin is a dark chocolate color, covered with hard black dragon scales. His hair was as black as the night sky, and his eyes were as hot as lava. Looking at the black dragon that had turned back into a human, Chen Changkong also turned back from the silver dragon. He clenched his fists and felt the sudden power. This power is really powerful, but it's just not something that can be controlled yet. Black Dragon looked at Chen Changkong with an angry face, gritted his teeth, and black flames ignited all over his body. He was going to use the power in the Imperial Beast's genes to burn Chen Changkong in front of him. Just when Chen Changkong felt a strong crisis, Sapporo Yamada Isamu suddenly appeared in front of him. He gently raised his hand to block the black flames. At this time, Sapporo Yamada Isamu's pupils turned white, as if he was a different person, and his words were full of coldness. "Kurika Raiwichi, that's enough, stop your stupid behavior." Hearing this cold voice, the black flames on Kurika Raiwichi's body gradually disappeared. He let out a slight cry of disdain, and then said, "Since the chief priest said so, I will give him a face today." After saying that, he looked at Chen Changkong with resentment. Chen Changkong frowned slightly, and he glanced at Sapporo Yamada Isamu, who seemed to have changed. It seemed that he should be the real senior leader of the Beast God sect at this time. Afterwards, Chen Changkong focused his attention on Kurika Raiwichi. This black dragon probably did not obtain the inheritance of the Beast God, but simply awakened the ability in the royal beast gene. Kurika Raiwichi saw Chen Changkong focusing on him and clenched his fists. He thought this was Chen Changkong's provocation against him, and it was all because he lost. Thinking of this, a black wing grew from Kurika Raiwichi's back, and then he jumped up and left here. He secretly thought in his heart, "It seems that I have to unlock the fusion with the Imperial Beast gene as soon as possible, so that when I truly become the great Black Dragon God, the world will also usher in my final wrath."